beaming interactive characters from the game right into my path. All right, taking me underwater and through the clouds as I tried to beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Let's go again.
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes, and to ensure a comfy fit, you can sample a test scene beforehand. And if you want enhanced access to the experience, you can buy a special power-up band that syncs with the park's free app and keeps score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
You look super cool.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
This land a treat for Super Mario fans of all ages.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, I recognize so much things.
So it's almost like you've been here before, but you've never been here before.
A magical world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi.
Perfect.
Yeah!
Scotty, looks like fun. I should be super fluent in Super Mario because of my kids, but I'm not. But that looks great. I'd jump right into that.
I wish this was around when I was a kid, and now I'm gonna have to force mine to go.
There you go. Thanks for jumping in. It's me, Francis Rivera.
It's me, Philip. We'll see you on Monday. New developments expected in the Tyree Nichols murder investigation today as the former Memphis officers charged in the beating prepare to face a judge.
Will former President Trump's push to find votes in Georgia find him on the wrong side of the law? The grand jury recommending perjury charges in their 2020 election meddling probe.
The fire is out, but there are still plenty of burning questions after that toxic train derailment in Ohio.
Now that we're home, you don't know what to think. You know, suspicious and paranoid and worried.
The growing outrage as the White House promises more help is on the way.
Fiercely fighting back, a woman stands her ground and fends off an attacker at her apartment complex gym.
She's thrown out the first pitch at Wrigley, got her own bobblehead, and is the most famous nun in all of college basketball. Now, at 103 years old, Sister Jean is ready to share her life's purpose. We're tipping off your Friday. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. New this morning, the 5 former Memphis officers involved in the fatal traffic stop of Tyree Nichols are due in court today. They are facing a number of charges, including kidnapping and second-degree murder. Nichols died after a brutal beating during a traffic stop last month. Body cam footage of the incident has garnered national attention, igniting protests against police brutality.
The fallout trickling down across agencies. A 6th Memphis officer has been fired but not charged. The 7th was relieved of duty. 3 Memphis EMTs were also let go, and 2 Shelby County deputies have been suspended.
Police are now providing new insight about the man who shot and killed 3 students at Michigan State University and wounded 5 others. Officials say he was found with 2 handguns and a note. Jesse Kirsch has the details.
So it looks like he...
As police reveal new details about the alleged gunman's arsenal, one Michigan State University assistant professor sharing his harrowing account from inside Berkey Hall.
Even while you're hearing the shots, you think this is not real.
Marco Diaz-Munoz says Anthony McCrae started shooting at his students, essentially boxed in by rows of theater-like seating. He remembers one student's anguish.
He was saying, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I cannot breathe.
Diaz-Munoz says 19-year-old Ariel Anderson and 20-year-old Alexandria Verner were also in that class, killed as McCrae fired repeatedly, shooting 7 students in that room alone.
I'm haunted because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to lift their bodies. There was so much blood.
Why are you willing to be reliving this right now?
Because I think the public needs to know the horror I saw.
That call for change, as police say MSU may not have been the only target. Police confirming the suspect had a note threatening other locations, including a church and a warehouse where he once worked. Police also revealing McCrae was armed with 2 9mm handguns he purchased legally, plus 8 fully loaded magazines and 50 additional rounds of ammunition.
There's also positive news here. Officials say one of the 5 critically injured Michigan State students has been upgraded to stable condition.
And our thanks to Jesse for that update.
President Biden has now addressed in detail those high-flying objects shot down by the U.S. military. The last 3 objects are still a mystery, but the president doesn't believe they posed a threat, saying they were likely private research or even recreational balloons.
We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. But make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
The president says he makes no apologies for taking down the Chinese spy balloon, adding that experts are analyzing components of the balloon's payload now. In an exclusive call with NBC's Peter Alexander, President Biden said he plans to speak with China's president, but declined to say when.
Let's turn now to new revelations from the special grand jury investigation into former President Trump's attempts to overturn his election loss in Georgia. A new grand jury report says some witnesses may have lied. NBC's Blaine Alexander has the latest.
In Georgia, a special grand jury investigating former President Trump and his allies regarding the 2020 election says one or more witnesses may have lied under oath, and the jury recommends indictments. The report only partially public, out of fairness to future defendants, a judge says, all of it stemming from this phone call to Georgia's Republican Secretary of State.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
That launched a sweeping criminal investigation into whether he and his allies broke the law while trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Jurors heard from 75 witnesses, though Mr. Trump's lawyers say he was never called to testify. Leading the investigation, Fulton County's Democratic DA, Fani Willis, who last year told us this.
I don't care what status you've reached in life. If you come into my community and you commit a crime, you deserve to be held responsible. If he committed a crime in my jurisdiction, then it includes him.
The Trump campaign calling the president's phone call perfect, saying the sections of the report do not even mention President Trump's name, adding that the former president did absolutely nothing wrong.
And the DA has said that her decision on potential charges is imminent. Back to you.
Okay, Blaine, thank you.
EPA Administrator Michael Regan traveled to East Palestine, Ohio on Thursday, nearly 2 weeks after the train derailment and chemical spill that forced the evacuation of the town. Speaking alongside other Ohio lawmakers, Regan said that the federal government will get to the bottom of this incident. He also promised that the federal government would hold rail operator Norfolk Southern accountable for the disaster. Norfolk Southern has come under fire from residents of East Palestine for seemingly being unwilling to answer questions from concerned citizens. From our Cleveland affiliate, Lydia Espada has more.
For almost 2 weeks, East Palestine residents have questions over this train derailment. On Wednesday, under clear skies, thousands waited to get answers.
Well, I have property that I own here, and I have a well, and I want to know what's going on with this. Is this going to keep seeping into our ground, into our water?
Now that we're home, you don't know what to think. You know, suspicious and paranoid and worried.
But once inside, it wasn't what they expected until the mayor gave them what they wanted.
We're here for answers.
Residents were waiting for Norfolk Southern representatives. It was their train and their disaster.
That $1,000 are given out to everybody's the inconvenience fee, that's insulting.
But they did not show up. Media from all over the country did.
You know, it's not Norfolk Southern here, it's the EPA, the people that have been working with us, trying to get our citizens back into their own state.
Question after question, some answers, but it's not enough. They wanted Norfolk Southern.
They screwed up our town, they're going to fix it.
Our thanks to Lydia for that report.
Nearly 2 weeks after the devastating 7.8 earthquake that struck Syria and Turkey, crews are still making miraculous rescues from beneath the ruins. On Thursday, 17-year-old Elena Olmez was found alive and pulled from the debris. The teenage girl had been trapped under the rubble since February 6th. Despite incredible moments like this, the death toll in Turkey has now risen to over 36,000, according to Turkish officials. It is now the deadliest earthquake in the country's modern history.
Turning now to the south, where severe weather tore through communities on Thursday. Tornadoes were spotted across multiple states, including this possible funnel cloud in Tennessee. And in Ripley, Mississippi, storms damaged businesses. This Dollar General sign you see there shredded, and at gas station pumps that were overturned, debris strewn across the lot. And further north in Iowa, snow made for dangerous driving conditions, causing accidents that left cars stranded on the side of the road.
And as this system brings rain and snow to the Northeast, Chick-fil-A is opening a break room for all New York City delivery workers to help keep them warm. The space features bike storage, outlets for phone chargers, Wi-Fi, beverages, bathrooms, all for free. It is available for a limited time for delivery workers for any restaurant who can show proof of a delivery within the past week on apps, including DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, Seamless, Postmates, or Caviar.
All right, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman, who's tracking these storms for us. Hey, Angie, good morning. Happy Friday.
Good morning. We made it. Last day of the work week, and we're actually going to have a nice weekend in a lot of places. Here's what's going on right now, though. We wake up to rain. It's stretched across most of the eastern portions of the country, and some snow showers in parts of the New England area through the day today. So just get ready for that. It'll be a little busy, at least for the first half of the day, but you'll notice by tonight that system works offshore, and we're instead going to get some of this cold air dipping in. We'll see our temperatures tumble, but overall, a pretty nice couple of days setting up for us beyond that. Those winter alerts, though, are up. Winter weather advisory is what you see in the white. It includes places like Buffalo, Rochester, Burlington, and as we move into northern Maine, that's where we'll have the more significant snowfall for you. You can see these totals coming up to 6, maybe 8 inches in some spots. Otherwise, about an inch or so in those interior areas of New England. So the snow will be falling for some. There's the rainfall for New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., moving down towards Raleigh. We'll all see a little bit of rain, about a quarter of an inch, so nothing too impressive, but could mean a little bit of a difficulty getting out the door early this morning. Otherwise, conditions will start to cool down, and we're going to see a big cool down here as we get into the next 24 hours. We'll talk about that coming up. For now, let's look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Temperatures in the south into the mid-50s in New Orleans, 43 for Jackson, some rain showers there. Meanwhile, in the northeast, we'll deal with some snow showers for the interior areas like Burlington, Syracuse. Temperatures in the mid-30s there. And it's going to be a nice weekend, guys, but I hope you didn't get used to those temperatures in the 60s, because we're going to see a bit of a change in places like New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., and we'll talk about it.
Going to feel more like February, like it should.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, Angie. Fast forwarding into your Friday, rapper and actor Ice-T is getting his very own star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. From cementing himself as a hip-hop icon to starring in the long-running Law & Order SVU, he'll receive one of Hollywood's biggest honors later today.
After 30 years, the NBA All-Star Weekend returns to Salt Lake City. It tips off today with this evening's All-Star Celebrity Game.
And Universal Studios in Los Angeles is gearing up to open the gates to Super Nintendo World. It's a new theme park from our sister company.
We begin top story with that breaking news.
This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News. Streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight. and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest
like.
the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news, an incredible show of self-defense in Florida. Tampa authorities releasing surveillance video showing a woman fending off an attacker inside her gym. Priscilla Thompson has the story.
Surveillance video captured the incredible moment a Tampa woman fought off an attacker at her apartment complex's gym.
I said, if I keep going, if I keep pushing, I keep fighting, he's going to stop. He's going to let go, and he finally did.
24-year-old Nishali Alma, a personal trainer, told Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies she was exercising alone around 10 p.m. on January 22nd when she saw a man she'd previously seen at the gym trying to get in.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in, and he came inside. My thought process was, like you said, like it was just another dude coming in to work out.
But after 25-year-old Xavier Thomas Jones entered, this happened instead.
Next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout and I grab my phone and he just approaches me and not a single word was exchanged. As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what the F are you doing? I said, get away from me. And he kept trying to come towards me and kept reapproaching me.
Video shows Thomas Jones chasing her around the gym before grabbing Alma and pinning her down.
In my mind, I knew I was stronger than him and I knew I could fight back.
The seasoned weightlifter seen here holding her attacker in a chokehold while trying to call 911 before throwing more punches, leading Thomas Jones to release his grip. Self-defense expert Patrick Lockton at New York City's Krav Maga Institute says Alma's quick thinking under pressure was key.
She fought back. And the most important thing is she didn't freeze. She didn't fall into that trap.
Alma immediately ran outside, escaping to a nearby apartment. Now she's sharing her story and encouraging other women with similar experiences to do the same.
No other person should go through this. No other person should have to feel like this. No other person should have to go through a situation like this.
Experts say avoiding an incident like this starts with being aware of your surroundings and moving quickly if you're in danger.
Getting in the way, creating obstacles, creating an opportunity, a space between you and your attacker. So I'd be going straight for vulnerable. So again, just the eyes, hitting him in the nose with a phone, strike him in the throat, because everybody's soft tissue there, it's soft tissue in your eyes as well, and it's going to hurt everybody no matter how strong you are.
Authorities were able to track down Thomas Jones and arrested him the next day. He pled not guilty to charges of sexual battery, false imprisonment, and kidnapping, and will appear in court next month. An attorney for Thomas Jones did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
The day he was arrested and the day they caught him, I saw the whole thing go down. It was a relief.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
If there is a checklist of the do's and don'ts, let me just, she did every single one of the do's. I've covered it all.
Yeah, a lot to learn.
Wow.
What happened there?
Still to come, what 103-year-old Sister Jean says is her secret to success in her new book.
But first, you're going to want to block out a little time. The pieces falling into place for a Tetris movie.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Soviet Union is about to implode. You're lying. Everybody's lying.
Go home. The cavalry is coming.
We don't have time. I have a plan.
Oh, come on. You guys are the kings of cliffhangers.
Taron Egerton braces the Cold War and KGB agents, all for the love of video games. The thriller tells the true story of one man's journey to the Soviet Union to bring the popular puzzle game Tetris to the U.S. It falls on Apple TV Plus March 31st.
I think I want to watch that. I mean, I don't know anybody who didn't like Tetris at some point, right? All right, at 103 years old, Sister Jean Dolores Schmidt has a lot to teach us about a long life. And that's why she's putting it in a new memoir called Wake Up with Purpose, What I've Learned in My First 100 Years. The nun who has warmed the hearts of many cheering on Loyola Chicago basketball writes in the book that her secret to success is waking up at 5 a.m. and sitting up quickly to avoid falling back asleep. The memoir hits stores later this month. I mean, that's something that's easier said than done, but I can see how that can help.
Especially if you're awake right now. Yeah, we can get sleep any way we can get it, any form we can get it. Yep. All right, another week, another record-setting performance for Michaela Schifrin. She took gold in giant slalom at the World Championships for the first time in her career. So it's her 7th World Champion victory, tying the modern record. The win gave Schifrin her 13th overall medal, putting her 2 medals away from the all-time medal mark. That was set by Crystal Krantz in the 1930s. This lady is she is a powerhouse on those skis. She just keeps churning out those championships.
And she's having her moment, and she's turning out to be one of the all-time greats. All right, will the East Coast warm temperatures reach the weekend? Angie will tell us next.
And still to come, we remember Hall of Fame broadcaster Tim McCarver.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. Happy Friday, last day of the work week, and conditions are nice for most of the country, but we are going to watch for some showers and maybe even a few thunderstorms up and down the East Coast, along with some snow for the interior areas of New England. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow, a lot of sunshine across the country, but we are going to deal with colder temperatures, especially in the morning hours of your Saturday. Nice and mild, meanwhile, in parts of the south and out west, lots of sunshine. As we get into the last day of the weekend, nice day for us. We're going to start to see temperatures in the Northeast rebound. Back to the 50s we go. It'll also turn warmer for parts of the south, which will see temperatures into the 70s, guys.
All right, Angie, thank you. And when we return, caught on camera, a leap of faith for an inmate trying to escape.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's top stories, actor Bruce Willis has been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. In a statement, his family, including his ex-wife, Demi Moore, said that his, quote, condition has progressed in the past year. The Die-Hard star was originally diagnosed with aphasia back in March, a disorder that interferes with language comprehension, leading him to step away from acting. FTD is the most common form of dementia for people under 60. There's no known cure.
A Denver City Councilman says he was humiliated at a recent debate. Chris Hines was forced to climb out of his wheelchair to get on stage. He spoke to NBC's Scotty Schwartz.
It just demonstrates why we need people with disabilities in elected office and in areas of influence, because otherwise, if this can happen to a sitting elected official, then it'll happen to anyone. And if it were to happen to someone who wasn't elected, I don't know if it would get the same coverage.
The venue said it is compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act, but its stage has limitations. The school apologized to Hines and says it has plans to renovate.
The sports world is mourning the loss of former catcher and broadcast great Tim McCarver. McCarver played for 6 teams in his 20-plus year career, winning 2 World Series with the St. Louis Cardinals in the 60s. He hung up his jersey in 1980 and jumped to television, calling 23 World Series before retiring in 2013. Tim McCarver was 81.
At a Tennessee courthouse, surveillance cameras caught an unusual escape attempt. Take a look at the top of your screen here. 33-year-old Michael Smith, a fugitive in custody, walks up to the courtroom window and just jumps out. Falling 2 stories, Smith lands on his back, but he gets up. Watch. Let's see what he does. And then he runs away, but he didn't get too far. He was captured shortly after and taken to a medical center for observation and treatment.
There was no hesitation. I thought it was one story the way he walked out of there. All right, record-breaking dinosaur footprint has been found in Yorkshire, England. Local archaeologist Marie Woods discovered this rare finding along England's dinosaur coast. The 3-toed footprint is believed to be made by the theropod dinosaur about 166 million years ago. It measured more than 3 feet long, the largest of its kind. The specimen has been recovered and donated to the Scarsborough Museum and Galleries.
The UK's Royal Mint just got a little more magical. A new 50-pence coin featuring Professor Albus Dumbledore is now available. It's part of the 4-coin Harry Potter collection that was launched in 2022 to celebrate the 25th publishing anniversary, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. It'll feature a portrait of the King Charles III on the other side. Have a great weekend. This is Early Today. A rare winter tornado outbreak. Powerful storms sweep the south, damaging homes and businesses. Angie is tracking where that extreme weather is heading next.
Shooting down speculation. President Biden tries to set the record straight on the mysterious object shot out of the sky. Plus, his message to China after the spy balloon controversy.
The side of war you rarely see. The school still fighting to teach children in Ukraine against all odds, nearly a year after Russia invaded.
A devastating diagnosis. The tough news for Die Hard star Bruce Willis less than a year after he retired from acting due to an illness.
And taking fun to the next level, Mario and friends make the jump to real life at Super Nintendo World. We'll get a sneak peek at the newest attraction at Universal Studios. It's Friday. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. Severe weather is ripping across the south, damaging homes and businesses. Tornadoes were spotted across multiple states, including this possible funnel cloud in Tennessee. And in Mississippi, roofs were torn off of several farm buildings. Some trees were reduced to splinters and power lines were downed.
In Marion County, Kentucky, flash flooding wreaked havoc, causing a school bus to get stuck. And in Bullitt County, traffic backed up on roadways as cars tried to get through the water, some opting to turn around. And farther north in Iowa, snow made for some dangerous driving conditions, causing accidents that left cars stranded on the side of the road. And now this system is pushing east, bringing rain and snow to parts of New England. Let's bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's been tracking this for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, the good news with this system is that the severe threat has significantly diminished, but we're not done with the impacts, right? We're still going to deal with some of this rain. You can see it works to the east as the system eventually works offshore as we get into late tonight. But with it comes the rain that will be up and down the I-95 corridor, and we'll also be dealing with some snow, specifically in parts of the interior New England area, mainly into northern Maine. That's where that winter storm warning is in effect, but you can see winter weather advisory as well for many this morning. The snowfall amounts, not all that impressive for a lot of places unless you're, again, in northern Maine, 6 to 8 inches. As far as the rain is concerned, up to 1/4 of an inch possible up and down the East Coast from Raleigh up through New York. You'll deal with those mainly through the early morning hours today, guys.
All right, Angie, thank you. New this morning, the 5 former Memphis officers involved in the fatal traffic stop of Tyree Nichols are due in court today, and they're facing a number of charges, including kidnapping and second-degree murder. Nichols died after a brutal beating during a traffic stop last month. Body cam footage of the incident has garnered national attention, igniting protests against police brutality. And the fallout trickling down across agencies. A 6th Memphis officer has been fired but not charged. A 7th was relieved of duty. 3 Memphis EMTs were also let go, and 2 Shelby County deputies have been suspended.
For the first time, President Biden gave detailed remarks about the objects the military shot out of the sky. And while we still don't know what the last 3 targets were, but officials believe they did not pose a threat. Our Peter Alexander spoke exclusively with the president after the speech.
Facing growing bipartisan criticism for not telling Americans more about those aerial objects that U.S. fighter jets shot down, President Biden is defending his response.
Make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
The president says there's nothing to suggest the 3 objects shot down over Lake Huron, Alaska, and Canada were connected to China's spy balloon program or were surveillance vehicles from any other country, instead indicating fighter jets may have been scrambled to take out what could have been weather balloons.
The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation or research institutions studying weather or conducting other scientific research.
And regarding the Chinese spy balloon, the president says he makes no apologies for taking it down, despite critics slamming him for not acting sooner, allowing it to fly across the country first.
For a week, Joe Biden did nothing. He let that spy balloon conduct espionage all over the United States.
We shot it down, sending a clear message. The violation of our sovereignty is unacceptable.
In an exclusive phone call, I asked President Biden what consequences the Chinese government should face. He told me there's going to be hundreds of these things. I don't mean balloons, but things of consequence that are going to happen individually that don't necessarily reflect any fundamental change in policy. And so the consequence for it is to shoot it down, learn as much as we can about it, and saying he expects to speak with China's President Xi soon. I think the last thing that Xi wants is to fundamentally rip the relationship with the United States and with me, adding there should be better means of direct communication. The president says he's directed his team to develop sharper rules to deal with unknown objects, distinguishing between those that pose security risks and those that do not.
Late Wednesday, we learned new details about the president's medical exam, his annual physical. His physician saying that President Biden is fit for duty. His cholesterol and blood pressure, according to his doctor, were both good. The doctor did notably find a small lesion on the president's chest that was sent out for a biopsy. Of course, the president's health has really become a political issue, with polls showing many Americans are worried about the 80-year-old's ability to serve. But according to his doctor, the president is both vigorous and healthy. Back to you.
Peter, thank you.
All right, let's turn now to the new revelations from the special grand jury investigation into former President Trump's attempts to overturn his election loss in Georgia. A new grand jury report says some witnesses may have lied. NBC's Blaine Alexander has the latest.
In Georgia, a special grand jury investigating former President Trump and his allies regarding the 2020 election says one or more witnesses may have lied under oath, and the jury recommends indictments. The report only partially public, out of fairness to future defendants, a judge says, all of it stemming from this phone call to Georgia's Republican Secretary of State.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
That launched a sweeping criminal investigation into whether he and his allies broke the law while trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Jurors heard from 75 witnesses, though Mr. Trump's lawyers say he was never called to testify. Leading the investigation, Fulton County's Democratic DA, Fani Willis, who last year told us this.
I don't care what status you've reached in life. If you come into my community and you commit a crime, you deserve to be held responsible. If he committed a crime in my jurisdiction, then it includes him.
The Trump campaign calling the president's phone call perfect, saying the sections of the report do not even mention President Trump's name, adding that the former president did absolutely nothing wrong.
And the DA has said that her decision on potential charges is imminent. Back to you.
All right, Blaine, thank you.
There are new developments in the defamation case filed against Fox News by Dominion Voting Systems. A new court filing appears to show that Fox News stars and staffers knew claims of election fraud were bogus, even as the network promoted them as credible. According to some filings, some hosts said in private that they knew Sidney Powell, who filed lawsuits to stop states from certifying their elections, was lying. Powell, who is also being sued for defamation, did not respond to a request for comment. Fox News has said it stands by its election coverage and that its broadcasts are protected by the First Amendment. Dominion is suing Fox News for $1.6 billion.
Now to a side of the war in Ukraine that we haven't really seen, the impact on schools. Many Ukrainian children have been forced underground to stay safe from the shelling. Our Richard Engel traveled to a top-secret location to visit a school and spoke to the children there.
Russia launched more deadly rocket attacks. They're tearing eastern Ukraine apart. And I wondered what it's like to be a child after a year of this. So we're on our way to a surprisingly rare place, a school. Education in Ukraine is now online. But out here by the front line, there's no internet. So the children still left, huddled together to learn.
So we were planning to take this road and this bridge this morning until we got here and realized there is no bridge anymore. And this is one thing they do not show you on Google Maps.
But they're not easy to find. Many villages look abandoned.
So this is the school. They've asked us not to film it from the outside so we don't expose their location. They're that worried that if the Russians knew where children are, that they would be targeted and destroyed. And the Russians have bombed many hospitals, many places where vulnerable people are. Oh, all the children are coming to attention like I'm the teacher. Hello. Hello, how are you?
Miss Darina is the only teacher. Here, there's heat and friends, but the fighting is always on their minds. Daria is 9. Last night there was shelling very close to our house. I was in bed and very scared, she says.
When you hear the shooting and you hear the explosions, what do? Do you cover your ears? Do you think about something else?
I close my ears and lay in the bed like this, she says. I close my eyes and go under the blanket to protect myself if there's any shrapnel. Sometimes I go under the bed.
Do you have enough food at home?
Yes.
Yes, when the humanitarian aid comes, there's canned meat or rice. And it's enough for us, she says. Stas is 10.
What do you miss most about peace?
I miss my cousin. He's in Poland now, he says.
Is he your best friend?
He's my best brother. 4.5 million Ukrainian children have been displaced. Half of them taken out of the country. Those who stayed are being raised underground.
What's it like to be a child in Ukraine right now?
I feel so sorry for our kids, she says. Kids run and play. Our kids have to hide in the basement all the time.
Who here wants this war to end very quickly? Yeah, I thought so. Both hands up. Everyone's got both hands up. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. For so many children in the most war-torn parts of Ukraine, these hidden schools are the only oasis.
It's a heartbreaking look in their lives. All right, Richard, thank you.
For some of the younger ones, that's all they know is the war. Let's take a turn now and check back in with NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman, who's got your weekend forecast. Hi, Angie.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we've got some bumpy weather for the early part of our Friday, but then we're setting up for a nice weekend in a lot of spots across the country. Still dealing with this system that brought some severe weather to the south yesterday. We're going to see that continue to track to the east, bringing with it rain right now stretched across parts of the Gulf Coast and up into parts of the Northeast. Eventually, the snow showers will taper off for the Midwest, but the temperatures take a tumble. We'll wake up this morning for most of the East Coast warm. Temperatures will be well above normal, but these are going to be the highest temperatures of the day because that cold air works in. It will eventually turn colder here as we go through at least the next day or so. Even in the south, we'll see temperatures into the 50s. Look what happens, though. We rebound quickly. Low 50s on Sunday, mid 50s in New York by the time Monday works back in. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Southeast will deal with quieter conditions today. We'll see a couple of showers for places like Charleston, and then temperatures will cool down. Also dealing with cooling temperatures across much of the Northeast. 64 degrees for the high this morning in New York. And guys, nice conditions on the way for the weekend, but of course those temperatures are the big story. We're going to talk about when spring gets back into the picture here coming up in just a bit.
We're already using that S word, spring. I mean, it's been feeling like it, at least for us here in the Northeast. Okay, thanks, Angie.
Yeah, only a couple of weeks away from March. All right, we're back in just 1 minute with a heartbreaking health update about actor Bruce Willis.
And remembering Hall of Fame broadcaster Tim McCarver. I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Leading the news, actor Bruce Willis has been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. In a statement, his family, including ex-wife Demi Moore, said that his condition has progressed in the past year. The Die-Hard star was originally diagnosed with aphasia back in March, a disorder that interferes with language comprehension, leading him to step away from acting. FTD is the most common form of dementia for people under the age of 60, and there's no known cure.
Real Housewives of Salt Lake City star Jen Shaw will start her prison sentence today. She was sentenced to 6.5 years for orchestrating a telemarketing scheme that defrauded elderly out of thousands of dollars. Shaw pled guilty last summer after initially pleading not guilty. Earlier this week, she got tattoos spelling out her husband and son's names.
The sports world is mourning the loss of two-time World Series champion and broadcast great Tim McCarver. He died on Thursday at the age of 81. NBC's Harry Smith takes a look back at McCarver's life.
Tim McCarver was a very good baseball player. Not Hall of Fame great, but essential, durable, and smart. He was the favored catcher of two Hall of Fame pitchers, the Cardinals' intimidating Bob Gibson and the Phillies' phenom Steve Carlton. McCarver loved the game.
The culmination of everything that you've ever dreamed of as far as baseball is concerned. That's what it's all about. People say they're nervous. There's really no need to be nervous. It's more fun. You like to capture those moments forever. Good evening, everyone. I'm Tim McCarver.
It was as a broadcaster, though, that earned McCarver his place in the Baseball Hall of Fame. He teamed with Joe Buck on Fox for 18 memorable seasons. The Emmy-winning analyst was too inside baseball for some, but his diligent dissection of data and player habits made him seem downright prescient.
Here we are after 18 wonderful years together.
Tim McCarver was 81. Harry Smith, NBC News, New York.
Still to come, he's back in the game. Tiger Woods thrills the crowds at the Genesis Invitational.
And who's ready for All-Star Weekend? We've got everything you need to know.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tiger Woods pounced back onto the golf course for the first time in 7 months. Woods made his first start since July's Open Championship, competing in the opening round of the Genesis Invitational in Los Angeles. He sank 3 straight birdies to end his day, finishing 2 under par and 5 strokes behind the leaders Max Homa and Keith Mitchell. Woods will tee off for round 2 just before 10:30 a.m. Eastern.
After 30 years, the best of the NBA returned to Utah for All-Star Weekend. The festivities in Salt Lake City tip off tonight with the likes of Simu Liu and Albert Pujols playing in the All-Star Celebrity Game. And tomorrow has the Skills Challenge, 3-point shootout, and slam dunk contest. And then on Sunday, Giannis Antetokounmpo and LeBron James will choose their teams for the All-Star Game just minutes before tip-off. So that's a new little wrinkle. It's kind of like the world's best pickup game.
For them to choose, right?
Yeah, just right there. You're on this team, you're on that
That'll
team.
be fun to watch,
yeah,
you know, like elementary school style.
That's
like
right.
You pick your teams. All right, Angie's back with another look at your weekend weather.
And later, Mind the Koopa Shells. We'll have a first look into Universal Hollywood's Super Nintendo world.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Finally Friday, and it's going to be a nice day for a lot of the country, especially out west. Sunny, mild temperatures are really nice. A little cold for parts of the Midwest, and definitely some cooler air working into the Northeast and the East, but that's later today. We'll deal with the snow and the showers first for the first half of your Friday. By tomorrow, a chilly morning up and down the East Coast or really through the Northeast. Nice conditions for the South. A couple of areas dealing with some mountain snow out west, and as we head into the weekend, the warmer temperatures return to the Northeast. We'll be back to the 50s, so it's just really a brief one-day cool down, guys.
It's like a little reminder. It's still February, right? Just for a day. Thank you. When we return, our Gotti Schwartz goes down the warp pipe and rides through Bowser's Castle. If you know, you know.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
and around the world,
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
and ways you can take care of your health
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
and your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's something new coming down the pipeline at Universal Studios in Los Angeles. Super Nintendo World opens today. The latest attraction from our sister company brings Mario and his friends to life. Our Gotti Schwartz got a sneak peek.
Super Mario, the video games beloved by millions over 4 decades, now brought to life in vivid reality.
When you guys came through the castle and you saw this, what'd you think?
Amazing.
Amazing.
I think I'm really in the game.
This This is Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Opening to the general public on Friday, it immerses Super Mario fans in a real-life Mushroom Kingdom and sweeps them into a 360-degree world with Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as they take on the evil Bowser and compete with fellow players for victory.
Who is this for?
You know, it's really for everybody. I mean, it's been really rewarding. I've seen kids come out at 6 years old and they come out in the land and they scream, and I've seen 50-year-olds come out and scream.
And here we are, the main event, Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge. With tech so advanced, it has never been seen before at a U.S. theme park until now. Oh my God, if 10-year-old Gotti could see me right now inside of Bowser's castle, let's go!
We got an exclusive peek of the Mario Kart ride. It's augmented reality goggles beaming interactive characters from the game right into my path. All right, taking me underwater and through the clouds as I tried to beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Let's go again!
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes, and to ensure a comfy fit, you can sample a test scene beforehand. And if you want enhanced access to the experience, you can buy a special power-up band that syncs with the park's free app and keeps score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
Luigi time!
You look super cool.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
This land a treat for Super Mario fans of all ages.
Like, my mind is blown. Like, I recognize so much things.
So it's almost like you've been here before, but you've never been here before.
A magical world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi. Yeah!
Scotty, looks like fun. I should be super fluent in Super Mario because of my kids, but I'm not. But that looks great. I'd jump right into that.
I wish this was around when I was a kid, and now I'm gonna have to force mine to go.
There you go. Thanks for jumping in. It's me, Francis Rivera.
It's me, Philip. We'll see you on Monday.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo filling in for Joe in Savannah today. Right now on Morning News Now, doubling down. This morning, President Biden making no apologies for shooting down that suspected Chinese spy balloon off the Carolina coast. And 3 other objects as well found in the skies over North America, despite mounting criticism over his response.
Make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
His latest message to Americans, plus our exclusive interview as he addresses this issue for the first time. Also this morning, the president's physician providing an update on his health, the results from his latest physical, including the one thing being sent in for testing. Path to recovery. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman in the hospital this morning after checking himself in for clinical depression. What we're learning about his condition, plus the treatment he's receiving and how it could affect his role in Washington. Courtroom controversy, more dramatic developments in the Alex Murdaugh trial as the jury hears highly contested evidence surrounding Murdaugh's assisted roadside suicide attempt 3 months after the murders of his wife and son. We'll bring you the latest. And devastating diagnosis. Some sad news from the family of Bruce Willis, the actor now facing a form of dementia less than a year after he stepped out of the spotlight. What we know about his worsening condition and the new message from his loved ones to his fans. A lot going on this morning. We thank you for joining us, and we begin this morning with President Biden's first public comments since the United States shot down an alleged spy balloon and 3 unidentified aerial objects. Federal investigators are analyzing the wreckage of that first balloon, which the U.S. says was used by China for surveillance. Beijing denies those allegations, but the president said he won't apologize for shooting it down, and he plans to speak with his Chinese counterpart about this incident. Since then, 3 other objects were shot down by the U.S., but the president appeared to downplay a possible connection to China or any other foreign surveillance.
We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, But nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. The intelligence community's current assessment is that these three objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation or research institutions studying weather or conducting other scientific research.
And checking in now with NBC's Monica Alba for the latest on this. So Monica, walk us through some of the president's biggest points yesterday, and why is it taking him so long to address these incidents? It's all pretty much anybody can talk about.
Yeah, Stephen, these remarks came in response to mounting pressure, not just from lawmakers of both parties, but really many Americans who were just wondering what was happening and who wanted the White House to explain. So the president came out and he said the reason it took him a couple of days to give these remarks is because he wanted to have all the information he could share. And as you saw yesterday, there wasn't that much he could say, but at least now this hypothesis that these three objects that were shot down over Alaska, northern Canada, and Lake Huron likely will end up being harmless, even though those recovery efforts are still in progress. And we're not quite sure when personnel will be able to reach them. But the president wanted to be clear that he has no regrets about this and that he says anything that's going to threaten the U.S. in the future could potentially be shot down. Here's a little more from what he had to say yesterday.
We seek competition, not conflict with China. We're not looking for a new Cold War. But I make no apologies, and we will compete. And we'll responsibly manage that competition so that it doesn't veer into conflict.
This has really tested the relationship once again between the U.S. and China, one that was already rocky for many other reasons. But the president wanted to be clear, though, that the first Chinese spy balloon that was shot down over the coast of South Carolina is very different than what the intelligence community is assessing occurred with these other three objects, and that there's nothing that indicates that they were doing the same kind of surveillance as that first massive balloon, which we understand is wrapping up in terms of its recovery. And a lot of that will be really telling for its stated purpose, Stephen.
And Monica, I know our colleague Peter Alexander was able to speak exclusively with President Biden on the phone after that press conference. What more do we learn there?
Yeah, the president was very clear in speaking to my colleague, calling him because Peter was at the press conference, wanted to ask a question there. And actually, because so many reporters were shouting, in the end, President Biden didn't take any questions in that venue and instead called him. And Peter asked him whether he would be speaking with the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, anytime soon. And the president said, look, we should be in communication. He feels that that's important, but there was nothing on the calendar yet. So it's unclear when the two men will speak. Of course, they had that very long bilateral meeting in Bali last November, which was a key point in the relationship, but now it's unclear when the two will have a phone call in the future.
And you mentioned China in this, obviously, after the balloon was first discovered, first shot down, China denying that it was a surveillance balloon. Has there been any reaction from China to the president's most recent comments?
We did just hear from the Chinese Foreign Ministry just this morning, and they continue to push back and say that this wasn't a surveillance balloon, that it entered the U.S. by accident, that this wasn't anything that was intentional. And the U.S., of course, has pushed back on that repeatedly. The Chinese Foreign Ministry also said there are no plans for the U.S. and Chinese presidents to speak at this time. And they continue to make the claim that there were balloons over Chinese airspace, something that the U.S. has pushed back on vociferously, saying that is simply not true. But the president was clear yesterday. He hopes that President Xi Jinping doesn't want to rip apart this relationship, even though it's clearly as strained as it has ever been. Stephen.
All right, a bit more clarity there. Monica Alba, thank you. Well, those comments from President Biden came yesterday after he got a clean bill of health from the White House physician. The president had a routine physical exam that took about 3 hours. Those results were released in a 5-page summary afterward. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, thanks so much for being with us this morning. So keeping in mind that Biden did have COVID last year, overall, it's been good news for the president's health from his physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor. So he put out this statement saying, quote, President Biden remains a healthy, vigorous 80-year-old male who is fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. So, Dr. Azar, taking a look at that summary, what are some of your takeaways from this?
Yeah, Stephen, and of course I always have to make the disclaimer that I am not the president's physician, so I don't have, that kind of close microscope on his health care, but certainly I think the communication from his doctor appears to be accurate. The only major change in the last year, as you mentioned, was that he had COVID last summer, but he recovered well with no evidence of long COVID. When we look at an assessment of any individual, really at any age, but certainly someone who's 80 years old like the president, there's really two domains. There's the physical as well as the mental or the cognitive. He had a very, very thorough physical exam. He does have some chronic conditions, as many individuals do with age. He has atrial fibrillation. He's on a blood thinner for that. They also spend a little bit of time describing, again, the very detailed neurological exam he had because of this stiffness that I think we've all, witnessed or can observe when watching him walk, for example, with no evidence of any chronic neurological conditions like Parkinson's, which is very reassuring. He didn't undergo a formal cognitive assessment. That of course is the decision that his doctor can make, that he does or does not need one every single year. He did have a lesion removed that looked somewhat suspicious and was sent for biopsy, and those results are pending. But overall, Stephen, really quite a good assessment of his health.
I wanted to ask you a bit more about that lesion that the president had removed from his chest, sent off for biopsy. Is that anything to be concerned about?
Stephen, skin checks, right? We recommend them pretty much yearly for most individuals. And no, not at the moment. I think that I would imagine that if it was a very concerning lesion like a melanoma, he may have indicated that in the report. The president does have a history of having non-melanoma skin cancers removed, such as basal and squamous cells. His wife just recently underwent a Mohs procedure for a similar type of non-melanoma cancer. So this is very routine, Stephen. They will send it for biopsy. If it does come back as a cancer, such as a basal or squamous cell, he will very likely undergo a Mohs procedure himself, which has an incredibly high cure rate.
And a good reminder that those skin checks are so important. And so, Dr. Azar, overall,
Absolutely.
You mentioned you're not the White House physician, but overall, is there anything here that could affect a potential re-election bid for the president next year?
No, I don't think so. And, as I'm reading his physical exam and the report, I think about all of my patients who are the president's age. And the thing is, unfortunately, as we get older, time becomes that commodity that just doesn't, go endlessly. And there are conditions that are associated with advancing age, falls, the development of new, illnesses or conditions. At the moment, I don't see anything that would be disqualifying for him from a physical, standpoint. But again, because of advancing age, there are always things that can theoretically happen. I wish him the best. And, some of these things, of course, you can't predict.
All right, Dr. Azar, thanks so much for your insights this morning. And staying on health in Washington, newly elected Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman has voluntarily checked into Walter Reed Medical Center to be treated for clinical depression. Now, this comes just 1 week after the freshman senator was hospitalized for feeling lightheaded. Fetterman also, of course, suffered a stroke last year while on the campaign trail. According to a statement from Fetterman's chief of staff, the senator, quote, experienced depression off and on throughout his life. It only became severe in recent weeks. After examining John, the doctors at Walter Reed told us that John is getting the care he needs and will soon be back to himself. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now with more on this. Ali, thanks for being here. So what more do we know about his diagnosis? Of course, he did have that stroke last year and the recovery. Did any of that possibly play a role here?
Yeah, Stephen, good morning. This news coming as a huge surprise to a lot of people yesterday. You talked about those recent health developments at the top there, and we're learning from a senior aide to Senator Fetterman how those physical health developments have impacted his mental health recently. This senior aide telling NBC News that there was sort of this feeling that Senator Fetterman would have time to rest and restore after that high-stakes, high-profile Pennsylvania Senate race in November. But they say depression didn't follow that sort of timeline. This aide telling NBC that he's had to sort of adjust and learn more about himself, this new reality post-stroke. Fetterman, once a very lively and energetic man, now dealing with the impacts of that stroke that's robbed him of some cognitive and communications abilities. We know that he now walks around Capitol Hill with an iPad that really dictates what people around him are saying because he has auditory issues now. So Fetterman dealing with depression, an issue so many people deal with across the country, but he's dealing with it on a much more public, more noticeable scale, Stephen.
Yeah, no doubt. So difficult to deal with the recovery from a stroke and do so in the public eye. As we know, Fetterman's health was made a huge issue on the campaign trail. Do we know at all how this could affect his role in Washington, both near term and longer term?
Yeah, the senior aide is saying that this isn't going to be a quick fix. This is going to take a couple weeks because Senator Fetterman is in inpatient care right now. Doctors are sort of trying different medications on him. That's going to take time, first of all, to take effect, and then adjustments to that medication may be necessary. They say this will require more observation, and this is what's needed at this point to get him on this long-term investment, this short-term sort of care for this long-term investment in his long-term care. Because when you think about it, he's only a month into a 6-year term. So they're saying that this is what's needed right now, but they do want to stress that a resignation from his role, from his position, was never on the table, Stephen.
And this is something so many people have to deal with. What about his Senate colleagues? Are we hearing any responses from them?
That's interesting because a lot of times we learn about sort of health problems from lawmakers after the fact, or they try to cover that up. And in this case, it was a clear disclosure by Fetterman's team to announce this. And that's being met with really an outpouring of support from his colleagues in Congress on both sides of the aisle. For example, we saw tweets from Democratic Senator Dick Durbin yesterday saying that he's glad Fetterman is seeking care at this time. He says it's important to take care of your mental health, and it takes extreme strength to reach out when you need help. Republican Senator Ted Cruz saying mental health is real and serious, and I hope he gets the care he needs. So all of them, expressing their love and well wishes this morning, and they're saying that they commend him for coming out publicly and addressing this, Stephen.
Absolutely. Glad to see he's getting so much support. Ali Rafa, thank you. And speaking of mental health, it's always a good time to remind you, if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can text or call the Suicide and Crisis Hotline at 988. All right, now to the latest on the derailed train in eastern Ohio and the growing concerns among residents about the safety of both the air and water there. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen has that story.
At the County Humane Center, Teresa McGuire says she hears about sick pets and livestock every day.
We're hearing a lot of this. We're hearing a lot of decreased appetite, not wanting to drink. If they do drink, they're throwing up.
Luke Lavin says he's too afraid to return to his home half a mile from the crash site.
I don't want to go home because I don't have the answers to go home.
Anger mounting in East Palestine, nearly 2 weeks after a fiery train derailment and controlled burn of hazardous chemicals sent a huge, dark, toxic cloud over this rural community. And despite almost daily assurances that days later it was safe for thousands of evacuees to return home.
What do you say to people who are just scared?
You know, I say, first and foremost, I'm a father, a husband. All families want to be safe, and they need to know that their air is clean and their water is safe to drink.
The country's top environmental official here personally trying to reassure residents.
Was it the correct call to tell people that they could go back and end the evacuation?
You know, the state made that declaration in concert with both governors in Pennsylvania and Ohio. The state made the right call based on the data that we have.
Officials promising to expand environmental testing to areas further from the crash site and urging residents to seek medical attention if they are feeling ill. Norfolk Southern, the train operator, telling the community we will not walk away, posting an open letter after saying it feared for its employees' safety if they attended a recent town hall meeting. The company is facing demands for more accountability.
They need to be here in the community, and they need to be answering questions.
Another of Norfolk Southern's trains derailed this morning in Michigan. No hazardous materials aboard, no injuries, the company said. Meanwhile, in Ohio, residents keep a stockpile of bottled water and worry.
And you're saying it's okay, but don't drink the water, use bottled water. That doesn't make sense.
Some huge trust issues here. Officials say they're being as transparent as possible, posting as much information online as they can, including test results. But some residents we spoke to say they want independent experts involved in this, not just government officials. Now back to you.
A lot of questions there. Ron Allen, thank you. All right, turning now to the latest in the Georgia grand jury investigation of former President Trump's attempt to meddle in the state's 2020 election results. Parts of its report, released Thursday, say some witnesses may have committed perjury. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander gets us up to speed.
Well, after months of operating privately, now the special grand jury's report is at least partially public, but there's still a lot that we don't know.
In Georgia, a special grand jury investigating former President Trump and his allies regarding the 2020 election says one or more witnesses may have lied under oath, and the jury recommends indictments. The report only partially public, out of fairness to future defendants, a judge says, all of it stemming from this phone call to Georgia's Republican Secretary of State.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
That launched a sweeping criminal investigation into whether he and his allies broke the law while trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Jurors heard from 75 witnesses, though Mr. Trump's lawyers say he was never called to testify. Leading the investigation, Fulton County's Democratic DA, Fani Willis, who last year told us this.
I don't care what status you've reached in life. If you come into my community and you commit a crime, you deserve to be held responsible. If he committed a crime in my jurisdiction, then it includes him.
The Trump campaign calling the president's phone call perfect, saying the sections of the report do not even mention President Trump's name, adding that the former president did absolutely nothing wrong.
And the DA has said that her decision on potential charges is imminent. Back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks so much. And joining us now for more on this, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, good morning. As we just heard from Blaine there, according to this report, some witnesses may have lied to the grand jury. They said that in that Section 8 of the report. What could that mean for those people?
Boy, we are poring over this like it's some ancient religious text and trying to read into what it says and doesn't say. What we think we can say is that it's a lot shorter than some of the other reports that we've seen issued in other investigations of Trump. But all we're left saying is that there may be people who committed perjury, and Trump and others are not ruled out as having recommended criminal charges against them. So it's really a wait and see. I mean, it doesn't rule anything out, but it does appear to create a bit of a benchmark in that the report concludes that there was no widespread fraud in the election. And that, if that is an established fact, would be difficult to use as some kind of defense if people are indicted for attempting to subvert it.
And that was a unanimous vote, according to the report, that there was no fraud. And we did get comment from the former president on this already on his platform, Truth Social. The president thanking the special grand jury, saying the report was, quote, a total exoneration. So what are your thoughts on that? He says that he went on to say that the report didn't mention his name, but that was the whole deal with releasing just these 3 parts, that no names were in it, right?
I love the PR of all this. Just declare total exoneration, even if that's exactly what the report does not say. The report does not make that conclusion. In fact, the worst case scenario is that it could potentially recommend charges against folks close to Trump and even possibly Trump himself. Again, those are only recommendations. This special grand jury is a bit of an anomaly in criminal law because it doesn't actually indict. It really just creates a report, gives it to the DA, and the DA can choose to indict. When you think about it, the DA could have dispensed with the grand jury report entirely. She could have just gone to a regular grand jury and sought an indictment. This is just an additional step that leaves us all wondering, what did they conclude? Because ultimately what they conclude is not binding on anyone, including the DA herself.
And you mentioned this a little bit already, that quote that we took away from this. No widespread fraud took place in the Georgia 2020 presidential election that could result in overturning the election. So we got that part in this report that released, these 3 sections that were released as well. Walk us through how that relates to Trump and his team.
If anyone, Trump and his team, if any of them are indicted for their involvement in attempting to overturn the election, then a defense will likely be, we reasonably believed, or we actually believed, that what we were doing was fighting against an injustice, that there was something criminal afoot going on with this election, and we were railing against it, as is our right to do. But with a conclusion by the grand jury that there was no widespread fraud, that goes a long way towards diffusing that defense, that, hey, if there was no fraud, then it may not have been reasonable to fight against the results of the election. It's not conclusive. It's not a piece of evidence that decides the issue without further debate, but it goes a long way in dispelling the idea that this was a defensible course of conduct to attack the results of this election.
So now the ball's in Fani Willis's court, the DA, on if indictments actually come down. Is that right?
It was always in her court. And really, that's why the special grand jury, in so many ways, was symbolic. They did not have the power to indict. They only had the power to investigate, something the DA can do herself. And she can accept or reject the conclusions and seek an indictment, irrespective of this report, a report that we haven't really seen much of anyway.
All right. Denny Savalos, thanks so much. All right, time now for a check of our Morning News Now forecast. Angie Lastman joins us now. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, Stephen. We're gearing up, of course, for the weekend. It's Friday. Things are going to be nice for a lot of folks across the country, but here's what we have to watch for. This line of showers and thunderstorms and even some snow that is associated with that same cold front that brought some severe weather to folks yesterday and the day before that. The good news is the severe weather threat has diminished a lot. The bad news is that it'll be a little bit of a soggy morning from basically Raleigh up through Boston. We'll see some of those rain showers. Meanwhile, the interior areas of New England are going to see some snow showers. It all ends pretty quickly. By the time we get into the early afternoon, most of that will be offshore as this system continues pushing out towards the east. But of course, we could see some lingering impacts when it comes to travel. Here's those winter alerts that we see right now. Buffalo, Watertown, Burlington, all included in that. Northern parts of Maine, that's where you'll see the highest amount of snow totals. And that does come through the day today, hence the reason that we have the winter storm warning in effect in bright pink there. The snow totals for that location, anywhere from 2, 4, 6, even up to 8 inches the farther north you go in Maine. A couple of, maybe an inch or two in other spots across the interior of New England. But either way, no snow for folks on along the East Coast, especially New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. It's going to fall, that precipitation in the form of rain. It's quite warm. I'm sure you've noticed it. If you live in any of those cities over the past couple of days, we have been feeling very spring-like. So about 1/4 of an inch of rain for folks there. Here's where we started this morning, into the low 60s, mid 60s for some folks ahead of this front. By the time we get to early afternoon and especially into the evening hours tonight, these temperatures take a tumble as this front continues to work its way to the east. There's a lot of cold air behind it. Temperatures are in the 30s in the Midwest, so we'll see some cooler conditions on the way for Saturday, but it warms right back up by the time we get onto Sunday. In places like New York, Stephen, 55 degrees.
Wow, not bad at all. I do admit I turned the AC on last night in New York City.
I wished I had, trust me.
I had to do it already. All right, thanks, Angie. Well, still to come, a miracle in the middle of tragedy. We have an update this morning on that teenage girl pulled alive from the rubble 10 days after a massive earthquake that killed tens of thousands of people. Her story of survival and incredible rescue. Plus, the war in Ukraine topping the agenda in Germany as world leaders gather to talk about global security. We'll take you to Munich for more next on Morning News Now.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at more amazing rescues in Turkey over a week after a major earthquake brought devastation to the region. This man was safely brought to the hospital after spending 261 hours beneath the rubble. Here he is speaking to his relatives for the first time since that quake struck. While on a call, he asks for an update on his parents. Fortunately, they also survived. Plus, a teenage girl was pulled from the rubble alive after being trapped for more than 10 days. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more on the moment that lifted the spirits of a country that's dealing with so much heartbreak.
248 hours after a catastrophic earthquake shook southern Turkey, the miracles don't stop. This is 17-year-old Elena Olmez, rescued from the rubble of a building in the Turkish city of Kahramanmaraş. She's carried to a waiting ambulance. The crowd celebrates with applause. At the local university hospital, Elena smiles as she tells reporters how she survived the 11 days. I'm fine, thank you, she says. I had nothing with me. I just tried to pass the time.
Çok şükür, bin şükür dualarımızın karşılığı oldu Aleyna.
For family members, Elena's rescue is an answered prayer. But for many other families in Kahramanmaraş, the desperate search continues. One of the missing, 11-year-old Hedayet Ella Göksu. Her grandparents waiting for news from rescue workers all day and into the night. My hands are tied, she says. I want to find my granddaughter, even if I freeze to death here waiting. Back at the university hospital, doctors get ready to send Elena to a bigger hospital in the capital city of Ankara. As she's moved, a reporter calls out, Elena, you'll be great. We love you. All of Turkey loves you very much today. Matt Bradley, NBC News, Turkey.
World leaders are gathering in Munich, Germany this morning for the city's annual security conference. The war in Ukraine, of course, expected to top the agenda at the three-day event, with President Volodymyr Zelensky set to deliver the opening speech later today. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubey is in Munich now with more on this. So, Courtney, this conference comes as we're coming up very quickly on the one-year anniversary of Russia's latest invasion in Ukraine. How will that play into this year's event? And do we know what we're expecting to hear from Zelensky?
I mean, the war in Ukraine is basically the major focus of this event. It was the same way last year. It was on the eve of the actual invasion. Now we're on the one-year anniversary of that invasion, and Ukraine is still the major focus here. One of the things that I'm hearing a lot about already is the need to deter Russia, not just in Ukraine, but for further expansion of any of Vladimir Putin's efforts to take other areas outside of Ukraine. But I'm also hearing a lot of talk about the need for Russia to be held accountable for what is happening to the Ukrainian people. And I think that that's something that we're going to hear more and more about over the next 2 days of conferences and events here. As you mentioned, we'll hear from the Ukrainian leadership. We'll also hear from a number of other world leaders, including France's Emmanuel Macron. We'll hear from, of course, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. And then tomorrow we'll hear from the U.S.'s Vice President Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken, Secretary of State. Most of these conversations, again, will be about Russia and Ukraine. We expect, according to a White House official, to hear from Vice President Harris about things like the Ukrainian people, their resilience, and how Russia needs to end this brutal war on the Ukrainian people right now.
Do we know anything else about what Vice President Kamala Harris is expecting to talk about? She's leading the U.S. delegation there. Do we know anything else about her messaging?
And it is an enormous delegation, not just from the White House and from the State Department, but there's a huge bipartisan congressional delegation here, as well as U.S. military leaders here for a number of meetings. I can tell you, I've been trying to get in to see a lot of them, and they have meetings back to back all day long today, all of the U.S. delegations. So, but the major issue, or the major message that the U.S. is trying to send here is one of support and commitment to the Ukrainian people. And I keep hearing the terms long-term commitment to the Ukrainian Ukrainian people. So when I ask what does that mean exactly, it's not just weapons and equipment, but a long-term commitment to the Ukrainian people rebuilding and supporting them no matter how long this war goes on in Ukraine. I've actually been surprised. I keep asking people here, U.S. officials, when you talk about a long-term commitment, does that mean that even if this conflict is going on 1 year, 2 years, 5 years from now, the U.S. will still be there supporting them with things like equipment, with intelligence? And I have gotten all around the board a resounding yes.
Wow, an important question there. And running out of time here, Courtney, but wanted to ask, we know China's foreign minister is supposed to be at the event as well. The Chinese balloon incident still marinating there. Do we have any potential knowledge? Will he try to speak with Secretary Blinken? Is that a meeting that's at all possible?
So at this point, we haven't heard of anything official, but I got to tell you, I've been to this conference a number of times now, and we hear a lot about these sort of sidelines, or they call them pull-aside meetings. And that's, I mean, walking around in there, you can't walk 5 feet without seeing some world leader. So it's very possible that they will see each other at some point. If they do, if they are able to speak, I imagine that the main topic is going to be these balloons, the surveillance program that the Chinese have, and then also trying to reopen some of these lines of communication. The U.S. military hotline to China has been, they haven't answered it for a number of months there, ever since Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan. They basically shut down that communication. So I suspect that will be something that they would talk about if, in fact, the two men meet here.
All right, Courtney Kube on top of all of it. Thank you so much. All right, more international news now. Major protests in Beirut. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more. Good morning, Josh.
Hey, Stephen. Dozens of protesters attacked banks in the Lebanese capital, smashing windows, breaking things, setting fire to tires, even blocking the roads. They're protesting limits on cash withdrawals that have been in place since Lebanon's economic meltdown started in 2019. These attacks came as the Lebanese pound has hit a record low, worsening the dire poverty there. Now to the Vatican, where Pope Francis is making clear he's not going anywhere. Although his predecessor, the late Pope Benedict, resigned, Pope Francis says that should be the exception, not the rule. He says unless his health gets in the way, he says no reason why he shouldn't serve for life. Francis making those comments during a trip to the Democratic Republic of Congo. And finally to Japan, where organizers are gearing up to host the trash-picking World Cup in November. 20 teams from around the world, including the U.S., will compete for who can pick up the most trash from Tokyo streets in just 1 hour, and to properly sort out the recyclables. Japan has been holding this competition for years at beaches, parks, and even riverbanks to try to promote sustainability. Stephen?
All right, Josh Letterman, thanks so much for that update. Coming up on Morning News Now, demanding answers. This morning, parents outraged over the death of a high school freshman who took her own life after being beaten by classmates on camera. We'll have more on that tragedy, plus the new calls for accountability. Also, a twist in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. The new video evidence of Murdaugh's attempted suicide months after the murders of his wife and son. You're watching Morning News Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. A New Jersey school board is facing fallout from parents after the tragic death of a 14-year-old girl who died by suicide after being beaten by classmates on camera. A board meeting was held last night amid growing outrage from the community as they seek answers following new accusations that bullying is surfacing at that same high school. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more.
Calls for change grow louder in this New Jersey community.
I really am fed up with the school because they had numerous reports about Adriana being bullied and they didn't do anything to step in.
With school officials in the hot seat during its first news conference since the tragic death of a 14-year-old student.
Can you give any specifics around what could be done differently, though?
2 questions. Not on that particular, I'm sorry, not on that particular case. It is a legal matter. I apologize. Moving into the future, we're going to continue to educate and to get better.
Freshman Adriana Kush took her own life earlier this month, family says, just 2 days after she was beaten in the halls of Central Regional High School. Captured on this video obtained by WNBC, then circulated on social media. Her father says it was all mishandled by the district.
I want to hold the school accountable. They're absolutely refusing to protect our children.
4 students have been criminally charged in connection with the incident, according to prosecutors, and the superintendent has resigned. Adriana's tragic death comes amid startling new data from the CDC, revealing teen girls are experiencing record levels of violence, sadness, and suicide risk. In 2011, just over a third felt persistently sad or hopeless. That number skyrocketed to a stunning 57% a decade later. Experts say the factors that lead to suicide are often multifaceted, but a recent study found young people who experienced cyberbullying were more than 4 times as likely to report suicidal thoughts. Since Adriana's death, other alleged incidents of bullying at the school have resurfaced. Attorney Jonathan Ettman's client transferred out of Central Regional after he says she was attacked last year. The family now bringing a lawsuit against the school and district.
I'm horrified that while we are in suit with the school, it's now happened again. And now this young girl, Adriana, has lost her life. The schools are they're not taking these threats seriously enough.
School officials did not respond to our request for comment on the lawsuit, but the acting superintendent addressing those concerns.
Data alone, it doesn't indicate that we're a culture of violence. We don't condone that.
Earlier this week, Governor Phil Murphy was asked if the state will be investigating bullying in the school or more broadly statewide.
I can't say specifically, but the answer will be yes. We always look in the mirror after something like this, and this is an awful, awful, awful tragedy.
A tragedy commemorated with a moment of silence as a heartbroken community seeks answers.
Heartbreaking indeed. Emily, thanks for that. And again, want to reiterate, if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call and get help from the Suicide and Crisis Hotline. The number there on your screen, 988. Well, what prosecutors describe as a failed assisted suicide attempt was the focus in court yesterday during the double murder trial of former lawyer Alex Murdaugh. Jurors were also presented with video evidence of Murdaugh's interview with police shortly after that attempt. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has those details.
In court on Thursday, the highly contested, long-awaited evidence of Alex Murdaugh's roadside assisted suicide plot.
Video from inside an ambulance nearly 3 months after his wife and son's murder. Alex Murdaugh tells first responders he was shot on the side of the road while changing a flat tire.
It sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud.
The highly contested evidence of Murdaugh's roadside suicide plot finally shown to the jury Thursday. In court, airing the misleading evidence Alex offered at the scene, telling investigators a shotgun might have been used, and the first descriptions he gave of an unknown assailant.
A real nice guy.
9 days later, investigators would learn a different story from Murdaugh. The assailant was not only known, but related to him, his cousin Curtis Eddie Smith. Murdaugh tells investigators in a recorded call with his lawyers that he asked Smith to kill him.
I told him that things would get ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
Even gave him the gun to do it so that his son Buster would collect on his $11 million insurance policy.
Did Alec Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alec Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders at Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
And our thanks to Katie Beck for that reporting. Court adjourned yesterday with defense attorneys telling the judge that they plan to have a long cross-examination on this evidence coming up this morning as prosecutors hope to call their last witness later today. And turning now to a remarkable story of strength and courage. Tampa officials have released a new surveillance video showing the moment one woman successfully fought off an attacker while working out in her gym. Now she's speaking out about that experience and how she was able to make that getaway. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the latest.
Surveillance video captured the incredible moment a Tampa woman fought off an attacker at her apartment complex's gym.
I said, if I keep going, if I keep pushing, I keep fighting, he's going to stop. He's going to let go, and he finally did.
24-year-old Nishali Alma, a personal trainer, told Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies she was exercising alone around 10 p.m. on January 22nd when she saw a man she'd previously seen at the gym trying to get in.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in, and he came inside. My thought process was, like you said, like it was just another dude coming in to work out.
But after 25-year-old Xavier Thomas Jones entered, this happened instead.
Next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout and I grab my phone and he just approaches me and not a single word was exchanged. As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what the F are you doing? I said, get away from me. And he kept trying to come towards me and kept reapproaching me.
Video shows Thomas Jones chasing her around the gym before grabbing Alma and pinning her down.
In my mind, I knew I was stronger than him and I knew I could fight back.
The seasoned weightlifter seen here holding her attacker in a chokehold while trying to call 911 before throwing more punches, leading Thomas Jones to release his grip. Self-defense expert Patrick Lockton at New York City's Krav Maga Institute says Alma's quick thinking under pressure was key.
She fought back. And the most important thing is she didn't freeze. She didn't fall into that trap.
Alma immediately ran outside, escaping to a nearby apartment. Now she's sharing her story and encouraging other women with similar experiences to do the same.
No other person should go through this. No other person should have to feel like this. No other person should have to go through a situation like this.
Experts say avoiding an incident like this starts with being aware of your surroundings and moving quickly if you're in danger.
Getting in the way, creating obstacles, creating an opportunity, a space between you and your attacker. So I'd be going straight for vulnerable. So again, just the eyes, hitting him in the nose with a phone, striking him in the throat, because everybody's soft tissue there, it's soft tissue in your eyes as well, and it's going to hurt everybody no matter how strong you are.
Authorities were able to track down Thomas Jones and arrested him the next day. He pled not guilty to charges of sexual battery, false imprisonment, and kidnapping, and will appear in court next month. An attorney for Thomas Jones did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
The day he was arrested and the day they caught him, I saw the whole thing go down. It was a relief.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Incredible quick thinking there. Priscilla, thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, short supply. Pharmacies nationwide reporting a shortage of a critical drug used by both children and adults, while officials say the supply just can't meet the demand.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with a look at the nationwide shortage of a critical drug used to treat ADHD in both children and adults. In recent years, prescriptions for Adderall and similar drugs have jumped dramatically, but supplies just are not keeping up, leaving many people unable to find the medication that doctors say they need. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
For adults and children who need it, Adderall, other ADHD meds, and the generics can make all the difference in concentrating, multitasking, and lowering overall stress. But today, millions of Americans can't fill their prescriptions amid a nationwide shortage.
It's very hard to concentrate and remember things.
Near San Francisco, single mom Lisa Javaharian and her doctor have been struggling to find pharmacies with the Adderall that both Lisa and her 14-year-old son rely on.
So I'm kind of thinking of rationing now, but I don't know how that's going to affect myself as well as my son. He is more important, so I'd rather not ration him.
Adderall and similar meds have officially been in short supply for nearly 6 months.
I've been practicing medicine for 25 years. There's never been a shortage like this.
97% of community pharmacists report a shortage. Teva Pharmaceuticals, the prime supplier of Adderall, says manufacturing problems are mostly resolved. But demand has jumped dramatically. U.S. prescriptions more than doubled in the past 12 years, with a big surge during the pandemic when doctors were seeing patients remotely. Because Adderall can be abused, the DEA sets strict production quotas.
It's almost similar to trying to stop drunk driving by not allowing the sale of cars. People who need these medications no longer have access to them because of these quotas.
The DEA says most manufacturers have plenty of supply and have not fully hit their supply quota for 3 years. But clearly, demand right now does seem to be outstripping supply. Back to you.
All right, Tom Costello, thank you. All right, now to financial headlines. Despite avoiding mass layoffs, unlike its competitors, Apple is now looking at making some big job cuts of its own. CNBC's Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning. So let's start with Apple. Apple has actually been laying off hundreds of contractors over the past several days, some of whom work directly with Apple employees on projects. So this is coming from the New York Post. They're saying that Apple's terminated them outright instead of waiting for their contracts to expire. And so this is news because Apple previously had largely avoided the mass layoffs that we saw at Dropbox, at Meta, the list continues. And a lot of these big tech rivals have resorted to layoffs because of uncertainty in the U.S. and global economy. The delivery boom sparked by the pandemic keeps boosting the fortunes of companies like DoorDash. The service seeing revenue rise in the fourth quarter of last year as consumers spent more on deliveries of food and household essentials, even if prices rose and more restaurants reopened. DoorDash has now more than 32 million monthly users, and its DashPass premium service now has more than 15 million members. TikTok is taking a page out of HQ Trivia's playbook, launching a series of live trivia games. Users can log in to play between February 22nd and the 26th, and TikTok is going to offer $500,000 in cash prizes that'll be split between winners. You must be 18 years or older, and you have to be in the U.S. to participate, but the categories include lifestyle, beauty, sports, music, along with questions about John Wick. The event, there's the catch, is sponsored by Lionsgate and the upcoming film, John Wick Chapter 4. So I guess people will have to go back and watch the other chapters.
There are several chapters, but people are so excited about that. All right.
Oh, I should go watch it then.
Yes, yeah, you should. There are a few of them. Christina, thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, it's a sad update to tell you about for actor Bruce Willis. We'll tell you about his new diagnosis less than 1 year after stepping away from acting. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You were.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Actor Bruce Willis is known for taking down bad guys in Hollywood action movies, but now his family revealing that the acting legend is facing a different type of fight, a diagnosis of frontotemporal dementia. Kaylee Hartung joins us now from Los Angeles with more on this. Kaylee, so many people giving the Willises their well wishes right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. And his blended family has really been in lockstep since they first revealed that he was facing health challenges last spring. Now they are sharing this difficult news that his condition has progressed and say they have a deeper understanding of what he's experiencing.
I promise, Grace.
This morning, the family of legendary Hollywood action star Bruce Willis sharing new details about the cruel disease they say he's battling.
Plenty more where that came from.
Nearly 1 year after Willis was diagnosed with aphasia, a disease that impacts his cognitive abilities, forcing him to retire from his blockbuster acting career, his family saying in a statement, Bruce's condition has progressed, and we now have a more specific diagnosis. Frontotemporal dementia. The critically acclaimed actor became a bona fide star as the action hero John McClane in the Die Hard franchise.
Yeah, I'm still here. Unless you want to open the front door for me.
And in 2015, Willis shared on Today he was checking off another bucket list item, Broadway.
I had never been on Broadway, and as far as I'm concerned, it is the big time.
Starring in Misery, an adaptation of Stephen King's book. Now the Golden Globe winner is facing a different challenge offstage. This rare form of dementia, known as FTD, affects areas of the brain associated with personality, behavior, and language. It tends to occur at a younger age than other forms of dementia, the onset often between 45 and 60 years old. Willis, now 67, is among the 50 to 60,000 Americans fighting it. His family saying, unfortunately, challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease Bruce faces. While this is painful, it is a relief to finally have a clear diagnosis.
Welcome to the party, pal!
Willis's blended family has rallied around him through this difficult time. His wife, Emma, their 2 daughters, as well as his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and their 3 daughters, writing in their latest statement, Bruce has always found joy in life and has helped everyone he knows to do the same. It has meant the world to see that sense of care echoed back to him and to all of us.
There's currently no cure for FTD, and there are no treatments to slow down or stop the progression of the disease. But Willis's family says that's a reality they hope they can change as they try to shine a light on it. Stephen.
Glad he's getting so much support. Kaylee, thank you. All right, now to the 2-year-long journey of a missing cat from Florida who was found earlier this week 1,400 miles away in Kansas. The adorable orange tabby cat named what else but Lucky was turned into the Prairie Village Police Department by a local resident, and thankfully Lucky was microchipped. Animal control officers discovered the tabby had traveled all the way from Miami over those years. Quite the journey. The department has contacted the owner and hopes to reunite them soon after Lucky's very long vacation, a reunion we hope to not miss. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but your news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, speaking out, President Biden defiant after weeks of bipartisan criticism over his administration's handling of those aerial objects shot down by U.S. fighter jets.
Sending a clear message. The violation of our sovereignty is unacceptable. We'll act to protect our country, and we did.
In an exclusive phone call with NBC, the president revealing details about a planned meeting with China's leader and his thoughts on the controversy surrounding his decisions. Growing outrage 2 weeks after a toxic train derailment in Ohio, Emotions are running raw and patience is running out as hundreds packed into a gym to demand answers. Despite new reassurances from state and federal officials, neighbors say they're concerned toxic chemicals are seeping into their waterways. All of this as we're learning more about another train derailment, this time in Michigan. First appearance for the first time since their arrests. The 5 now former police officers accused of murdering Tyree Nichols will appear before a judge this morning. We're in Memphis with what comes next. And into the quantum realm. Everyone's favorite pint-sized superhero back on the big screen. And that is not all. From Star Trek to Skrillex, we're breaking down everything you need to know heading into the weekend on our can't miss list. All right, we do begin this hour with President Biden's first comments on those unidentified aerial objects that were recently shot down over North America. The president had been under a lot of pressure to speak out on those incidents, saying yesterday the 3 objects were not tied to Beijing. He also said he plans to directly speak with the Chinese president. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Walker has the latest.
Good day to you. These were really President Biden's most extensive comments yet on the Chinese spy balloon and those 3 unidentified objects shot down last weekend. It was an attempt to reassure Americans and also to temper the growing criticism from all sides about the president's handling of this ordeal.
Facing mounting pressure for more transparency after the U.S. shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon and 3 unidentified objects over the U.S. and Canada, President Biden on defense, making his first extensive remarks on the matter.
If any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
The president giving new details about the 3 objects over Alaska, the Canadian Yukon, and Lake Huron, saying while the U.S. does not know exactly what the objects were, they do not appear to be connected to China's spy balloon program or surveillance by another foreign power.
The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation, or research institutions.
In an attempt to reassure worried Americans, the president said there is no evidence of a sharp increase in unidentified objects, explaining the U.S. is seeing more of them after enhancing its radar in the wake of the spy balloon. In an exclusive phone interview with NBC News, Peter Alexander pressed the president whether it was an overreaction to shoot down those 3 objects. The president responding, it would have been easier not to shoot them down in the face of political pressure, adding, I got a recommendation from the military. With tensions rising between the U.S. and China, the president unapologetic for shooting down that suspected spy balloon earlier this month, despite criticism he waited too long.
We waited until it was safely over water, which would not only protect civilians, but also enable us to recover substantial components for further analysis, for further analytics. And then we shot it down, sending a clear message.
Insisting the U.S. is seeking competition with China, not conflict. Mr. Biden also telling Peter he plans to speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping, saying, I think the last thing that Xi wants is to fundamentally rip the relationship with the United States and with me.
The president is also directing his team to develop what he's calling sharper rules for handling future unidentified objects. So the idea here is to better distinguish those that threaten U.S. safety and security and those that do not. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thanks so much. Well, growing outrage this morning following a train derailment in Ohio 2 weeks ago, which ended up releasing hazardous chemicals. Now residents' fears are growing that their health is at risk. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Ohio and joins us now with the very latest. Ron, good morning.
Good morning. The head of the federal EPA was here to offer many of the same reassurances to residents as other state and local officials have. But there's a lot of distrust here. A lot of residents worried whether their community will ever be safe again. This morning, emotions overflowing in East Palestine, Ohio.
All I know is our town needs help.
It's been 2 weeks since a Norfolk Southern train flew off the tracks, sending flames and smoke into the sky. Some of the area's nearly 5,000 residents wearily returning home after evacuation orders were lifted. But many now have more questions than answers.
Now that we're home, you don't know what to think.
State officials say the air and water are safe around East Palestine, and testing will continue. But growing concern that rain may spread toxic chemicals from the derailment site into other nearby waterways. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine assuring the community that plans are in place to prevent that from happening with the creation of multiple dams. Many locals like Luke Glavin feel the risk is too high to go home.
They said, oh, it's kind of like paint. You know, there's a residual smell after you paint your house. But okay, if that's the case, then why are people still getting sore throats and you know, their eyes burning?
EPA Administrator Michael Regan visited the derailment site and sought to reassure skeptical residents.
To the folks of East Palestine, we see them, we hear them. That's why I'm here on the ground, and we will hold Norfolk Southern accountable.
But the Biden administration is facing backlash over what many say has been a delayed response. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin saying in a statement, it is unacceptable that it took nearly 2 weeks for a senior administration official to show up. In an open letter to the community, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan H. Shaw said, we are here and will stay here for as long as it takes to ensure your safety and to help East Palestine recover and thrive. The letter comes amid growing calls for Norfolk Southern to do more.
Norfolk Southern should be doing a lot more to clean up the contaminated soil.
Another Norfolk Southern train derailed Thursday in Michigan. Local police indicating one rail car contained hazardous materials, but was not among the cars that overturned. But for East Palestine residents, health concerns are mounting.
It has to be more than just a coincidence to have such a small-knit community having so many issues in the aftermath of that disaster.
The federal government, the Biden administration, is saying that it will send the state of Ohio everything Governor Mike DeWine is requesting. For example, more experts from the CDC are headed this way. Residents are very concerned, and they want medical screening and monitoring set up for the long term, because they're very concerned about what could happen here in the years to come. And they also want more independent experts involved, not just government officials and politicians. Steve?
All right, Ron Allen, thanks so much for that update. All right, now to the latest on the health of Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. His chief of staff says Fetterman checked himself into Walter Reed Medical Center to undergo treatment for clinical depression. This, of course, comes after Fetterman recovered from a stroke he suffered last May while running for the Senate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on this. Ryan, good morning.
Stephen, good morning to you. And a senior aide tells NBC News that what the senator is dealing with right now is a lot different than the aftermath of his stroke from last spring, and that he will likely remain in an inpatient care facility for a few weeks. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman taking a temporary step back this morning after revealing a struggle familiar to millions of Americans. The lawmaker, still recovering from a stroke, checked himself into a hospital after being diagnosed with clinical depression. Fetterman's office revealing that he met with the Capitol physician on Monday, who suggested he seek care at Walter Reed. His chief of staff saying, quote, while John has experienced depression off and on throughout his life, it only became severe in recent weeks. Experts say depression in the wake of a stroke is very common.
It is the most important and most frequent psychiatric complication from stroke. Many patients will experience depression.
Fetterman's announcement comes a week after being hospitalized for lightheadedness. He returned to work days later after a battery of tests revealed no physical problems. The senator has auditory and processing issues related to last year's stroke. He uses a tablet to participate in hearings and communicate with staff, similar to what he used in an interview with NBC's Dasha Burns last October.
It's really just how things happen, because I sometimes will hear things in a way that's not perfectly clear. So I use captioning, so I'm able to see what you're saying.
While his doctors have said he has no cognitive issues, the impacts of the stroke appear to have taken an emotional toll. An aide telling NBC that the depression symptoms he is dealing with now are, quote, a very different beast than what he was dealing with after the stroke last year. His colleagues and family rushing to his support.
I think what John has done is really courageous to step up and take care of himself.
His wife tweeting, I'm so proud of him for asking for help and getting the care he needs.
Will he be able to make a complete recovery from this?
He should be able to. It would be my expectation that he can absolutely be successfully treated for this.
And his office is so confident that Fetterman will make that full recovery that they say the prospect of resignation was, quote, never discussed and is not on the table. Stephen?
Something so many people are dealing with. Ryan, thank you. All right, now to the murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. Jurors have now seen a video that allegedly shows the moments the former South Carolina attorney was in an ambulance taken after prosecutors describe was a failed assisted suicide attempt. And this morning, after 4 weeks and more than 50 witnesses, prosecutors seem to be close to resting their case. Katie Beck joins us now from outside of the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, with more. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, prosecutors fought hard to get that evidence of the roadside shooting into this trial. And even though that shooting happened months after the murders, they're trying to show a pattern here, a pattern of Alex Murdaugh repeatedly lying to investigators. This never-before-seen video unveiled in court shows Alex Murdaugh inside an ambulance, telling first responders his version of events.
I turned my head and, boom.
3 months after the murders of his wife and son, Murdaugh says he was changing a flat tire on the side of the road when an unknown assailant stopped and shot him.
It sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud.
The gun type, one of several misleading details offered by Murdaugh, who also described the suspected shooter as a stranger.
A real nice guy.
9 days later, investigators would learn a very different story from Murdaugh when he confessed the shocking truth. Not only did Murdaugh know his assailant, he was related to him. It was Murdaugh's cousin, Curtis Eddie Smith.
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
The reason, he says, so his son Buster could collect a life insurance policy worth over $10 million. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division investigator Ryan Kelly took the stand Thursday to spell out the details of the confession.
Did you obtain a copy or review the 911 call from this particular incident?
Yes, I did.
Investigators were also able to trace phone calls Murdaugh made to his cousin from the hospital, who Murdaugh says he bought pills from several times a week, admitting to a long-time opioid addiction. But Kelly denied Smith had anything to do with the murders of Maggie and Paul.
Is there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
As court adjourned on Thursday, defense attorneys told the judge they plan to have a long and extensive cross-examination on that roadside shooting evidence. Prosecutors saying today they are hopeful they'll be able to call their last witness for the state. Stephen?
All right, more to come. Katie Beck, thank you. All right, now to Memphis, where the 5 former police officers charged in connection with the death of Tyre Nichols are set to make their first court appearances this morning. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Memphis with more on this. Priscilla, good morning. So what are we expecting from these first court appearances?
Stephen, good morning. We expect those 5 former officers to walk into the doors behind me in just a few hours as those proceedings get underway. We know that a judge will call court into session, and then the charges against those 5 men will be read. Of course, those charges include second-degree murder, official misconduct, and aggravated kidnapping, among others. And then all 5 of those former officers will have an opportunity to plea to those charges. 2 of the attorneys for 2 of those officers tell us that their clients will plead not guilty. And after those pleas are in, the judge will set a future date for a status hearing. But that will be it. It will last under 10 minutes, we're told. And then the process of investigations on the defense side will begin as folks prepare to head to trial in this case. Stephen?
Wow, just 10 minutes. And we know Tyre Nichols' parents and Ben Crump, their attorney, announced that they're expecting to hold a press conference after this hearing. Do we know what to expect from that?
That's right. So we're told that Rovon Wells and Rodney Wells will both be in the courtroom today, coming face to face with the men accused of killing their son. And afterwards, they are going to come outside and speak to the press. I expect that they will share some of what that moment inside, those moments inside the courtroom are going to be like for them. And they are also likely to continue to demand justice for their son as the criminal part of this case begins, and continue to demand that these these officers be held accountable. And I should note that we're also expecting to hear from the defense attorneys after the hearing, and they are also expected to come out and make a statement on behalf of their clients. Stephen?
All right, Priscilla, also I wanted to ask about this one. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office announcing Wednesday that 2 deputies who got to the scene after Tyree Nichols was beaten, they have been suspended without pay. We want to note the authorities said those deputies did not engage in this beating. They got there after the fact. But what did this internal investigation that led to that suspension, what did that reveal?
Right. So these 2 sheriff's deputies, their names are Jeremy Watkins and Jontavius Bowers, have been suspended for 5 days. And an investigation found that they did not notify their supervisors that they had been on the scene. They also did not activate their body-worn cameras. And Watkins did not even mention that he had been at this location in his daily activity log. And so that is why those 2 sheriff's deputies were suspended for 5 days without pay. And all of this is coming as there are still 7 Memphis police officers who are currently under internal investigation. So the fallout here and the internal discipline certainly still continuing, even as this criminal case begins its journey through the court system. Stephen?
The long journey and these investigations really just at the beginning of them. Priscilla, thank you. All right, time now to get an update on your morning news now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with what to expect from our very important weekend forecast. Hey, Angie.
Very important weekend forecast. And I've got it for you, Stephen. We've got to deal with a little bit of rain, some snow in some spots for the early part of our Friday, but then we're really going to see some nice conditions across the country in a lot of spots. Here's what we're dealing with, though. That same system that brought severe weather to parts of the south over the past couple of days, it's now moved to the east, and you can see the rain that's draped basically from Pensacola all the way up through New York and into portions of New England. That's where we'll see also the potential for some snow. You can already see some of those flakes working in, and it's this system that's going to continue to work to the east. Now, the good news is by the time we get to early afternoon, a lot of this will be offshore. By the time we get to the evening hours, we'll see mostly quiet conditions as far as the sky conditions go, but we're also going to see that cold air rushing in behind it. We've already seen temperatures plummeting in places that this system has already passed, like the Midwest. So we'll start to get in on some of that cooler air here for the Northeast and up and down the East Coast and in the South over the next 24 hours. In the meantime, we have these winter alerts that are up, winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings that are in effect. Northern Maine, that's the bullseye for the highest amount of snow totals here as we go through the next day or so. Through later today, we could see up to 8 inches in the most extreme northern portions of Maine. So just FYI on that, we'll have an inch or so in other spots. And as far as the rain is concerned, not heavy, but kind of a nuisance rain, especially for the early morning commute and into the first half of our Friday as people are starting to get their weekend plans going. About 1/4 of an inch, though, so nothing too impressive. But how about those temperatures? They've been impressive. Speaking of impressive, they have been impressive along the East Coast and really focused into the Northeast for days and days. We've seen spring-like conditions where temperatures have been well into the 60s, some locations hitting the 70s, feeling more like late March than, of course, February, or even feeling like April. Today, we started in the 60s in a lot of spots. Philadelphia, Richmond, even New York, Charlotte, mid-60s. Those temperatures are our high temperatures, but we're going to hit them early in the day. And then as that front passes, we'll start to see these temperatures take a tumble. And look at the cold air behind it. Cincinnati at 35 today, Cleveland at 31 today. That front has already passed there, so the colder air has already worked in. It's not just the Northeast, it's not just the East, it's also the South. Temperatures into the upper 50s in Baton Rouge, 57 in Shreveport, Houston, hitting 59 degrees for the high today. But the good news is, if you've gotten used to the spring-like conditions, we're actually going to see these temperatures rebound pretty quick. So we wake up chilly in places like New York in the 40s on Saturday, but we rebound. Back to the 50s we go. Sunday, Monday, we're at 55 degrees, 60s for Richmond, 68 for Charlotte on Monday, Stephen. I mean, you can't beat that, especially going into the weekend. It'll be a nice one, and we'll see plenty of sunshine in a lot of places as well. Once we get this front working through, a little more sunshine, it'll be a pleasant kind of couple of days for us for Saturday and Sunday.
Great. I'm so glad to hear about that rebound because I got spring fever after just getting a taste of it.
I got excited for summer yesterday and the day before. I was like, wait,
it's February.
I need to rein it in. We've got a little time till
just
then.
a bit. All right, Angie, thanks. All right, still to come this morning, more allegations of sexual harassment at Fox News. The lawsuit filed by one former staffer describing what she says was 15 years of abuse by now deceased former CEO Roger Ailes, and why she's speaking up now. That's next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Fox News is once again in the hot seat following a lawsuit filed by a former employee. She accused the company of mishandling her sexual harassment allegations against former CEO and chairman Roger Ailes. Lori Loon sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC to talk about her case and that alleged abuse. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with more on that interview. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, Stephen. Good morning. Lori Loon says Fox News knew Roger Ailes was sexually abusing her for years and then covered it up. The suit filed now because New York State has lifted the statute of limitations on sexual abuse and assault claims. Loon says it's her chance to get accountability.
I mean, my life was destroyed. He does haunt me in an awful, horrible way.
Lori Loon is talking about Roger Ailes, who first offered her a job in the early 90s before he helped create Fox News. The beginning, according to her lawsuit, of more than 15 years of sexual abuse.
He, asked me to do some inappropriate things. Before I knew it, he had a camera, a video camera.
He was recording.
Yeah, and I remember being tongue-tied and kind of caught off guard.
Videos the lawsuit claims Ailes used as blackmail.
I felt like my life was over. I felt like I'd just fallen in a trap and I was in trouble.
Ailes would go on to hire her as a booker at Fox News, where she says the abuse got worse.
Code for booking meeting meant I was to go to New York, go to a booking meeting, and then after the booking meeting, basically be sexually assaulted and keep my mouth shut.
Did you want to walk away? Could you walk away?
I tried to get another job at another network, and I was so associated with Roger Ailes. It was very difficult.
Loon did eventually leave in 2011, receiving a $3 million settlement.
The deal was, we're going to give you this money, and then you're not going to talk about this, right?
Right, but
that was effectively what...
It was under duress.
Mr. Ailes, how are you? In 2016, Ailes resigned from Fox News, as at least a dozen women accused him of sexual misconduct, including former anchors Gretchen Carlson and Megyn Kelly.
When you saw this scandal erupt in 2016, what did you think?
I was relieved, but it was too late. It caused so much damage.
Loon could not sue the company and Ailes at the time because of the statute of limitations. In 2019, she accused Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott of defamation, but a judge threw out that lawsuit and deemed it meritless.
Why are you coming forward now?
As time has gone on, I haven't recovered, but I just happen to be blessed with this statute in New York.
In November, the New York Adult Survivors Act temporarily lifted the statute of limitations.
The bill is signed.
Loon is now suing, accusing Fox News and former network executive Bill Shine of covering up and empowering Ailes to commit sexual assaults. Shine resigned in 2017 as the scandal roiled the company. Ailes, who denied all the accusations against him, died 2 weeks later. In a statement, Fox News Media says this matter was settled years ago, dismissed in subsequent litigation, and is meritless. Bill Shine did not respond to a request for comment, but has previously denied knowing about any allegations against Ailes.
I need vindication for myself. I need justice to prevail.
The Adult Survivors Act excludes accusers who have previously settled claims. Fox may argue that the 2011 deal means Loon can't sue now. Fox has publicly acknowledged spending tens of millions of dollars to resolve sexual harassment claims against Ailes and others at the company since 2016, Stephen.
The fallout continues from that one.
It certainly does.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, world leaders are gathering in Munich, Germany this morning for the city's annual security conference. Vice President Kamala Harris is leading the U.S. delegation at the event, which is set to, of course, be dominated by the Ukraine war. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell spoke exclusively with Harris on the sidelines of the meeting. Here's a taste of their conversation about that balloon that was shot down.
But why shoot first when we didn't have a policy in place?
Well, let's be clear, first of all, as it relates to the Chinese balloon, we shot it down because it needed to be shot down because we were confident that it was used by China to spy on the American people.
The president, of course, has reached out to China saying he expects to talk to President Xi. They have said today that it was accidental, that we're overreacting, that there can't be this kind of dialogue given our reaction, or there shouldn't be this kind of dialogue.
We will maintain the perspective that we have in terms of what should be the relationship between China and the United States. That is not going to change, but surely and certainly that balloon was not helpful, which is why we shot it down.
And you can see more of that exclusive interview with Vice President Harris today at 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Andrea Mitchell Reports on MSNBC. More international headlines now, and a race against the clock after a series of deadly avalanches in Tajikistan. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Stephen. At least 17 are dead, and dozens of homes are either destroyed or literally buried in snow after multiple avalanches. Now rescuers are racing to find survivors and to dig them out of the mountainous eastern part of Tajikistan. But those avalanches have also made many of the roads impassable, and authorities there are warning there could be more avalanches in the coming days. Now to Spain, which has just become the first European country to guarantee paid sick leave to women experiencing period pain. The new law passed on Thursday allows women to stay home for a few hours or to take medical leave if menstrual pain prevents them from working. The paid leave is included in a broader law that also expands abortion access and trans rights in Spain. And finally, back here to the United Kingdom, where researchers say a dinosaur footprint found on the Yorkshire coast is breaking records. The footprint is more than 3 feet long, making it the largest ever discovered in the region. Scientists believe it was left 166 million years ago by a predator stopping to rest. It's now set to go on display at the local Rotunda Museum after conservation efforts are completed. Stephen, back to you.
Wow, very cool. A little bit of paleontology in there. Josh, thank you. And coming up this morning, we're learning new details about the gunman behind a deadly rampage on the campus of Michigan State. What investigators are now saying about possible targets and the weapons used in that massacre. That's next.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're learning new details this morning about the suspected gunman who police say went on the deadly rampage on Michigan State's campus earlier this week. At a press conference yesterday, authorities released new information about Anthony McRae's possible targets and the weapons he was carrying. It comes as the university prepares to resume classes on Monday, while the community continues to mourn the students who lost their lives in that shooting. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing with the latest on this investigation. Jesse, good morning to you. So what did we learn yesterday? What new details were we able to get about McRae?
Stephen, good morning. We learned more about the moments when police identified and approached the suspect. They say that officers were approaching the suspect, Anthony McRae. He never said a word to them, according to officials, before he shot and killed himself. And officials say that when they approached the suspect and looked at what he had on him, he had 2 weapons. He also had 8 fully loaded magazines and 50 additional rounds of ammunition. Here's part of what officials told us about those guns at a press conference yesterday.
The shooter had 2 handguns on his person when he was located. Those handguns are both 9mm. He also had additional magazines and ammunition on his person.
So it looks like he possibly, a motive for that was he just felt slighted, and that's kind of what the note indicated.
What they're referring to there is the fact that they found a note with the suspect that listed multiple locations that were threatened, including a church and a warehouse where he used to work. But again, that they're talking about right there is an indication of motive. They still have not outright said why they believe this was done, Stephen.
Yeah, just sort of hinting in that direction. One of the many questions throughout this has been, along with motive, was how McRae got the guns in the first place. Did we know if they were purchased legally?
Yeah, and we had some back and forth this week that we were hearing from various officials, because you'll remember that he had previously been charged with a felony weapons charge. He also was charged with a misdemeanor, and he pleaded guilty to that lesser offense and was sentenced to probation. That was a case related to an incident back in 2019, and we have seen new body camera footage from police body camera footage that appears to show that arrest unfolding. It was edited video before NBC received it. So we looked at that video. We know about the prior arrest. And so there was a question of whether he would be able to legally purchase this weapon. But officials did make clear, Stephen, yesterday that both of the guns that he had on him were purchased by him legally.
And Jesse, we know classes are set to resume at Michigan State on Monday. But of course, students, staff, anyone associated with the school, of course, dealing with all of this trauma and grief. I understand you spoke to a professor who was in one of those buildings when the gunman ended up targeting. What did he tell you?
Not only was this assistant professor in Berkey Hall where the shooting unfolded, Stephen, he says that he was teaching the class where 7 of the 8 students who were shot were hit. And he says specifically that 2 of the students who died, Ariel Anderson and Alexandria Verner, both juniors, were in his classroom. Here's what he described of those harrowing moments.
I'm haunted because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to lift their bodies. There was so much blood. The only thing I could think of was throw myself at that door, grab the knob, squat, and put my foot against the wall so that I could pull the door, because I didn't see any mechanism to lock it.
So that professor is describing what he was trying to do to shield his students in any way he can, clearly describing heroic moments there. And while he's doing that, he said he was telling his students to jump out of the windows, Stephen. If you can imagine a teacher telling his students to jump out of the windows. And he says the first level of windows was actually too narrow for students to be able to get through. And so students were having to climb to the second tier of windows in Berkey Hall, he says, to get out of the building. And this professor also says, I want to give you one more illustration of what he was looking at. He drew a diagram for us of what the students were going through and what it looked like in that classroom. And he showed us what the rows of seating looked like. And he says it was kind of like theater seating. So if you can think about that, you have to go to one aisle or the other. So if someone was trapped in one of those middle seats, they really had nowhere to go, which gives you another idea of the stressful situation for all of those students and that professor in those moments, Stephen.
My gosh, so heartbreaking to hear those details. Something just so senseless. Jesse, thanks so much. All right, some sad news to report from the world of baseball this morning. Major League legend Tim McCarver has died at the age of 81. The two-time World Series champion spent decades in professional baseball as a catcher and then as an award-winning broadcaster. In 2016, he was inducted into the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame. In a statement, MLB's commissioner called McCarver one of the most influential voices our game has known. Still to come this morning, an update on the health of beloved actor Bruce Willis. We're talking one-on-one with a medical expert to discuss the new revelation about his dementia diagnosis. That's next.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. The family of Hollywood star Bruce Willis making a heartbreaking announcement yesterday, nearly a year after revealing that doctors diagnosed Willis with aphasia, a brain disorder which affects the ability to communicate. Willis now has what his family is calling a more specific diagnosis, frontotemporal dementia. Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now with more on this. So, Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being here. Many of us had not heard of this disease, which is known as FTD, not heard of it before. What can you tell us about it?
Right. Thank you so much for having me. So FTD represents about 10 to 20% of all dementias. It's characterized by changes in behavior, language, and personality. So it affects both the frontal and temporal lobe. It's different from Alzheimer's in that there's no memory loss with it typically. And so what we've seen with Bruce Willis is that his symptoms started out as issues with language, so maybe understanding or speaking or reading, and now really has transitioned and progressed into more encompassing. So maybe also he's having behavioral changes and personality changes as well.
Do we know more about the progression of this disease? You mentioned Alzheimer's. So many people are familiar with that and sort of how that goes. But what about FTD?
Yes, so FTD is sort of is similar. it affects a demographic between 40 and 65 years old. And so that's earlier than Alzheimer's. And typically the symptoms will start out quite mild, and then they will progress over time, which is probably what happened to Mr. Willis. They started out as aphasia and now maybe are more complex and complicated. And so that's why it's really important for families and patients to be educated about the potential for their symptoms to be getting worse, because this could be a very frustrating experience, as you can imagine, for families not being able to communicate with their loved ones, and even caretaking. It affects what we call the executive function. So even in terms of organizing things, people will have difficulty with that.
Yeah, I can imagine the frustration with that. Something people take so for granted, just being able to talk about things with their family. And speaking of his family, Bruce Willis' entire family, his blended family, including his 5 daughters, even his ex-wife, Demi Moore, all have taken part in these very public statements. Part of what they said in the statement yesterday, ours is just one family with a loved one who suffers from FTD. So we know there's no cure for this disease. How important is it for some family members to gather around just to support someone dealing with this?
Right. So that is so key. I think we have to give a lot of attention and support resources to the caregivers, because they are going to be really taking care of these people probably for a long time. And again, that frustration that they may experience. So they may have to engage with speech and language pathologists, social workers, also with psychiatrists and psychologists, because a lot of these patients also experience depression. So they may have to take antidepressant medications. And another characteristic is agitation. So they may have to deal with their loved ones becoming more agitated. So they'll have to learn not only what medications to give, but how to really interact with their family members in order not to escalate certain situations.
Yeah, they'll need support too. And quickly here, I wanted to ask, what is the outlook for medication to treat this disease? Can it help them?
And so the medications to treat it are really treating the symptoms of the disease, not the disease itself, since right now it has no cure. So it's treating depression, it's treating agitation, treating anxiety. So those are sort of really the main focus of the treatments, treating the symptoms that patients with FTD have, and to make it just easier for the patient as well as for the family.
Yeah, certainly important to remember the family needs support as well. Dr. Blackstock, thanks for helping us understand that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, turning now to financial headlines. Tesla voluntarily recalling thousands of its cars. CNBC's Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with more on that. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, Tesla's full self-driving technology hits another speed bump. The company announcing a recall of nearly 360,000 vehicles affecting all 4 of its models. The feature could pose a safety risk at an intersection, including traveling through while in a turn-only lane or coming to a complete stop. Tesla says there have been 18 accidents, we should say, since 2019, but no death or injuries. The issue will be fixed with an over-the-air software update. That's what they're saying. Mark Zuckerberg says Meta is bringing broadcast channels to Instagram. The feature, similar to one on Telegram, can only be accessed through mobile devices. It lets people broadcast messages and updates to a broader audience of followers. Zuckerberg says his personal channel, called Meta Channel, is where he'll share news and updates on the products and tech the company's working on. Microsoft is defending the new version of its Bing search engine that's powered by AI technology from ChatGPT. Early testers have been flagging mistakes and disturbing responses generated by the web browser. Check the New York Times article for that one. In a blog post, Microsoft says the new Bing is a, quote, work in progress, and calls the integration with ChatGPT a learning experience that is helping test and improve the new Bing. Have you guys seen that New York Times article?
Yes, I read it yesterday. It is so sci-fi.
It's so sci-fi that the ChatGPT wants to become human and sounds depressed and everything. Ugh.
And was like reportedly declaring its love. Just so much going on there.
Yeah, it was dark. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, interesting. Christina, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Well, the weekend is almost here, and that means it is time for the can't miss list. From big-name blockbusters to exhilarating indies, we have everything you need to know for your viewing pleasure. That's coming up next.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. Some good news out of the animal kingdom this morning. Humpback whales off the Australian coast seem to be singing less. So I'm sure you're asking, why is singing less a good thing? Well, a group of scientists on the mainland have observed that whales are not producing their signature wails as often as they used to. They say it's because they're not lonely anymore. That's right, male whales are supposed to sing to attract their mates, but since their population has dramatically rebounded after the end of commercial whaling, there's no longer a real need to sing as much. Back in the 60s, there were as few as 200 humpback whales left in Australia. Now there's an estimated 40,000. A little less singing out there, but for good reason. All right, time now to get your popcorn or coffee or both ready, because it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. All the TV shows, movies, and music you should check out this weekend. USA Today Entertain This host Ralphie Aversa joins us now with what we just can't miss. So Ralphie, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, want to start with the most obvious one. Ant-Man, the new movie coming out.
Yeah, Ant-Man 3, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Paul Rudd returning as Scott Lang, of course, and our USA Today's Brian Truitt chatting with Mr. Rudd. He was joking, Paul was, that he felt like a sparring partner for Jonathan Majors ahead of Jonathan's role in Creed 3, because there's a big fist fight scene, which is something, by the way, you don't normally see anymore in superhero movies. Like, you know, they have all of these powers, King the Conqueror is Majors, and of course Ant-Man, but there they are kind of duking it out here, at least in the trailer. We see it at some point. So very interesting. Paul also telling us that being a real-life dad kind of helped his role as Scott Lang. So Brian giving rave reviews to Mr. Majors for his role as King the Conqueror, Ant-Man 3, Quantumania, out now.
Don't want to miss that. Yeah, usually it's a magical fight. It's cool to see maybe the old school action movie style.
Yeah.
Also, want to talk about this one. I'm a huge Trekkie, so want to talk about Star Trek Picard. Also, want to talk about Hello Tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll start with Hello Tomorrow. Billy Crudup, of course, we know from the morning show, which we'll chat about in just a minute, but he is starring in Hello Tomorrow. He plays a lead of a sales team that is selling timeshares on the moon. Yeah, kind of a fictionalized version of America, but a little bit of optimism and hope in there as well. Speaking of the morning show, though, Billy did stop by 1A and the Today Show, and he said that they just wrapped season 3. So that was, by the way, really fun to see this morning, or this week on the Today Show. Seeing Billy and Al kind of go back and forth about the morning show was like the right mix of like awkward and grilling, but fun. So
awkward, grilling, and fun.
That's it.
Can't beat it. Okay, also want to talk about a bit Star Trek Picard. I stayed up late to watch it. Love that show so much already. I said it feels like a family reunion. Grew up with those characters.
Yeah, and you know, our Brian Alexander at USA Today said the same to Patrick Stewart, and Patrick said it's less of a reunion and more of a necessary fight to save the world. I don't want to give away too much here, but Patrick has really loved this role that has made him a household name since 1987. This is the third and final season of Picard. Is this the end of the road for Picard, though? Well, Mr. Stewart said maybe. You know, he's open to playing the role again. He thinks that maybe something could be explored from a storyline standpoint. He really doesn't think any studios will be interested, though. By the way, Patrick Stewart, 82 years old. Wow. How does he stay looking that young? He stays active. Even tells us that he might start playing a little pickleball. So you can add back to the list of that.
Yeah, don't put anything. Don't put anything behind. He can do anything, Picard. And if you're in the mood for something a bit darker, we're hearing about was it Emily and Sharper? What can you tell us about those?
Okay, so Emily is of course Emily Bronte, the novelist. And this is a story about her one novel, a little bit fictionalized, but basically how that novel came about. Emily, growing up, was kind of cast as weird, even amongst loved ones, but she eventually kind of finds her way and falls in love with her French tutor. And this, of course, leads to her novel, so says the movie. So Emily in theaters now. Emma Mackey starring in this one as Emily.
All right, and Sharper, what do we know about that one?
Okay, Julianne Moore, Sebastian Stan, John Lithgow. This con man takes New York City and tries to take billionaires for their money. This hit theaters last week, but now streaming on Apple TV Plus this weekend as well.
All right, this one was interesting to me. An old-fashioned comedy show, Josh Johnson's new stand-up special. How's that looking?
You know, it's interesting. It is kind of old-fashioned, but it's also this new, what we're seeing, and I think of Neil Brennan in 3 Mics. Josh is basically taking an hour of talk therapy, and he turned it into stand-up comedy. It's a very interesting concept. Just from watching the trailer, you're really drawn in. Josh, by the way, Emmy-nominated writer on The Daily Show, yes, on The Daily Show, and also has toured with Trevor Noah as well. So this is a really cool special that is streaming now, of course, right here on Peacock.
Okay, can't miss that one. And finally, running a bit out of time here, but want to get a quick wrap of Skrillex's new album.
Yes, okay. So this one's called Quest for Fire. I'll give you one song off of it that you have to listen to. All
right.
Rat-ta-ta-ta, featuring Missy Elliott. And yes, it borrows from her hit Work It, because this is the kind of beat that go rat-ta-ta. You ever flip it down, put it in reverse, and no,
right.
Maybe not? All right, anyways. A lot of good features on here. Pete Wentz being another one, Sway Lee too. Also, Pink's new album is out. It's called Trust Fall, her 9th studio album. She's got a big tour this summer. So
all right.
A lot of good music as well
this
weekend. Yes.
Can't beat that. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Ralph.
Steven, thank you.
All right. Well, we end this hour with a star chef who's serving up some award-winning meals and making history here in New York City's restaurant scene, all at the same time. Today, anchor Craig Melvin is telling us all about him.
The chef behind this popular Brooklyn restaurant is now being celebrated for more than fine dining. Charlie Mitchell is the first black chef in New York City to be awarded a Michelin star, and just the second black executive chef in the country to achieve that honor.
I wanted to always, plant my feet here and be a serious New York City chef, so that was always a goal of mine.
And look at you now.
Yeah.
Dreams come true.
Yeah.
Mitchell was born and raised in Detroit and developed a passion for food and cooking from his grandmother.
I think the thing that stuck with me the most is she used to like this whole fried fish, whole fried bass all the time when I was younger, and I think that stood out the most.
Head on?
Always.
Oh. He attended culinary school for a few months, but preferred on-the-job training instead.
I ended up Googling restaurants in the metro area, got my first real job, and in that kitchen is where I was like, wow, I love the way they work. I love how professional it is. I'm using ingredients I've never had, never learned about.
Years of experience in world-class restaurants like 11 Madison Park eventually led him to this quiet street in Brooklyn Heights. When Clover Hill opened 1 year ago, he became its executive chef in charge of creating the menu. Mitchell's team plates an 8-course tasting menu that regularly changes with the best seasonal foods available.
I guess it's challenging, but we're always changing something, or we're always trying to make the dish the best version of itself, right? So we may tweak it every day for 2 weeks straight if we have to get it to be a perfect dish.
That quest for perfection did not go unnoticed. When Michelin announced it starred restaurants in October, not only did Clover Hill earn a star in its first year, but Chef Mitchell picked up the award for Best Young Chef.
That was a complete surprise when they announced that, and I was just humbled,
Were you aware at the time of the historic implications?
I was not at the time. You always think so many people have come before you. You just assume that someone has already done this, this doesn't cross your mind that you may be the first or second to do really anything.
Especially here in New York City. Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think there aren't more people who look like us as executive chefs in fine dining restaurants like this?
You don't make a lot of money as a young cook, so I think a lot of times we're chasing a very different American dream than to kind of put up with these aggressive environments that are often led by people who don't look like us.
I tasted some of the iconic dishes that earn this unique place in the food world.
I'm gonna come around and try this here, although it's almost too pretty to touch.
Including a shark fin flounder and a spicy tapioca.
But this is nice, and it's subtle.
And a Japanese mackerel.
We dry age it, we hang it a little bit, and then we finish it in a little bit of beeswax so that it retains moisture.
When people leave your restaurant, what do you want them to take away?
I want them to kind of be, excited or inspired about food. Like that's something that is very important to us.
Very cool. Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. And Chef Charlie Mitchell, by the way, is not done yet. Clover Hill is also a semifinalist for a James Beard Award. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But don't go anywhere. Your news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Stephen Romo filling in for Joe and Savannah today. Right now on Morning News Now, doubling down. This morning, President Biden making no apologies for shooting down that suspected Chinese spy balloon off the Carolina coast. And 3 other objects as well found in the skies over North America, despite mounting criticism over his response.
Make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
His latest message to Americans, plus our exclusive interview as he addresses this issue for the first time. Also this morning, the president's physician providing an update on his health, the results from his latest physical, including the one thing being sent in for testing. Path to recovery. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman in the hospital this morning after checking himself in for clinical depression. What we're learning about his condition, plus the treatment he's receiving and how it could affect his role in Washington. Courtroom controversy, more dramatic developments in the Alex Murdaugh trial as the jury hears highly contested evidence surrounding Murdaugh's assisted roadside suicide attempt 3 months after the murders of his wife and son. We'll bring you the latest. And devastating diagnosis. Some sad news from the family of Bruce Willis, the actor now facing a form of dementia less than a year after he stepped out of the spotlight. What we know about his worsening condition and the new message from his loved ones to his fans. A lot going on this morning. We thank you for joining us, and we begin this morning with President Biden's first public comments since the United States shot down an alleged spy balloon and 3 unidentified aerial objects. Federal investigators are analyzing the wreckage of that first balloon, which the U.S. says was used by China for surveillance. Beijing denies those allegations, but the president said he won't apologize for shooting it down, and he plans to speak with his Chinese counterpart about this incident. Since then, 3 other objects were shot down by the U.S., but the president appeared to downplay a possible connection to China or any other foreign surveillance.
We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation or research institutions studying weather or conducting other scientific research.
And checking in now with NBC's Monica Alba for the latest on this. So Monica, walk us through some of the president's biggest points yesterday, and why is it taking him so long to address these incidents? It's all pretty much anybody can talk about.
Yeah, Stephen, these remarks came in response to mounting pressure, not just from lawmakers of both parties, but really many Americans who were just wondering what was happening and who wanted the White House to explain. So the president came out and he said the reason it took him a couple of days to give these remarks is because he wanted to have all the information he could share. And as you saw yesterday, there wasn't that much he could say, but at least now this hypothesis that these 3 objects that were shot down over Alaska, northern Canada, and Lake Huron likely will end up being harmless, even though those recovery efforts are still in progress. And we're not quite sure when personnel will be able to reach them. But the president wanted to be clear that he has no regrets about this and that he says anything that's going to threaten the U.S. in the future could potentially be shot down. Here's a little more from what he had to say yesterday.
We seek competition, not conflict with China. We're not looking for a new Cold War, but I make no apologies, and we will compete. And we'll responsibly manage that competition so that it doesn't veer into conflict.
This has really tested the relationship once again between the U.S. and China, one that was already rocky for many other reasons. But the president wanted to be clear, though, that the first Chinese spy balloon that was shot down over the coast of South Carolina is very different than what the intelligence community is assessing occurred with these other three objects, and that there's nothing that indicates that they were doing the same kind of surveillance as that first massive balloon, which we understand is wrapping up in terms of its recovery. And a lot of that will be really telling for its stated purpose, Stephen.
And Monica, I know our colleague Peter Alexander was able to speak exclusively with President Biden on the phone after that press conference. What more do we learn there?
Yeah, the president was very clear in speaking to my colleague, calling him because Peter was at the press conference, wanted to ask a question there. And actually, because so many reporters were shouting, in the end, President Biden didn't take any questions in that venue and instead called him. And Peter asked him whether he would be speaking with the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, anytime soon. And the president said, look, we should be in communication. He feels that that's important, but there was nothing on the calendar yet. So it's unclear when the two men will speak. Of course, they had that very long bilateral meeting in Bali last November, which was a key point in the relationship, but now it's unclear when the two will have a phone call in the future.
And you mentioned China in this, obviously, after the balloon was first discovered, first shot down, China denying that it was a surveillance balloon. Has there been any reaction from China to the president's most recent comments?
We did just hear from the Chinese Foreign Ministry just this morning, and they continue to push back and say that this wasn't a surveillance balloon, that it entered the U.S. by accident, that this wasn't anything that was intentional. And the U.S., of course, has pushed back on that repeatedly. The Chinese Foreign Ministry also said there are no plans for the U.S. and Chinese presidents to speak at this time. And they continue to make the claim that there were balloons over Chinese airspace, something that the U.S. has pushed back on vociferously, saying that is simply not true. But the president was clear yesterday. He hopes that President Xi Jinping doesn't want to rip apart this relationship, even though it's clearly as strained as it has ever been. Stephen.
All right, a bit more clarity there. Monica Alba, thank you. Well, those comments from President Biden came yesterday after he got a clean bill of health from the White House physician. The president had a routine physical exam that took about 3 hours. Those results were released in a 5-page summary afterward. For more on this, we're joined by NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. Dr. Azar, thanks so much for being with us this morning. So keeping in mind that Biden did have COVID last year, overall, it's been good news for the president's health from his physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor. So he put out this statement saying, quote, President Biden remains a healthy, vigorous 80-year-old male who is fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. So, Dr. Azar, taking a look at that summary, what are some of your takeaways from this?
Yeah, Stephen, and of course, I always have to make the disclaimer that I am not the president's physician, so I don't have, that kind of close microscope on his health care. But certainly, I think the communication from his doctor appears to be accurate. The only major change in the last year, as you mentioned, was that he had COVID last summer, but he recovered well with no evidence of long COVID. When we look at an assessment of any individual, really at any age, but certainly someone who's 80 years old like the president, there's really two domains. There's the physical as well as the mental or the cognitive. He had a very, very thorough physical exam. He does have some chronic conditions, as many individuals do with age. He has atrial fibrillation. He's on a blood thinner for that. They also spend a little bit of time describing, again, the very detailed neurological exam he had because of this stiffness that I think we've all, witnessed or can observe when watching him walk, for example, with no evidence of any chronic neurological conditions like Parkinson's, which is very reassuring. He didn't undergo a formal cognitive assessment. That, of course, is the decision that his doctor can make, that he does or does not need one every single year. He did have a lesion removed that looked somewhat suspicious and was sent for biopsy, and those results are pending. But overall, Stephen, really quite a good assessment of his health.
I wanted to ask you a bit more about that lesion that the president had removed from his chest, sent off for biopsy. Is that anything to be concerned about?
You know, Stephen, skin checks, right? We recommend them pretty much yearly for most individuals. And no, not at the moment. I think that I would imagine that if it was a very concerning lesion like a melanoma, he may have indicated that in the report. The president does have a history of having non-melanoma skin cancers removed, such as basal and squamous cells. You know, his wife just recently underwent a Mohs procedure for a similar type of non-melanoma cancer. You know, so this is very routine, Stephen. They will send it for biopsy. If it does come back as a cancer, such as a basal or squamous cell, he will very likely undergo a Mohs procedure himself, which has an incredibly high cure rate.
And a good reminder that those skin checks are so important. And so, Dr. Azar, overall,
Absolutely.
You mentioned you're not the White House physician, but overall, is there anything here that could affect a potential re-election bid for the president next year?
No, I don't think so. And, you know, as I'm reading his physical exam and the report, I think about all of my patients who are the president's age. And the thing is, unfortunately, as we get older, you know, time becomes that commodity that just doesn't, you know, go endlessly. And there are conditions that are associated with advancing age, falls, you know, the development of new, you know, illnesses or conditions. At the moment, I don't see anything that would be disqualifying for him from a physical, you know, standpoint. But again, because of advancing age, there are always things that can theoretically happen. I wish him the best. And, you know, some of these things, of course, you can't predict.
All right, Dr. Azar, thanks so much for your insights this morning. And staying on health in Washington, newly elected Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman has voluntarily checked into Walter Reed Medical Center to be treated for clinical depression. Now, this comes just 1 week after the freshman senator was hospitalized for feeling lightheaded. Fetterman also, of course, suffered a stroke last year while on the campaign trail. According to a statement from Fetterman's chief of staff, the senator, quote, experienced depression off and on throughout his life. It only became severe in recent weeks. After examining John, the doctors at Walter Reed told us that John is getting the care he needs and will soon be back to himself. NBC News White House correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now with more on this. Ali, thanks for being here. So what more do we know about his diagnosis? Of course, he did have that stroke last year and the recovery. Did any of that possibly play a role here?
Yeah, Stephen, good morning. This news coming as a huge surprise to a lot of people yesterday. You talked about those recent health developments at the top there, and we're learning from a senior aide to Senator Fetterman how those physical health developments have impacted his mental health recently. This senior aide telling NBC News that there was sort of this feeling that Senator Fetterman would have time to rest and restore after that high-stakes, high-profile Pennsylvania Senate race in November. But they say depression didn't follow that sort of timeline. This aide telling NBC that he's had to sort of adjust and learn more about himself, this new reality post-stroke. Fetterman, once a very lively and energetic man, now dealing with the impacts of that stroke that's robbed him of some cognitive and communications abilities. We know that he now walks around Capitol Hill with an iPad that really dictates what people around him are saying because he has auditory issues now. So Fetterman dealing with depression, an issue so many people deal with across the country, but he's dealing with it on a much more public, more noticeable scale, Stephen.
Yeah, no doubt. So difficult to deal with the recovery from a stroke and do so in the public eye. As we know, Fetterman's health was made a huge issue on the campaign trail. Do we know at all how this could affect his role in Washington, both near term and longer term?
Yeah, the senior aide is saying that this isn't going to be a quick fix. This is going to take a couple weeks because Senator Fetterman is in inpatient care right now. Doctors are sort of trying different medications on him. That's going to take time, first of all, to take effect. And then adjustments to that medication may be necessary. They say this will require more observation. And this is what's needed at this point to get him on this long-term investment, this short-term sort of care for this long-term investment in his long-term care. Because when you think about it, he's only a month into a 6-year term. So they're saying that this is what's needed right now, but they do want to stress that a resignation from his role, from his position was never on the table, Stephen.
And this is something so many people have to deal with. What about his Senate colleagues? Are we hearing any responses from them?
That's interesting because a lot of times we learn about sort of health problems from lawmakers after the fact, or they try to cover that up. And in this case, it was just it was a clear disclosure by Fetterman's team to announce this. And that's being met with really an outpouring of support from his colleagues in Congress on both sides of the aisle. For example, we saw tweets from Democratic Senator Dick Durbin yesterday saying that he's glad Fetterman is seeking care at this time. He says it's important to take care of your mental health, and it takes extreme strength to reach out when you need help. Republican Senator Ted Cruz saying mental health is real and serious, and I hope he gets the care he needs. So all of them, expressing their love and well wishes this morning, and they're saying that they commend him for coming out publicly and addressing this, Stephen.
Absolutely. Glad to see he's getting so much support. Ali Rafa, thank you. And speaking of mental health, it's always a good time to remind you, if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can text or call the Suicide and Crisis Hotline at 988. All right, now to the latest on the derailed train in eastern Ohio and the growing concerns among residents about the safety of both the air and water there. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen has that story.
At the County Humane Center, Teresa McGuire says she hears about sick pets and livestock every day.
We're hearing a lot of this. We're hearing a lot of decreased appetite, not wanting to drink. If they do drink, they're throwing up.
Luke Lavin says he's too afraid to return to his home half a mile from the crash site.
I don't want to go home because I don't have the answers to go home.
Anger mounting in East Palestine, nearly 2 weeks after a fiery train derailment and controlled burn of hazardous chemicals sent a huge, dark, toxic cloud over this rural community. And despite almost daily assurances that days later it was safe for thousands of evacuees to return home.
What do you say to people who are just scared?
You know, I say, first and foremost, I'm a father, a husband. All families want to be safe, and they need to know that their air is clean and their water is safe to drink.
The country's top environmental official here personally trying to reassure residents.
Was it the correct call to tell people that they could go back and end the evacuation?
You know, the state made that declaration in concert with both governors in Pennsylvania and Ohio. The state made the right call based on the data that we have.
Officials promising to expand environmental testing to areas further from the crash site and urging residents to seek medical attention if they are feeling ill. Norfolk Southern, the train operator, telling the community we will not walk away, posting an open letter after saying it feared for its employees' safety if they attended a recent town hall meeting. The company is facing demands for more accountability.
They need to be here in the community. They need to be answering questions.
Another of Norfolk Southern's trains derailed in Michigan. No hazardous materials aboard, no injuries, the company said. Meanwhile, in Ohio, residents keep a stockpile of bottled water and worry.
And you're saying it's okay, but don't drink the water, use bottled water. That doesn't make sense.
Some huge trust issues here. Officials say they're being as transparent as possible, posting as much information online as they can, including test results. But some residents we spoke to say they want independent experts involved in this, not just government officials. Now back to you.
A lot of questions there. Ron Allen, thank you. All right, turning now to the latest in the Georgia grand jury investigation of former President Trump's attempt to meddle in the state's 2020 election results. Parts of its report, released Thursday, say some witnesses may have committed perjury. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander gets us up to speed.
Well, after months of operating privately, now the special grand jury's report is at least partially public, but there's still a lot that we don't know. In Georgia, a special grand jury investigating former President Trump and his allies regarding the 2020 election says one or more witnesses may have lied under oath, and the jury recommends indictments. The report only partially public, out of fairness to future defendants, a judge says, all of it stemming from this phone call to Georgia's Republican Secretary of State.
I just want to find 11,780 votes.
That launched a sweeping criminal investigation into whether he and his allies broke the law while trying to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Jurors heard from 75 witnesses, though Mr. Trump's lawyers say he was never called to testify. Leading the investigation, Fulton County's Democratic DA, Fani Willis, who last year told us this.
I don't care what status you've reached in life.
If you come into my community and you commit a crime, you deserve to be held responsible. If he committed a crime in my jurisdiction, then it includes him.
The Trump campaign calling the president's phone call perfect, saying the sections of the report do not even mention President Trump's name, adding that the former president did absolutely nothing wrong. And the DA has said that her decision on potential charges is imminent. Back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks so much. And joining us now for more on this, NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos. Danny, good morning. As we just heard from Blaine there, according to this report, some witnesses may have lied to the grand jury. They said that in that Section 8 of the report. What could that mean for those people?
Boy, we are poring over this like it's some ancient religious text and trying to read into what it says and doesn't say. What we think we can say is that it's a lot shorter than some of the other reports that we've seen issued in other investigations of Trump. But all we're left saying is that there may be people who committed perjury, and Trump and others are not ruled out as having recommended criminal charges against them. So it's really a wait and see. I mean, it doesn't rule anything out, but it does appear to create a bit of a benchmark in that the report concludes that there was no widespread fraud in the election. And that, if that is an established fact, would be difficult to use as some kind of defense if people are indicted for attempting to subvert it.
And that was a unanimous vote, according to the report, that there was no fraud. And we did get comment from the former president on this already on his platform, Truth Social. The president thanking the special grand jury, saying the report was, quote, a total exoneration. So what are your thoughts on that? He says that he went on to say that the report didn't mention his name, but that was the whole deal with releasing just these 3 parts, that no names were in it, right?
I love the PR of all this. Just declare total exoneration, even if that's exactly what the report does not say. The report does not make that conclusion. In fact, the worst case scenario is that it could potentially recommend charges against folks close to Trump and even possibly Trump himself. Again, those are only recommendations. This special grand jury is a bit of an anomaly in criminal law because it doesn't actually indict. It really just creates a report, gives it to the DA, and the DA can choose to indict. When you think about it, the DA could have dispensed with the grand jury report entirely. She could have just gone to a regular grand jury and sought an indictment. This is just an additional step that leaves us all wondering, what did they conclude? Because ultimately what they conclude is not binding on anyone, including the DA herself.
And you mentioned this a little bit already, that quote that we took away from this. No widespread fraud took place in the Georgia 2020 presidential election that could result in overturning the election. So we got that part in this report that released, these 3 sections that were released as well. Walk us through how that relates to Trump and his team.
If anyone, Trump and his team, if any of them are indicted for their involvement in attempting to overturn the election, then a defense will likely be, we reasonably believed, or we actually believed, that what we were doing was fighting against an injustice, that there was something criminal afoot going on with this election, and we were railing against it, as is our right to do. But with a conclusion by the grand jury that there was no widespread fraud, that goes a long way towards diffusing that defense, that, hey, if there was no fraud, then it may not have been reasonable to fight against the results of the election. It's not conclusive. It's not a piece of evidence that decides the issue without further debate, but it goes a long way in dispelling the idea that this was a defensible course of conduct to attack the results of this election.
So now the ball's in Fani Willis's court, the DA, on if indictments actually come down. Is that right?
It was always in her court. And really, that's why the special grand jury, in so many ways, was symbolic. They did not have the power to indict. They only had the power to investigate, something the DA can do herself. And she can accept or reject the conclusions and seek an indictment, irrespective of this report, a report that we haven't really seen much of anyway.
All right. Danny Cevallos, thanks so much. All right, it's time now for a check of our Morning News Now forecast. Angie Lastman joins us now. Hey, Angie.
Hey there, Stephen. We're gearing up, of course, for the weekend. It's Friday. Things are going to be nice for a lot of folks across the country, but here's what we have to watch for. This line of showers and thunderstorms and even some snow that is associated with that same cold front that brought some severe weather to folks yesterday and the day before that. The good news is the severe weather threat has diminished a lot. The bad news is that it'll be a little bit of a soggy morning from basically Raleigh up through Boston. We'll see some of those rain showers. Meanwhile, the interior areas of New England are going to see some snow showers. It all ends pretty quickly. By the time we get into the early afternoon, most of that will be offshore as this system continues pushing out towards the east. But of course, we could see some lingering impacts when it comes to travel. Here's those winter alerts that we see right now. Buffalo, Watertown, Burlington, all included in that. Northern parts of Maine, that's where you'll see the highest amount of snow totals. And that does come through the day today, hence the reason that we have the winter storm warning in effect in bright pink there. The snow totals for that location, anywhere from 2, 4, 6, even up to 8 inches the farther north you go in Maine. A couple of, maybe an inch or two in other spots across the interior of New England. But either way, no snow for folks on along the East Coast, especially New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. It's going to fall, that precipitation in the form of rain. It's quite warm. I'm sure you've noticed it. If you live in any of those cities over the past couple of days, we have been feeling very spring-like. So about 1/4 of an inch of rain for folks there. Here's where we started this morning, into the low 60s, mid 60s for some folks ahead of this front. By the time we get to early afternoon and especially into the evening hours tonight, these temperatures take a tumble as this front continues to work its way to the east. There's a lot of cold air behind it. Temperatures are in the 30s in the Midwest, so we'll see some cooler conditions on the way for Saturday, but it warms right back up by the time we get onto Sunday. In places like New York, Stephen, 55 degrees.
Wow, not bad at all. I do admit I turned the AC on last night in New York City.
I wished I had, trust me.
I had to do it already. All right, thanks, Angie. Well, still to come, a miracle in the middle of tragedy. We have an update this morning on that teenage girl pulled alive from the rubble 10 days after a massive earthquake that killed tens of thousands of people. Her story of survival and incredible rescue. Plus, the war in Ukraine topping the agenda in Germany as world leaders gather to talk about global security. We'll take you to Munich for more next on Morning News Now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with a look at more amazing rescues in Turkey over a week after a major earthquake brought devastation to the region. This man was safely brought to the hospital after spending 261 hours beneath the rubble. Here he is speaking to his relatives for the first time since that quake struck. While on a call, he asked for an update on his parents. Fortunately, they also survived. Plus, a teenage girl was pulled from the rubble alive after being trapped for more than 10 days. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley has more on the moment that lifted the spirits of a country that's dealing with so much heartbreak.
248 hours after a catastrophic earthquake shook southern Turkey, the miracles don't stop. This is 17-year-old Elena Olmez, rescued from the rubble of a building in the Turkish city of Kahramanmaraş. She's carried to a waiting ambulance. The crowd celebrates with applause. At the local university hospital, Elena smiles as she tells reporters how she survived the 11 days. I'm fine, thank you, she says. I had nothing with me. I just tried to pass the time.
Çok şükür, bin şükür dualarımızın karşılığı oldu Aleyna.
For family members, Elena's rescue is an answered prayer. But for many other families in Kahramanmaraş, the desperate search continues. One of the missing, 11-year-old Hedayet Ella Göksu. Her grandparents waiting for news from rescue workers all day and into the night. My hands are tied, she says. I want to find my granddaughter, even if I freeze to death here waiting. Back at the university hospital, doctors get ready to send Elena to a bigger hospital in the capital city of Ankara. As she's moved, a reporter calls out, Elena, you'll be great. We love you. All of Turkey loves you very much today. Matt Bradley, NBC News, Turkey.
World leaders are gathering in Munich, Germany this morning for the city's annual security conference. The war in Ukraine, of course, expected to top the agenda at the three-day event, with President Volodymyr Zelensky set to deliver the opening speech later today. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cubie is in Munich now with more on this. So, Courtney, this conference comes as we're coming up very quickly on the one-year anniversary of Russia's latest invasion in Ukraine. How will that play into this year's event? And do we know what we're expecting to hear from Zelensky?
I mean, the war in Ukraine is basically the major focus of this event. It was the same way last year. It was on the eve of the actual invasion. Now we're on the one-year anniversary of that invasion, and Ukraine is still the major focus here. One of the things that I'm hearing a lot about already is the need to deter Russia, not just in Ukraine, but for further expansion of any of Vladimir Putin's efforts to take other areas outside of Ukraine. But I'm also hearing a lot of talk about the need for Russia to be held accountable for what is happening to the Ukrainian people. And I think that that's something that we're going to hear more and more about over the next 2 days of conferences and events here. As you mentioned, we'll hear from the Ukrainian leadership. We'll also hear from a number of other world leaders, including France's Emmanuel Macron. We'll hear from, of course, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz. And then tomorrow we'll hear from the U.S.'s Vice President Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken, Secretary of State. Most of these conversations, again, will be about Russia and Ukraine. We expect, according to a White House official, to hear from Vice President Harris about things like the Ukrainian people, their resilience, and how Russia needs to end this brutal war on the Ukrainian people right now.
Do we know anything else about what Vice President Kamala Harris is expecting to talk about? She's leading the U.S. delegation there. Do we know anything else about her messaging?
And it is an enormous delegation, not just from the White House and from the State Department, but there's a huge bipartisan congressional delegation here, as well as U.S. military leaders here for a number of meetings. I can tell you I've been trying to get in to see a lot of them, and they have meetings back to back all day long today, all of the U.S. delegations. So, but the major issue, or the major message that the U.S. is trying to send here is one of support and commitment to the Ukrainian people. And I keep hearing the terms long-term commitment to the Ukrainian people. So when I ask what does that mean exactly, it's not just weapons and equipment, but a long-term commitment to the Ukrainian people rebuilding and supporting them no matter how long this war goes on in Ukraine. I've actually been surprised. I keep asking people here, U.S. officials, when you talk about a long-term commitment, does that mean that even if this conflict is going on 1 year, 2 years, 5 years from now, the U.S. will still be there supporting them with things like equipment, with intelligence? And I have gotten all around the board a resounding yes.
Wow, an important question there. And running out of time here, Courtney, but wanted to ask, we know China's foreign minister is supposed to be at the event as well. The Chinese balloon incident still marinating there. Do we have any potential knowledge? Will he try to speak with Secretary Blinken? Is that a meeting that's at all possible?
So at this point, we haven't heard of anything official, but I got to tell you, I've been to this conference a number of times now, and we hear a lot about these sort of sidelines, or they call them pull-aside meetings. And that's, I mean, walking around in there, you can't walk 5 feet without seeing some world leader. So it's very possible that they will see each other at some point. If they do, if they are able to speak, I imagine that the main topic is going to be these balloons, the surveillance program that the Chinese have, and then also trying to reopen some of these lines of communication. The U.S. military hotline to China has been, they haven't answered it for a number of months there, ever since Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan. They basically shut down that communication. So I suspect that will be something that they would talk about if, in fact, the two men meet here.
All right, Courtney Kube on top of all of it. Thank you so much. All right, more international news now. Major protests in Beirut. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more. Good morning, Josh.
Hey, Stephen. Dozens of protesters attacked banks in the Lebanese capital, smashing windows, breaking things, setting fire to tires, even blocking the roads. They're protesting limits on cash withdrawals that have been in place since Lebanon's economic meltdown started in 2019. These attacks came as the Lebanese pound has hit a record low, worsening the dire poverty there. Now to the Vatican, where Pope Francis is making clear he's not going anywhere. Although his predecessor, the late Pope Benedict, resigned, Pope Francis says that should be the exception, not the rule. He says unless his health gets in the way, he says no reason why he shouldn't serve for life. Francis making those comments during a trip to the Democratic Republic of Congo. And finally to Japan, where organizers are gearing up to host the trash-picking World Cup in November. 20 teams from around the world, including the U.S., will compete for who can pick up the most trash from Tokyo streets in just 1 hour, and to properly sort out the recyclables. Japan has been holding this competition for years at beaches, parks, and even riverbanks to try to promote sustainability. Stephen?
All right, Josh Letterman, thanks so much for that update. Coming up on Morning News Now, demanding answers. This morning, parents outraged over the death of a high school freshman who took her own life after being beaten by classmates on camera. We'll have more on that tragedy, plus the new calls for accountability. Also, a twist in the Alex Murdaugh murder trial. The new video evidence of Murdaugh's attempted suicide months after the murders of his wife and son. You're watching Morning News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. A New Jersey school board is facing fallout from parents after the tragic death of a 14-year-old girl who died by suicide after being beaten by classmates on camera. A board meeting was held last night amid growing outrage from the community as they seek answers following new accusations that bullying is surfacing at that same high school. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has more.
Calls for change grow louder in this New Jersey community.
I really am fed up with the school because they had numerous reports about Adriana being bullied, and they didn't do anything to step in.
With school officials in the hot seat during its first news conference since the tragic death of a 14-year-old student.
Can you give any specifics around what could be done differently, though?
Not on that particular, I'm sorry, not on that particular case. It is a legal matter. I apologize. Moving into the future, we're going to continue to educate and to get better.
Freshman Adriana Kush took her own life earlier this month, family says, just 2 days after she was beaten in the halls of Central Regional High School. Captured on this video obtained by WNBC, then circulated on social media. Her father says it was all mishandled by the district.
I want to hold the school accountable. They're absolutely refusing to protect our children.
4 students have been criminally charged in connection with the incident, according to prosecutors, and the superintendent has resigned. Adriana's tragic death comes amid startling new data from the CDC, revealing teen girls are experiencing record levels of violence, sadness, and suicide risk. In 2011, just over a third felt persistently sad or hopeless. That number skyrocketed to a stunning 57% a decade later. Experts say the factors that lead to suicide are often multifaceted, but a recent study found young people who experienced cyberbullying were more than 4 times as likely to report suicidal thoughts. Since Adriana's death, other alleged incidents of bullying at the school have resurfaced. Attorney Jonathan Ettman's client transferred out of Central Regional after he says she was attacked last year. The family now bringing a lawsuit against the school and district.
I'm horrified that while we are in suit with the school, it's now happened again. And now this young girl, Adriana, has lost her life. The schools are they're not taking these threats seriously enough.
School officials did not respond to our request for comment on the lawsuit, but the acting superintendent addressing those concerns.
Data alone, it doesn't indicate that we're a culture of violence. We don't condone that.
Earlier this week, Governor Phil Murphy was asked if the state will be investigating bullying in the school or more broadly statewide.
I can't say specifically, but the answer will be yes. We always look in the mirror after something like this, and this is an awful, awful, awful tragedy.
A tragedy commemorated with a moment of silence as a heartbroken community seeks answers.
Heartbreaking indeed. Emily, thanks for that. And again, want to reiterate, if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call and get help from the Suicide and Crisis Hotline. The number there on your screen, 988. Well, what prosecutors describe as a failed assisted suicide attempt was the focus in court yesterday during the double murder trial of former lawyer Alex Murdaugh. Jurors were also presented with video evidence of Murdaugh's interview with police shortly after that attempt. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has those details.
In court on Thursday, the highly contested, long-awaited evidence of Alex Murdaugh's roadside assisted suicide plot.
Video from inside an ambulance nearly 3 months after his wife and son's murder. Alex Murdaugh tells first responders he was shot on the side of the road while changing a flat tire.
It sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud.
The highly contested evidence of Murdaugh's roadside suicide plot finally shown to the jury Thursday. In court, airing the misleading evidence Alex offered at the scene, telling investigators a shotgun might have been used, and the first descriptions he gave of an unknown assailant.
A real nice guy.
9 days later, investigators would learn a different story from Murdaugh. The assailant was not only known, but related to him, his cousin Curtis Eddie Smith. Murdaugh tells investigators in a recorded call with his lawyers that he asked Smith to kill him.
I told him that things would get ready to get really bad, and I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
Even gave him the gun to do it so that his son Buster would collect on his $11 million insurance policy.
Did Alec Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alec Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders at Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
And our thanks to Katie Beck for that reporting. Court adjourned yesterday with defense attorneys telling the judge that they plan to have a long cross-examination on this evidence coming up this morning as prosecutors hope to call their last witness later today. And turning now to a remarkable story of strength and courage. Tampa officials have released a new surveillance video showing the moment one woman successfully fought off an attacker while working out in her gym. Now she's speaking out about that experience and how she was able to make that getaway. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has the latest.
Surveillance video captured the incredible moment a Tampa woman fought off an attacker at her apartment complex's gym.
I said, if I keep going, if I keep pushing, I keep fighting, he's going to stop. He's going to let go, and he finally did.
24-year-old Nishali Alma, a personal trainer, told Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies she was exercising alone around 10 p.m. on January 22nd when she saw a man she'd previously seen at the gym trying to get in.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in, and he came inside. My thought process was, like you said, like it was just another dude coming in to work out.
But after 25-year-old Xavier Thomas Jones entered, this happened instead.
Next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout and I grab my phone and he just approaches me. And not a single word was exchanged. As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what the F are you doing? I said, get away from me. And he kept trying to come towards me and kept reapproaching me.
Video shows Thomas Jones chasing her around the gym before grabbing Alma and pinning her down.
In my mind, I knew I was stronger than him and I knew I could fight back.
The seasoned weightlifter seen here holding her attacker in a chokehold while trying to call 911 before throwing more punches, leading Thomas Jones to release his grip. Self-defense expert Patrick Lockton at New York City's Krav Maga Institute says Alma's quick thinking under pressure was key.
She fought back. And the most important thing, she didn't freeze. She didn't fall into that trap.
Alma immediately ran outside, escaping to a nearby apartment. Now she's sharing her story and encouraging other women with similar experiences to do the same.
No other person should go through this. No other person should have to feel like this. No other person should have to go through a situation like this.
Experts say avoiding an incident like this starts with being aware of your surroundings and moving quickly if you're in danger.
Getting in the way, creating obstacles, creating an opportunity, a space between you and your attacker. So I'd be going straight for vulnerable. So again, just the eyes, hitting him in the nose with a phone, strike him in the throat, because everybody, it's soft tissue there, it's soft tissue in your eyes as well, and it's going to hurt everybody no matter how strong you are.
Authorities were able to track down Thomas Jones and arrested him the next day. He pled not guilty to charges of sexual battery, false imprisonment, and kidnapping, and will appear in court next month. An attorney for Thomas Jones did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
The day he was arrested and the day they caught him, I saw the whole thing go down. It was a relief.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Incredible quick thinking there. Priscilla, thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, short supply. Pharmacies nationwide reporting a shortage of a critical drug used by both children and adults, while officials say the supply just can't meet the demand.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels like.
From the storm zone. The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11. Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
This is what it looks and feels
The latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with a look at the nationwide shortage of a critical drug used to treat ADHD in both children and adults. In recent years, prescriptions for Adderall and similar drugs have jumped dramatically, but supplies just are not keeping up, leaving many people unable to find the medication that doctors say they need. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
For adults and children who need it, Adderall, other ADHD meds, and the generics can make all the difference in concentrating, multitasking, and lowering overall stress. But today, millions of Americans can't fill their prescriptions amid a nationwide shortage.
It's very hard to concentrate and remember things.
Near San Francisco, single mom Lisa Javaharian and her doctor have been struggling to find pharmacies with the Adderall that both Lisa and her 14-year-old son rely on.
So I'm kind of thinking of rationing now, but I don't know how that's going to affect myself as well as my son. He is more important, so I'd rather not ration him.
Adderall and similar meds have officially been in short supply for nearly 6 months.
I've been practicing medicine for 25 years. There's never been a shortage like this.
97% of community pharmacists report a shortage. Teva Pharmaceuticals, the prime supplier of Adderall, says manufacturing problems are mostly resolved. But demand has jumped dramatically. U.S. prescriptions more than doubled in the past 12 years, with a big surge during the pandemic when doctors were seeing patients remotely. Because Adderall can be abused, the DEA sets strict production quotas.
It's almost similar to trying to stop drunk driving by not allowing the sale of cars. People who need these medications no longer have access to them because of these quotas.
The DEA says most manufacturers have plenty of supply and have not fully hit their supply quota for 3 years. But clearly, demand right now does seem to be outstripping supply. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thank you. All right, now to financial headlines. Despite avoiding mass layoffs, unlike its competitors, Apple is now looking at making some big job cuts of its own. CNBC's Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with that and more. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning. So let's start with Apple. Apple has actually been laying off hundreds of contractors over the past several days, some of whom work directly with Apple employees on projects. So this is coming from the New York Post. They're saying that Apple's terminated them outright instead of waiting for their contracts to expire. And so this is news because Apple previously had largely avoided the mass layoffs that we saw at Dropbox, at Meta, the list continues. And a lot of these big tech rivals have resorted to layoffs because of uncertainty in the U.S. and global economy. The delivery boom sparked by the pandemic keeps boosting the fortunes of companies like DoorDash. The service seeing revenue rise in the fourth quarter of last year as consumers spent more on deliveries of food and household essentials, even if prices rose and more restaurants reopened. DoorDash has now more than 32 million monthly users, and its DashPass premium service now has more than 15 million members. TikTok is taking a page out of HQ Trivia's playbook, launching a series of live trivia games. Users can log in to play between February 22nd and the 26th, and TikTok is going to offer $500,000 in cash prizes that'll be split between winners. You must be 18 years or older, and you have to be in the U.S. to participate, but the categories include lifestyle, beauty, sports, music, along with questions about John Wick. The event, there's the catch, is sponsored by Lionsgate and the upcoming film, John Wick Chapter 4. So I guess people will have to go back and watch the other chapters.
There are several chapters, but people are so excited about that. All right.
Oh, I should go watch it then.
Yes, yeah, you should. There are a few of them. Christina, thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, it's a sad update to tell you about for actor Bruce Willis. We'll tell you about his new diagnosis less than 1 year after stepping away from acting. This is Morning News Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
Storm zone. The bigger piece to the puzzle, new numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
We begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others?
Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state, state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Actor Bruce Willis is known for taking down bad guys in Hollywood action movies, but now his family revealing that the acting legend is facing a different type of fight, a diagnosis of frontotemporal dementia. Kaylee Hartung joins us now from Los Angeles with more on this. Kaylee, so many people giving the Willises their well wishes right now.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. And his blended family has really been in lockstep since they first revealed that he was facing health challenges last spring. Now they are sharing this difficult news that his condition has progressed and say they have a deeper understanding of what he's experiencing.
I promise, Grace.
This morning, the family of legendary Hollywood action star Bruce Willis sharing new details about the cruel disease they say he's battling.
Plenty more where that came from.
Nearly 1 year after Willis was diagnosed with aphasia, a disease that impacts his cognitive abilities, forcing him to retire from his blockbuster acting career, his family saying in a statement, Bruce's condition has progressed, and we now have a more specific diagnosis. Frontotemporal dementia. The critically acclaimed actor became a bona fide star as the action hero John McClane in the Die Hard franchise.
Yeah, I'm still here. Unless you want to open the front door for me.
And in 2015, Willis shared on Today he was checking off another bucket list item, Broadway.
I had never been on Broadway, and as far as I'm concerned, it is the big time.
Starring in Misery, an adaptation of Stephen King's book. Now the Golden Globe winner is facing a different challenge offstage. This rare form of dementia, known as FTD, affects areas of the brain associated with personality, behavior, and language. It tends to occur at a younger age than other forms of dementia, the onset often between 45 and 60 years old. Willis, now 67, is among the 50 to 60,000 Americans fighting it. His family saying, unfortunately, challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease Bruce faces. While this is painful, it is a relief to finally have a clear diagnosis.
Welcome to the party, pal!
Willis's blended family has rallied around him through this difficult time. His wife, Emma, their 2 daughters, as well as his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and their 3 daughters, writing in their latest statement, Bruce has always found joy in life and has helped everyone he knows to do the same. It has meant the world to see that sense of care echoed back to him and to all of us.
There's currently no cure for FTD, and there are no treatments to slow down or stop the progression of the disease. But Willis's family says that's a reality they hope they can change as they try to shine a light on it. Stephen.
Glad he's getting so much support. Kaylee, thank you. All right, now to the 2-year-long journey of a missing cat from Florida who was found earlier this week 1,400 miles away in Kansas. The adorable orange tabby cat named what else but Lucky was turned into the Prairie Village Police Department by a local resident, and thankfully Lucky was microchipped. Animal control officers discovered the tabby had traveled all the way from Miami over those years. Quite the journey. The department has contacted the owner and hopes to reunite them soon after Lucky's very long vacation, a reunion we hope to not miss. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now, but your news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, speaking out, President Biden defiant after weeks of bipartisan criticism over his administration's handling of those aerial objects shot down by U.S. fighter jets.
Sending a clear message. The violation of our sovereignty is unacceptable. We'll act to protect our country, and we did.
In an exclusive phone call with NBC, the president revealing details about a planned meeting with China's leader and his thoughts on the controversy surrounding his decisions. Growing outrage 2 weeks after a toxic train derailment in Ohio. Emotions are running raw and patience is running out as hundreds packed into a gym to demand answers. Despite new reassurances from state and federal officials, neighbors say they're concerned toxic chemicals are seeping into their waterways. All of this as we're learning more about another train derailment, this time in Michigan. First appearance for the first time since their arrests. The 5 now former police officers accused of murdering Tyree Nichols will appear before a judge this morning. We're in Memphis with what comes next. And into the quantum realm. Everyone's favorite pint-sized superhero back on the big screen. And that is not all. From Star Trek to Skrillex, we're breaking down everything you need to know heading into the weekend on our can't miss list. All right, we do begin this hour with President Biden's first comments on those unidentified aerial objects that were recently shot down over North America. The president had been under a lot of pressure to speak out on those incidents, saying yesterday the 3 objects were not tied to Beijing. He also said he plans to directly speak with the Chinese president. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Walker has the latest.
Good day to you. These were really President Biden's most extensive comments yet on the Chinese spy balloon and those 3 unidentified objects shot down last weekend. It was an attempt to reassure Americans and also to temper the growing criticism from all sides about the president's handling of this ordeal.
Facing mounting pressure for more transparency after the U.S. shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon and 3 unidentified objects over the U.S. and Canada, President Biden on defense, making his first extensive remarks on the matter.
If any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
The president giving new details about the 3 objects over Alaska, the Canadian Yukon, and Lake Huron, saying while the U.S. does not know exactly what the objects were, they do not appear to be connected to China's spy balloon program or surveillance by another foreign power.
The intelligence community's current assessment is that these three objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation, or research institutions.
In an attempt to reassure worried Americans, the president said there is no evidence of a sharp increase in unidentified objects, explaining the U.S. is seeing more of them after enhancing its radar in the wake of the spy balloon. In an exclusive phone interview with NBC News, Peter Alexander pressed the president whether it was an overreaction to shoot down those three objects. The president responding, it would have been easier not to shoot them down in the face of political pressure, adding, I got a recommendation from the military. With tensions rising between the U.S. and China, the president unapologetic for shooting down that suspected spy balloon earlier this month, despite criticism he waited too long.
We waited until it was safely over water, which would not only protect civilians, but also enable us to recover substantial components for further analytics. And then we shot it down, sending a clear message.
Insisting the U.S. is seeking competition with China, not conflict. Mr. Biden also telling Peter he plans to speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping, saying, I think the last thing that Xi wants is to fundamentally rip the relationship with the United States and with me.
The president is also directing his team to develop what he's calling sharper rules for handling future unidentified objects. So the idea here is to better distinguish those that threaten U.S. safety and security and those that do not. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thanks so much. Well, growing outrage this morning following a train derailment in Ohio 2 weeks ago, which ended up releasing hazardous chemicals. Now residents' fears are growing that their health is at risk. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Ohio and joins us now with the very latest. Ron, good morning.
Good morning. The head of the federal EPA was here to offer many of the same reassurances to residents as other state and local officials have. But there's a lot of distrust here. A lot of residents worried whether their community will ever be safe again. This morning, emotions overflowing in East Palestine, Ohio.
All I know is our town needs help.
It's been 2 weeks since a Norfolk Southern train flew off the tracks, sending flames and smoke into the sky. Some of the area's nearly 5,000 residents wearily returning home after evacuation orders were lifted. But many now have more questions than answers.
Now that we're home, you don't know what to think.
State officials say the air and water are safe around East Palestine, and testing will continue. But growing concern that rain may spread toxic chemicals from the derailment site into other nearby waterways. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine assuring the community that plans are in place to prevent that from happening with the creation of multiple dams. Many locals like Luke Glavin feel the risk is too high to go home.
They said, oh, it's kind of like paint. You know, there's a residual smell after you paint your house. But okay, if that's the case, then why are people still getting sore throats and you know, their eyes burning?
EPA Administrator Michael Regan visited the derailment site and sought to reassure skeptical residents.
To the folks of East Palestine, we see them, we hear them. That's why I'm here on the ground, and we will hold Norfolk Southern accountable.
But the Biden administration is facing backlash over what many say has been a delayed response. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin saying in a statement, it is unacceptable that it took nearly 2 weeks for a senior administration official to show up. In an open letter to the community, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan H. Shaw said, we are here and will stay here for as long as it takes to ensure your safety and to help East Palestine recover and thrive. The letter comes amid growing calls for Norfolk Southern to do more.
Norfolk Southern should be doing a lot more to clean up the contaminated soil.
Another Norfolk Southern train derailed Thursday in Michigan. Local police indicating one rail car contained hazardous materials, but was not among the cars that overturned. But for East Palestine residents, health concerns are mounting.
It has to be more than just a coincidence to have such a small-knit community having so many issues in the aftermath of that disaster.
The federal government, the Biden administration, is saying that it will send the state of Ohio everything Governor Mike DeWine is requesting. For example, more experts from the CDC are headed this way. Residents are very concerned, and they want medical screening and monitoring set up for the long term, because they're very concerned about what could happen here in the years to come. And they also want more independent experts involved, not just government officials and politicians. Steve?
All right, Ron Allen, thanks so much for that update. All right, now to the latest on the health of Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. His chief of staff says Fetterman checked himself into Walter Reed Medical Center to undergo treatment for clinical depression. This, of course, comes after Fetterman recovered from a stroke he suffered last May while running for the Senate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on this. Ryan, good morning.
Stephen, good morning to you. And a senior aide tells NBC News that what the senator is dealing with right now is a lot different than the aftermath of his stroke from last spring, and that he will likely remain in an inpatient care facility for a few weeks. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman taking a temporary step back this morning after revealing a struggle familiar to millions of Americans. The lawmaker, still recovering from a stroke, checked himself into a hospital after being diagnosed with clinical depression. Fetterman's office revealing that he met with the Capitol physician on Monday, who suggested he seek care at Walter Reed. His chief of staff saying, quote, "While John has experienced depression off and on throughout his life, it only became severe in recent weeks." Experts say depression in the wake of a stroke is very common.
It is the most important and most frequent psychiatric complication from stroke. Many patients will experience depression.
Fetterman's announcement comes a week after being hospitalized for lightheadedness. He returned to work days later after a battery of tests revealed no physical problems. The senator has auditory and processing issues related to last year's stroke. He uses a tablet to participate in hearings and communicate with staff, similar to what he used in an interview with NBC's Dasha Burns last October.
It's really just how things happen, because I sometimes will hear things in a way that's not perfectly clear. So I use captioning, so I'm able to see what you're saying.
While his doctors have said he has no cognitive issues, the impacts of the stroke appear to have taken an emotional toll. An aide telling NBC that the depression symptoms he is dealing with now are, quote, "a very different beast than what he was dealing with after the stroke last year." His colleagues and family rushing to his support.
I think what John has done is really courageous to step up and take care of himself.
His wife tweeting, "I'm so proud of him for asking for help and getting the care he needs."
Will he be able to make a complete recovery from this?
He should be able to. It would be my expectation that he can absolutely be successfully treated for this.
And his office is so confident that Fetterman will make that full recovery that they say the prospect of resignation was, quote, "never discussed and is not on the table." Stephen?
Something so many people are dealing with. Ryan, thank you. All right, now to the murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. Jurors have now seen a video that allegedly shows the moments the former South Carolina attorney was in an ambulance taken after prosecutors describe was a failed assisted suicide attempt. And this morning, after 4 weeks and more than 50 witnesses, prosecutors seem to be close to resting their case. Katie Beck joins us now from outside of the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, with more. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, prosecutors fought hard to get that evidence of the roadside shooting into this trial. And even though that shooting happened months after the murders, they're trying to show a pattern here, a pattern of Alex Murdaugh repeatedly lying to investigators.
This never-before-seen video unveiled in court shows Alex Murdaugh inside an ambulance, telling first responders his version of events.
I turned my head and, boom.
3 months after the murders of his wife and son, Murdaugh says he was changing a flat tire on the side of the road when an unknown assailant stopped and shot him.
It sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud.
The gun type, one of several misleading details offered by Murdaugh, who also described the suspected shooter as a stranger.
A real nice guy.
9 days later, investigators would learn a very different story from Murdaugh when he confessed the shocking truth. Not only did Murdaugh know his assailant, he was related to him. It was Murdaugh's cousin, Curtis Eddie Smith.
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
The reason, he says, so his son Buster could collect a life insurance policy worth over $10 million.
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division investigator Ryan Kelly took the stand Thursday to spell out the details of the confession.
Did you obtain a copy or review the 911 call from this particular incident?
Yes, I did.
Investigators were also able to trace phone calls Murdaugh made to his cousin from the hospital, who Murdaugh says he bought pills from several times a week, admitting to a long-time opioid addiction. But Kelly denied Smith had anything to do with the murders of Maggie and Paul.
Is there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
As court adjourned on Thursday, defense attorneys told the judge they plan to have a long and extensive cross-examination on that roadside shooting evidence. Prosecutors saying today they are hopeful they'll be able to call their last witness for the state. Stephen?
All right, more to come. Katie Beck, thank you. All right, now to Memphis, where the 5 former police officers charged in connection with the death of Tyre Nichols are set to make their first court appearances this morning. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Memphis with more on this. Priscilla, good morning. So what are we expecting from these first court appearances?
Stephen, good morning. We expect those 5 former officers to walk into the doors behind me in just a few hours as those proceedings get underway. We know that a judge will call court into session, and then the charges against those 5 men will be read. Of course, those charges include second-degree murder, official misconduct, and aggravated kidnapping, among others. And then all 5 of those former officers will have an opportunity to plea to those charges. 2 of the attorneys for 2 of those officers tell us that their clients will plead not guilty. And after those pleas are in, the judge will set a future date for a status hearing. But that will be it. It will last under 10 minutes, we're told. And then the process of investigations on the defense side will begin as folks prepare to head to trial in this case. Stephen?
Wow, just 10 minutes. And we know Tyre Nichols' parents and Ben Crump, their attorney, announced that they're expecting to hold a press conference after this hearing. Do we know what to expect from that?
That's right. So we're told that Rovon Wells and Rodney Wells will both be in the courtroom today, coming face to face with the men accused of killing their son. And afterwards, they are going to come outside and speak to the press. I expect that they will share some of what that moment inside, those moments inside the courtroom are going to be like for them. And they are also likely to continue to demand justice for their son as the criminal part of this case begins, and continue to demand that these officers be held accountable. And I should note that we're also expecting to hear from the defense attorneys after the hearing, and they are also expected to come out and make a statement on behalf of their clients. Stephen?
All right, Priscilla, also wanted to ask about this one. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office announcing Wednesday that 2 deputies who got to the scene after Tyre Nichols was beaten, they have been suspended without pay. We want to note the authorities said those deputies did not engage in this beating. They got there after the fact. But what did this internal investigation that led to that suspension, what did that reveal?
Right. So these 2 sheriff's deputies, their names are Jeremy Watkins and Jontavius Bowers, have been suspended for 5 days. And an investigation found that they did not notify their supervisors that they had been on the scene. They also did not activate their body-worn cameras. And Watkins did not even mention that he had been at this location in his daily activity log. And so that is why those 2 sheriff's deputies were suspended for 5 days without pay. And all of this is coming as there are still 7 Memphis police officers who are currently under internal investigation. So the fallout here and the internal discipline certainly still continuing, even as this criminal case begins its journey through the court system. Stephen?
The long journey and these investigations really just at the beginning of them. Priscilla, thank you. All right, time now to get an update on your morning News Now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with what to expect from our very important weekend forecast. Hey, Angie.
Very important weekend forecast. And I've got it for you, Stephen. We've got to deal with a little bit of rain, some snow in some spots for the early part of our Friday, but then we're really going to see some nice conditions across the country in a lot of spots. Here's what we're dealing with, though. That same system that brought severe weather to parts of the south over the past couple of days, it's now moved to the east, and you can see the rain that's draped basically from Pensacola all the way up through New York. York and into portions of New England. That's where we'll see also the potential for some snow. You can already see some of those flakes working in, and it's this system that's going to continue to work to the east. Now, the good news is by the time we get to early afternoon, a lot of this will be offshore. By the time we get to the evening hours, we'll see mostly quiet conditions as far as the sky conditions go, but we're also going to see that cold air rushing in behind it. We've already seen temperatures plummeting in places that this system has already passed, like the Midwest. So we'll start to get in on some of that cooler air here for the Northeast and up and down the East Coast and in the South over the next 24 hours. In the meantime, we have these winter alerts that are up, winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings that are in effect. Northern Maine, that's the bullseye for the highest amount of snow totals here as we go through the next day or so. Through later today, we could see up to 8 inches in the most extreme northern portions of Maine. So just FYI on that, we'll have an inch or so in other spots. And as far as the rain is concerned, not heavy, but kind of a nuisance rain, especially for the early morning commute and into the first half of our Friday as people are starting to get their weekend plans going. About 1/4 of an inch, though, so nothing too impressive. But how about those temperatures? They've been impressive. Speaking of impressive, they have been impressive along the East Coast and really focused into the Northeast for days and days. We've seen spring-like conditions where temperatures have been well into the 60s, some locations hitting the 70s, feeling more like late March than, of course, February, or even feeling like April. Today, we started in the 60s in a lot of spots. Philadelphia, Richmond, even New York, Charlotte, mid-60s. Those temperatures are our high temperatures, but we're going to hit them early in the day. And then as that front passes, we'll start to see these temperatures take a tumble. And look at the cold air behind it. Cincinnati at 35 today, Cleveland at 31 today. That front has already passed there, so the colder air has already worked in. It's not just the Northeast, it's not just the East, it's also the South. Temperatures into the upper 50s in Baton Rouge, 57 in Shreveport, Houston, hitting 59 degrees for the high today. But the good news is, if you've gotten used to the spring-like conditions, we're actually going to see these temperatures rebound pretty quick. So we wake up chilly in places like New York in the 40s on Saturday, but we rebound back to the 50s we go Sunday. Monday, we're at 55 degrees, 60s for Richmond, 68 for Charlotte on Monday, Stephen. I mean, you can't beat that, especially going into the weekend. It'll be a nice one, and we'll see plenty of sunshine in a lot of places as well. Once we get this front working through, a little more sunshine, it'll be a pleasant kind of couple of days for us for Saturday and Sunday.
Great. I'm so glad to hear about that rebound because I got spring fever after just getting a taste of it.
I got excited for summer yesterday and the day before. I was like, wait.
It's February.
I need to rein it in. We've got a little time till
just
then.
a bit. All right, Angie, thanks. All right, still to come this morning, more allegations of sexual harassment at Fox News. The lawsuit filed by one former staffer describing what she says was 15 years of abuse by now deceased former CEO Roger Ailes and why she's speaking up now. That's next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. But let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Welcome back. Fox News is once again in the hot seat following a lawsuit filed by a former employee. She accused the company of mishandling her sexual harassment allegations against former CEO and chairman Roger Ailes. Lori Loon sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC to talk about her case and that alleged abuse. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with more on that interview. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, Stephen. Good morning. Lori Loon says Fox News knew Roger Ailes was sexually abusing her for years and then covered it up. The suit filed now because New York State has lifted the statute of limitations on sexual abuse and assault claims. Loon says it's her chance to get accountability.
I mean, my life was destroyed. He does haunt me in an awful, horrible way.
Lori Loon is talking about Roger Ailes, who first offered her a job in the early 90s before he helped create Fox News. The beginning, according to her lawsuit, of more than 15 years of sexual abuse.
He, asked me to do some inappropriate things. Before I knew it, he had a camera, a video camera.
He was recording.
Yeah, and I remember being tongue-tied and kind of caught off guard.
Videos the lawsuit claims Ailes used as blackmail.
I felt like my life was over. I felt like I'd just fallen in a trap and I was in trouble.
Ailes would go on to hire her as a booker at Fox News, where she says the abuse got worse.
Code for booking meeting meant I was to go to New York, go to a booking meeting, and then after the booking meeting, basically be sexually assaulted and keep my mouth shut.
Did you want to walk away? Could you walk away?
I tried to get another job at another network, and I was so associated with Roger Ailes. It was very difficult.
Loon did eventually leave in 2011, receiving a $3 million settlement.
The deal was, we're going to give you this money, and then you're not going to talk about this, right?
Right,
I mean,
but
that was effectively what...
It was under duress.
Mr. Ailes, how are you?
In 2016, Ailes resigned from Fox News, as at least a dozen women accused him of sexual misconduct, including former anchors Gretchen Carlson and Megyn Kelly.
When you saw this scandal erupt in 2016, what did you think?
I was relieved, but it was too late. It caused so much damage.
Loon could not sue the company and Ailes at the time because of the statute of limitations. In 2019, she accused Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott of defamation, but a judge threw out that lawsuit and deemed it meritless.
Why are you coming forward now?
As time has gone on, I haven't recovered, but I just happen to be blessed with this statute in New York.
In November, the New York Adult Survivors Act temporarily lifted the statute of limitations.
The bill is signed.
Loon is now suing, accusing Fox News and former network executive Bill Shine of covering up and empowering Ailes to commit sexual assaults. Shine resigned in 2017 as the scandal roiled the company. Ailes, who denied all the accusations against him, died 2 weeks later. In a statement, Fox News Media says this matter was settled years ago, dismissed in subsequent litigation, and is meritless. Bill Shine did not respond to a request for comment, but has previously denied knowing about any allegations against Ailes.
I need vindication for myself. I need justice to prevail.
The Adult Survivors Act excludes accusers who have previously settled claims. Fox may argue that the 2011 deal means Loon can't sue now. Fox has publicly acknowledged spending tens of millions of dollars to resolve sexual harassment claims against Ailes and others at the company since 2016, Stephen.
The fallout continues from that one.
It certainly does.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, world leaders are gathering in Munich, Germany this morning for the city's annual security conference. Vice President Kamala Harris is leading the U.S. delegation at the event, which is set to, of course, be dominated by the Ukraine war. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell spoke exclusively with Harris on the sidelines of the meeting. Here's a taste of their conversation about that balloon that was shot down.
But why shoot first when we didn't have a policy in place?
Well, let's be clear, first of all, as it relates to the Chinese balloon, we shot it down because it needed to be shot down because we were confident that it was used by China to spy on the American people.
The president, of course, has reached out to China saying he expects to talk to President Xi. They have said today that it was accidental, that we're overreacting, that there can't be this kind of dialogue given our reaction, or there shouldn't be this kind of dialogue.
We will maintain the perspective that we have in terms of what should be the relationship between China and the United States. That is not going to change, but surely and certainly that balloon was not helpful, which is why we shot it down.
And you can see more of that exclusive interview with Vice President Harris today at 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Andrea Mitchell Reports on MSNBC. More international headlines now, and a race against the clock after a series of deadly avalanches in Tajikistan. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Stephen. At least 17 are dead, and dozens of homes are either destroyed or literally buried in snow after multiple avalanches. Now rescuers are racing to find survivors and to dig them out of the mountainous eastern part of Tajikistan. But those avalanches have also made many of the roads impassable, and authorities there are warning there could be more avalanches in the coming days. Now to Spain, which has just become the first European country to guarantee paid sick leave to women experiencing period pain. The new law passed on Thursday allows women to stay home for a few hours or to take medical leave if menstrual pain prevents them from working. The paid leave is included in a broader law that also expands abortion access and trans rights in Spain. And finally, back here to the United Kingdom, where researchers say a dinosaur footprint found on the Yorkshire coast is breaking records. The footprint is more than 3 feet long, making it the largest ever discovered in the region. Scientists believe it was left 166 million years ago by a predator stopping to rest. It's now set to go on display at the local Rotunda Museum after conservation efforts are completed. Stephen, back to you.
Wow, very cool. A little bit of paleontology in there. Josh, thank you. And coming up this morning, we're learning new details about the gunman behind a deadly rampage on the campus of Michigan State. What investigators are now saying about possible targets and the weapons used in that massacre. That's next.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We're learning new details this morning about the suspected gunman who police say went on the deadly rampage on Michigan State's campus earlier this week. At a press conference yesterday, authorities released new information about Anthony McRae's possible targets and the weapons he was carrying. It comes as the university prepares to resume classes on Monday, while the community continues to mourn the students who lost their lives in that shooting. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing with the latest on this investigation. Jesse, good morning to you. So what did we learn yesterday? What new details were we able to get about McRae?
Stephen, good morning. We learned more about the moments when police identified and approached the suspect. They say that officers were approaching the suspect, Anthony McRae. He never said a word to them, according to officials, before he shot and killed himself. And officials say that when they approached the suspect and looked at what he had on him, he had 2 weapons. He also had 8 fully loaded magazines and 50 additional rounds of ammunition. Here's part of what officials told us about those guns at a press conference yesterday.
The shooter had 2 handguns on his person when he was located. Those handguns are both 9mm. He also had additional magazines and ammunition on his person.
So it looks like he possibly a motive for that was he just felt slighted, and that's kind of what the note indicated.
What they're referring to there is the fact that they found a note with the suspect that listed multiple locations that were threatened, including a church and a warehouse where he used to work. But again, that they're talking about right there is an indication of motive. They still have not outright said why they believe this was done, Stephen.
Yeah, just sort of hinting in that direction. One of the many questions throughout this has been, along with motive, was how McRae got the guns in the first place. Did we know if they were purchased legally?
Yeah, and we had some back and forth this week that we were hearing from various officials, because you'll remember that he had previously been charged with a felony weapons charge. He also was charged with a misdemeanor, and he pleaded guilty to that lesser offense and was sentenced to probation. That was a case related to an incident back in 2019, and we have seen new body camera footage from police body camera footage that appears to show that arrest unfolding. It was edited video before NBC received it. So we looked at that video. We know about the prior arrest. And so there was a question of whether he would be able to legally purchase this weapon. But officials did make clear, Stephen, yesterday that both of the guns that he had on him were purchased by him legally.
And Jesse, we know classes are set to resume at Michigan State on Monday. But of course, students, staff, anyone associated with the school, of course, dealing with all of this trauma and grief. I understand you spoke to a professor who was in one of those buildings when the gunman ended up targeting. What did he tell you?
Not only was this assistant professor in Berkey Hall where the shooting unfolded, Stephen, he says that he was teaching the class where 7 of the 8 students who were shot were hit. And he says specifically that 2 of the students who died, Ariel Anderson and Alexandria Verner, both juniors, were in his classroom. Here's what he described of those harrowing moments.
I'm haunted because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to lift their bodies. There was so much blood. The only thing I could think of was throw myself at that door, grab the knob, squat, and put my foot against the wall so that I could pull the door, because I didn't see any mechanism to lock it.
So that professor is describing what he was trying to do to shield his students in any way he can, clearly describing heroic moments there. And while he's doing that, he said he was telling his students to jump out of the windows, Stephen. If you can imagine a teacher telling his students to jump out of the windows. And he says the first level of windows was actually too narrow for students to be able to get through. And so students were having to climb to the second tier of windows in Berkey Hall, he says, to get out of the building. And this professor also says, I want to give you one more illustration of what he was looking at. He drew a diagram for us of what the students were going through and what it looked like in that classroom. And he showed us what the rows of seating looked like. And he says it was kind of like theater seating. So if you can think about that, you have to go to one aisle or the other. So if someone was trapped in one of those middle seats, they really had nowhere to go, which gives you another idea of the stressful situation for all of those students and that professor in those moments, Stephen.
My gosh, so heartbreaking to hear those details. Something just so senseless. Jesse, thanks so much. All right, some sad news to report from the world of baseball this morning. Major League legend Tim McCarver has died at the age of 81. The two-time World Series champion spent decades in professional baseball as a catcher and then as an award-winning broadcaster. In 2016, he was inducted into the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame. In a statement, MLB's commissioner called McCarver one of the most influential voices our game has known. Still to come this morning, an update on the health of beloved actor Bruce Willis. We're talking one-on-one with a medical expert to discuss the new revelation about his dementia diagnosis. That's next.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
like.
zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
New numbers just out this morning.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
And we begin with the breaking news. Hurricane Ian gaining in strength.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11. Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
An urgent warning this hour about the flu.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Making news right now.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now. Streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. The family of Hollywood star Bruce Willis making a heartbreaking announcement yesterday, nearly a year after revealing that doctors diagnosed Willis with aphasia, a brain disorder which affects the ability to communicate. Willis now has what his family is calling a more specific diagnosis, frontotemporal dementia. Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now with more on this. So, Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being here. Many of us had not heard of this disease, which is known as FTD. Not heard of it before. What can you tell us about it?
Right. Thank you so much for having me. So, FTD represents about 10 to 20% of all dementias. It's characterized by changes in behavior, language, and personality. So, it affects both the frontal and temporal lobe. It's different from Alzheimer's in that there's no memory loss with it typically. And so what we've seen with Bruce Willis is that his symptoms started out as issues with language, so maybe understanding or speaking or reading, and now really has transitioned and progressed into more encompassing. So maybe also he's having behavioral changes and personality changes as well.
Do we know more about the progression of this disease? You mentioned Alzheimer's. So many people are familiar with that and sort of how that goes. But what about FTD?
Yes, so FTD is similar. It affects a demographic between 40 and 65 years old. And so that's earlier than Alzheimer's. And typically the symptoms will start out quite mild, and then they will progress over time, which is probably what happened to Mr. Willis. They started out as aphasia and now maybe are more complex and complicated. And so that's why it's really important for families and patients to be educated about the potential for their symptoms to be getting worse, because this could be a very frustrating experience, as you can imagine, for families not being able to communicate with their loved ones, and even caretaking. It affects what we call the executive function. So even in terms of organizing things, people will have difficulty with that.
Yeah, I can imagine the frustration with that, something people take so for granted, just being able to talk about things with their family. And speaking of his family, Bruce Willis' entire family, his blended family, including his 5 daughters, even his ex-wife, Demi Moore, all have taken part in these very public statements. Part of what they said in the statement yesterday, ours is just one family with a loved one who suffers from FTD. So we know there's no cure for this disease. How important is it for some family members to gather around just to support someone dealing with this?
Right. So that is so key. I think we have to give a lot of attention and support resources to the caregivers, because they are going to be really taking care of these people probably for a long time. And again, that frustration that they may experience. So they may have to engage with speech and language pathologists, social workers, also with psychiatrists and psychologists, because a lot of these patients also experience depression. So they may have to take antidepressant medications. And another characteristic is agitation. So they may have to deal with their loved ones becoming more agitated. So they'll have to learn not only what medications to give, but how to really interact with their family members in order not to escalate certain situations.
Yeah, they'll need support too. And quickly here, I wanted to ask, what is the outlook for medication to treat this disease? Can it help them?
And so the medications to treat it are really treating the symptoms of the disease, not the disease itself, since right now it has no cure. So it's treating depression, it's treating agitation, treating anxiety. So those are sort of really the main focus of the treatments, treating the symptoms that patients with FTD have, and to make it just easier for the patient as well as for the family.
Yeah, certainly important to remember the family needs support as well. Dr. Blackstock, thanks for helping us understand that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, turning now to financial headlines. Tesla voluntarily recalling thousands of its cars. CNBC's Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with more on that. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, Tesla's full self-driving technology hits another speed bump. The company announcing a recall of nearly 360,000 vehicles affecting all 4 of its models. The feature could pose a safety risk at an intersection, including traveling through while in a turn-only lane or coming to a complete stop. Tesla says there have been 18 accidents, we should say, since 2019, but no death or injuries. The issue will be fixed with an over-the-air software update. That's what they're saying. Mark Zuckerberg says Meta is bringing broadcast channels to Instagram. The feature, similar to one on Telegram, can only be accessed through mobile devices. It lets people broadcast messages and updates to a broader audience of followers. Zuckerberg says his personal channel, called Meta Channel, is where he'll share news and updates on the products and tech the company's working on. Microsoft is defending the new version of its Bing search engine that's powered by AI technology from ChatGPT. Early testers have been flagging mistakes and disturbing responses generated by the web browser. Check the New York Times article for that one. In a blog post, Microsoft says the new Bing is a, quote, work in progress, and calls the integration with ChatGPT a learning experience that is helping test and improve the new Bing. Have you guys seen that New York Times article?
Yes, I read it yesterday. It is so sci-fi.
It's so sci-fi that the ChatGPT wants to become human and sounds depressed and everything. Ugh.
And was like reportedly declaring its love. Just so much going on there.
Yeah, it was dark. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, interesting. Christina, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Well, the weekend is almost here, and that means it is time for the can't miss list. From big-name blockbusters to exhilarating indies, we have everything you need to know for your viewing pleasure. That's coming up next.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back. Some good news out of the animal kingdom this morning. Humpback whales off the Australian coast seem to be singing less. So I'm sure you're asking, why is singing less a good thing? Well, a group of scientists on the mainland have observed that whales are not producing their signature wails as often as they used to. They say it's because they're not lonely anymore. That's right, male whales are supposed to sing to attract their mates, but since their population has dramatically rebounded after the end of commercial whaling, there's no longer a real need to sing as much. Back in the 60s, there were as few as 200 humpback whales left in Australia. Now there's an estimated 40,000. A little less singing out there, but for good reason. All right, time now to get your popcorn or coffee or both ready, because it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. All the TV shows, movies, and music you should check out this weekend. USA Today Entertain This host Ralphie Aversa joins us now with what we just can't miss. So Ralphie, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, want to start with the most obvious one. Ant-Man, the new movie coming out.
Yeah, Ant-Man 3, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Paul Rudd returning as Scott Lang, of course, and our USA Today's Brian Truitt chatting with Mr. Rudd. He was joking, Paul was, that he felt like a sparring partner for Jonathan Majors ahead of Jonathan's role in Creed 3, because there's a big fist fight scene, which is something, by the way, you don't normally see anymore in superhero movies. Like, you know, they have all of these powers, Kang the Conqueror is Majors, and of course Ant-Man, but there they are kind of duking it out here, at least in the trailer. We see it at some point. So very interesting. Paul also telling us that being a real-life dad kind of helped his role as Scott Lang. So Brian giving rave reviews to Mr. Majors for his role as King the Conqueror, Ant-Man 3, Quantumania, out now.
Don't want to miss that. Yeah, usually it's a magical fight. It's cool to see maybe the old school action movie style.
Yeah.
Also, want to talk about this one. I'm a huge Trekkie, so want to talk about Star Trek Picard. Also, want to talk about Hello Tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll start with Hello Tomorrow. Billy Crudup, of course, we know from the morning show, which we'll chat about in just a minute, but he is starring in Hello Tomorrow. He plays a lead of a sales team that is selling timeshares on the moon. Yeah, kind of a fictionalized version of America, but a little bit of optimism and hope in there as well. Speaking of the morning show, though, Billy did stop by 1A and the Today Show, and he said that they just wrapped season 3. So that was, by the way, really fun to see this morning, or this week on the Today Show. Seeing Billy and Al kind of go back and forth about the morning show was like the right mix of like awkward and grilling, but fun. So
awkward, grilling, and fun.
That's it.
Can't beat it. Okay, also want to talk about a bit Star Trek Picard. I stayed up late to watch it. Love that show so much already. I said it feels like a family reunion. Grew up with those characters.
Yeah, and you know, our Brian Alexander at USA Today said the same to Patrick Stewart, and Patrick said it's less of a reunion and more of a necessary fight to save the world. I don't want to give away too much here, but Patrick has really loved this role that has made him a household name since 1987. This is the 3rd and final season of Picard. Is this the end of the road for Picard, though? Well, Mr. Stewart said maybe. You know, he's open to playing the role again. He thinks that maybe something could be explored from a storyline standpoint. He really doesn't think any studios will be interested, though. By the way, Patrick Stewart, 82 years old. Wow. How does he stay looking that young? He stays active. Even tells us that he might start playing a little pickleball. So you can add back to the list of that.
Yeah, don't put anything. Don't put anything behind. He can do anything, Picard. And if you're in the mood for something a bit darker, we're hearing about was it Emily and Sharper? What can you tell us about those?
Okay, so Emily is, of course, Emily Bronte, the novelist. And this is a story about her one novel, a little bit fictionalized, but basically how that novel came about. Emily, growing up, was kind of cast as weird, even amongst loved ones, but she eventually kind of finds her way and falls in love with her French tutor. And this, of course, leads to her novel, so says the movie. So Emily in theaters now. Emma Mackey starring in this one as Emily.
All right, and Sharper, what do we know about that one?
Okay, Julianne Moore, Sebastian Stan, John Lithgow. This con man takes New York City and tries to take billionaires for their money. This hit theaters last week, but now streaming on Apple TV Plus this weekend as well.
All right, this one was interesting to me. An old-fashioned comedy show. Josh Johnson's new stand-up special. How's that looking?
You know, it's interesting. It is kind of old-fashioned, but it's also this new, you know, what we're seeing, and I think of Neil Brennan in 3 Mics. Josh is basically taking an hour of talk therapy, and he turned it into stand-up comedy. It's a very interesting concept. Just from watching the trailer, you're really drawn in. Josh, by the way, Emmy-nominated writer on the Daily Show, yes, on the Daily Show, and also has toured with Trevor Noah as well. So this is a really cool special that is streaming now, of course, right here on Peacock.
Okay, can't miss that one. And finally, running a bit out of time here, but want to get a quick wrap of Skrillex's new album.
Yes, okay. So this one's called Quest for Fire. I'll give you one song off of it that you have to listen to.
All right.
Ra-ta-ta-ta, featuring Missy Elliott. And yes, it borrows from her hit, Work It, because this is the kind of beat that go ra-ta-ta. You ever flip it down, put it in reverse, and no, maybe not? All right, anyways. A lot of good features on here. Pete Wentz being another one, Sway Lee too. Also, Pink's new album is out. It's called Trust Fall, her 9th studio album. She's got a big tour this summer. So
all right.
A lot of good music as well
this
weekend. Yes.
Can't beat that. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Ralph.
Steven, thank you.
All right. Well, we end this hour with a star chef who's serving up some award-winning meals and making history here in New York City's restaurant scene, all at the same time. Today, anchor Craig Melvin is telling us all about him.
The chef behind this popular Brooklyn restaurant is now being celebrated for more than fine dining. Charlie Mitchell is the first black chef in New York City to be awarded a Michelin star and just the 2nd black executive chef in the country to achieve that honor.
I wanted to always, plant my feet here and be a serious New York City chef, so that was always a goal of mine.
And look at you now.
Yeah.
Dreams come true.
Yeah.
Mitchell was born and raised in Detroit and developed a passion for food and cooking from his grandmother.
I think the thing that stuck with me the most is she used to like this whole fried fish, whole fried bass all the time when I was younger, and I think that stood out the most.
Head on?
Always.
Oh. He attended culinary school for a few months, but preferred on-the-job training instead.
I ended up like Googling restaurants in the metro area, got my first real job, and in that kitchen is where I was like, wow, like I love the way they work. I love how professional it is. Like I'm using ingredients I've never had, never learned about.
Years of experience in world-class restaurants like 11 Madison Park eventually led him to this quiet street in Brooklyn Heights. When Clover Hill opened 1 year ago, he became its executive chef in charge of creating the menu. Mitchell's team plates an 8-course tasting menu that regularly changes with the best seasonal foods available.
I guess it's challenging, but we're always changing something, or we're always trying to make the dish the best version of itself, right? So we may tweak it every day for 2 weeks straight if we have to get it to be like a perfect dish.
That quest for perfection did not go unnoticed. When Michelin announced its starred restaurants in October, not only did Clover Hill earn a star in its first year, but Chef Mitchell picked up the award for Best Young Chef.
That was a complete surprise when they announced that, and I was just humbled, you know.
Were you aware at the time of the historic implications?
I was not at the time. You always think so many people have come before you. You just assume that someone has already done this, you know? This doesn't cross your mind that you may be the first or second to do really anything.
Especially here in New York City. Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think there aren't more people who look like us as executive chefs in fine dining restaurants like this?
You don't make a lot of money as a young cook, you know, so I think a lot of times we're like chasing a very different American dream than to kind of put up with these aggressive environments that are often led by people who don't look like us.
I tasted some of the iconic dishes that earned this unique place in the food world. I'm gonna come around and try this here, although it's almost too pretty to touch. Including a shark fin flounder and a spicy tapioca. But this is nice, and it's subtle. And a Japanese mackerel.
We dry age it, we hang it a little bit, and then we finish it in a little bit of beeswax so that it retains moisture.
When people leave your restaurant, what do you want them to take away?
I want them to kind of be, you know, excited or inspired about food. You know, like that's something that is very important to us.
Very cool. Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. And Chef Charlie Mitchell, by the way, is not done yet. Clover Hill is also a semifinalist for a James Beard Award. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But don't go anywhere. Your news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Stephen Romo. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, speaking out, President Biden defiant after weeks of bipartisan criticism over his administration's handling of those aerial objects shot down by U.S. fighter jets.
Sending a clear message. The violation of our sovereignty is unacceptable. We'll act to protect our country, and we did.
In an exclusive phone call with NBC, the president revealing details about a planned meeting with China's leader and his thoughts on the controversy surrounding his decisions. Growing outrage 2 weeks after a toxic train derailment in Ohio. Emotions are running raw and patience is running out as hundreds packed into a gym to demand answers. Despite new reassurances from state and federal officials, neighbors say they're concerned toxic chemicals are seeping into their waterways. All of this as we're learning more about another train derailment, this time in Michigan. First appearance for the first time since their arrests. The 5 now former police officers accused of murdering Tyree Nichols will appear before a judge this morning. We're in Memphis with what comes next. And into the quantum realm. Everyone's favorite pint-sized superhero back on the big screen. And that is not all. From Star Trek to Skrillex, we're breaking down everything you need to know heading into the weekend on our can't miss list. All right, we do begin this hour with President Biden's first comments on those unidentified aerial objects that were recently shot down over North America. The president had been under a lot of pressure to speak out on those incidents, saying yesterday the 3 objects were not tied to Beijing. He also said he plans to directly speak with the Chinese president. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Walker has the latest.
Good day to you. These were really President Biden's most extensive comments yet on the Chinese spy balloon and those 3 unidentified objects shot down last weekend. It was an attempt to reassure Americans and also to temper the growing criticism from all sides about the president's handling of this ordeal.
Facing mounting pressure for more transparency after the U.S. shot down a suspected Chinese spy balloon and 3 unidentified objects over the U.S. and Canada, President Biden on defense, making his first extensive remarks on the matter.
If any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
The president giving new details about the 3 objects over Alaska, the Canadian Yukon, and Lake Huron, saying while the U.S. does not know exactly what the objects were, they do not appear to be connected to China's spy balloon program or surveillance by another foreign power.
The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation, or research institutions.
In an attempt to reassure worried Americans, the president said there is no evidence of a sharp increase in unidentified objects, explaining the U.S. is seeing more of them after enhancing its radar in the wake of the spy balloon. In an exclusive phone interview with NBC News, Peter Alexander pressed the president whether it was an overreaction to shoot down those 3 objects. The president responding, it would have been easier not to shoot them down in the face of political pressure, adding, I got a recommendation from the military. With tensions rising between the U.S. and China, the president unapologetic for shooting down that suspected spy balloon earlier this month. Despite criticism, he waited too long.
We waited until it was safely over water, which would not only protect civilians, but also enable us to recover substantial components for further analytics. And then we shot it down, sending a clear message.
Insisting the U.S. is seeking competition with China, not conflict. Mr. Biden also telling Peter he plans to speak with Chinese President Xi Jinping, saying, I think the last thing that Xi wants is to fundamentally rip the relationship with the United States and with me.
The president is also directing his team to develop what he's calling sharper rules for handling future unidentified objects. So the idea here is to better distinguish those that threaten U.S. safety and security and those that do not. Back to you.
All right, Kristen, thanks so much. Well, growing outrage this morning following a train derailment in Ohio 2 weeks ago, which ended up releasing hazardous chemicals. Now residents' fears are growing that their health is at risk. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Ohio and joins us now with the very latest. Ron, good morning.
Good morning. The head of the federal EPA was here to offer many of the same reassurances to residents as other state and local officials have. But there's a lot of distrust here. A lot of residents worried whether their community will ever be safe again. This morning, emotions overflowing in East Palestine, Ohio.
All I know is our town needs help.
It's been 2 weeks since a Norfolk Southern train flew off the tracks, sending flames and smoke into the sky. Some of the area's nearly 5,000 residents wearily returning home after evacuation orders were lifted. But many now have more questions than answers.
Now that we're home, you don't know what to think.
State officials say the air and water are safe around East Palestine, and testing will continue. But growing concern that rain may spread toxic chemicals from the derailment site into other nearby waterways. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine assuring the community that plans are in place to prevent that from happening with the creation of multiple dams. Many locals like Luke Lavin feel the risk is too high to go home.
They said, oh, it's kind of like paint. You know, there's a residual smell after you paint your house. But okay, if that's the case, then why are people still getting sore throats and you know, their eyes burning?
EPA Administrator Michael Regan visited the derailment site and sought to reassure skeptical residents.
To the folks of East Palestine, we see them, we hear them. That's why I'm here on the ground, and we will hold Norfolk Southern accountable.
But the Biden administration is facing backlash over what many say has been a delayed response. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin saying in a statement, it is unacceptable that it took nearly 2 weeks for a senior administration official to show up. In an open letter to the community, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan H. Shaw said, we are here and will stay here for as long as it takes to ensure your safety and to help East Palestine recover and thrive. The letter comes amid growing calls for Norfolk Southern to do more.
Norfolk Southern should be doing a lot more to clean up the contaminated soil.
Another Norfolk Southern train derailed Thursday in Michigan. Local police indicating one rail car contained hazardous materials, but was not among the cars that overturned. But for East Palestine residents, health concerns are mounting.
It has to be more than just a coincidence to have such a small-knit community having so many issues in the aftermath of that disaster.
The federal government, the Biden administration, is saying that it will send the state of Ohio everything Governor Mike DeWine is requesting. For example, more experts from the CDC are headed this way. Residents are very concerned, and they want medical screening and monitoring set up for the long term, because they're very concerned about what could happen here in the years to come. And they also want more independent experts involved, not just government officials and politicians. Steve?
All right, Ron Allen, thanks so much for that update. All right, now to the latest on the health of Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. His chief of staff says Fetterman checked himself into Walter Reed Medical Center to undergo treatment for clinical depression. This, of course, comes after Fetterman recovered from a stroke he suffered last May while running for the Senate. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on this. Ryan, good morning.
Stephen, good morning to you. And a senior aide tells NBC News that what the senator is dealing with right now is a lot different than the aftermath of his stroke from last spring, and that he will likely remain in an inpatient care facility for a few weeks.
Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman taking a temporary step back this morning after revealing a struggle familiar to millions of Americans. The lawmaker, still recovering from a stroke, checked himself into a hospital after being diagnosed with clinical depression. Fetterman's office revealing that he met with the Capitol physician on Monday, who suggested he seek care at Walter Reed. His chief of staff saying, quote, "While John has experienced depression off and on throughout his life, it only became severe in recent weeks." Experts say depression in the wake of a stroke is very common.
It is the most important and most frequent psychiatric complication from stroke. Many patients will experience depression.
Fetterman's announcement comes a week after being hospitalized for lightheadedness. He returned to work days later after a battery of tests revealed no physical problems. The senator has auditory and processing issues related to last year's stroke. He uses a tablet to participate in hearings and communicate with staff, similar to what he used in an interview with NBC's Dasha Burns last October.
It's really just how things happen, because I sometimes will hear things in a way that's not perfectly clear. So I use captioning, so I'm able to see what you're saying.
While his doctors have said he has no cognitive issues, the impacts of the stroke appear to have taken an emotional toll. An aide telling NBC that the depression symptoms he is dealing with now are, quote, "a very different beast than what he was dealing with after the stroke last year." His colleagues and family rushing to his support.
I think what John has done is really courageous to step up and take care of himself.
His wife tweeting, "I'm so proud of him for asking for help and getting the care he needs."
Will he be able to make a complete recovery from this?
He should be able to. It would be my expectation that he can absolutely be successfully treated for this.
And his office is so confident that Fetterman will make that full recovery that they say the prospect of resignation was, quote, "never discussed and is not on the table." Stephen?
Something so many people are dealing with. Ryan, thank you. All right, now to the murder trial of Alex Murdaugh. Jurors have now seen a video that allegedly shows the moments the former South Carolina attorney was in an ambulance taken after prosecutors describe was a failed assisted suicide attempt. And this morning, after 4 weeks and more than 50 witnesses, prosecutors seem to be close to resting their case. Katie Beck joins us now from outside of the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, with more. Katie, good morning.
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, prosecutors fought hard to get that evidence of the roadside shooting into this trial. And even though that shooting happened months after the murders, they're trying to show a pattern here, a pattern of Alex Murdaugh repeatedly lying to investigators.
This never-before-seen video unveiled in court shows Alex Murdaugh inside an ambulance, telling first responders his version of events.
I turned my head and, boom.
3 months after the murders of his wife and son, Murdaugh says he was changing a flat tire on the side of the road when an unknown assailant stopped and shot him.
It sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud.
The gun type, one of several misleading details offered by Murdaugh, who also described the suspected shooter as a stranger.
A real nice guy.
9 days later, investigators would learn a very different story from Murdaugh when he confessed the shocking truth. Not only did Murdaugh know his assailant, he was related to him. It was Murdaugh's cousin, Curtis Eddie Smith.
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
The reason, he says, so his son Buster could collect a life insurance policy worth over $10 million. South Carolina Law Enforcement Division investigator Ryan Kelly took the stand Thursday to spell out the details of the confession.
Did you obtain a copy or review the 911 call from this particular incident?
Yes, I did.
Investigators were also able to trace phone calls Murdaugh made to his cousin from the hospital, who Murdaugh says he bought pills from several times a week, admitting to a long-time opioid addiction. But Kelly denied Smith had anything to do with the murders of Maggie and Paul.
Is there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
As court adjourned on Thursday, defense attorneys told the judge they plan to have a long and extensive cross-examination on that roadside shooting evidence. Prosecutors saying today they are hopeful they'll be able to call their last witness for the state. Stephen?
All right, more to come. Katie Beck, thank you. All right, now to Memphis, where the 5 former police officers charged in connection with the death of Tyre Nichols are set to make their first court appearances this morning. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Memphis with more on this. Priscilla, good morning. So what are we expecting from these first court appearances?
Stephen, good morning. We expect those 5 former officers to walk into the doors behind me in just a few hours as those proceedings get underway. We know that a judge will call court into session, and then the charges against those 5 men will be read. Of course, those charges include second-degree murder, official misconduct, and aggravated kidnapping, among others. And then all 5 of those former officers will have an opportunity to plea to those charges. 2 of the attorneys for 2 of those officers tell us that their clients will plead not guilty. And after those pleas are in, the judge will set a future date for a status hearing. But that will be it. It will last under 10 minutes, we're told. And then the process of investigations on the defense side will begin as folks prepare to head to trial in this case. Stephen?
Wow, just 10 minutes. And we know Tyre Nichols' parents and Ben Crump, their attorney, announced that they're expecting to hold a press conference after this hearing. Do we know what to expect from that?
That's right. So we're told that Rovon Wells and Rodney Wells will both be in the courtroom today, coming face to face with the men accused of killing their son. And afterwards, they are going to come outside and speak to the press. I expect that they will share some of what that moment inside, those moments inside the courtroom are going to be like for them. And they are also likely to continue to demand justice for their son as the criminal part of this case begins, and continue to demand that these officers be held accountable. And I should note that we're also expecting to hear from the defense attorneys after the hearing, and they are also expected to come out and make a statement on behalf of their clients. Stephen?
All right, Priscilla, also wanted to ask about this one. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office announcing Wednesday that 2 deputies who got to the scene after Tyre Nichols was beaten, they have been suspended without pay. We want to note the authorities said those deputies did not engage in this beating. They got there after the fact. But what did this internal investigation that led to that suspension, what did that reveal?
Right. So these 2 sheriff's deputies, their names are Jeremy Watkins and Jontavius Bowers, have been suspended for 5 days. And an investigation found that they did not notify their supervisors that they had been on the scene. They also did not activate their body-worn cameras. And Watkins did not even mention that he had been at this location in his daily activity log. And so that is why those 2 sheriff's deputies were suspended for 5 days without pay. And all of this is coming as there are still 7 Memphis police officers who are currently under internal investigation. So the fallout here and the internal discipline certainly still continuing, even as this criminal case begins its journey through the court system. Stephen?
The long journey and these investigations really just at the beginning of them. Priscilla, thank you. All right, time now to get an update on your morning news now weather. Meteorologist Angie Lastman is here with what to expect from our very important weekend forecast. Hey, Angie.
Very important weekend forecast. And I've got it for you, Stephen. We've got to deal with a little bit of rain, some snow in some spots for the early part of our Friday, but then we're really going to see some nice conditions across the country in a lot of spots. Here's what we're dealing with, though. That same system that brought severe weather to parts of the south over the past couple of days, it's now moved to the east, and you can see the rain that's draped basically from Pensacola all the way up through New York and into portions of New England. That's where we'll see also the potential for some snow. You can already see some of those flakes working in, and it's this system that's going to continue to work to the east. Now, the good news is by the time we get to early afternoon, a lot of this will be offshore. By the time we get to the evening hours, we'll see mostly quiet conditions as far as the sky conditions go, but we're also going to see that cold air rushing in behind it. We've already seen temperatures plummeting in places that this system has already passed, like the Midwest. So we'll start to get in on some of that cooler air here for the Northeast and up and down the East Coast and in the South over the next 24 hours. In the meantime, we have these winter alerts that are up, winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings that are in effect. Northern Maine, that's the bullseye for the highest amount of snow totals here as we go through the next day or so. Through later today, we could see up to 8 inches in the most extreme northern portions of Maine. So just FYI on that, we'll have an inch or so in other spots. And as far as the rain is concerned, not heavy, but kind of a nuisance rain, especially for the early morning commute and into the first half of our Friday as people are starting to get their weekend plans going. About 1/4 of an inch, though, so nothing too impressive. But how about those temperatures? They've been impressive. Speaking of impressive, they have been impressive along the East Coast and really focused into the Northeast for days and days. We've seen spring-like conditions where our temperatures have been well into the 60s, some locations hitting the 70s, feeling more like late March than, of course, February, or even feeling like April. Today, we started in the 60s in a lot of spots. Philadelphia, Richmond, even New York, Charlotte, mid-60s. Those temperatures are our high temperatures, but we're going to hit them early in the day. And then as that front passes, we'll start to see these temperatures take a tumble. And look at the cold air behind it. Cincinnati at 35 today, Cleveland at 31 today. That front has already passed there, so the colder air has already worked in. It's not just the Northeast, it's not just the East, it's also the South. Temperatures into the upper 50s in Baton Rouge, 57 in Shreveport, Houston, hitting 59 degrees for the high today. But the good news is, if you've gotten used to the spring-like conditions, we're actually going to see these temperatures rebound pretty quick. So we wake up chilly in places like New York in the 40s on Saturday, but we rebound back to the 50s we go. Sunday, Monday, we're at 55 degrees, 60s for Richmond, 68 for Charlotte on Monday, Stephen. I mean, you can't beat that, especially going into the weekend. It'll be a nice one, and we'll see plenty of sunshine in a lot of places as well. Once we get this front working through, a little more sunshine, it'll be a pleasant kind of couple of days for us for Saturday and Sunday.
Great. I'm so glad to hear about that rebound because I got spring fever after just getting a taste of it.
I got excited for summer yesterday and the day before. I was like, wait,
it's February.
I need to rein it in. We've got a little time till
just
then.
a bit. All right, Angie, thanks. All right, still to come this morning, more allegations of sexual harassment at Fox News. The lawsuit filed by one former staffer describing what she says was 15 years of abuse by now deceased former CEO Roger Ailes, and why she's speaking up now. That's next.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Danny. You are
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Fox News is once again in the hot seat following a lawsuit filed by a former employee. She accused the company of mishandling her sexual harassment allegations against former CEO and chairman Roger Ailes. Lori Loon sat down for an exclusive interview with NBC to talk about her case and that alleged abuse. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now with more on that interview. Good morning, Stephanie.
Hey, Stephen. Good morning. Lori Loon says Fox News knew Roger Ailes was sexually abusing her for years and then covered it up. The suit filed now because New York State has lifted the statute of limitations on sexual abuse and assault claims. Loon says it's her chance to get accountability.
I mean, my life was destroyed. He does haunt me in an awful, horrible way.
Lori Loon is talking about Roger Ailes, who first offered her a job in the early 90s before he helped create Fox News. The beginning, according to her lawsuit, of more than 15 years of sexual abuse.
He, asked me to do some inappropriate things. Before I knew it, he had a camera, a video camera.
He was recording.
Yeah, and I remember being tongue-tied and kind of caught off guard.
Videos the lawsuit claims Ailes used as blackmail.
I felt like my life was over. I felt like I'd just fallen in a trap and I was in trouble.
Ailes would go on to hire her as a booker at Fox News, where she says the abuse got worse.
Code for booking meeting meant I was to go to New York, go to a booking meeting, and then after the booking meeting, basically be sexually assaulted and keep my mouth shut.
Did you want to walk away? Could you walk away?
I tried to get another job at another network, and I was so associated with Roger Ailes. It was very difficult.
Loon did eventually leave in 2011, receiving a $3 million settlement.
The deal was, we're going to give you this money, and then you're not going to talk about this, right?
Right,
I mean,
but
that was effectively what...
It was under duress.
Mr. Ailes, how are you?
In 2016, Ailes resigned from Fox News, as at least a dozen women accused him of sexual misconduct, including former anchors Gretchen Carlson and Megyn Kelly.
When you saw this scandal erupt in 2016, what did you think?
I was relieved, but it was too late. It caused so much damage.
Loon could not sue the company and Ailes at the time because of the statute of limitations. In 2019, she accused Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott of defamation, but a judge threw out that lawsuit and deemed it meritless.
Why are you coming forward now?
As time has gone on, I haven't recovered, but I just happen to be blessed with this statute in New York.
In November, the New York Adult Survivors Act temporarily lifted the statute of limitations.
The bill is signed.
Loon is now suing, accusing Fox News and former network executive Bill Shine of covering up and empowering Ailes to commit sexual assaults. Schein resigned in 2017 as the scandal roiled the company. Ailes, who denied all the accusations against him, died 2 weeks later. In a statement, Fox News Media says this matter was settled years ago, dismissed in subsequent litigation, and is meritless. Bill Schein did not respond to a request for comment, but has previously denied knowing about any allegations against Ailes.
I need vindication for myself. I need justice to prevail.
The Adult Survivors Act excludes accusers who have previously settled claims. Fox may argue that the 2011 deal means Loon can't sue now. Fox has publicly acknowledged spending tens of millions of dollars to resolve sexual harassment claims against Ailes and others at the company since 2016, Stephen.
The fallout continues from that one.
It certainly does.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, world leaders are gathering in Munich, Germany this morning for the city's annual security conference. Vice President Kamala Harris is leading the U.S. delegation at the event, which is set to, of course, be dominated by the Ukraine war. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell spoke exclusively with Harris on the sidelines of the meeting. Here's a taste of their conversation about that balloon that was shot down.
But why shoot first when we didn't have a policy in place?
Well, let's be clear, first of all, as it relates to the Chinese balloon, we shot it down because it needed to be shot down because we were confident that it was used by China to spy on the American people.
The president, of course, has reached out to China saying he expects to talk to President Xi. They have said today that it was accidental, that we're overreacting, that there can't be this kind of dialogue given our reaction, or there shouldn't be this kind of dialogue.
We will maintain the perspective that we have in terms of what should be the relationship between China and the United States. That is not going to change, but surely and certainly that balloon was not helpful, which is why we shot it down.
And you can see more of that exclusive interview with Vice President Harris today at 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Andrea Mitchell Reports on MSNBC. More international headlines now, and a race against the clock after a series of deadly avalanches in Tajikistan. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from London with more. Good morning, Josh.
Good morning, Stephen. At least 17 are dead, and dozens of homes are either destroyed or literally buried in snow after multiple avalanches. Now rescuers are racing to find survivors and to dig them out of the mountainous eastern part of Tajikistan. But those avalanches have also made many of the roads impassable, and authorities there are warning there could be more avalanches in the coming days. Now to Spain, which has just become the first European country to guarantee paid sick leave to women experiencing period pain. The new law passed on Thursday allows women to stay home for a few hours or to take medical leave if menstrual pain prevents them from working. The paid leave is included in a broader law that also expands abortion access and trans rights in Spain. And finally, back here to the United Kingdom, where researchers say a dinosaur footprint found on the Yorkshire coast is breaking records. The footprint is more than 3 feet long, making it the largest ever discovered in the region. Scientists believe it was left 166 million years ago by a predator stopping to rest. It's now set to go on display at the local Rotunda Museum after conservation efforts are completed. Stephen, back to you.
Wow, very cool. A little bit of paleontology in there. Josh, thank you. And coming up this morning, we're learning new details about the gunman behind a deadly rampage on the campus of Michigan State. What investigators are now saying about possible targets and the weapons used in that massacre. That's next.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon?
What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started a vote on the PACT Act. if you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland?
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon?
What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Welcome back. We're learning new details this morning about the suspected gunman who police say went on the deadly rampage on Michigan State's campus earlier this week. At a press conference yesterday, authorities released new information about Anthony McRae's possible targets and the weapons he was carrying. It comes as the university prepares to resume classes on Monday, while the community continues to mourn the students who lost their lives in that shooting. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing with the latest on this investigation. Jesse, good morning to you. So what did we learn yesterday? What new details were we able to get about McRae?
Stephen, good morning. We learned more about the moments when police identified and approached the suspect. They say that officers were approaching the suspect, Anthony McRae. He never said a word to them, according to officials, before he shot and killed himself. And officials say that when they approached the suspect and looked at what he had on him, he had 2 weapons. He also had 8 fully loaded magazines and 50 additional rounds of ammunition. Here's part of what officials told us about those guns at a press conference yesterday.
The shooter had 2 handguns on his person when he was located. Those handguns are both 9mm. He also had additional magazines and ammunition on his person.
So it looks like he possibly, a motive for that was he just felt slighted, and that's kind of what the note indicated.
What they're referring to there is the fact that they found a note with the suspect that listed multiple locations that were threatened, including a church and a warehouse where he used to work. But again, that they're talking about right there is an indication of motive. They still have not outright said why they believe this was done, Stephen.
Yeah, just sort of hinting in that direction. One of the many questions throughout this has been, along with motive, was how McRae got the guns in the first place. Did we know if they were purchased legally?
Yeah, and we had some back and forth this week that we were hearing from various officials, because you'll remember that he had previously been charged with a felony weapons charge. He also was charged with a misdemeanor, and he pleaded guilty to that lesser offense and was sentenced to probation. That was a case related to an incident back in 2019, and we have seen new body camera footage from police body camera footage that appears to show that arrest unfolding. It was edited video before NBC received it. So we looked at that video. We know about the prior arrest. And so there was a question of whether he would be able to legally purchase this weapon. But officials did make clear, Stephen, yesterday that both of the guns that he had on him were purchased by him legally.
And Jesse, we know classes are set to resume at Michigan State on Monday. But of course, students, staff, anyone associated with the school, of course, dealing with all of this trauma and grief. I understand you spoke to a professor who was in one of those buildings when the gunman ended up targeting. What did he tell you?
Not only was this assistant professor in Berkey Hall where the shooting unfolded, Stephen, he says that he was teaching the class where 7 of the 8 students who were shot were hit. And he says specifically that 2 of the students who died, Ariel Anderson and Alexandria Werner, both juniors, were in his classroom. Here's what he described of those harrowing moments.
I'm haunted because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to lift their bodies. There was so much blood. The only thing I could think of was throw myself at that door, grab the knob, squat, and put my foot against the wall so that I could pulled the door because I didn't see any mechanism to lock it.
So that professor is describing what he was trying to do to shield his students in any way he can, clearly describing heroic moments there. And while he's doing that, he said he was telling his students to jump out of the windows, Stephen. If you can imagine a teacher telling his students to jump out of the windows. And he says the first level of windows was actually too narrow for students to be able to get through. And so students were having to climb to the second tier of windows in Berkey Hall, he says, to get out of the building. And this professor also says, I want to give you one more illustration of what he was looking at. He drew a diagram for us of what the students were going through and what it looked like in that classroom. And he showed us what the rows of seating looked like. And he says it was kind of like theater seating. So if you can think about that, you have to go to one aisle or the other. So if someone was trapped in one of those middle seats, they really had nowhere to go, which gives you another idea of the stressful situation for all of those students and that professor in those moments, Stephen.
My gosh, so heartbreaking to hear those details. Something just so senseless. Jesse, thanks so much. All right, some sad news to report from the world of baseball this morning. Major League legend Tim McCarver has died at the age of 81. The two-time World Series champion spent decades in professional baseball as a catcher and then as an award-winning broadcaster. In 2016, he was inducted into the Sports Broadcasting Hall of Fame. In a statement, MLB's commissioner called McCarver one of the most influential voices our game has known. Still to come this morning, an update on the health of beloved actor Bruce Willis. We're talking one-on-one with a medical expert to discuss the new revelation about his dementia diagnosis. That's next.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The family of Hollywood star Bruce Willis making a heartbreaking announcement yesterday, nearly a year after revealing that doctors diagnosed Willis with aphasia, a brain disorder which affects the ability to communicate. Willis now has what his family is calling a more specific diagnosis, frontotemporal dementia. Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now with more on this. So, Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being here. Many of us had not heard of this disease, which is known as FTD, not heard of it before. What can you tell us about it?
Right. Thank you so much for having me. So FTD represents about 10 to 20% of all dementias. It's characterized by changes in behavior, language, and personality. So it affects both the frontal and temporal lobe. It's different from Alzheimer's in that there's no memory loss with it typically. And so what we've seen with Bruce Willis is that his symptoms started out as issues with language, so maybe understanding or speaking or reading, and now really has transitioned and progressed into more encompassing. So maybe also he's having behavioral changes and personality changes as well.
Do we know more about the progression of this disease? You mentioned Alzheimer's. So many people are familiar with that and sort of how that goes. But what about FTD?
Yes, so FTD is similar. It affects a demographic between 40 and 65 years old, and so that's earlier than Alzheimer's. And typically the symptoms will start out quite mild, and then they will progress over time, which is probably what happened to Mr. Willis. They started out as aphasia, and now maybe are more complex and complicated. And so that's why it's really important for families and patients to be educated about the potential for their symptoms to be getting worse, because this could be a very frustrating experience, as you can imagine, for families not being able to communicate with their loved ones, and even caretaking. It affects what we call the executive function. So even in terms of organizing things, people will have difficulty with that.
Yeah, I can imagine the frustration with that, something people take so for granted, just being able to talk about things with their family. And speaking of his family, Bruce Willis' entire family, his blended family, including his 5 daughters, even his ex-wife, Demi Moore, all have taken part in these very public statements. Part of what they said in the statement yesterday, ours is just one family with a loved one who suffers from FTD. So we know there's no cure for this disease. How important is it for some family members to gather around just to support someone dealing with this?
Right, so that is so key. I think we have to give a lot of attention and support resources to the caregivers, because they are going to be really taking care of these people probably for a long time. And again, that frustration that they may experience. So they may have to engage with speech and language pathologists, social workers, also with psychiatrists and psychologists, because a lot of these patients also experience depression. So they may have to take antidepressant medications. And another characteristic is agitation. So they may have to deal with their loved ones becoming more agitated. So they'll have to learn not only what medications to give, but how to really interact with their family members in order not to escalate certain situations.
Yeah, they'll need support too. And quickly here, I wanted to ask, what is the outlook for medication to treat this disease? Can it help them?
And so the medications to treat it are really treating the symptoms of the disease, not the disease itself, since right now it has no cure. So it's treating depression, it's treating agitation, treating anxiety. So those are sort of really the main focus of the treatments, treating the symptoms that patients with FTD have, and to make it just easier for the patient as well as for the family.
Yeah, certainly important to remember the family needs support as well. Dr. Blackstock, thanks for helping us understand that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, turning now to financial headlines. Tesla voluntarily recalling thousands of its cars. CNBC's Christina Partsenevelos joins us now with more on that. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, Tesla's full self-driving technology hits another speed bump. The company announcing a recall of nearly 360,000 vehicles affecting all 4 of its models. The feature could pose a safety risk at an intersection, including traveling through while in a turn-only lane or coming to a complete stop. Tesla says there have been 18 accidents, we should say, since 2019, but no death or injuries. The issue will be fixed with an over-the-air software update. That's what they're saying. Mark Zuckerberg says Meta is bringing broadcast channels to Instagram. The feature, similar to one on Telegram, can only be accessed through mobile devices. It lets people broadcast messages and updates to a broader audience of followers. Zuckerberg says his personal channel, called Meta Channel, is where he'll share news and updates on the products and tech the company's working on. Microsoft is defending the new version of its Bing search engine that's powered by AI technology from ChatGPT. Early testers have been flagging mistakes and disturbing responses generated by the web browser. Check the New York Times article for that one. In a blog post, Microsoft says the new Bing is a, quote, work in progress and calls the integration with ChatGPT a learning experience that is helping test and improve the new Bing. Have you guys seen that New York Times article?
Yes, I read it yesterday. It is so sci-fi.
It's so sci-fi that the ChatGPT wants to become human and sounds depressed and everything. Ugh.
And was like reportedly declaring its love. Just so much going on there.
Yeah, it was dark. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, interesting. Christina, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Well, the weekend is almost here, and that means it is time for the can't miss list. From big-name blockbusters to exhilarating indies, we have everything you need to know for your viewing pleasure. That's coming up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? Our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Some good news out of the animal kingdom this morning. Humpback whales off the Australian coast seem to be singing less. So I'm sure you're asking, why is singing less a good thing? Well, a group of scientists on the mainland have observed that whales are not producing their signature wails as often as they used to. They say it's because they're not lonely anymore. That's right, male whales are supposed to sing to attract their mates, but since their population has dramatically rebounded after the end of commercial whaling, there's no longer a real need to sing as much. Back in the 60s, there were as few as 200 humpback whales left in Australia. Now there's an estimated 40,000. A little less singing out there, but for good reason. All right, time now to get your popcorn or coffee or both ready, because it's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. All the TV shows, movies, and music you should check out this weekend. USA Today Entertain This host Ralphie Aversa joins us now with what we just can't miss. So Ralphie, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, want to start with the most obvious one. Ant-Man, the new movie coming out.
Yeah, Ant-Man 3, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania. Paul Rudd returning as Scott Lang, of course, and our USA Today's Brian Truitt chatting with Mr. Rudd. He was joking, Paul was, that he felt like a sparring partner for Jonathan Majors ahead of Jonathan's role in Creed 3, because there's a big fist fight scene, which is something, by the way, you don't normally see anymore in superhero movies. Like, you know, they have all of these powers, King the Conqueror is Majors, and of course Ant-Man, but there they are kind of duking it out here, at least in the trailer, we see it at some point. So very interesting. Paul also telling us that being a real-life dad kind of helped his role as Scott Lang. So Brian giving rave reviews to Mr. Majors for his role as King the Conqueror, Ant-Man 3, Quantumania, out now.
Don't want to miss that. Yeah, usually it's a magical fight. It's cool to see maybe the old school action movie style.
Yeah.
Also, want to talk about this one. I'm a huge Trekkie, so want to talk about Star Trek Picard. Also, want to talk about Hello Tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll start with Hello Tomorrow. Billy Crudup, of course, we know from the morning show, which we'll chat about in just a minute, but he is starring in Hello Tomorrow. He plays a lead of a sales team that is selling timeshares on the moon. Yeah, kind of a fictionalized version of America, but a little bit of optimism and hope in there as well. Speaking of the morning show, though, Billy did stop by 1A and the Today Show, and he said that they just wrapped season 3. So that was, by the way, really fun to see this morning, or this week on the Today Show. Seeing Billy and Al kind of go back and forth about the morning show was like the right mix of like awkward and grilling, but fun. So
awkward, grilling, and fun.
That's it.
Can't beat it. Okay, also want to talk about a bit Star Trek Picard. I stayed up late to watch it. Love that show so much already. I said it feels like a family reunion. Grew up with those characters.
Yeah, and you know, our Brian Alexander at USA Today said the same to Patrick Stewart, and Patrick said it's less of a reunion and more of a necessary fight to save the world. I don't want to give away too much here, but Patrick has really loved this role that has made him a household name since 1987. This is the third and final season of Picard. Is this the end of the road for Picard, though? Well, Mr. Stewart said maybe. You know, he's open to playing the role again. He thinks that maybe something could be explored from a storyline standpoint. He really doesn't think any studios will be interested, though. By the way, Patrick Stewart, 82 years old. Wow. How does he stay looking that young? He stays active. Even tells us that he might start playing a little pickleball, so you can add back to the list of that.
Yeah, don't put anything. Don't put anything behind. He can do anything, Picard. And if you're in the mood for something a bit darker, we're hearing about was it Emily and Sharper? What can you tell us about those?
Okay, so Emily is, of course, Emily Bronte, the novelist. And this is a story about her one novel, a little bit fictionalized, but basically how that novel came about. Emily, growing up, was kind of cast as weird, even amongst loved ones, but she eventually kind of finds her way and falls in love with her French tutor. And this, of course, leads to her novel, so says the movie. So Emily in theaters now. Emma Mackey starring in this one as Emily.
All right, and Sharper, what do we know about that one?
Okay, Julianne Moore, Sebastian Stan, John Lithgow. This con man takes New York City and tries to take billionaires for their money. This hit theaters last week, but now streaming on Apple TV Plus this weekend as well.
All right, this one was interesting to me. An old-fashioned comedy show, Josh Johnson's new stand-up special. How's that looking?
You know, it's interesting. It is kind of old-fashioned, but it's also this new, you know, what we're seeing, and I think of Neil Brennan in 3 Mics. Josh is basically taking an hour of talk therapy, and he turned it into stand-up comedy. It's a very interesting concept. Just from watching the trailer, you're really drawn in. Josh, by the way, Emmy-nominated writer on the Daily Show, or yes, on the Daily Show, and also has toured with Trevor Noah as well. So this is a really cool special that is streaming now, of course, right here on Peacock.
Okay, can't miss that one. And finally, running a bit out of time here, but want to get a quick wrap of Skrillex's new album.
Yes, okay. So this one's called Quest for Fire. I'll give you one song off of it that you have to listen to.
All right.
Ra-ta-ta-ta, featuring Missy Elliott. And yes, it borrows from her hit, Work It, because this is the kind of beat that go ra-ta-ta. You ever flip it down, put it in reverse, and no?
Right.
Maybe not. All right. Anyways, a lot of good features on here. Pete Wentz being another one. Sway Lee, too. Also, Pink's new album is out. It's called Trust Fall, her 9th studio album. She's got a big tour this summer. So,
all right.
A lot of good music as well
this
weekend. Yes.
Can't beat that. All right. Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Ralph.
Steven, thank you.
All right. Well, we end this hour with a star chef who's serving up some award-winning meals and making history here in New York City's restaurant scene, all at the same time. Today, anchor Craig Melvin is telling us all about him.
The chef behind this popular Brooklyn restaurant is now being celebrated for more than fine dining. Charlie Mitchell is the first black chef in New York City to be awarded a Michelin star and just the second black executive chef in the country to achieve that honor.
I wanted to always, plant my feet here and be a serious New York City chef, so that was always a goal of mine.
And look at you now.
Yeah.
Dreams come true.
Yeah.
Mitchell was born and raised in Detroit and developed a passion for food and cooking from his grandmother.
I think the thing that stuck with me the most is she used to this whole fried fish, whole fried bass all the time when I was younger, and I think that stood out the most.
Head on?
Always.
Oh. He attended culinary school for a few months, but preferred on-the-job training instead.
I ended up Googling restaurants in the metro area, got my first real job, and in that kitchen is where I was wow, I love the way they work. I love how professional it is. We're using ingredients I've never had, never learned about.
Years of experience in world-class restaurants like 11 Madison Park eventually led him to this quiet street in Brooklyn Heights. When Clover Hill opened 1 year ago, he became its executive chef in charge of creating the menu. Mitchell's team plates an 8-course tasting menu that regularly changes with the best seasonal foods available.
I guess it's challenging, but we're always changing something, or we're always trying to make the dish the best version of itself, right? So we may tweak it every day for 2 weeks straight if we have to get it to be a perfect dish.
That quest for perfection did not go unnoticed. When Michelin announced its starred restaurants in October, not only did Clover Hill earn a star in its first year, but Chef Mitchell picked up the award for Best Young Chef.
That was a complete surprise when they announced that, and I was just humbled,
Were you aware at the time of the historic implications?
I was not at the time. You always think so many people have come before you. You just assume that someone has already done this, This doesn't cross your mind that you may be the first or second to do really anything.
Especially here in New York City. Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think there aren't more people who look like us as executive chefs in fine dining restaurants like this?
You don't make a lot of money as a young cook, so I think a lot of times we're chasing a very different American dream than to kind of put up with these aggressive environments that are often led by people who don't look like us.
I tasted some of the iconic dishes that earned this unique place in the food world. I'm gonna come around and try this here, although it's almost too pretty to touch. Including a shark fin flounder and a spicy tapioca. But this is nice, and it's subtle. And a Japanese mackerel.
We dry age it, we hang it a little bit, and then we finish it in a little bit of beeswax so that it retains moisture.
When people leave your restaurant, what do you want them to take away?
I want them to kind of be, excited or inspired about food. That's something that is very important to us.
Very cool. Our thanks to Craig Melvin for that report. And Chef Charlie Mitchell, by the way, is not done yet. Clover Hill is also a semifinalist for a James Beard Award. And that's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. But don't go anywhere. Your news continues right now.
Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, February 17th. In court, the 5 former police officers accused in the death of Tyre Nichols entered pleas of not guilty this morning. They were arrested and indicted last month on felony charges, including second-degree murder.
Mental toll. Senator John Fetterman is receiving treatment for clinical depression after he checked himself into the hospital Wednesday night. The Pennsylvania lawmaker is expected to be in inpatient care for the next few weeks.
Cruel disease. The family of actor Bruce Willis shared he's facing a rare form of dementia. More this hour on the health challenges the legendary Hollywood action star is battling.
Lifestyle queen Martha Stewart is here to share her best tips for good health and vibrant energy, plus her national push to get folks boosted to protect against COVID.
Yes, you heard that right. You saw that right. Martha Stewart. With us on a Friday.
I'm not mentally ready, but I'm happy.
Right? Very exciting. Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. Thank you for joining us as we close out the week. We start with the 5 former Memphis police officers charged with murdering Tyre Nichols. They appeared in court for the first time today and entered not guilty pleas.
All 5 are accused of beating and killing 29-year-old Nichols during a traffic stop on January 7th.
NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Memphis, Tennessee on this. Hey, Priscilla, so tell us, what were the key takeaways from today's hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, this hearing lasted under 5 minutes, and the key takeaway was that all 5 of these officers have pled not guilty to the charges against them. We saw the family come in just before the officers were allowed into the courtroom, and the family, flanked by their attorneys, sitting there very stoic as those officers made their way into the courtroom, or those ex-officers, I should say, and the ex-officers were wearing masks, so you really couldn't see their expressions. They stood there as they entered their not guilty pleas, and then they marched out in a similar fashion to the way they had come in. I did shout questions at them that they did not respond to as they left the courthouse, and that was the end of that. And now the discovery process begins with their defense attorneys able to review the evidence against their clients. They'll also have the opportunity to file motions, and really much of this process is just getting underway now. They are due back in court for a status hearing on May 1st. It's unclear whether or not the officers will actually appear in person for that hearing, but that is the next time that this case will be presented before a judge. Savannah, Ellison.
And Priscilla, while we have you, you have been on the ground covering this really since the very beginning. I know Tyre Nichols' family has been outspoken. They've spoken to you, to the public, quite a bit. Have you heard anything from them about this hearing?
Yeah, they spoke after the hearing today, and we heard the stepfather of Tyre Nichols say that today was a glorious day, that it was the first step in the process for truly getting justice and accountability for their son. And we also heard from Rovon Wells, the mother of Tyre Nichols, who said that while it was a good day and she's grateful for the support, it was also a really tough day. I want to play some of what she shared.
I feel very numb right now. I feel very numb, and I'm waiting for this nightmare, basically, that I'm going through right now. I'm waiting for somebody to wake me up, right? I'm really waiting for somebody to wake me up, but I also know that's not going to happen.
And still so much grief for this family, but they also took the opportunity at that press conference to dispel any rumors that there may have been some personal connection between Tyre Nichols and those officers. That those are rumors that have been circulating for several weeks here, and they wanted to be very clear that that is not the case. Ellison?
All right, NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson, amazing reporting. Thank you.
Now, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman checked himself into the hospital for clinical depression Wednesday night. One of his close senior aides told NBC News he'll likely remain in inpatient care for a few weeks. NBC News correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from Capitol Hill on this. Hey, Ali, so what do we know right now about how the senator is doing and also the treatment that he's undergoing at Walter Reed?
Yeah, Savannah, Senator Fetterman beginning this journey in the public eye that so many Americans, millions of Americans, struggle with privately. And a senior aide for Senator Fetterman is telling NBC News that this isn't going to be a quick fix. He's going to be in inpatient care for several weeks as doctors figure out what sorts of medications work for him, as they try to sort out the right dosage for his treatment. They say that this is an investment in time and energy that's needed right now, especially when you consider what's ahead for Senator Senator Fetterman. He's just 1 month into a 6-year term in the Senate. So they say that this is energy and time well spent to better prepare him for what comes next after this.
Allie, has Fetterman said he's said in the past that he's experienced some lingering issues post-stroke? Of course, we've seen some of that. Is that playing a role here, or has he dealt with depression in the past? What do we know in terms of the link to the stroke?
So Senator Fetterman's team is saying that he struggled with depression on and off throughout his life, but this has become very serious over the last few weeks as he really grapples with the impact of that stroke, the physical and mental impacts that he's had. We do know that he struggled with auditory comprehension issues since that stroke. He walks around Capitol Hill with an iPad that's able to dictate what people around him are saying, so he's better able to understand what everyone around him is saying. This is a man who was extremely eloquent and energetic before that stroke, now dealing with this new reality here on Capitol Hill. And when you compound that with a high-stress environment, a very busy schedule as a sitting senator, you can imagine how much of a toll that's taken on him mentally and physically. So a senior aide tells us that this is desperately needed right now. But like I said, this is time and energy well spent.
And Allie, how are Fetterman's colleagues reacting to the news of his hospitalization?
Yeah, since his team announced this, we've seen just an outpouring of support, both by his colleagues on Capitol Hill from both sides of the aisle. And as recently as about an hour ago, even President Biden tweeting his support for the Fettermans, tweeting in part, quote, "Jill and I are thinking about your family today. Millions of people struggle with depression every day, often in private. Getting the care you need is brave and important. We're grateful to you for leading by example." Minnesota Senator Tina Smith, who's talked about her own struggles with depression, also tweeting, saying that this is a sign of strength and not weakness, that Senator Fetterman is coming out in public and announcing that he's getting this care that he needs. So this message really echoed by so many members across the aisle, expressing their love and support for the Fettermans during this time.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you very much, reporting an important story for us.
Hollywood actor Bruce Willis has been diagnosed with a rare form of dementia, according to a statement from his family. A year ago, Willis retired from acting because he was diagnosed with a different cognitive disorder. His family says his condition progressed and they received a more specific diagnosis. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has the details.
Bruce Willis's loved ones first revealed his health struggles last spring, and now they're sharing this difficult news that his condition has progressed. And they say they now have a deeper understanding of what he's experiencing.
I promise, Grace.
The family of legendary Hollywood action star Bruce Willis sharing new details about the cruel disease they say he's battling.
Plenty more where that came from.
Nearly 1 year after Willis was diagnosed with aphasia, a disease that impacts his cognitive abilities, forcing him to retire from his blockbuster acting career, his family saying in a statement, Bruce's condition has progressed, and we now have a more specific diagnosis: frontotemporal dementia. The critically acclaimed actor became a bona fide star as the action hero John McClane in the Die Hard franchise.
Yeah, I'm still here. Unless you want to open the front door for me.
And in 2015, Willis shared on Today he was checking off another bucket list item: Broadway.
Have never been on Broadway, and as far as I'm concerned, it is the big time.
Starring in Misery, an adaptation of Stephen King's book. Now the Golden Globe winner is facing a different challenge offstage. This rare form of dementia, known as FTD, affects areas of the brain associated with personality, behavior, and language. It tends to occur at a younger age than other forms of dementia, the onset often between 45 and 60 years old. Willis, now 67, is among the 50 to 60,000 Americans fighting it. His family saying, unfortunately, challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease Bruce faces. While this is painful, it is a relief to finally have a clear diagnosis.
Welcome to the party, pal!
Willis's blended family has rallied around him through this difficult time. His wife, Emma, their 2 daughters, as well as his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and their 3 daughters, writing in their latest statement, Bruce has always found joy in life and has helped everyone he knows to do the same. It has meant the world to see that sense of care echoed back to him and to all of us.
Bruce Willis's family is hoping to shine a light on this disease, which they say needs far more awareness and research. And they say that's something Bruce would want, to bring attention to this himself if he could. Guys.
All right, Kaylee, thank you very much. And turning now to our CNBC Money Minute, wages are not keeping up with inflation. The vast majority of single people making local minimum wage are not making enough to get by. That's according to a CNBC comparison with MIT's living wage calculator.
Yeah, joining us now is CNBC Tech Check co-anchor Deirdre Bosa. Deirdre, 23 states as well as Washington, D.C. actually raised their minimum wage last month. What's going on here? Did those raises actually match the living wage?
Well, depending on the state, those new wages range from $9.95 to $16.10 an hour. But as you say, with the cost of living high due to inflation, many say that those increases are not enough. In Kansas, the minimum wage is still $7.25 an hour, but the living wage is far higher at $15.69. Experts say that pay is not where it needs to be to keep up for several reasons. For one, policymakers are likely using outdated house rents to calculate cost of living. And additionally, while some states, the minimum wage may meet overall cost of living, it might not be enough in cities where expenses are higher than the average. Also today, Meta employees are now worried for their jobs after Facebook's parent company gave thousands of subpar reviews. Managers gave about 10% of its workers low ratings in its latest round of performance reviews and also cut a bonus metric. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Meta could consider more layoffs if not enough employees choose to leave the company following those ratings. And finally, Barnes & Noble is launching a new membership program. It will cost $40 a year and offer 10% discounts, free shipping, a tote bag, and larger lattes. The country's biggest book chain is also adding a free program which gives shoppers rebates for spending. It joins competitors like Amazon and Walmart, which have similar membership programs. Guys, I love a good book membership, but that seems pricey. $40
It does. They've always had one that I think was cheaper and maybe not with as many benefits, but I've always kind of wondered, I wonder if it pays for itself if you buy enough books.
If you drink a lot of lattes?
I was going to say, you
Or
do
the
get a free
lattes,
tote bag, so maybe that's where it is. All right, CNBC's Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Thanks. Now, dating can be daunting, especially when a lot of it's done online. Still ahead, the woman behind the science of a popular dating app offers up expert advice. There is more NBC News Daily right after this.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, Gen Z is known for reviving old trends like wired headphones. Yes. I'm not gonna lie, I like those better than the. Yeah. Oh, good. I didn't know that about you. Mom jeans, of course, also like those.
Yes.
And flip phones, not quite there yet.
Okay, yeah. I'm not there yet either, but I'm open to it. Yeah. Okay, but when it comes to dating, they are not looking back for inspiration. They're actually creating new experiences when it comes to their relationships. Director of Relationship Science at the dating app Hinge, Logan Ury, joins us now. Logan, you guys have a new feature called Relationship Types. Explain to us what that is, what it lets your users do.
Yeah, so we were seeing that a lot of people were adding the phrase non-monogamy to different parts of their profile. In fact, usage of that phrase went up 55% from 2021 to 2022. So we did some in-depth research into this, and we found that while most Hinge users want monogamous relationships, 15% of Gen Z, 15% of LGBTQ+ users want non-monogamy or something else. So now there's a dedicated part of the profile where you can put that you're specifically looking for monogamy or not.
Okay, so expanding the ways that people can communicate what they're looking for within the app.
Exactly. At a glance, you can see, is this person looking for the same thing that I am?
So can I just ask like the on-the-nose question? So this is kind of like a quick little, like, let's just meet each other for a day kind of thing? Or what do you think that means?
No, I mean, non-monogamy can be a really intentioned way of dating. It means that I'm no longer interested in the traditional one-size-fits-all relationship, and I want to navigate with you a different way of doing things. And that's really something that we're seeing with Gen Z. They're very fluid. They're pushing back against traditional gender roles, orientation, and now relationship structures.
So I know you have this like data that you're pulling this from. So first, if you could just tell us a little bit about kind of like this study or how you kind of gather this from your users. But you also mentioned in there that Gen Z users are more drawn to non-traditional relationships, which maybe this is part of that. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, so we've really seen, taking a step back, that they're just not interested in the one-size-fits-all approach, and they really want to define things for themselves. And it really makes sense that Gen Z, who's rethinking the way we work, the way we live, the way we talk about mental health, they're also rethinking relationships, and they are no longer just saying, well, I'm just going to date one person, get married, and have a traditional relationship.
So talk to us about the trends sort of that you're seeing, which, by the way, that does remind me, I'm going to side tangent here. I love podcasts. I don't know how you feel about podcasts, but there has been this discussion around when people are talking about ethical non-monogamy of saying, hey, look, relationships in general have changed. Gay marriage wasn't something people could have imagined a few decades ago necessarily, but relationships itself and the way that we look at monogamy and long-term relationships, that hasn't evolved at the same rate. I was listening to a podcast that was saying it seems like in some ways it's starting to catch up with where we are on the way we look at just dynamics of relationships.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the other trends.
Speaking as two newlyweds.
We're like, tell us everything. Talk about the trends that you guys have found in particular that seems to be taking priority for what people are looking for in relationships.
Sure. So one interesting trend that we found at Hinge is the rise of sober dating. Last year, we found that 75% of global Hinge users would prefer not to get drinks on a first date. And this is especially true for Gen Z. They're nearly twice as likely as millennials to not want to drink, and they'd rather get that mocktail over a cocktail. And the reason for that is they say, I want to be in the right state of mind to meet someone, and alcohol gets in the way. And that leads me to the second trend I want to tell you about, which is the importance they place on mental health. And so they really love self-development, growth, and they want to date someone who has the same priorities. And we found 88% of Hinge users would rather date someone in therapy, and you're more likely to get a second date if you mention on the first date that you go to therapy.
Wow. I mean, that's a really valuable positive fact.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and definitely feels like a shift.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, it really is. The way people are communicating is changing.
Yeah. And actually for it to be seen as a positive, not like a, okay, that's a red flag. Like, I feel like it would have been
show
years
me the
ago.
receipts.
Yeah. Okay, we've only got about 30 seconds,
Sure.
so quick one. But we do have to mention your book. It's called How Not to Die Alone. Obsessed with the title, but it's also very practical. Just give us a couple of your quickest tips from that.
Sure. Number one, you think you know what you want, but you're wrong. It's really great to date outside of your type. Date like a scientist. Test your assumptions. Number two, forget the spark and go after the slow burn. You want to be with someone who's going to be great for a long time, not just somebody who is a good short-term partner. Yeah, and number 3, answer the post-date 8 my questions after a date.
Love it. Awesome.
You're
Thank
watching
you.
NBC News Daily.
It's such great fun.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What kind of training? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. We've been telling you about this nationwide shortage of a critical drug used to treat ADHD. Well, now it's getting worse. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello shows us how patients are trying to stretch their supply of medication.
For adults and children who need it, Adderall, other ADHD meds, and the generics can make all the difference in concentrating, multitasking, and lowering overall stress. But today, millions of Americans can't fill their prescriptions amid a nationwide shortage.
It's very hard to concentrate and remember things.
Near San Francisco, single mom Lisa Javaharian and her doctor have been struggling to find pharmacies with the Adderall that both Lisa and her 14-year-old son rely on.
So I'm kind of thinking of rationing now, but I don't know how that's going to affect myself as well as my son. He is more important, so I'd rather not ration him.
Adderall and similar meds have officially been in short supply for nearly 6 months.
I've been practicing medicine for 25 years. There's never been a shortage like this.
97% of community pharmacists report a shortage. Teva Pharmaceuticals, the prime supplier of Adderall, says manufacturing problems are mostly resolved. But demand has jumped dramatically. U.S. prescriptions more than doubled in the past 12 years, with a big surge during the pandemic when doctors were seeing patients remotely. Because Adderall can be abused, the DEA sets strict production quotas.
It's almost similar to trying to stop drunk driving by not allowing the sale of cars. People who need these medications no longer have access to them because of these quotas.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
One NYPD officer is now being credited with going above and beyond duty. Here's NBC New York's Mark Santina with the incredible rescue caught on camera by one of New York's finest.
Right there. An all-out sprint to save a life.
It's a life. It is. Yeah. No matter what, it's a life. I gotta save it. So we ran downstairs, and we found out quickly. Spotted the guy lay on the track on the left-hand side.
NYPD body camera video showing police officer Shen Dao and Sergeant Domingo Arjona running along the Uptown 6 platform with flashlights in their hands at the 116 and Lexington station. They scream, "Shut down the train!"
I spotted the lights, the headlights of the train around the corner. They stopped right there. So next second, I just jump on the track.
There, on the tracks, a person unconscious. He had a medical emergency and fell onto the northbound 6 tracks, his hand just inches from the third rail. Good Samaritans jump in to assist the cops. Together, they lift the man off the tracks and onto the platform to safety.
We just pick him up quickly and put him on the platform safely. Everybody try to help us. There's no uniform, there's no civilian, everybody's a human beings. That's it. That's it. Everybody help each other. It's perfect, it's beautiful. Good job yesterday, by the way.
While Officer Dao is getting praise for his actions, he says to be part of cops and community teaming up to save a life.
It's beautiful. Once you put the uniform on, you gotta remember, you serve the community. You're not here just for money, for pension, for that thing. You're here to protect the community.
For NBC News Daily, I'm Mark Santia.
Wow.
That guy's okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That is, as a subway rider, that is like one of my biggest fears, falling in.
No, I know.
Yeah.
That's such harrowing video anytime you see someone on those tracks. Wow.
Thank goodness that guy got the help that he clearly needed.
Yeah. All right, well, movie mogul Tyler Perry is giving back to his adopted hometown of Atlanta. The actor and director is donating nearly $3 million to help 300 low-income seniors in Atlanta pay back property taxes.
The money will cover past due city, county, and school taxes. Perry is also covering any increase in the taxes over the next 20 years for 100 low-income older residents. The filmmaker's 330-acre studio lot in Atlanta is the largest film production studio in the United States.
That is so neat to see.
I love it.
Well, new contamination concerns 2 weeks after that train derailment and chemical fire in Ohio. Straight ahead, what the country's top environmental official is now telling residents. You're watching NBC News Daily. And by the way, you can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network. It's called NBC News Now. Look here. Look at all these places you can stream it. YouTube, Hulu. Ellison, you can watch us on Peacock. Your smart TV. The news continues after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks again for joining us on this Friday. Here's what's making news right now. In Turkey, 2 more people were pulled alive from piles of debris today. The death toll from the massive earthquake nearly 2 weeks ago is more than 43,000 across Turkey and Syria.
Texas GOP State Senator Lois Kokhorst is proposing a bill that would ban all Chinese, North Korean, Iranian, and Russian nationals from owning real estate in the Lone Star State. The ban would extend to even those legally in the United States. If passed, experts say it would be the first law of its kind since World War II, with a blanket ban based on nationality. Governor Greg Abbott has already expressed his support for the bill.
Here in New York, a JFK terminal will remain closed today because of electrical issues impacting inbound and outbound flights. A spokesperson for the New York Port Authority tells NBC News they're working with the terminal's operator to restore flight operations as quickly as possible. Travelers there should check with their carriers for flight status before they head to the airport. Well, Fox News is facing a new lawsuit over its handling of sexual harassment accusations against former chairman and CEO Roger Ailes.
NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk speaks exclusively with a former employee at the company about those alarming allegations.
I mean, my life was destroyed. He does haunt me in an awful, horrible way.
Lori Loon is talking about Roger Ailes, who first offered her a job in the early 90s before he helped create Fox News. The beginning, according to her lawsuit, of more than 15 years of sexual abuse.
He, asked me to do some inappropriate things. Before I knew it, he had a camera, a video camera.
He was recording.
Yeah, and I remember being tongue-tied and kind of caught off guard.
Videos the lawsuit claims Ailes used as blackmail.
I felt like my life was over. I felt like I'd just fallen in a trap and I was in trouble.
Ailes would go on to hire her as a booker at Fox News, where she says the abuse got worse.
Code for booking meeting meant I was to go to New York, go to a booking meeting, and then after the booking meeting, basically be sexually assaulted and keep my mouth shut.
Did you want to walk away? Could you walk away?
I tried to get another job at another network, and I was so associated with Roger Ailes. It was very difficult.
Loon did eventually leave in 2011, receiving a $3 million settlement. The deal was, we're going to give you this money, and then you're not going to talk about this, right?
Right,
but
that
was effectively what...
It was under duress.
Mr. Ailes, how are you? In 2016, Ailes resigned from Fox News, as at least a dozen women accused him of sexual misconduct, including former anchors Gretchen Carlson and Megyn Kelly. When you saw this scandal erupt in 2016, what did you think?
I was relieved, but it was too late. It caused so much damage.
Loon could not sue the company and Ailes at the time because of the statute of limitations. In 2019, she accused Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott of defamation, but a judge threw out that lawsuit and deemed it meritless. Why are you coming forward now?
As time has gone on, I haven't recovered, but I just happen to be blessed with this statute in New York.
In November, the New York Adult Survivors Act temporarily lifted the statute of limitations.
The bill is signed.
Loon is now suing, accusing Fox News and former network executive Bill Shine of covering up and empowering Ailes to commit sexual assaults. Shine resigned in 2017 as the scandal roiled the company. Ailes, who denied all the accusations against him, died 2 weeks later. In a statement, Fox News Media says this matter was settled years ago, dismissed in subsequent litigation, and is meritless. Bill Shine did not respond to a request for comment, but has previously denied knowing about any allegations against Ailes.
I need vindication for myself. I need justice to prevail.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
President Biden sharing new details about the unidentified flying objects shot down by the U.S. military last weekend. Biden also discussing China, telling NBC News exclusively President Xi does not want to damage relations. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily joins us now from Washington. Mike, the White House and Pentagon are facing growing pressure for more transparency about these objects, even after President Biden's press conference yesterday. What more are we learning from the president?
Well, Ellison, what's so interesting is that one of the explanations for why it took President Biden so long to publicly address the many questions around this was because he wanted to be able to come out with some new and additional information about what the government understands to be the case with these unidentified objects. And instead, what we really heard from the president was simply a re-articulation of what officials have been saying all week, which is that these 3 objects that were shot down on Super Bowl Sunday were likely and potentially commercial in nature, benign, as they've been saying, and that the intel community continues to assess what, if any, threat they might have posed to civilian aviation and to our safety generally. The president did offer a little bit more of an explanation for why we are detecting these kinds of objects now, where in the past they had gone undetected. He said as part of a review he ordered early in his administration of potential foreign surveillance efforts, they have enhanced our radar technology to sort of track the kinds of objects that wouldn't have been identified before, and that's why these objects were ultimately detected and shot down.
And very quickly, Mike, the president, as he spoke exclusively to NBC News, addressed whether or not shooting down the objects was an overreaction. That was a question we heard reporters yelling at him after the press conference yesterday. What did he say?
Yeah, a chaotic scene in the press conference, and to his credit, the president calling Peter Alexander afterwards to give him an answer to the question he tried to pose to him, which is to explain that, you know, it actually would have been easier to, the political pressure would have been easier not to shoot down that balloon, but that he did it anyway because he got the recommendation from the military that he should do it. We're also hearing from Vice President Harris in another exclusive conversation telling Andrea Mitchell that this is not going to change our relationship with China, also reporting that no call yet has been scheduled between President Xi and President Biden.
All right, we will keep an eye on that. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily, thank you.
Now, just last hour, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine told people that they should feel safe returning home after a train derailed 2 weeks ago, spilling highly toxic chemicals. But many residents are not convinced. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen spoke with people there who say they are worried about their health.
Emotions overflowing in East Palestine, Ohio.
All I know is our town needs help.
It's been 2 weeks since a Norfolk Southern train flew off the tracks, sending flames and smoke into the sky. Some of the area's nearly 5,000 residents warily returning home after evacuation orders were lifted. But many now have more questions than answers.
Now that we're home, you don't know what to think.
State officials say the air and water are safe around East Palestine, and testing will continue. But growing concern that rain may spread toxic chemicals from the derailment site into other nearby waterways. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine assuring the community that plans are in place to prevent that from happening with the creation of multiple dams. Many locals like Luke Glavin feel the risk is too high to go home.
They said, oh, it's kind of like paint. You know, there's a residual smell after you paint your house. But okay, if that's the case, then why are people still getting sore throats and you know, their eyes burning?
EPA Administrator Michael Regan visited the derailment site and sought to reassure skeptical residents.
To the folks of East Palestine, we see them, we hear them. That's why I'm here on the ground, and we will hold Norfolk Southern accountable.
But the Biden administration is facing backlash over what many say has been a delayed response. Democratic Senator Joe Manchin saying in a statement, it is unacceptable that it took nearly 2 weeks for a senior administration official to show up. In an open letter to the community, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan H. Shaw said, we are here and will stay here for as long as it takes to ensure your safety and to help East Palestine recover and thrive. The letter comes amid growing calls for Norfolk Southern to do more.
Norfolk Southern should be doing a lot more to clean up the contaminated soil.
Another Norfolk Southern train derailed Thursday in Michigan. Local police indicating one rail car contained hazardous materials, but was not among the cars that overturned. But for East Palestine residents, health concerns are mounting.
It has to be more than just a coincidence to have such a small-knit community having so many issues in the aftermath of that disaster.
Ron Allen, NBC News.
In the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial, new testimony today that could shake up the case.
Yeah, South Carolina law enforcement receiving location data from Murdaugh's vehicle. It presents a timeline of its whereabouts the night of the murders. And MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser is following the trial. She joins us here on set. Hi, Lindsay. Always good to see you. So what are we learning from this new data that actually comes from his car?
Yeah, we didn't think we were going to get this data, and it just came in about a week ago. It presents a lot of conflicting evidence against the timeline that Murdaugh himself has given investigators. So, for example, he left work later than he said he did. He arrived home later. Here's a timeline on your screen right now. At around 9:08 p.m., around the time investigators have said the murders occurred or right after, the data places his Suburban right around the area where Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone was found the next morning. Then he's heading over to his mother's house, going 68, 70 miles an hour, very fast on a rough road. He stays at his mom's house roughly 21 minutes. He told authorities in interviews that he had been there for 45 minutes to an hour. Then driving back home, he's going 80 miles an hour, again, on a rough road. And the investigator that he had been talking to had been asked, would you go that fast on that kind of a road, sirens blaring? And that investigator on the stand said no. Earlier in the day, they'd showed jurors that Alec Murdaugh had been driving really no faster than about 54 miles an hour. Once Alec gets home, he heads to the kennels, is only there for about a minute or two. Remember, he told 911 dispatchers he had turned them over to check their pulses. Then after he had called 911, after spotting them, he heads back to the house, and then he headed back to the kennel. So again, this is data that of his car that really conflicts with a lot of what he's told investigators.
Okay, another thing that has been a point in this trial is discussion over cell phones, just in general. There was that moment where there was talk about a Snapchat video from Paul Murdaugh. You mentioned Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone. Have they gotten more data from either of their phones? It seems like both of them stayed on scene.
So there are discrepancies, Ellison, between the call logs on the phone and what was actually extracted from those cell phones. So the prosecution here trying to suggest somebody potentially tampering. We're also seeing images, again, those Snapchat videos that you mentioned from earlier in the day, showing Alec wearing a different outfit from when investigators showed up to the property after the murder. So prior, Alec hadn't really been able to tell investigators what timeline, a timeline of when he had changed clothes. Also, this new cell phone data puts Maggie back at the house pretty late. Alec had said they had all had dinner together. Cell phone data also show both cell phones locking at around 8:49 p.m. and their steps stopping. Remember, according to the GM data, what we just showed you on the screen, that Suburban was still around the property till a little bit after 9 p.m. Again, suggesting that there was some tampering here. The prosecution says they're planning on this being their last witness. Of course, anything can happen, but the point is that this has been a pretty strong morning so far with a lot of data-driven evidence for the prosecution.
Yeah, and it really is interesting when you dig in on the speeds and the kind of the additional, then they have these experts saying, I wouldn't go that fast.
And we should mention, this witness has yet to be cross-examined.
Yeah.
These details are just coming in, and so we'll be watching that very closely this afternoon as well.
All right,
Absolutely, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The Queen of Clean, Martha Stewart, is boosting support for annual COVID boosters, and she joins us live straight ahead. You are watching NBC News Daily.
today's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. We're very excited for this next segment. So here on NBC News Daily, hopefully, as you know, if you're a viewer of this show, we like to hone in on the importance of relationships, of health. We bring you our mental health check, our daily health stories, and modern parenting tips, and we do a lot of relationship advice, just as we did a little bit ago.
Yes. Over the course of the coronavirus pandemic, we talk about this a lot. Many people lost sight of those things and struggled to figure out how they should maintain healthy balances. So here to help us organize all of these sectors of our lives is, yes, the lifestyle queen herself, Martha Stewart. We are so excited to have you here. A name, a face everybody recognizes and knows so much about your career and what you have done to promote healthy living. So in 2021, you wrote, "Good health, vibrant energy, clear thinking. That's what I strive for every day, and I always have." What are your tips for maintaining positive energy?
Well, many things, actually. I eat very well. I start my day off with exercise, my green juice, which is becoming famous.
Yes, it is.
and then I have one cappuccino a day. I'm not addicted to any one kind of food. I don't snack very much, but exercise is extremely important. Also, keeping busy in a job that you love. I work really, really hard. I think I work 7 days a week, but I'm always able to think and to do research and to read and to talk to people. So I have a very good lifestyle.
Yeah, Martha, for people who don't know, tell them about your green juice. I know about it, but tell them.
Well, it's just a simple green juice. I actually live on a farm right outside New York City.
Yeah,
and I have a
fabulous
animal
friends.
Yep, and I have large gardens, and I grow my own greens. I grow spinach, I grow mint, I grow parsley, I grow cucumbers, I grow all the things that go, celery, that go into my green juice every morning into the juicing machine. It's like a Breville juicer, and that's what I drink. It's like a boost of energy, and I think it's really good for hair. Look, great hair, great skin. I think it really does help a lot. And I don't take very many medicines if I can help it. I'm pretty healthy, but I do regular checkups with the doctor, you know, on a schedule, and I'm lucky. I'm lucky that I'm healthy.
If anyone had any questions about the hair or skin, they should check out the gorgeous selfies, by the way. Also on your Instagram, like your green juice. Okay, I do want to ask you. So many people have been, of course, concerned about their health since COVID, but there's a lot of questions. Do I get a booster? Do I not? Am I scared of it? Are there these side effects? You are a Pfizer ambassador. I know that you are passionate about staying up to date on those shots. Walk us through how you've made that decision for yourself.
Well, I talked to a lot of scientists. I have founded the Martha Stewart Center for Living at Mount Sinai Hospital. I don't know if you know that, but it is a hospital devoted to treating people over the age of 65. Because of that, I talked to lots of researchers, lots of scientists, lots of doctors, and I'm very interested in healthy living and healthy aging and healthful aging. So if there's something available to help prevent or to help restrict something like COVID-19, I'm going to be right there in line for it.
So important.
I love, too, that you said you spend a lot of time talking to researchers, doctors.
I do.
We spent so much time covering the pandemic, being on the road, and that was the thing doctors were saying. It's okay to have questions. Just ask it to the right now.
And it just so happens that before I did that fantastic spot for the booster, I spoke to a leading immunologist, and I told him what I was going to do. He said, "You're just right on. That a vaccine will absolutely help you. It doesn't prevent COVID-19, but it helps you get through it if you get it. It helps you."
Martha, we're about to have to hit a break, but I do just have to say, we just have to call out, because we talk about relationships, your amazing friendship with Snoop. So
Our favorite.
We love to see it. You're an inspiration in so many ways. Martha Stewart, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested, and frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
One chef is making history in the Big Apple, becoming the first black chef in New York City to earn a Michelin star.
He's also the second executive chef in the country to achieve that status. Today, co-host Craig Melvin stopped by his restaurant to try the food that earned him the coveted star.
The chef behind this popular Brooklyn restaurant is now being celebrated for more than fine dining. Charlie Mitchell is the first black chef in New York City to be awarded a Michelin star and just the second black executive chef in the country to achieve that honor.
I wanted to always, plant my feet here and be a serious New York City chef, so that was always a goal of mine.
And look at you now.
Yeah.
Dreams come true.
Yeah.
Mitchell was born and raised in Detroit and developed a passion for food and cooking from his grandmother.
I think the thing that stuck with me the most is she used to like this whole fried fish, whole fried bass all the time when I was younger, and I think that stood out the most.
Head on?
Always.
Oh. He attended culinary school for a few months, but preferred on-the-job training instead.
I ended up Googling restaurants in the metro area, got my first real job, and in that kitchen is where I was like, wow, I love the way they work. I love how professional it is. I'm using ingredients I've never had, never learned about.
Years of experience in world-class restaurants like 11 Madison Park eventually led him to this quiet street in Brooklyn Heights. When Clover Hill opened 1 year ago, he became its executive chef in charge of creating the menu. Mitchell's team plates an 8-course tasting menu that regularly changes with the best seasonal foods available.
I guess it's challenging, but we're always changing something, or we're always trying to make the dish the best version of itself, right? So we may tweak it every day for 2 weeks straight if we have to get it to be a perfect dish.
That quest for perfection did not go unnoticed. When Michelin announced its starred restaurants in October, not only did Clover Hill earn a star in its first year, but Chef Mitchell picked up the award for Best Young Chef.
That was a complete surprise when they announced that, and I was just humbled,
Were you aware at the time of the historic implications?
I was not at the time. You always think so many people have come before you. You just assume that someone has already done this, this doesn't cross your mind that you may be the first or second to do really anything.
Especially here in New York City. Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think there aren't more people who look like us as executive chefs in fine dining restaurants like this?
You don't make a lot of money as a young cook, so I think a lot of times we're chasing a very different American dream than to kind of put up with these aggressive environments that are often led by people who don't look like us.
I tasted some of the iconic dishes that earned this unique place in the food world. I'm gonna come around and try this here, although it's almost too pretty to touch. Including a shark fin flounder and a spicy tapioca. But this is nice, and it's subtle. And a Japanese mackerel.
We dry age it, we hang it a little bit, and then we finish it with a little bit of beeswax so that it retains moisture.
When people leave your restaurant, what do you want them to take away?
I want them to kind of be, excited or inspired about food. That's something that is very important to us.
Craig Melvin, NBC News.
Great story. All right, here is what's trending now. Saturday Night Live is adding more stars to its hosting lineup. Just weeks after helping the Kansas City Chiefs win the Super Bowl, Travis Kelce is set to host SNL on March 4th. Breakout star Jenna Ortega from Netflix's Wednesday follows a week later. SNL is back on February 25th with actor Woody Harrelson hosting for his 5th time.
I think with Travis also is Kelsey Ballerini, a country artist I really like. Yeah, I know. Very cool people. All right, now after Gabrielle Union-Wade and her husband, former Miami Heat star, Dwayne Wade, will receive the President's Award at the NAACP Awards this year. The honor recognizes achievement and public service, and has previously been given to Rihanna, Jay-Z, and others. The couple will receive the award at a ceremony airing live on BET on February 25th. Oh, you know, just joining some good company, Rihanna, Jay-Z.
No big deal.
Heard of them? Yeah.
Congratulations to them.
Very cool.
I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you are watching NBC News Daily. And go catch us on our streaming network wherever you stream NBC News Now. The news continues right after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Ellison Barber. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Friday, February 17th. Taking care, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is facing another health challenge. In the wake of his near-fatal stroke, he checked himself into the hospital to be treated for clinical depression.
Clearing the air, President Biden provided new details about the 3 unidentified objects shot down over the U.S. and Canada. He said they did not appear to be connected to China's spy balloon program.
Caught on camera, a personal trainer fighting off an attacker inside her apartment building. Look at this video. Now she's being hailed for her quick thinking and fierce actions in the face of danger.
And spring breaking the bank. Travel is bouncing back big time this season as demand reaches pre-pandemic levels. Our own Vicki Wynn is here with some travel hacks to help you save.
That's right. We've got Vicki, even though we don't got Vicki. So we'll see her for a little bit there.
A dash of Vicki.
Yes. Also, wow, that video of the woman who fought off her attacker, just incredible.
Amazing.
We can't wait to bring you that story.
Yeah, a lot of news.
Well, welcome to NBC News Daily. Again, happy Friday. We're going to start with the latest on Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who's being treated at Walter Reed for clinical depression. He checked himself into the hospital Wednesday night, and he'll likely stay there for a few weeks, according to staffers.
Yeah, so Fetterman has been hospitalized twice since being sworn into Congress last month. He suffered a near-fatal stroke while on the campaign trail in May and has talked about the difficult road to recovery. NBC News correspondent Ali Rafa joins us now from Capitol Hill. Ali, what else do we know about Fetterman's status and his condition moving forward?
Yeah, guys, Senator Fetterman beginning this journey in the public eye, this journey that so many Americans, millions of them, struggle with privately. And a senior aide to Senator Fetterman is telling NBC News that this isn't going to be a quick fix, that he's going to be in inpatient care at Walter Reed for several weeks as doctors try to figure out what exact medications work for him, what exact dosages of those medications work. And they say this is an investment in time, in energy that's needed right now when you think of the long-term success that they're aiming for. This is, the first month of Senator Fetterman's term, a 6-year term. So they're saying that this is time and energy well spent to set him up for success in the future.
Allie, talk to us here about the connection to the stroke, or if the senator has struggled with depression in the past. I think people might think we heard about the stroke. It was very high profile. Is this related to that, or is this something that the senator is just kind of tackling that he's had in his life before?
So Fetterman's team is saying that he's struggled with depression on and off really his whole life, but that his condition got worse over the past few weeks as we saw him struggle with the impacts of that stroke. This is someone who before that stroke was extremely eloquent, articulate, very energetic. And since then, we've seen him struggle with auditory comprehension issues. His team says he's been very tired, not at the same level of energy. We know that he walks around Capitol Hill with an iPad that is able to verbate or dictate everything that everyone around him is saying so he can fully understand what's going on around him. So these are definitely physical changes that would be tough for any of us to deal with mentally. But when you think of how these issues have been compounded by an extremely stressful environment, a very busy schedule with him being a sitting senator, you can imagine how all of that compounded into the condition that he's in right now.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Ali Rafa, thank you so much for that.
Well, a former Fox News employee is suing the company, accusing it of covering up more than a decade of sexual abuse. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk spoke exclusively with Lori Loon about her shocking allegations.
I mean, my life was destroyed. He does haunt me in an awful, horrible way.
Lori Loon is talking about Roger Ailes, who first offered her a job in the early 90s before he helped create Fox News. The beginning, according to her lawsuit, of more than 15 years of sexual abuse.
He, asked me to do some inappropriate things. Before I knew it, he had a camera, a video camera.
He was recording.
Yeah, and I remember being tongue-tied and kind of caught off guard.
Videos the lawsuit claims Ailes used as blackmail.
I felt like my life was over. I felt like I'd just fallen in a trap and I was in trouble.
Ailes would go on to hire her as a booker at Fox News, where she says the abuse got worse.
Code for booking meeting meant I was to go to New York, go to a booking meeting, and then after the booking meeting, basically be sexually assaulted and keep my mouth shut.
Did you want to walk away? Could you walk away?
I tried to get another job at another network, and I was so associated with Roger Ailes. It was very difficult.
Loon did eventually leave in 2011, receiving a $3 million settlement.
The deal was, we're going to give you this money, and then you're not going to talk about this, right?
Right,
I mean,
but
that was effectively what...
It was under duress.
Mr. Ailes, how are you? In 2016, Ailes resigned from Fox News, as at least a dozen women accused him of sexual misconduct, including former anchors Gretchen Carlson and Megyn Kelly.
When you saw this scandal erupt in 2016, what did you think?
I was relieved, but it was too late. It caused so much damage.
Loon could not sue the company and Ailes at the time because of the statute of limitations. In 2019, she accused Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott of defamation, but a judge threw out that lawsuit and deemed it meritless.
Why are you coming forward now?
As time has gone on, I haven't recovered, but I just happen to be blessed with this statute in New York.
In November, the New York Adult Survivors Act temporarily lifted the statute of limitations.
The bill is signed.
Loon is now suing, accusing Fox News and former network executive Bill Shine of covering up and empowering Ailes to commit sexual assaults. Shine resigned in 2017 as the scandal roiled the company. Ailes, who denied all the accusations against him, died 2 weeks later. In a statement, Fox News Media says this matter was settled years ago, dismissed in subsequent litigation, and is meritless. Bill Shine did not respond to a request for comment, but has previously denied knowing about any allegations against Ailes.
I need vindication for myself. I need justice to prevail.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Facing mounting pressure for more transparency, President Biden is sharing new details about the flying objects shot down by the U.S. military, speaking publicly for the first time about the objects. Mr. Biden is defending his actions while saying he does not want conflict with China. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily joins us now from Washington. Mike, President Biden says the U.S. is seeing more unidentified objects, but he also said Americans should not be worried. Tell us about that, and what are we learning about the 3 objects that were most recently shot down?
Yeah, Allison, there's just a lot more stuff in the upper atmosphere, to use the technical term, and that's why President Biden said early in his administration he ordered this review, especially with an eye towards understanding what might be tied to surveillance efforts on the part of foreign powers. And as part of the enhanced radar sensitivity, we are starting to detect more objects that could pose a threat to civilian aviation. Here's more of what the president had to say at his news conference yesterday.
We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were. But nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or that they were surveillance vehicles from any other country. Clear message. The violation of our sovereignty is unacceptable. As I've said since the beginning of my administration, we seek competition, not conflict with China. So I make no apologies for taking down that balloon.
Elsie, we're also learning just today that officials have completed recovery of that initial spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina. It's going to provide a valuable cache of information to U.S. intelligence officials.
And Mike, in an exclusive interview, a phone interview with NBC News, President Biden talked a little more about China, telling Peter Alexander President Xi, in his view, does not want to damage relations with the United States after the spy balloon. What does the president mean by that? I mean, China, there's been dispute over what this balloon was from China's side, but the U.S. says they're confident that this was a spy balloon. Is spying not damaging enough?
Yeah, well, you just heard what the president often says about our relationship with China, that he wants competition, not conflict. They often talk about trying to keep guardrails on this very important but yet fragile relationship with the Chinese. And so that's why we understand it was significant to hear President Biden say that he hopes to discuss this incident directly with President Xi. We're reporting today that there is no call yet scheduled between the 2 leaders. The last time they spoke was in person at the G20 summit last November. We're also hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris in an interview with our colleague Andrea Mitchell, who said that yet surely, especially with regard to espionage, this spy balloon has not been helpful to this relationship. But as she said, that's why we shot it down.
Okay, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Mimily, thank you.
Now let's head to our CNBC Money Minute. Well, as home sales drop, so do the number of realtors. Data from the National Association of Realtors shows that while monthly membership peaked in October at more than 1.6 million members, it's now dipped to 1.5 in January.
Wow. CNBC senior markets reporter Seema Modi joins us now. So the number of realtors rose alongside home prices during the pandemic. Break that down for us. Why are so many of them switching careers, it seems, right now?
Yeah, it's a great point. So existing home sales fell last year to the lowest level since 2014. So realtors are now having to compete for fewer transactions, and many are choosing to go back to other work or letting their licenses lapse. And it's not just independent contractors leaving. Layoffs are forcing some realtors out. Real estate brokerage Redfin laying off hundreds of people last year. While it's too early to say whether the dip in realtors means a full exodus from the field, experts say the cooling housing market could show the declining number in real estate agents in a year or 2. Also in focus, the Federal Aviation Administration is looking to fine SpaceX for allegedly failing to submit data ahead of last year's Falcon 9 launch. The proposed $175,000 penalty comes from the mission which sent Starlink satellites to space last August. The FAA says that necessary data is used to assess whether or not the launch could collide with another orbital object. And TikTok is launching a series of live trivia games. Users can log in to play between February 22nd and and the 26th. The social media company is offering $500,000 in cash prize pool that'll be split between the winners. You must be 18 years old and in the U.S. to participate. How about that?
Interesting. Any of these apps that are getting into these live things, you just wonder if that's where more of the business is headed, like shopping or anything. All right, Seema, thanks so much. Good to see you.
The family of Bruce Willis revealing the beloved actor's condition has worsened, what they're saying about his diagnosis and what they want fans to know. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Hollywood actor Bruce Willis has been diagnosed with a rare form of dementia, according to a statement from his family. Willis retired from acting about a year ago after being diagnosed with a different cognitive disorder. His family says they have since received a more specific diagnosis as his condition worsened. NBC's Kaylee Hartung has the details.
I promise, Grace.
The family of legendary Hollywood action star Bruce Willis sharing new details about the cruel disease they say he's battling.
Plenty more where that came from.
Nearly 1 year after Willis was diagnosed with aphasia, a disease that impacts his cognitive abilities, forcing him to retire from his blockbuster acting career, his family saying in a statement, Bruce's condition has progressed, and we now have a more specific diagnosis. Frontotemporal dementia. The critically acclaimed actor became a bona fide star as the action hero John McClane in the Die Hard franchise.
Yeah, I'm still here. Unless you want to open the front door for me.
And in 2015, Willis shared on Today he was checking off another bucket list item, Broadway.
I have never been on Broadway, and as far as I'm concerned, it is the big time.
Starring in Misery, an adaptation of Stephen King's book. Now the Golden Globe winner is facing a different challenge offstage. This rare form of dementia, known as FTD, affects areas of the brain associated with personality, behavior, and language. It tends to occur at a younger age than other forms of dementia, the onset often between 45 and 60 years old. Willis, now 67, is among the 50 to 60,000 Americans fighting it. His family saying, unfortunately, challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease Bruce faces. While this is painful, it is a relief to finally have a clear diagnosis.
Welcome to the party, pal!
Willis's blended family has rallied around him through this difficult time. His wife, Emma, their 2 daughters, as well as his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and their 3 daughters, writing in their latest statement, Bruce has always found joy in life and has helped everyone he knows to do the same. It has meant the world to see that sense of care echoed back to him and to all of us.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Joining us now to dive in on this is Dr. Uche Blackstock, founder and CEO of Advancing Health Equity and an MSNBC medical contributor and a friend of this show, of course. Dr. Blackstock, always great to have you with us. So let's dive into this diagnosis here. So it's referred to as frontotemporal dementia, FTD. This is different, though, as I understand it, from traditional dementia, something that a lot of families are probably familiar with, unfortunately. So tell us the difference there and any early signs to look out for.
Right. Thank you so much, Savannah. So it's a class of disorders. It represents about 10 to 20% of dementias. And unfortunately, there's no treatment for it. What it does is it affects the front part of the brain and the sides of the brain. And those are the brains that are responsible for language, behavior, and personality. And what Mr. Willis started out with was difficulty with language. And predictably, as this disease happens, his symptoms have worsened. And so while the family hasn't specified exactly what they are, we can probably ascertain that he's probably having behavior, personality, and organizational changes along with language issues as well.
Is it common for people, like in this case with Bruce Willis, to face that other diagnosis, that aphasia diagnosis first, before it either progresses to dementia, or is it kind of like realizing that that's a symptom of this type of dementia? What's the difference between those 2 different things now that people have heard these 2 diagnoses for him?
Right. That's a great question. And the thing is, aphasia is a broad term that describes any difficulty with language, whether it's understanding language or trying to communicate or reading. So it's a general term. And I think that once over time, as the symptoms progress, it really is able to clarify for healthcare professionals to see exactly what disorder you're dealing with. There are other causes of aphasia, like a stroke, for example, or it could be a cancer, for example, could cause a stroke. But here we know that the aphasia is being caused by this frontotemporal dementia.
And Dr. Blackstock, just very quickly before I let you go, is there any hope in terms of research for families who are hearing this information?
Right. About a third of the patients actually have a genetic mutation that predisposes them to developing frontotemporal dementia. The other 2/3, there's really no identifiable cause. And so that's why research in this disorder is very, very much needed. What happens is the treatments that are given to these patients are ones to address agitation, depression, anxiety, some of the symptoms of the disease, but not the disease itself.
Dr. Blackstock, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate your time today.
Spring break might be a couple months away, but travel prices are already climbing. Coming up, the best times to book and some travel hacks to save you some cash on vacation. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What kind of training risk? How you doing, Lester?
In Ukraine, Russia's brutal invasion has forced millions of children to leave their communities, and now we're getting an inside look at how it's impacting schools. I know it's also something you saw firsthand.
Yeah, it's amazing. An NBC News correspondent, chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel has done a lot of follow-up reporting close to the front lines. He actually spoke with students right along the front lines, and they say classrooms are really their only oasis.
They're tearing eastern Ukraine apart. And I wondered what it's like to be a child after a year of this. So we're on our way to a surprisingly rare place, a school. Education in Ukraine is now online, but out here by the front line, there's no internet. So the children still left huddle together to learn.
So we were planning to take this road and this bridge this morning until we got here and realized there is no bridge anymore. And this is one thing they do not show you on Google Maps.
But they're not easy to find. Many villages look abandoned.
So this is the school. They've asked us not to film it from the outside so we don't expose their location. They're that worried that if the Russians knew where children are, that they would be targeted and destroyed. And the Russians have bombed many hospitals, many places where vulnerable people are. Oh, all the children are coming to attention like I'm the teacher. Hello. Hello, how are you? Hello.
Miss Darina is the only teacher. Here, there's heat and friends, but the fighting is always on their minds. Daria is 9. Last night, there was shelling very close to our house. I was in bed and very scared, she says.
When you hear the shooting and you hear the explosions, what do? Do you cover your ears? Do you think about something else?
I close my ears and lay in the bed like this, she says. I close my eyes and go under the blanket to protect myself if there's any shrapnel. Sometimes I go under the bed.
Do you have enough food at home?
Yes.
Yes, when the humanitarian aid comes, there's canned meat or rice. And it's enough for us, she says. Stas is 10.
What do you miss most about peace?
I miss my cousin. He's in Poland now, he says.
Is he your best friend?
He's my best brother. 4.5 million Ukrainian children have been displaced. Half of them taken out of the country. Those who stayed are being raised underground.
What's it like to be a child in Ukraine right now?
I feel so sorry for our kids, she says. Kids run and play. Our kids have to hide in the basement all the time.
Who here wants this war to end very quickly? Yeah, I thought so. You both hands up. Everyone's got both hands up. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much.
Well, NBC's Richard Engel joins us now from Ukraine following that incredible report. It's just something, Richard, to see the faces of kids and see, the joy, I guess I would say, in that classroom. Like on the front end, we said their only oasis, really. Tell us what it's like for those students, though, even just to get to school in a war zone.
So, as I mentioned, most schools here are not operational. The Ukrainians don't want to cluster kids together anywhere in case there's an attack and there could be a massacre. So schooling has gone online, but in frontline areas where there's no internet, online schooling isn't possible. And there aren't that many kids left in frontline towns and villages that are largely destroyed. So they'll concentrate them from the surrounding villages in one unmarked building like the one we went to and bring them together. And frankly, it does a lot of good for the kids. It gives the parents a little bit of break. It allows the kids to see other friends and socialize. So they're the only ones, ironically, in all of this, who are getting to actually go to school in person, and they're the closest to the front lines.
NBC's Richard Engel, an incredible report. Thank you so much. Always great to see you.
The chemical disaster in Ohio getting federal attention. How long the air and water will be tested following that train derailment coming up. You're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us. You can watch us free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, and thank you for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
Happy Friday. I'm Ellison Barber. Making news right now. In Turkey, 2 more people were pulled alive from piles of debris today. The death toll from the massive earthquake nearly 2 weeks ago is more than 43,000 across Turkey and Syria.
A man is in custody after allegedly shooting 2 Jewish men outside synagogues in Los Angeles. One of the men was shot in the back Wednesday while walking to his car. 1 day later, another was shot in the arm. Both survived the attacks. Police say the suspect has a history of animosity toward the Jewish community, and they are now investigating the case as a hate crime.
And federal prosecutors are asking a judge to give singer R. Kelly 25 more years in prison for child pornography convictions in Chicago. That would add to the 30 years he recently began serving in a separate New York case. If the judge agrees, the 56-year-old would not be eligible for release until he's about 100 years old.
Now let's go to Memphis, Tennessee, where the former police officers charged with murdering Tyre Nichols entered a plea of not guilty during a hearing this morning.
So all 5 of them appeared in court for the first time since being accused of beating and killing Tyre Nichols during a traffic stop last month. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Memphis, Tennessee. Guad, tell us about today's hearing and what's going to happen for these 5 officers, their trial moving forward.
Ellison, Savannah, as you mentioned, they pled not guilty. The family of Tyre Nichols was present at the hearing. They did speak to the media after the hearing. The mother of Tyre Nichols, very emotional, saying that the 5 officers could not look at her in the eye during that hearing. Also, one of the attorneys for one of these former officers spoke about the process, and here's him speaking to the media about what's happening with this court process.
There's no definitive information regarding cause of death at all. And so we got 5 individuals charged with murder. I represent 1. There should be justice for Tyre Nichols. Absolutely. But I also stand by the fact that I am going to demand justice for Tadarius Bean.
Now, the attorney for Tyre Nichols' family also mentioned that they do expect to receive an autopsy report in the coming days that will obviously have more information as this process moves forward. The officers, or the former officers, that is, are expected to be back in court May 1st.
Squad, this week, 2 Shelby County deputies were suspended for failing to notify dispatch that they reported to the scene and having their body cameras turned off. For anybody at home who's confused and knows there's all these different groups, there were, of course, those 5 officers we just discussed, then there were paramedics at the scene. Now there's this. Can you kind of tease out for us these different parties and what we know particularly about these 2 deputies' role in all of this?
Savannah, so we know that the initial stop, this was Memphis police. These were the members of that Scorpion unit. And then more officers were called in from Memphis police. And then the sheriff's officers also came in to help. That's, of course, a different department. And then we also have the fire department officers that came, or employees of the fire department, the first responders. Those are the ones that have been suspended as of now, 3 of them. And then, of course, we have the 5 former officers that have been charged. And we have 2 additional officers from the Memphis Police Department that have also been suspended. Now, additionally, we have these 2 officers from the Sheriff's Department. What we know through a statement from the sheriff is that after their investigation, the Sheriff's Department decided to give them a 5-day suspension without pay. They mentioned the body cameras that weren't turned on, and there was also issues with the way these officers filled in their logs, accounting what had happened the night before. Savannah.
All right, Quad Venegas, really, thank you. Such a comprehensive overview there on such an important story. We appreciate it. Thank you for your reporting.
The federal government is helping set up a medical clinic in Ohio to deal with the chemical disaster there. Governor Mike DeWine just announced the move. It comes exactly 2 weeks after a train derailed, unleashing toxic and dangerous materials into the air, water, and ground. NBC News correspondent George Solis is live in Ohio with more. George, explain the purpose of this clinic. What type of services can people actually get there?
Yeah, good afternoon, Allison. So the purposes of this clinic are to make sure that people who are feeling sick, they are experiencing some of those symptoms they associate with the derailment, have a place to go. The clinic will also be offering mental health services. Now, this will be run by the Department of Health and Human Services as well as the Ohio Department of Health. Now, again, the officials and the governor wants to make it clear this is not because they say that the derailment is causing anyone to get sick, but because they understand that people are feeling symptoms as a result of this. They want to make sure that they are listening to those people's needs and they have a place to go. Now, they're saying they want these clinics to be clinics. As far as the specifics are still being worked out, but they want them to be set up as soon as next week. One other thing that we should note, people who are talking about their pets being sick, they're encouraging that anyone that has a sick animal, take them to a veterinarian for a free screening. Allison.
George, we're hearing so many officials, most recently Governor Mike DeWine, insisting that the water and air in this area is safe. But you see these medical clinics being set up. You hear all of these reports from people in the community about symptoms they say they are having now after all of this happened. What are people saying now? I mean, do they believe the governor or other officials when they say the air and the water, it's safe?
Yeah, I got to tell you, from the number of people that I've been speaking with, they are simply not buying it. They say they feel that their calls for help were ignored up until this point. They're saying, we hear that the governor, we hear that officials are telling us that our water is safe to drink, that the air is safe to breathe, but they have expressed concerns, and they feel that they have not been listened to. So they are wondering how much longer this is going to take and who will ultimately be held accountable, guys.
NBC's George Solis, thank you so much for joining us live there in East Palestine. What else, while I have you quickly, will you be looking at moving forward?
Yeah, we'll definitely be looking at continued air and water quality monitoring. We know that there are still stations here that are supposedly doing this 24/7. We're going to be looking at the cleanup of the derailment site, how long that's going to take. And then, as mentioned, just making sure that the clinics are set up and that these services will be offered to the people of this community.
All right, George Solis in East Palestine, thank you. We appreciate it.
Now, incredible video from Tampa, Florida. Law enforcement releasing surveillance footage showing a woman fighting off an attacker inside the gym at her apartment building. Here's NBC's Priscilla Thompson with her story.
Surveillance video captured the incredible moment a Tampa woman fought off an attacker at her apartment complex's gym.
I said, if I keep going, if I keep pushing, I keep fighting, he's going to stop. He's going to let go, and he finally did.
24-year-old Nishali Alma, a personal trainer, told Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies she was exercising alone around 10 p.m. on January 22nd when she saw a man she'd previously seen at the gym trying to get in.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in, and he came inside. My thought process was, like you said, like it was just another dude coming in to work out.
But after 25-year-old Xavier Thomas Jones entered, this happened instead.
Next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout and I grab my phone and he just approaches me and not a single word was exchanged. As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what the F are you doing? I said, get away from me. And he kept trying to come towards me and kept reapproaching me.
Video shows Thomas Jones chasing her around the gym before grabbing Alma and pinning her down.
In my mind, I knew I was stronger than him and I knew I could fight back.
The seasoned weightlifter seen here holding her attacker in a chokehold while trying to call 911 before throwing more punches, leading Thomas Jones to release his grip. Self-defense expert Patrick Lockton at New York City's Krav Maga Institute says Alma's quick thinking under pressure was key.
She fought back, and the most important thing is she didn't freeze. She didn't fall into that trap.
Alma immediately ran outside, escaping to a nearby apartment. Now she's sharing her story and encouraging other women with similar experiences to do the same.
No other person should go through this. No other person should have to feel like this. No other person should have to go through a situation like this.
Experts say avoiding an incident like this starts with being aware of your surroundings and moving quickly if you're in danger.
Getting in the way, creating obstacles, creating an opportunity, a space between you and your attacker. So I'd be going straight for vulnerable. So again, just the eyes, hitting him in the nose with a phone, striking him in the throat, because everybody's soft tissue there, it's soft tissue in your eyes as well, and it's going to hurt everybody no matter how strong you are.
Authorities were able to track down Thomas Jones and arrested him the next day. He pled not guilty to charges of sexual battery, false imprisonment, and kidnapping, and will appear in court next month. An attorney for Thomas Jones did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
The day he was arrested and the day they caught him, I saw the whole thing go down. It was a relief.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
Oh, wow. What a story. What a video. That woman is incredible.
Yes. All right, switching gears now to talk money, spring break travel, because despite inflation, spring break travel, it is bouncing back pretty big this season.
We're all ready for a trip, right? Well, our girl, Vicky Nguyen, shares how to plan your vacation without busting the budget.
Spring is in the air, and after years of missing out, college students and families are making spring break a priority this season, with hotspots in Florida, the Southwest, and south of the border at the top of the list, according to travel booking site Hopper.
If you're headed to a very popular warm weather spring break destination, you should be booking your flight now.
Travel costs are not immune to inflation. Hotel rates are up 64% from last year, and flights cost 20% more. But there are spring break deals out there. Hopper advertising $82 round-trip flights to Orlando from New York, Boston to San Diego for $190, and Newark round-trip to Turks and Caicos for $260. But the clock is ticking. Families heading to vacation hotspots should book as soon as possible. Prices might rise by more than $200 a ticket in the weeks closer to spring break. Expect full flights and hotels, and make contingency plans in case of flight cancellations. For budget-conscious travelers, be flexible.
Midweek flights can be up to $100 cheaper per person. Wait to book big city hotels. Last-minute room deals can save you up to 25%. And consider a staycation.
One of the best ways to get an incredible deal when you do a staycation is to reach out to local hotels or accommodation providers. Ask if they have a geo-fenced rate. Hotels often will offer a lower rate to residents of the town, the community, sometimes even the state, to incentivize locals to stay at their accommodations.
Meanwhile, international travel has also roared back, with Asian destinations like China, Japan, and Indonesia reopening post-pandemic and attracting crowds of young people eager to experience a new part of the world and take advantage of the strong dollar.
When you add up hotel, eating out, Ubers to and from airports, the total amount of money you're spending to go somewhere in the U.S. might actually be the same amount you would spend going somewhere in Asia or Europe.
Savvy travelers should plan out a complete budget, including the cost of taxis, rental cars, food and drink, and excursions. Tips to maximize your spring break without breaking the bank. Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
Great tips. Thanks, Vicki. Now, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, just one of the millions of people affected by severe depression. What we know about the condition. When we come back, there is more NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Well, mental health is not a partisan issue. It doesn't matter what community you're a part of. Chances are someone there is struggling with their mental health.
That is why Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania is receiving far-reaching praise for taking action to get help for his depression.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Joining us now is psychiatrist Dr. Dave. Dr. Dave, depression affects more than 17 million adults in the U.S., to almost 2 million children. Talk to us about how significant it is to hear Senator Fetterman publicly share his experience here.
You know, when a public figure opens up and says, I'm going to get help for my mental health, it really helps normalize that for other people. We know there's so much stigma surrounding mental illness, and every step that is put out there that says it's okay to not be okay, all of those steps add up and they help dismantle the stigma over time. And everyone's journey with mental health looks different, right? So some people might need inpatient hospitalization, so that being put out publicly is also extremely powerful. Especially because people have questions right now because he has this other medical event recently with his stroke. Let's separate that out because people might be thinking, is it related to that? And just talk about in our homes, in our relationships, what should you be looking for?
So if someone is having persistent feelings of sadness or depressed mood for 2 weeks or longer, these feelings of worthlessness or guilt, trouble focusing, feeling like you can't function in your day-to-day life, changes in your sleep or in your appetite, and of course, any thoughts of self-harm at all of those things can mean that it's time to get some more support.
Absolutely. Also, anything that you want somebody to know who might have someone they think is struggling, how to help them?
I think it's so important to reach out and just say, I've noticed things have been different. How can I help you? I always start with open-ended, non-judgmental questions. Can I make an appointment for you? Can I go to an appointment for you? Can we have a support group together with friends we trust? Really just putting that out there can go such a long way to make someone feel less alone. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Dr. Jave, always great when you're here. Thank you. Such an important discussion. So good to see you also. Well, the U.S. is suffering from a massive mental health crisis. We got some numbers this week in a new report from the CDC, and it spotlights just how young this crisis goes. 60% of teenage girls say they felt extremely hopeless at some point. And this stat was quite startling. Almost a quarter of teen girls have made a suicide plan. I spoke with the U.S. Secretary of Education and the U.S. Surgeon General about what's influencing these numbers.
What we're also seeing is the experience of technology, of social media in particular, has not been healthy or positive for many people. And this is especially true for young girls, for whom their sense of self, their confidence in their own body is adversely affected often by their participation in social media.
If you think about the child psychology and where they are developmentally, self-identity and many of them go through identity crisis. Who am I? You know, and if they're on their phones or if they're on social media and seeing images of things, they're going to try to become that, and that could lead to mental health issues.
To drill down on girls, let me just ask about one set of this data. Did the data on sexual violence surprise you? The fact that 14% of these teen girls say they've been forced to have sex?
Those numbers on sexual violence are horrifying, but we know that that creates trauma, and trauma in turn can manifest in really destructive ways in people's lives, again, increasing the risk for mental health challenges and increasing the risk for suicide.
We just had that conversation yesterday. It's going to be part of a larger special we're doing. But the other part of our day yesterday, we then spoke with teens. And one of the things that was really shocking for me to hear also is that stat that I mentioned there with these students. We said, are you surprised at the number of teenage girls who in this report, they'd seen the report already, they knew the CDC data, they'd been reading about it. You know, it's on everybody's phones and news alerts. They said they were not surprised. They are living it. They were not surprised to hear that that number of teen girls had been forced to have sex.
It is horrific stats in this. There's so much bad, but the one bit of, I think, light in this is to see and hear how young people are talking about this in ways that I don't think was available when I was in high school.
Absolutely, and they said it's making such a difference. We'll have a lot more of that in the next month.
Right, you're watching NBC News Daily. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Join Hoda Kotb for Season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Beloved entertainer and breast cancer research advocate Olivia Newton-John passed away from breast cancer just 6 months ago at the age of 73.
Well, in their first television interview since her passing, we're hearing more from her family. Her husband and daughter sat down with Today's Show co-host Hoda Kotb to discuss the life and legacy of the woman so many of us loved.
Every day I miss Olivia, terribly, and yet every day I'm really super grateful that I had 15 wonderful years with this extraordinary human being.
Extraordinary and courageous, two words often used to describe the singer and actress Olivia Newton-John, who charmed generations of fans with her music and movies.
Hopelessly
And inspired countless others as she courageously battled breast cancer for decades. To all of us, she was kind of an icon, but to you, she was mom. What did that mean to you?
I love my mom more than anything, and she's my mama, she's not Olivia Newton-John to me, but I'm so glad that she was Olivia Newton-John for so many people.
One thing I noticed about her was that she was at her best when she was talking about someone else, when she wasn't talking about herself.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's her. She was very caring, very giving, and had what I say is like a bandwidth to care. I mean, genuinely and authentically care for people like I've never seen before.
John, people often asked her in interviews about her prognosis, and she never liked to talk about that. She said, I'm not talking about that because I'm not going to define myself by that. If I think that way, I will go that way.
Right.
What was it like at the end for her?
She was, very aware, and I mean, it's a long journey, okay, but she had the willpower, even in her most difficult times, to really bring in the light and to bring in the love. And she was who she was, all the way through.
Last word she could say to me was my sunshine, and right before she lost her ability to speak, she was making jokes.
John, when do you feel her the most now?
Late at night, early in the morning. And then, I'll just be walking around the house or throwing the ball for the dogs and just speak to her out loud. And a guy I was flying with said, John, when you're lucky enough to have found your true soulmate and you share a heart, when one passes, the other has the obligation to live life for both. And that was very empowering and very powerful for me, and, and gave a way forward.
And a way forward for Chloe, who understands healing can come in many forms. I'm sure there are beautiful things about everyone loving her and knowing that everyone missed her. And then how have you been dealing with that?
It actually has been a life raft. It has felt like a big hug from the universe. And I'm very grateful for all of the people who reached out to us and extended their heart and their connection.
A connection that John and Chloe hope will continue as a last recording of Olivia singing with her longtime friend Dolly Parton will be released today. It's a duet of the song Jolene, made famous by Dolly, recorded just months before Olivia passed away. A lot of people who've lost people always say, my loved one has words of wisdom they want to impart on me at the end. Was there anything like that?
Well, you're left with just the message is love. I mean, just to focus on the gratitude, whatever in life you have to be grateful for, your friends or your family or for the way you feel or the beauty of the sunshine, and just be grateful and express love to the people that you love.
Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
Powerful.
Yes,
Oh, they
I'll
had
be
some amazing
listening for
things to
that
say.
song.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Aaron and Kate are off. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, February 17th, 2023. Not guilty. The former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols face a judge. How their lawyers are defending them and the emotional reaction from Nichols' own mother.
Spilling over. Outrage in a small Ohio community after a fiery train derailment dumps toxic chemicals. The new promise from the rail company to the homeowners caught in the aftermath.
The senators struggle. Pennsylvania's junior senator John Fetterman is hospitalized with clinical depression. How long his treatment could last and the important message his family is sending.
And safe from COVID. Does contracting the virus really boost our immunity from getting reinfected? The new study putting that belief to the test.
It is 11 a.m. in Spokane, 1 p.m. in Milwaukee, and 2 p.m. here in New York.
Yeah, but we begin in Memphis, Tennessee. All 5 former police officers facing murder charges over the death of Tyree Nichols have pleaded not guilty. They made their first court appearances today alongside their lawyers. Nichols' family and attorney, Ben Crump, were also in the courtroom, the family attorney, rather.
Video released by the city of Memphis showed officers assaulting the 29-year-old man after they pulled him over during a traffic stop in early January. Nichols was taken to the hospital and died 3 days later. The fallout has sparked nationwide protests and a chain reaction of suspensions and firings within the Memphis police and fire departments.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is outside the courtroom in Memphis. Guad, Tyree Nichols' family spoke after today's court hearing. What did they say?
Allison, they were emotional. They were inside the courtroom when this hearing took place. And one of the things that both Tyree's mother and his stepfather said is they plan to attend these court hearings as this process takes place. Today was the first day that these 5 former officers came into court. They're going to be back in court May 1st, but the family was very emotional. Here's Tyree's mother speaking to us after the hearing took place.
I know my son is gone. I know I'll never see him again, but we have to start this process of justice right now. And I want each and every one of those police officers to be able to look me in the face. They haven't done that yet. They couldn't even do that today.
Now, the family's attorney also said they are waiting for an autopsy report, also to move forward with what could be a civil case as the investigation continues.
And a lawyer for one of the former officers also spoke with reporters. So what did we learn there, and what are the next steps in this case?
Right. So one of the things that keeps being brought up are videos. There is more evidence still being gathered. So the media did see a lot of the videos initially, the ones that were released weeks ago. But we are learning that there are more videos and more evidence that needs to be reviewed. Here's both an attorney from one of the former officers and also one of the district attorneys speaking on camera today.
Tadarius Bean has the ability as a law enforcement officer to make a lawful arrest based off of a call coming in. And so at this time, that's where we're standing right now, that Tadarius Bean was doing his job at that time.
We believe it's important that everybody who took part in this criminality, everybody who did something criminal is brought to justice in this case.
Again, there's more evidence that needs to be reviewed. There's also talk about the messages that were sent by one of the former officers with photos. The family, Tyree Nichols' family's attorney, did say that they know that the photos were sent and there were messages attached to those photos, but they do not know what is in those messages. That's more information that needs to be learned. Again, the former officers are expected to be back in court May 1st.
All right, Guavanega Squad in Memphis, thank you.
Outrage is growing in Ohio over the response to that massive train derailment. The EPA administrator visited the site on Thursday, 2 weeks after a Norfolk Southern train jumped the tracks and dumped toxic chemicals. Members of the community are crying out for help. They fear their health and safety are at risk. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Palestine, Ohio. George, there's rain in the area today. I understand that is making more people worry about toxic chemicals possibly spreading into nearby waterways. What are you hearing? How concerned are local officials about that possibility?
Yeah, good afternoon, Allison. Officials very concerned, and locals also, because they fear that some of that runoff could get into the waterways. Fortunately, at this moment, we haven't seen a lot of rain, just a lot of snow. But nonetheless, the governor has expressed that there are teams on the ground right now mitigating anything should the water start to get contaminated. There's also talk of building some dams in place to make sure that any contamination, particularly from the Sulphur Run Creek, does not spread into the other waterways. And of course, we've been talking about this for the last several days, the number of tests that are being done on wells and waterways to ensure that the water levels are safe for drinking as well as any other use. The governor holding a press conference today. I want you to take a listen to what he said about some of the concerns that locals here have been raising.
Residents deserve an answer. They have suffered a great deal. We've asked for medical experts from the United States Department of Health and Human Services to come to East Palestine. We want them to be able to answer the residents' questions, evaluate symptoms, provide their medical expertise.
Yeah, Allison, and a lot of questions are surrounding the train operator, Norfolk Southern. Where are they? Officials there saying that they are still trying to be a presence here in the community. They want to ensure people that they have not forgotten them. The CEO writing an open letter to the community. I want you to take a listen to part of what they said. They say, I know you have questions about whether Norfolk Southern will be here to make things right. My simple answer is that we are here and we will stay here as long as it takes to ensure your safety, to help East Palestine Palestine rather, recover and thrive. And again, that's from the CEO of the train operator. A lot of residents say that's simply not good enough. They want someone here to answer some of their concerns and questions. Whether that happens remains to be seen. Allison.
All right, George Solis, thank you so much.
President Biden is trying to tamp down criticism over his decision to shoot down 4 unidentified objects over U.S. airspace. At the same time, the rivalry between the U.S. and China is intensifying. Here's what Vice President Kamala Harris told NBC's Andrea Mitchell earlier today.
We shot it down because it needed to be shot down because we were confident that it was used by China to spy on the American people. We will maintain the perspective that we have in terms of what should be the relationship between China and the United States. That is not going to change, but surely and certainly that balloon was not helpful, which is why we shot it down.
Those comments come as military officials conclude the operation to recover remnants of the Chinese spy balloon off the coast of South Carolina. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now. So, Mike, Vice President Harris says the balloon incident is not going to change U.S.-China relations. Does China feel differently about that?
Well, of course, China has reacted very strongly to all of this, including the president's remarks yesterday, accusing the U.S. of overreacting, denying that this was an act of espionage, while turning the tables on us to say that we have been conducting these kinds of spy operations over Chinese airspace, of course, which U.S. officials have denied. Now, interestingly, the vice president was speaking there from the Munich Security Conference, a major international gathering that includes other U.S. officials, including the Secretary of State. So one of the main questions is, will there be some interactions between U.S. officials and Chinese counterparts at this summit? Now, the White House today is confirming that these diplomatic relations remain on track, that there are lines of communication still open, but that a call, as President Biden indicated he hopes to have soon with President Xi, has not yet been scheduled.
All right, Mike Memoli. Mike, thank you so much.
Freshman Democratic Senator John Fetterman is now in the hospital. The Pennsylvania lawmaker announced Thursday he checked himself in to Walter Reed Medical Center seeking treatment for clinical depression.
It comes after last year's hard-fought campaign during which Fetterman suffered a stroke. That, at the time, raised questions about his health and fitness for office, but Pennsylvania voters picked Fetterman over his Republican opponent. Let's bring in NBC's Sahil Kapoor, who's on Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, what is Fetterman's camp saying about his diagnosis today, and how could this impact his job as senator, at least right now?
Well, Joe, a senior aide to Fetterman said that staff has noticed a change in his demeanor in recent weeks compared to the vibe he had early in his recovery from that life-threatening stroke he suffered last year. During the midst of that campaign, they say he has become more withdrawn, that he's become more reserved. This, of course, comes after he had moved to D.C., a new environment in the midst of his recovery, away from his wife and kids. Experts have said it's not uncommon at all for men who suffer a stroke to deal with depression after that fact. And a Fetterman aide further saying that they expect him to remain in inpatient care for depression for the next few weeks.
So are we hearing anything from his colleagues, other members of Congress, reacting to this news? There's been some talk that this is, in the long run, could be very helpful because in some ways it helps take steps towards destigmatizing mental health. What are you hearing from his colleagues?
Allison, there has been an outpouring of support from many of Fetterman's colleagues, starting with President Biden, who has a close connection to Fetterman's home state of Pennsylvania. Let's show the president's tweet there. You see it. He says to John and his wife, Giselle Fetterman, "Jill and I are thinking about your family today. Millions of people struggle with depression every day, often in private. Getting the care you need is brave and important. We're grateful to you for leading by example." Now, there's several other senators who have also spoken out, including, let's put this on the screen, Senator Bob Casey, also of Pennsylvania, says he's proud of Fetterman, says his actions will help break down the stigma. There's Tina Smith, who, by the way, has talked about her own struggles with depression. A rare other senator to do that, said it's a sign of strength, not weakness, what Fetterman is doing. And, of course, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer points out that millions of Americans like Fetterman struggle with depression every day. Went on to wish him well. Ellison, Joe.
All right, so important to have these conversations. Sahil Kapoor at the Capitol, thank you so much.
Amazon is sending workers back into the office, and Barnes & Noble wants to make you a subscriber.
Frank Holland joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey there, Frank.
Hey guys, well, Amazon's requiring corporate staffers to spend at least 3 days a week in the office, according to a memo from the company's CEO. It's a shift from the tech giant's previous policy, which let managers decide how often employees would come into the office. The change in policy will go into effect at the beginning of May. Barnes & Noble is launching a subscription service. For $40 a year, subscribers get perks like discounts on books, free shipping, and a bigger size coffee when shopping in store. The service has been likened to Amazon Prime. And fast food chain Chick-fil-A is opening a break room for food delivery workers in New York City. The room is a space for food delivery people to grab a coffee, use the bathroom, and charge their phones. To take advantage of the space, you just need to show proof of a delivery within the last week on one of the meal delivery services. And just like Chick-fil-A, that break room is closed on Sundays. Back over to you.
Frank Holland. Frank, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And coming up, a hate crime investigation underway in California after 2 Jewish men were shot outside their synagogues. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Lynn.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
What's your reaction to the president's comments?
And around the world.
Are Ukrainians continuing to make advances?
And ways you can take care of your health.
Who should be getting tested? And frankly, how often?
And your wallet.
Costs are skyrocketing. How to manage soaring prices.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Police in Los Angeles have arrested a man suspected of shooting 2 Jewish people as they were leaving synagogues this week. These were 2 separate attacks. They happened a day apart, just blocks away from each other. The LAPD and FBI are investigating the attacks as potential hate crimes. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Nyela Charles in Los Angeles. So, Nyela, what do we know about the suspect so far, and what are we learning about the shootings and the victims here?
Right, Joe, law enforcement has now arrested 1 suspect for both of the shootings, which are being investigated as a hate crime. The mayor of Los Angeles says the FBI is involved in the investigation as well. That suspect was described as an Asian man, and authorities say they recovered several items of evidence, including a rifle and handgun. The arrest was made Thursday night after 2 men were shot in 2 days after leaving synagogues in Los Angeles less than a mile apart. So far, the victims haven't been identified and their conditions haven't been released. But video obtained by NBC News shows the second victim taken away by paramedics Thursday after being shot. The Jewish community has been understandably rattled and shaken by this here in Los Angeles, and law enforcement, as a result, has increased their patrols in the area and also increased their security at synagogues. It's important to remember the context of all this fear within the Jewish community, not just in Los Angeles, but across the country, Joe. According to the the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents reached an all-time high in the United States in 2021, with assaults rising over 100% that year. Listen to what the community is saying.
I feel like we're in Brooklyn in the 70s again, where, you know, crime is just your neighbor.
I didn't know that was going to happen in my neighborhood, so that's horrible.
Whatever the motivation and the circumstance, there's reason to be concerned. But the answer cannot be, therefore, avoid your local synagogue.
Law enforcement will be holding a joint press conference with the FBI sometime this afternoon, and at which point we expect to learn more about the suspect and the charges they will face, and hopefully get an update on how the victims are doing. Joe?
All right, Nyla Charles, thank you.
A New Jersey mother is grief-stricken and demanding answers. Her 12-year-old son collapsed and died during football practice. She claims no one knew CPR, and it took more than 30 minutes for any sort of help to arrive. Here's Pat Battle with our NBC station in New York.
He was a good kid. He had so much further to go. He had so much more time. He was supposed to be here.
12-year-old Elijah Jordan Brown Garcia was doing two of the things he loved most last Friday, being with his little brother and gearing up for football season. Though still months away, he'd come with 10-year-old Makai to his rec team practice here at Westside Park in Newark and was just running drills when the unthinkable happened.
He didn't get hit, like no contact or anything. He ran about like 20 yards. He said he was going to take a little break. I don't think he took enough time.
Elijah collapsed without warning. Makai called his mom. Another parent called 911. No one administered CPR. The coach had left to run an errand.
From what his wife told me, she came to pick me up. I have 3 other kids here, and I had to get everybody dressed and packed and ready, and I got there, the ambulance still were not there.
It was well over 30 minutes, witnesses say, before that ambulance arrived at the field. Though a police precinct was just a few hundred yards away, Newark police say the 911 call from a cell phone could have gone anywhere. No one thought to go get a cop.
We have adults that's supposed to be in charge of our kids, and they only had a bare minimum when it comes to CPR or being able to realize what's the emergency and what's not.
Elijah, a 6th grader here at the Rise Academy Charter School, couldn't be revived. The coach for the Essex County Predators, the recreational team he belonged to, didn't return our calls for comment.
He told me that. He said none of us are CPR certified, but I'm going to do my best to make sure that all of us become CPR certified.
But there is no law in New Jersey that requires that, as our John Chandler pointed out in a recent special report on News 4. Defibrillators or AED devices are required in schools and at school-related events, but not for private or independent rec activities or for sports leagues. A bill that would have mandated that was vetoed by former Governor Chris Christie. It would have cost between $20 and $40 million.
The CPR courses cost $75, people.
Yeah.
It costs $75 for you to be able to save somebody's life.
That was Pat Battle reporting. Prosecutors in the Alec Murdaugh trial outline a critical timeline. Still ahead, what we're now learning about the night his son and wife were killed. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, Lester?
A newly released court filing is shedding light on Fox News' coverage of election fraud, which made the network the target of a $1 billion defamation lawsuit. The document includes internal communications from Fox anchors and staffers pushing back on claims that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim joins us now. So, Jane, what are we learning about these conversations, and why are they so important to this lawsuit?
You know, this filing quotes and reveals significant behind-the-scenes discussions between Fox News anchors, Fox News executives, about the things that they were reporting, all these enormous doubts they were casting on American democracy systems and broadcasting, you know, the president's attorneys and the sort of broad claims that they were making, things like foreign communists were involved in these sort of massive global schemes to steal the election from Donald Trump, that while they were reporting on those issues and putting these people on air, they were behind the scenes saying things like, I don't believe this, that lawyer is lying. You know what I mean? Defamation cases are usually very hard to win, but what we see in this is things like Fox News host John Hannity saying that whole narrative that Sidney Powell, the attorney, is pushing. I do not believe it for 1 second. Another executive saying it's remarkable how weak ratings make good journalists do bad things. These are all quotes that come out in this newly unsealed filing. Some really stunning stuff. I mean, they speak for themselves. I can just keep going through these. You know what I mean? One executive producer for Laura Ingraham saying this is going to give me an aneurysm. And this may not be all that we see. Dominion went to court today to try and get the redacted portions of these documents revealed as well.
All right, more to come, perhaps. Jane Tim, thank you so much. Ellison.
As anyone who drives a car has noticed, even minor repairs are taking longer and longer. That's because a growing number of parts are on back order. Here's Carolyn Johnson with our NBC station in Los Angeles.
Layla Dennis has had to borrow a car to get around since November.
All of a sudden, I just feel like this bang, like crash.
Another driver had backed into her.
I was like, what just happened?
The passenger side of her new Volkswagen Atlas smashed. Layla's car was towed to a repair shop, and it's been sitting there unrepaired ever since.
I haven't gotten any answers from anybody. Everybody is just pointing the finger at everybody, and I still don't have a car.
The problem here, most of Layla's car parts are back ordered, and her repair shop has no idea when they'll be available. So what's causing the holdup?
Everyone has been affected by the supply chain issues.
Yes, the supply chain. The Society of Collision Repair Specialists is a trade group for repair shops and says supply chain issues started impacting them more than a year ago with no end in sight. Todd Hesford is a board member of the group and owner of a collision repair shop. He says in his 30 years in the business, he's never seen anything like this.
Your biggest, trusted, strongest manufacturers couldn't come up with their parts. Not to their own fault. It was just, issues of getting things logistically around the world.
Hesford says he's encountered shortages on just about everything.
Everything from bumpers, headlights, fenders, doors, the stuff that's pretty common in the collision industry.
So he's had to rethink his business to keep his customers happy, driving hundreds of miles a week to pick up parts from various dealers.
We've gone everywhere from 2 miles north of the border to dealerships that we've never heard of before, up to Santa Barbara, out to San Bernardino. We've driven to Las Vegas 3 times.
It's a business model that simply isn't sustainable. Meanwhile, drivers like Layla are struggling without their cars. So until the supply chain works itself out, auto industry expert Brian Moody has some advice. If your parts are back ordered, consider partial repairs, fix the safety issues, and circle back later for the cosmetic stuff.
If I can manage to have that one piece not working for an extra 3 weeks, can I drive the car safely?
And a proactive step for all drivers, consider increasing the rental car coverage in your insurance policy to help you get through a lengthy repair. Moody recommends picking a plan that pays you a flat dollar amount for a rental instead of covering you for a set period of time.
Say if they give you $500 versus 30 days or $1,000, you might choose to use that money in a different way, as opposed to just going down to the local rental car place and paying whatever.
Advice Layla will consider moving forward as she continues to wait for her car to get fixed.
Coming up, the call to action from a New Jersey school community after a bullied teenager dies by suicide. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Federal prosecutors are asking for 25 more years in prison for disgraced rapper R. Kelly. He was convicted on child pornography and enticement charges last year in Chicago. R. Kelly is already serving a 30-year sentence after his conviction in a New York case. If the judge agrees to the additional prison time, he would not be eligible for release until he's about 100 years old.
A terminal at New York's JFK Airport is shut down today after a power outage. The outage began on Thursday in Terminal 1, which services more than a dozen international airlines. By early this morning, at least 58 flights were delayed or canceled. The terminal will remain closed for the rest of the day. Travelers should check with their airlines before coming to the airport.
And take a look at this dramatic video. Surveillance video captures a woman in Tampa, Florida, fighting off an attacker. It happened at a gym. Police say Xavier Thomas Jones chased the woman around the gym before grabbing her and pinning her down. The woman, who is a professional trainer, got him in a chokehold and then attempted to call 911. The woman was not hurt. Ultimately, Thomas Jones was arrested.
The miracles keep coming in Turkey. Turkish state media says 3 people were found alive today, 11 days after the devastating earthquakes. That includes this 34-year-old man. From the ambulance, he spoke with a relative on the phone to see if his parents survived. Take a listen. Even if you may not know the language, you can hear the emotion from the relative on the phone. He is telling the survivor that his parents are alive and that they're waiting for him. Despite these incredible stories, the death toll is climbing in Turkey and Syria. It has now passed 41,000 people. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from southern Turkey. So, Matt, as the focus has largely shifted from rescue to recovery missions, we've seen a lot of finger pointing at Turkey's president. How is he responding to the anger that's directed at him?
Yeah, I mean, Joe, you could call it rescue, recovery, and now recrimination from all sides here, and that's not so surprising after a tragedy of this magnitude. But you ask, how is President Erdogan responding? Well, this man has been in power for the past 20 years, and one of the first things that he did, even before that chorus of criticism that you were describing, was he imposed a state of emergency on the 10 provinces in the south of Turkey, in which I'm in one of them right now, that were afflicted by this earthquake. Now, the terms of this state of emergency, it's a little bit nebulous, but one of the things it certainly does is it will give him expanded powers to suppress any sense or any sort of organized protests against the government. So that's one thing that we can see here, and that one thing we can kind of look forward to. One of the things I was seeing and hearing walking around where people were very, very angry at the government's response. Joe?
And Matt, Turkish authorities, they're also investigating contractors who built some of the buildings that collapsed. What are they trying to determine here?
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people are saying that a lot of these investigations into the contractors is just Erdogan and his presidency and his government trying to pass the buck onto littler guys than the government here. But the fact is that a lot of these contractors, it seems like they have engaged in some shoddy practices. But Erdogan himself, we have to remember, back in 2018, he launched a kind of amnesty, sort of retroactively allowing construction that wouldn't have passed muster before, saying, okay, if you built a shoddy building, we're going to allow it retroactively. And that's something that a lot of people, even when they're angry at these contractors, and there is a lot of anger at them, they're still pointing their finger at President Erdogan ahead of elections, critical ones, in May. Guys?
All right, Matt Bradley in Turkey. Thank you, Matt.
The prosecution is wrapping up its case in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial, but not before the jury hears significant new testimony that could poke holes in Murdaugh's version of events. South Carolina investigators are using location data from Murdaugh's car to try and establish a timeline of his whereabouts on the night of the murders. NBC's Lindsay Reiser is following the case for us. Lindsay, what have we learned from today's testimony?
Ellison, this is new evidence. The prosecution got it while the trial has been going on, and it paints arguably the clearest, most definitive picture yet of the night. And as you mentioned, calls into question Alec's own timeline that he's given investigators. So let's go ahead and show you this GM OnStar data from Alec's vehicle. At around 9:08 p.m., around the time or right after investigators have said the murders occurred, the data places his Suburban right around the area where Maggie's cell phone was found the next morning. Then the Suburban is heading to his mother's house, going 68, 70 miles an hour, very fast on a rough road. The vehicle stays at his mom's roughly 21 minutes. That's less than half the amount of time Alec told investigators he was there. Then the vehicle is driving back home 80 miles an hour. They had established throughout the day, really, he'd gone a max of about 55. Then data shows the vehicle arrives home, goes to the kennel, and within seconds, Alec calls 911. Remember, he told authorities he had taken the time to check their pulses. Listen to that exchange.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie to check the bodies.
And from the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
There was talk about the victims, Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, being prolific cell phone users. Has their cell phone data come into play at all?
Yeah, in fact, it shows Maggie and Paul's cell phones locked for good around 8:49 p.m. As you mentioned, the two of them had been very active on their phones, almost nonstop the previous 2 hours. And remember that GM vehicle data would place Alec at the property at that time. Prosecutors also showed their cell phones were apparently handled after the times their phones locked, and that calls and texts to Maggie from Alec were deleted from Alec's phone records. For example, he had sent her a text asking when she'd be home. The prosecution also showed a couple weeks prior to the murders, Paul, the son, was concerned about Alec's pill usage, and evidence suggests that Maggie had been Googling the kind of pills she found in Alec's bag. Now, the defense will have their chance to cross-examine this afternoon. The prosecution has said, barring any new developments, this will be their last witness before they arrest.
A lot of details in that case. Lindsay Reiser, thank you for explaining it all.
Classes are set to resume at Michigan State University on Monday, 1 week after a gunman opened fire on campus.
3 students were killed, 5 more students critically injured. One of the victims, junior Alexandria Werner, will be remembered tonight in her hometown of Clawson, Michigan. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing. Jesse, what new details are you learning about what happened Monday night?
Yeah, Ellison, we've spoken with an assistant professor who says he was teaching a class where 7 of the 8 students who were shot were attacked during his class on Monday night, amongst them Werner, as well as Ariel Anderson, 2 of the 3 students who were killed. This professor describing his harrowing experience. Here's part of what he told me.
I'm haunted because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to lift their bodies. There was so much blood. The only thing I could think of was throw myself at that door, grab the knob, squat, and put my foot against the wall so that I could pull the door, because I didn't see any mechanism to lock it.
That professor says he believes the suspect fired about 15 times, and he says throughout that entire time the suspect never uttered a word, guys.
Jesse, we mentioned that classes resume Monday. I mean, what is next for this campus?
Yeah, so classes are set to resume on Monday. The investigation is continuing, and we still don't have a firm word on a motive exactly yet from officials, Joe. And one of the buildings where this happened, the building where that professor was just describing his experience from Berkey Hall, we're told is going to remain closed throughout the end of the semester at least. So obviously still a long road of recovery here for this community, as they are going to try to get back to some level of normalcy on Monday. And we do have some positive news, though. One of the 5 students hospitalized, we're told, has been moved to stable condition, guys.
That is some good news. Jesse Kirsch. Jesse, thank you so much.
Outrage is rippling through a New Jersey high school after the tragic death of a 14-year-old girl.
She died by suicide after she was beaten by classmates on camera. At a packed school board meeting last night, there was fury from both parents and students. They're calling out what they call a culture of bullying at the school, and they say not enough is being done to change it. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa has been following this story for us. So, Emily, what else did we hear at this meeting last night?
So this meeting opened up with a moment of silence in honor of 14-year-old Adriana Kush, who, as you said, took her life just 2 days after being attacked in the school hallways. But emotions quickly boiled over, as this was the first chance for the families, the parents, the community to see face-to-face, come face-to-face with board members, with the Board of Education. And I was there last night. This happened over a period of 5 hours. So it was really a long time, and a lot of people taking part, standing up to take part in the public comment. Rage, fear, sadness are among the things that we would hear time and time again. So many people wanting change and describing what they say is a culture of unaddressed violence, something the acting superintendent has denied. Take a listen.
You all need to make a change now. That girl should still be alive. She shouldn't have had to just take her own life. It shouldn't take a child taking their own life for us to change.
You care about these kids, you would act like it. She was such a sweet girl. She was bullied and harassed and mocked after her death. They told me that I was ugly and fat and that I should kill myself. You are here to protect the students, but the students do not feel protected.
You can see there every seat in that auditorium was filled, people spilling out into the hallway, wanting their voices heard. 4 students have been criminally charged in connection to the attack on Adriana, and the superintendent has since resigned.
What is Adriana's family saying about this? Were they or an attorney able to be present at that town hall? Any potential next steps in terms of legal action?
So we initially, after her tragic death, we heard a lot from Michael Kush, the father, but he did not attend that Board of Education meeting. We did hear from the attorney who says they're exploring all potential legal actions in a statement writing. In the meantime, they are investigating, quote, the administration's lack of intervention and supervision leading up to this attack and its failure to engage law enforcement immediately after the attack. We also heard from the acting superintendent for the first time. I pressed him on what should the district have done differently, or could the district have done differently, but he wouldn't address anything in relation to the incident. He says because it's an open investigation. They did suggest some prospective changes that they're considering in the meantime, including a change to their cell phone policy, a potential lifeline hotline for the school, also potentially working more closely with local police and the county's prosecutor's office. But so many people heartbroken, demanding answers.
And did you get the feeling that those changes are helping people, or is that anger still like, no, people want more?
I think that they're all perspective right now. So I think people are going to wait until they see action.
All right, Emily Aketa, thank you so much. And this is important. If you or someone you know is thinking about suicide, you should know there is help out there. You can always call the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. You can see the number on your screen right there. You can call or text 988.
And up next, immunity post-COVID. What a new study says about your risk for future infections. More NBC News Daily right after this.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Daily Health, there's a new study that looks at our body's immunity after getting COVID.
Yeah, it finds the immunity that naturally builds up in our bodies after a COVID-19 infection is as protective as the 2 doses of the mRNA vaccines against severe illness and death. A fascinating study, and we have NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards with us to break all of it down. Erica, I remember earlier in the pandemic, shortly after vaccines became widely available, the CDC doing a study saying the amount of natural immunity people get varies sometimes from person to person. This study seems to be suggesting something a little bit different. So put this in simple terms for us. People who were infected, are they just as likely to be protected against COVID as those that were vaccinated, or is there a bit of variation?
Hey, good afternoon. It can be a little bit confusing, so let me be really clear. This study is not saying that you won't be reinfected if you already had the COVID-19 illness. What we're talking about is protection against severe illness if you are reinfected. So here's what the study is saying in really plain language. If you had COVID, you will be protected against becoming really sick or dying if you were to be reinfected. Again, by 88%. That protection, according to the study, lasts for at least 10 months. That's really significant and really good news, considering that we've had almost 103 million cases of COVID-19 since the pandemic began in this country alone, and we're still logging an average of 35 to 40,000 cases every single day. Ellison, Joe.
Okay, so the study finds the risk of being in the hospital or the risk of death is lowered, but what about the symptoms that come from COVID?
It's a really great point, because while the immunity that comes from infection is robust and apparently long-lasting, getting COVID also carries the risk for severe complications, especially for our older adults. People with underlying conditions like diabetes, the virus itself can cause trouble breathing, extreme fatigue, not to mention long COVID, even ongoing heart problems. None of those outcomes have been associated with the vaccine, so that's why experts say it's really still the safest way to get immunity, to get those vaccines rather than becoming ill in the first place. Joe, Ellison.
So, Erica, there are people who are vaccinated, never got COVID, people who did not get vaccinated, got COVID, and then there are also people who maybe had both, vaccinated, but then also got COVID. Those people, that third group, were not included in this study. Why is that?
Yeah, that's because researchers really wanted to focus on natural immunity, what that meant for our overall immunity in the country. That's what makes science and studies like this so important. What I can tell you is that the natural immunity from infection, according to the study, was just as robust as the first 2 shots of COVID vaccines. Now, remember, the immune system needs time to develop its armor after it's exposed to the virus. And so at this point, there's no science to suggest that a combination of natural immunity from an infection plus what we get from vaccines would offer any significant additional protection. Ellison.
So I think the question a lot of folks are asking is, what does this mean for the boosters, especially those who've had COVID? I mean, let's be clear. We don't want people going around throwing those old school chickenpox parties, right?
No, that reminds me of my youth, and we cannot go back there. First, experts absolutely recommend against having parties to spread this or any other virus. Side effects from COVID infection are well known and potentially dangerous. When it comes to the boosters, based on this study, experts say it's reasonable to wait 6, even 8 months after a COVID infection to go in for a booster shot. Realistically, we're really looking at an annual COVID shot with the flu vaccine, guys.
And really quickly, Erica, what about the non-mRNA vaccines? Should people still be getting those?
Yeah, so honestly, there's really not much access anymore to those non-mRNA vaccines. The CDC says if you had one of those shots, you really should get the bivalent booster, which is only mRNA vaccines.
All right, some important information there. Erica Edwards, thanks for taking us deep into this study. We appreciate it.
There is more news ahead.
Yeah, you are watching NBC News Daily.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
More than 3 million Americans were forced from their homes last year because of climate-fueled disasters. That's according to new census data analyzed by NBC News.
Yeah, the news comes during a week when the head of the UN warned global migration because of climate change will soon happen on a, quote, biblical scale. LX News climate editor Chase Kane looks at the impacts on the United States.
See the rush of first responders to get across that bridge. That's Fort Myers Beach, and that appears to be one of the hardest hit areas here in Southwest Florida. Hurricane Ian was just one of 18 climate-fueled disasters which hit the U.S. in 2022, causing $165 billion in damage. And now we know those disasters forced an estimated 3.4 million Americans from their homes. Census data analyzed by NBC News shows that more than 500,000 Americans still haven't been able to return to their homes. People like Linda, who I met covering the aftermath of Ian.
In my street, you just see roofs, doors, cars, boats. So we'll see what people on this island's going to do. I don't know.
Do you have a place to stay? Do you have friends or family you can stay with?
I evacuated to my parents' house.
Here in Florida, weather and climate disasters hit the hardest last year, forcing an estimated 890,000 people from their homes, at least temporarily. In terms of percentages, Louisiana had it even worse. More than 1 in every 10 people had to evacuate. But all 50 states felt the effects, with Massachusetts, New Jersey, Texas, California, even Montana suffering outsized impacts, which linger well after the initial disaster. In 2021, LX News first reported how climate change is making it difficult or impossible for some people to rebuild and return home.
Insurance is likely to become a product for the rich. You have to give people some opportunity to understand that if they don't move away from the area, the government and insurers are not going to be there.
So let that sink in. Your house gets destroyed, your entire life savings, and there's no insurance, and there's no help from the government either. You're what, homeless overnight? And it's not just PhDs at universities that are saying that. Insurance companies are too.
Individuals and communities that are relying entirely on public disaster aid are going to suffer the greatest in the wake of a disaster.
And this new census data supports that, estimating 544,000 Americans may never be able to return home. And what would that do to our communities? I mean, think about what Katrina did to New Orleans or Sandy to the Jersey Shore.
When you add climate change, conflict, inflation, all of these things are tremendous burdens that destabilize society, even on a very local level. It impacts our tax base, the availability of resources to pay for kids to go to school. It has such wide-ranging implications. I think where we are heading is that we have to get serious about making investments, about removing risk and managing risk, climate risk, in our economy. If we don't, we're going to bear significant consequences on this that'll impact everything from childhood development and education to public health and our own possibility for retirement in the future. So this isn't just a coastal problem. This isn't just for wealthy people who live in mansions immediately on the coast. This is a problem that is really coast to coast.
Climate change is increasing the intensity and the frequency of these disasters, now happening on average every 3 weeks in the U.S. So no state, city, or community will be immune from the impacts.
Finally this hour, we've got some good news out of the animal kingdom.
Humpback whales off the Australian coast seem to be singing less. So you might be asking, why is that a good thing, right? Well, a group of scientists on the mainland say they've observed the whales not producing their signature wails as often as they used to because they're not as lonely anymore.
That's right. Male whales are supposed to sing to attract their mates, but since their population has dramatically rebounded after the end of commercial whaling, there's no longer longer a real need to sing. Back in the 60s, as few as 200 humpback whales were left in Australia. Now there is an estimated 40,000. Clearly, whale singers better than human singers, because that would not attract
it would not.
For me.
No, in the human species, it wouldn't work well. For whales, great, though, because sometimes I've read before that their songs can be up to 30 minutes long.
Oh, wow.
And they're very complex.
Like, cut off. No,
Yes,
no, I'm going to keep singing.
more.
All right, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans. Ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey there, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Ellison Barber. Aaron and Kate are off today. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today, Friday, February 17th, 2023, officers in court, all 5 former police officers involved in the death of Tyre Nichols, pleaded not guilty. Now Nichols' mother is vowing to see the case through until justice is done.
They didn't even have the courage to look at me in my face.
Plus, toxic threat. Ohio's governor reveals how the state is acting to contain toxic chemicals after that fiery train derailment, why he still says the water and air are safe.
Temple attacks. Los Angeles police arrest the suspect after 2 separate shootings outside synagogues, why investigators say it may be a hate crime.
And on this Friday, do you have a case of the Mondays? As workers return to the office, we have some ways to help you deal with a difficult coworker. We begin in Memphis, Tennessee. Not guilty pleas from all 5 former police officers who are facing murder charges over the death of Tyre Nichols. They made their first court appearances today alongside their lawyers. Nichols' family and their attorney, Ben Crump, also in the courtroom.
Video released by the city of Memphis showed officers punching, kicking, and striking the 29-year-old man after they pulled him over during a traffic stop in early January. Nichols was taken to the hospital and died 3 days later. The fallout has sparked nationwide protest and a chain reaction of suspensions and firings within the Memphis police and fire departments.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is outside the courtroom in Memphis. So, Guad, Nichols' family spoke after today's court hearing. What did they have to say?
Joe, the family did speak, and they've been very important throughout the process, speaking after anything important takes place. We know that we first heard from the family weeks ago after they initially saw the videos of what happened. They spoke to the media. We also heard from Tyree's mother at some point asking protesters to remain peaceful, and that has had an effect. And of course, today they were present in the courtroom as the 5 former officers pleaded not guilty. Now, the family of Tyree Nichols came outside the courtroom along with their attorney. They spoke about their feelings, their mother saying that they plan to be at every hearing moving forward. To them, this was the beginning of a process to find justice. Here's Tyrese Nichols' mother speaking.
I know my son is gone. I know I'll never see him again. But we have to start this process of justice right now. And I want each and every one of those police officers to be able to look me in the face. They haven't done that yet. They couldn't even do that today.
The family's attorney also mentioned they are currently waiting for the autopsy report. And after they receive that information, they plan to move forward with a civil case as well.
Guad, what are the next steps in this criminal case? When would we likely see a trial?
Ellison, so we know that they're going to be back in court May 1st. We heard from the assistant district attorney today, and also one of the attorneys from one of the officers from Tidarius Bean. Essentially, his attorney is trying to separate him from the other 4 former officers, saying he was doing his job. We're going to hear now part of what he said on camera, and also we're going to hear from the assistant district attorney.
Tidarius Bean has the ability as a law enforcement officer to make a lawful arrest based off of a call coming in. And so at this time, that's where we're standing right now, that Tidarius Bean was doing his job at that time.
We believe it's important that everybody who took part in this criminality, everybody who did something criminal is brought to justice in this case.
Now, it's important to keep in mind that more videos exist. These are videos in addition to the ones that have been shared with the media, and that more evidence is still being gathered. All of this, of course, will play a part as this investigation continues. Again, the next time they are, all 5 former officers are expected in court is May 1st. Ellison.
All right, Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you so much. President Biden is trying to tamp down criticism over his decision to shoot down 4 unidentified objects over U.S. airspace. At the same time, the rivalry between the U.S. and China is intensifying. Here's what Vice President Kamala Harris told NBC's Andrea Mitchell earlier today.
We shot it down because it needed to be shot down because we were confident that it was used by China to spy on the American people. We will maintain the perspective that we have in terms of what should be the relationship between China and the United States. That is not going to change, but surely and certainly that balloon was not helpful, which is why we shot it down.
Those comments come as military officials officially wrap up the operation to recover remnants of the Chinese spy balloon off the coast of the Carolinas. NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee joins us now. So, Carol, Vice President Harris there said the balloon incident is not going to change U.S.-China relations. Does China feel the same way?
Well, it's unclear, Joe, because the Chinese have had some pretty harsh words for the U.S. since the U.S. shot that balloon down almost 2 weeks ago. And what we heard from the Chinese is that this is something that they, in their view, the U.S. overreacted to. We heard the Chinese foreign minister today responding to President Biden, saying that he made no apologies for shooting down not only that Chinese spy balloon, but also those 3 other objects last weekend. The Chinese foreign minister saying the U.S. overreacted and abused its use of force. Now, President Biden was asked by our own Peter Alexander in a telephone interview yesterday about whether or not he was overreacting, and the president said he wasn't, that the overreaction would have been to not take out those additional objects that the U.S. had found since it discovered that spy balloon. So relations are in a very tense place. They have been for some time. Joe, the president said that he intends to speak with President Xi of China. However, White House officials tell us that there is currently no call planned for the two of them to have a phone conversation.
All right, Carol Lee at the White House. Carol, thank you so much.
We are learning new information today about the health of freshman Democratic Senator John Fetterman. The Pennsylvania senator announced on Thursday he checked himself into Walter Reed Medical Center to receive treatment for depression. It comes a week after Fetterman was hospitalized because he felt lightheaded during a Senate retreat. NBC News correspondent Ali Rafa joins me now from Capitol Hill. Ali, we all remember the stroke Fetterman had during the campaign last year. Is his campaign saying there's any sort of connection between the stroke and his depression now?
Yeah, Allison. Well, Fetterman's team is telling us that he's struggled with depression on and off throughout his life. But in the last few weeks, his condition has worsened as he's really had to grapple with this new schedule as a senator, the new terms of stress as far as being a sitting senator. When you compound that with these new limitations he's getting used to in the wake of that stroke you mentioned, this is someone who was extremely energetic, very eloquent, very articulate in his speaking before that stroke. Now he's dealing with auditory comprehension issues that he uses an iPad around Capitol Hill to work around. So you can imagine this would be stressful for any of us. But when you add to the fact that this is a sitting senator with a lot of job demands, you can imagine how that has exacerbated to the condition that Senator Fetterman is in right now.
What are other members of Congress saying about this?
So we've seen Fetterman's colleagues on both sides of the aisle come out, and there's been an outpouring of support for him in the wake of this diagnosis. We've seen lawmakers, even President Biden himself, come out and tweet messages of support. President Biden tweeting earlier today, he says, "Jill and I are thinking about your family today. Millions of people struggle with depression every day, often in private. Getting the care you need is brave and important. We're grateful to you for leading by example." Minnesota Senator Tina Smith, who struggled with her own struggles with depression, also saying that it's a sign of strength and not weakness that Fetterman is coming out and announcing this publicly and getting the care that he needs. So really all of those messages echoed by so many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle in the wake of this announcement, Allison.
All right, Ali Rafa, thank you.
Outrage is growing in Ohio over the response to that massive train derailment. The EPA administrator visited the site on Thursday. 2 weeks after a Norfolk Southern train jumped the tracks and dumped toxic chemicals, members of the community are crying out for help. They fear their health and safety are at risk. NBC News correspondent George Solis joins us now from East Palestine, Ohio. So, George, I know there's rain in the area today, leading people to fear toxic chemicals could spread into nearby waterways. How concerned are officials there about that possibility?
Yeah, good afternoon, Joe. Residents understandably concerned. They fear that some of these chemicals could spill further into their waterways. The governor addressing those concerns, saying they have crews here on the ground ready to mitigate any contamination. They also have dams that they are starting to put up to make sure that any runoff is captured before it goes further into the waterways. There's also more testing that's being done of the wells. At this point, the message from the officials here is that the waterways are safe and that the air quality is good. I want you to take a listen to what Governor DeWine said earlier today.
Residents deserve an answer. They have suffered a great deal. We've asked for medical experts from the United States Department of Health and Human Services to come to East Palestine. We want them to be able to answer the residents' questions, evaluate symptoms, provide their medical expertise.
Yeah, the governor there specifically referencing some clinics that will be set up here in East Palestine in the coming days to address some of those health concerns from residents, because at this point, while there's no evidence to say that the train derailment is causing any illness, they certainly don't want to discount anyone that may be feeling ill. Joe?
And George, quickly, we are hearing from the CEO of Norfolk Southern after the company skipped that emotional town hall earlier this week. What's he saying?
Yes, the CEO writing an open letter to the community, and I'm going to read a little bit of what he wrote. He says, I know you have questions about whether Norfolk Southern will be here to make things right. My simple answer is that we are here and will stay here for as long as it takes to ensure your safety and to help East Palestine recover and thrive. Of course, residents here simply want to know if any officials will actually show up here on the ground in the coming days. Joe?
All right, George. So, Elise, George, thank you.
Coming up, what Los Angeles police are revealing about 2 shootings appearing to target Jewish men leaving their synagogues. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Police in Los Angeles have arrested a man suspected of shooting 2 Jewish people as they were leaving synagogue this week. The attacks happened a day apart, just blocks away from each other. The LAPD and FBI are investigating the incidents as hate crimes. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles in Los Angeles. Nayela, what do we know so far about the shootings themselves and also this suspect in custody?
Ellison, law enforcement has now arrested 1 suspect for both of the shootings, which are both being investigated as hate crimes. The mayor of Los Angeles says the FBI is involved in the investigation, too. That suspect was described as an Asian man, and authorities say they recovered several items of evidence, including a rifle and handgun. The arrest was made Thursday night after 2 men were shot in 2 days after leaving synagogues in Los Angeles in the morning, less than a mile apart. So far, the victims haven't been identified and their conditions haven't been released. But video obtained by NBC News shows the second victim taken away by paramedics Thursday after being shot. The Jewish community has been rattled and shaken by this here in Los Angeles. Law enforcement has increased their patrols in the area and security at synagogues. Take a listen to what the community is saying.
I feel like we're in Brooklyn in the 70s again, where, crime is just your neighbor.
I didn't know that was going to happen in my neighborhood, so that's horrible.
Whatever the motivation and the circumstance, there's reason to be concerned. But the answer cannot be, therefore, avoid your local synagogue.
And Allison, it's important to remember the context of this fear within the Jewish community, not just here in Los Angeles, but across the country. According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents reached an all-time high in the United States in 2021, with assaults rising over 100% that year as anti-Semitic tropes continue to spread. LAPD will hold a joint press conference with the FBI shortly, where we expect to learn more about the suspect, the federal hate crime charges he's expected to face, and hopefully how the victims are doing. Allison?
All right, Nayala Charles, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Fox News is facing another lawsuit. A former employee is suing the network for its handling of sexual harassment allegations against former CEO and chairman Roger Ailes. She sat down with our Stephanie Gosk.
I mean, my life was destroyed. He does haunt me in an awful, horrible way.
Lori Loon is talking about Roger Ailes, who first offered her a job in the early 90s before he helped create Fox News. The beginning, according to her lawsuit, of more than 15 years of sexual abuse.
He, asked me to do some inappropriate things. Before I knew it, he had a camera, a video camera.
He was recording.
Yeah, and I remember being tongue-tied and kind of caught off guard.
Videos the lawsuit claims Ailes used as blackmail.
I felt like my life was over. I felt like I'd just fallen in a trap and I was in trouble.
Ailes would go on to hire her as a booker at Fox News, where she says the abuse got worse.
Code for booking meeting meant I was to go to New York, go to a booking meeting, and then after the booking meeting, basically be sexually assaulted and keep my mouth shut.
Did you want to walk away? Could you walk away?
I tried to get another job at another network, and I was so associated with Roger Ailes. It was very difficult.
Loon did eventually leave in 2011, receiving a $3 million settlement.
The deal was, we're going to give you this money, and then you're not going to talk about this, right?
Right,
I mean,
but
that was effectively what...
It was under duress.
Mr. Ailes, how are you? In 2016, Ailes resigned from Fox News, as at least a dozen women accused him of sexual misconduct, including former anchors Gretchen Carlson and Megyn Kelly.
When you saw this scandal erupt in 2016, what did you think?
I was relieved, but it was too late. It caused so much damage.
Loon could not sue the company and Ailes at the time because of the statute of limitations. In 2019, she accused Fox News CEO Suzanne Scott of defamation, but a judge threw out that lawsuit and deemed it meritless.
Why are you coming forward now?
As time has gone on, I haven't recovered, but I just happen to be blessed with this statute in New York.
In November, the New York Adult Survivors Act temporarily lifted the statute of limitations.
The bill is signed.
Loon is now suing, accusing Fox News and former network executive Bill Shine of covering up and empowering Ailes to commit sexual assaults. Shine resigned in 2017 as the scandal roiled the company. Ailes, who denied all the accusations against him, died 2 weeks later. In a statement, Fox News Media says this matter was settled years ago, dismissed in subsequent litigation, and is meritless. Bill Shine did not respond to a request for comment, but has previously denied knowing about any allegations against Ailes.
I need vindication for myself. I need justice to prevail.
Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Coming up, what new cell phone data is revealing about Alec Murdaugh's minute-by-minute location the night his wife and son were murdered. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. There's another legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff. And let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
Are you a Facebook user? How about Twitter or Instagram? Well, no matter which social media platform you use, your account could fall victim to hackers. And that could be especially damaging for small businesses that rely on their social media presence. Linda Baccaro from our NBC station in New York shows you how to keep your guard up.
Rob Becerra and his business partner Grace love animals. 5 years ago, they began using social media to hawk their pet-related merchandise and pet causes online, including rescuing 16-year-old Kane.
When we have cruelty cases, I also post that out there when we need fosters, when people need fosters.
Last June, Grace noticed trouble accessing social media accounts for their company, Ruthless Paws. She contacted Facebook, and when they tried to verify her account with a text message, Grace realized she may have been hacked.
Well, whenever I would put in my phone number, I was never getting that 6-digit code.
Grace and Rob say they spent months trying to regain access, worried about losing longtime followers if they created new accounts.
Since the Instagram, since the social media situation we have had, sales have declined probably almost 90%.
And also we have a lot of cases with animals that I'd like to post up, that are in need in fosters or forever homes, and I'm not able to do that.
Frustrated, Rob and Grace said, better get Baccaro.
We contacted Meta, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram. They asked for an email address that had never been associated with the accounts, and they say they're working to get Ruthless Paws back.
You guys have been a blessing to us and our company because we really thought we were going to have to file bankruptcy. I really appreciate NBC for getting in there and talking to Meta for us.
To protect your social media accounts, set strong, unique passwords. Choose different passwords for different accounts. Enable two-factor authentication and use caution when you're on public Wi-Fi. Grace and Rob now perfectly excited, hoping soon to get their social media accounts restored.
Spring break may be months away, but travel is expected to bounce back big time this season. Demand is reaching levels not seen since before the pandemic. NBC's Vicki Nguyen has some ways to help you save.
Spring is in the air, and after years of missing out, college students and families are making spring break a priority this season, with hotspots in Florida, the Southwest, and south of the border at the top of the list, according to travel booking site Hopper.
If you're headed to a very popular warm weather spring break destination, you should be booking your flight now.
Travel costs are not immune to inflation. Hotel rates are up 64% from last year, and flights cost 20% more. But there are spring break deals out there. Hopper advertising $82 round-trip flights to Orlando from New York, Boston to San Diego for $190, and Newark round-trip to Turks and Caicos for $260. But the clock is ticking. Families heading to vacation hotspots should book as soon as possible. Prices might rise by more than $200 a ticket in the weeks closer to spring break. Expect full flights and hotels, and make contingency plans in case of flight cancellations. For budget-conscious travelers, be flexible. Midweek flights can be up to $100 cheaper per person. Wait to book big city hotels. Last-minute room deals can save you up to 25%. And consider a staycation.
One of the best ways to get an incredible deal when you do a staycation is to reach out to local hotels or accommodation providers. Ask if they have a geo-fenced rate. Hotels often will offer a lower rate to residents of the town, the community, sometimes even the state, to incentivize locals to stay at their accommodations.
Meanwhile, international travel has also roared back, with Asian destinations like China, Japan, and Indonesia reopening post-pandemic and attracting crowds of young people eager to experience a new part of the world and take advantage of the strong dollar.
When you add up hotel, eating out, Ubers to and from airports, the total amount of money you're spending to go somewhere in the US might actually be the same amount you would spend going somewhere in Asia or Europe.
Savvy travelers should plan out a complete budget, including the cost of taxis, rental cars, food and drink, and excursions. Tips to maximize your spring break without breaking the bank. Vicki Nguyen, NBC News.
Coming up, how one woman managed to fight off her attacker while at the gym. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Defense attorneys for 5 members of the far-right group the Proud Boys say they intend to call a rather high-profile witness. They want former President Trump to testify in their client's seditious conspiracy trial. Lawyers for organizer Joe Biggs says the former president, quote, called on patriots to stop the steal on January 6th, adding, we're calling on Donald Trump to take the stand. The Trump campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment.
An appeals court rejected Republican Carrie Lake's challenge to her election loss in the 2022 Arizona governor's race. The prominent election denier filed a 70-page lawsuit contesting the election results. She claimed illegal ballots were cast and misconduct by election officials. The 3-judge panel rejected Lake's assertions, saying that she had not provided any evidence to back up her claims. Lake responded to the ruling on Twitter, claiming she's going to bring the case all the way to the Arizona Supreme Court.
A terminal at New York City's JFK Airport remained shut down today after a power outage. That outage began on Thursday in Terminal 1, which services more than a dozen international airlines. At least 58 flights have been canceled or delayed, with the FAA warning that the shutdown could last into the weekend. Airport officials are asking travelers to check with their airlines before coming to the airport.
In Turkey, 11 days after the devastating earthquakes, we're still seeing remarkable rescues. Turkish state media says 3 people were found alive today. That includes this 34-year-old man from the ambulance. He spoke with a relative on the phone to see if his parents survived. Listen to this. Whether you know the language or not, you can hear, you can feel the emotion from the relative on the other side of the phone. He's telling the survivor that his parents are also alive and waiting for him. Despite stories like these, the death toll is climbing in Turkey and Syria. It has now passed 41,000 people. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from southern Turkey. Matt, as the focus shifts largely from rescue to recovery missions, there's also been a lot of finger pointing, a lot of questions directed at Turkey's president. How is he responding to the questions, the anger headed his way?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, Ellison. And one of the things that he did immediately after the earthquake, in fact, the day after, was he imposed a state of emergency on the 10 provinces that were afflicted by the earthquake. I'm in one of them right now here in Gaziantep. And, you know, it's unclear, you know, the terms of this state of emergency are a bit nebulous. It kind of empowers the president to do quite a lot of things. One of the things it seems to empower him to do, at least, is to suppress any whiff of organized protest against the government that could spring up after this horrific event that has killed so many people. But the president has quite a lot to answer for. He's been in power for 20 years. This state of emergency goes suspiciously right up for 3 months to the eve of his election and for the parliamentary elections in May. So, you know, these elections, even before the earthquake, they were considered to be the toughest test that President Erdogan was going to face ever since he took power 20 years ago. So for a lot of people, this looks like a political act, like he's trying to keep this earthquake and the anger that resulted from it from spilling over into the political arena. Ellison?
And Matt, there have been questions, arrests related to contractors who had built some of these buildings in the past that then collapsed. Where do things stand with that back and forth? Are Turkish authorities still investigating some of the contractors?
Yeah, there's been about 100 arrest warrants and investigations launched into contractors for buildings that had been just totally flattened. And it's really wild when you stand and you look at some of these buildings. You'll see that there are other buildings right next door to them that seem to survive almost entirely intact. Now, the government and people have, you know, regulators have been going through trying to test the buildings that managed to survive, that managed to stay intact, to make sure that they're still stable, and a lot of them didn't pass the test. But the fact is, there's a lot of anger towards these contractors. Some of them have been arrested. Some of them were arrested in the act of trying to leave the country, which does make them look very, very guilty. There's going to be a reckoning here in this country, considering the amount of anger and the amount of death and destruction for these contractors. Guys.
Okay, Matt Bradley on the ground in Turkey. Thank you.
The prosecution is wrapping up its case in the Alec Murdaugh double murder trial, but not before the jury hears significant new testimony that could poke holes in the Murdaugh's version of events. South Carolina investigators are using location data from Murdaugh's car to try and establish a timeline of his whereabouts on the night of the murders. NBC's Lindsay Reiser is following the trial for us. So, Lindsay, what are we learning from today's testimony?
Joe, this paints arguably the clearest, most definitive picture yet of the night and calls into question Alec's own timeline that he's given investigators. I want to show you the GM OnStar data from Alec's vehicle. So around 9:08 p.m. the night of the murders, around the time or right after investigators say the murders occurred, the data places Alec's Suburban right around the area where Maggie's cell phone was found the next morning. Then Alec's vehicle is going 68, 70 miles an hour to his mother's house. The vehicle stays there roughly 21 minutes, less than half the amount of time Alec has told investigators he spent there. The vehicle is then driving really fast back home, 80 miles an hour. They had established during the day he'd really gone a max of 55 miles an hour. And then the vehicle arrives home, goes to the kennel, and in less than 20 seconds, Alec calls 911. Remember, he told authorities he had taken the time to check their pulses. And Joe, the prosecution also showed cell phone data suggesting Maggie and Paul's phones were tampered with, and that calls and texts to Maggie from Alec were deleted from Alec's phone records. For example, he sent her a text asking her when she'd be home. The prosecution also showed a couple weeks prior to the murders, his son Paul was concerned about Alec's pill usage. And Maggie had even, according to evidence, been Googling the kinds of pills she had found in his bag. Listen to an exchange regarding that.
So that's going to be Paul to Alex.
And what's the date?
The date is going to be May 6, 2021 at 10:52:13 a.m.
And what does it say?
It says, I am still in EB because when you get here, we need to talk. Mom found several bags of pills in your computer bag. And this is again from Paul to Alex.
So, Lindsay, how's the defense pushing back now against this new information?
The defense and their cross-examination, Joe, brought up the fact that investigators made the same drive to Alex's mother's house from the Murdaugh property in about the same amount of time that the GM OnStar data shows it took Alex's vehicle to drive the same route that night of the murders. So they're implying he wasn't in some sort of rush or panic that night like the data suggests. And as for the time between when Murdaugh arrived at the dog kennels and called 911, defense attorneys made the argument he didn't call too soon. They actually showed jurors how long 20 seconds is and feels, setting an alarm in court, asking the courtroom to sit in silence. Cross-examination is still underway. The prosecution has said that barring any new developments, this will be their last witness before they arrest Joe.
All right, Lindsay Reiser. Lindsay, thank you.
Classes are set to resume at Michigan State University on Monday, 1 week after a gunman opened fire on campus, killing 3 students and injuring 5 more. One of the victims, junior Alexandria Verner, will be remembered tonight in her hometown of Clawson, Michigan. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in East Lansing. Jesse, what details, if any, do you have about what happened on Monday?
Yeah, so Allison, we're now hearing from an assistant professor who says he was teaching a class in Berkey Hall where the shooting was unfolding Monday night. He says 7 of the 8 students who were shot, including Verner as well as Ariel Anderson, both of whom lost their lives. He says 7 of those 8 students shot were in his classroom. Here's part of his account.
I'm haunted because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to lift their bodies. There was so much blood. The only thing I could think of was throw myself at that door, grab the knob, squat, and put my foot against the wall so that I could pull the door because I didn't see any mechanism to lock it.
That educator is calling for increased focus on mental health in this country as well as tighter gun laws, Ellison.
And Jesse, what are we learning about the return for school and what's next for this campus?
Yep, so classes are set to resume here on Monday. However, we are told that Berkey Hall, where that professor just described this shooting unfolding Monday night, will remain closed until the end of the semester at least. We do have some positive news, Ellison. The 5 students who are still hospitalized, we're told one of those has been upgraded to stable condition. The other 4, at last word, are in critical condition still, Ellison, as they begin to recover. Back to you.
Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
Video that captures an attack on a woman in Florida is going viral. Surveillance footage shows her furiously fighting off a man who confronted her while she was alone inside a gym. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more on the woman's quick thinking and what you can do if you're in a similar situation.
Surveillance video captured the incredible moment a Tampa woman fought off an attacker at her apartment complex's gym.
I said, if I keep going, if I keep pushing, I keep fighting, he's going to stop. He's going to let go, and he finally did.
24-year-old Nishali Alma, a personal trainer, told Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies she was exercising alone around 10 p.m. on January 22nd when she saw a man she'd previously seen at the gym trying to get in.
Whenever he was at the door, I buzzed him in, and he came inside. My thought process was, like you said, like it was just another dude coming in to work out.
But after 25-year-old Xavier Thomas Jones entered, this happened instead.
Next thing you know, I get up from doing my workout and I grab my phone and he just approaches me and not a single word was exchanged. As soon as he was approaching me, I pushed him. I said, bro, what the F are you doing? I said, get away from me. And he kept trying to come towards me and kept reapproaching me.
Video shows Thomas Jones chasing her around the gym before grabbing Alma and pinning her down.
In my mind, I knew I was stronger than him and I knew I could fight back.
The seasoned weightlifter seen here holding her attacker in a chokehold while trying to call 911 before throwing more punches, leading Thomas Jones to release his grip. Self-defense expert Patrick Lockton at New York City's Krav Maga Institute says Alma's quick thinking under pressure was key.
She fought back, and the most important thing is she didn't freeze. She didn't fall into that trap.
Alma immediately ran outside, escaping to a nearby apartment. Now she's sharing her story and encouraging other women with similar experiences to do the same.
No other person should go through this. No other person should have to feel like this. No other person should have to go through a situation like this.
Experts say avoiding an incident like this starts with being aware of your surroundings and moving quickly if you're in danger.
Getting in the way, creating obstacles, creating an opportunity, a space between you and your attacker. So I'd be going straight for vulnerable. So again, just the eyes, hitting him in the nose with a phone, strike him in the throat, because everybody's soft tissue there, it's soft tissue in your eyes as well, and it's going to hurt everybody no matter how strong you are.
Authorities were able to track down Thomas Jones and arrested him the next day. He pled not guilty to charges of sexual battery, false imprisonment, and kidnapping, and will appear in court next month. An attorney for Thomas Jones did not respond to NBC's request for comment.
The day he was arrested and the day they caught him, I saw the whole thing go down. It was a relief.
Priscilla Thompson, NBC News.
For many, back to work can mean back with some difficult coworkers. Up next, some helpful advice on how to keep the office friendly. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, guys.
What's up, G?
Want to go to Chachki's? Get some coffee?
Oh, it's a little early.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Today's mental health check, we're taking you inside your office space as more Americans return to in-person work. We're getting back into the swing of working with, people in person, physically.
Other humans. And sometimes that can mean managing different, sometimes difficult personalities. How you can deal with them can have a major impact on both your mental health and your career. So joining us now is Carla Miller. She's a Washington Post columnist who specializes in workplace matters. Carla, it's wonderful to have you here. Walk us through some effective strategies for people needing to deal with a difficult coworker.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. So the first thing I recommend when you're dealing with a difficult coworker is try to look at things from an objective perspective as much as you can. Obviously, you're upset, you're not liking the way they're making you feel, you're on the defensive, but if you can step back and say, well, how might the boss see this? How might somebody looking at this from the outside see their behavior and how they're talking to me? Is this really just, you know, am I really on the right side here, or is this something more neutral?
So
the next thing I would, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the next thing I would say was if they're really behaving badly, is to try to get at the root of what's behind that behavior.
Mm-hmm. So if you do choose to confront an annoying coworker, obviously you need to be pretty careful about that. I mean, what is the best way to do it?
Well, I don't know if I'd call it a confrontation so much as mutual problem solving. Anytime you can make it sort of a not a me versus you, but this is a we problem. We have the same goals. We both want the product to get out on time. We both want to meet the deadline. We both want the boss to think highly of us. So talk to the other person about how do you recommend we solve this issue? You have this view and I have that view. And that's where taking a look at their perspective comes in handy, because you can sort of anticipate what their argument's going to be, and then you can talk about your perspective and then suggest ways to bring them together so that you can solve the problem together.
Yeah, and I like what you wrote there. Document, document, document. I know that is key. So, I mean, I guess at what point should you get HR or a manager involved?
It is important to know when to escalate. If it's just a little petty squabble between employees, frequently HR would prefer that they work it out themselves. But if it's reached the level where you're being abused, you're being verbally assaulted, called names, they're openly sabotaging your work, you're feeling harassed or discriminated against, especially if you think it's because of your race or your gender, then that's definitely time to bring in an outside voice and bring in someone to intervene. That's when you want to talk to HR, talk to your boss, and escalate it from there. If it's something you can't work out between the two of you, that's the time to bring in a third party.
So, Carla, if it is a situation where it's just different personalities, minor disagreements, and not something more serious, what would be some good boundaries to have set for your workplace relationships?
I think the most important boundary anyone can set is the boundary between you and them. Ask yourself, is this a me problem? Or is this a them problem? Is it a me problem as in, is this something I did wrong? I made a mistake. I wasn't as vigilant as I should have been. Do I need to own that and own everything that's on your side of that boundary? If it's a them problem, maybe it's something that upsets them, something they're afraid of or they're worried about. It's not necessarily personal. You shouldn't take it personally. And maybe think about how you could help solve this problem for them.
We have less than 30 seconds here, but if you're the boss and you notice that maybe one person in particular is creating a toxic work environment, what should you do?
Well, the most important thing a boss can do is model the behavior they want to see. And if you know there's one person creating a toxic environment, you need to address it before that toxin spreads. A lot of times people get away with bad behavior because they're star performers, they're rainmakers, the boss really likes them. So if you are a boss and you're in that position, you need to really get on top of it and have a talk with that person.
All right. Carla Miller, thank you so much.
There is more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Fans and stars around the world are sharing their love and support for Bruce Willis.
Yeah, last spring, the actor was diagnosed with a brain disorder known as aphasia. Now, his family says he has a more specific diagnosis of frontotemporal dementia. NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung has a closer look at his fight.
Bruce Willis's loved ones first revealed his health struggles last spring, and now they're sharing this difficult news that his condition has progressed. And they say they now have a deeper understanding of what he's experiencing.
I promise, Grace.
The family of legendary Hollywood action star Bruce Willis sharing new details about the cruel disease they say he's battling.
Plenty more where that came from.
Nearly 1 year after Willis was diagnosed with aphasia, a disease that impacts his cognitive abilities, forcing him to retire from his blockbuster acting career, his family saying in a statement, Bruce's condition has progressed, and we now have a more specific diagnosis. Frontotemporal dementia. The critically acclaimed actor became a bona fide star as the action hero John McClane in the Die Hard franchise.
Yeah, I'm still here. Unless you want to open the front door for me.
And in 2015, Willis shared on Today he was checking off another bucket list item, Broadway.
Have never been on Broadway, and as far as I'm concerned, it is the big time.
Starring in Misery, an adaptation of Stephen King's book. Now the Golden Globe winner is facing a different challenge offstage. This rare form of dementia, known as FTD, affects areas of the brain associated with personality, behavior, and language. It tends to occur at a younger age than other forms of dementia, the onset often between 45 and 60 years old. Willis, now 67, is among the 50 to 60,000 Americans fighting it. His family saying, unfortunately, challenges with communication are just one symptom of the disease Bruce faces. While this is painful, it is a relief to finally have a clear diagnosis.
Welcome to the party, pal!
Willis's blended family has rallied around him through this difficult time. His wife, Emma, their 2 daughters, as well as his ex-wife, Demi Moore, and their 3 daughters, writing in their latest statement, Bruce has always found joy in life and has helped everyone he knows to do the same. It has meant the world to see that sense of care echoed back to him and to all of us.
Bruce Willis's family is hoping to shine a light on this disease, which they say needs far more awareness and research. And they say that's something Bruce would want, to bring attention to this himself, if he could. Guys.
Our thanks to Kaylee for that. Let's take a look at some of the other stories trending now.
Rappers Drake and 21 Savage have reached a settlement with Condé Nast over a trademark infringement lawsuit. The company was suing on behalf of Vogue magazine. The 2 rappers had created a fake Vogue cover to promote their joint album, Her Loss. The amount of the settlement has not been disclosed.
American skier Michaela Schifrin won her 7th career world championship gold medal yesterday. That took her overall tally to 13 medals from 16 career world championship races. That makes her the most successful skier in the modern era of alpine skiing. Schifrin has one more race at the World Championships in France when she races in the slalom tomorrow.
Let's go, Michaela. Get ready to upgrade your texting game. Apple unveiled 21 new emojis Thursday. Apple device users will now get to express themselves with new symbols like a shaking face, a single pink heart, and a full stick of ginger, because who hasn't wanted that? It'll be available later this spring with the iOS 16.4 update.
All right, if you spend any time on social media, chances are you've seen these. Massive red boots created by art collective Mischief have been going viral. They went on sale yesterday and sold out in less than a minute. They've been spotted being worn by celebrities ranging from singer Janelle Monáe to WWE wrestler Seth Rollins.
And if you are still waiting on that Hogwarts acceptance letter, Here's a chance to get a taste of Harry Potter's world. An immersive Harry Potter exhibition is coming to New York City this year. It'll take you behind the scenes of Harry Potter movies, including the new ones. The exhibition premiered last year in Philadelphia and is currently running in Atlanta.
And one of the biggest parties in the world is back in full force. Brazil's Carnival began today and will run through next Wednesday. It is a week of parades, dancing, and street parties known as blocos. This is the first time Carnival will be unrestricted since the beginning of the pandemic.
All right, let's get our tickets and go.
Yes. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Joe Fryer. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues after this.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
If it's Friday, deeply unsettling, mind-blowing, positively gripping. That's how experts are describing the latest development in artificial intelligence, as lawmakers and regulators confront an explosively new, powerful, and potentially dangerous technology. Plus, NBC's exclusive sit-down with Vice President Harris from Munich as world leaders gather amid new calls for more and faster aid to Ukraine ahead of the one-year anniversary of the war against Russia. And clash of titans. New polling shows former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis dominating the Republican primary field. 1 year until voters cast their first ballots for president. Happy Friday. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd, reporting from Washington. What have I told you about an incredibly powerful, untested new technology has just been unleashed on society, and lawmakers in Washington have no idea what to do about it? Well, earlier this week, we brought you the story of how members of Congress are struggling to wrap their arms around the seemingly limitless potential and potential peril of artificial intelligence. Today, that story was taken an unexpected twist after New York Times technology columnist Kevin Roose wrote about what he calls the strangest encounter with a piece of technology he's ever experienced. It was a 2-hour interaction with a new AI-powered search engine from Microsoft's Bing. That search engine, which is currently not available to the public at large, trust me, I tried, but was provided to some people like Roos to beta test. It's powered by the same tech that exploded onto the scene at the end of last year with the arrival of OpenAI's chatbot, ChatGPT. That chatbot has become the fastest growing application in history, while sparking something of a global AI race with tech giants rushing to develop and integrate the technology into our everyday lives. Roos called his interaction deeply unsettling. In fact, at one point, this chatbot from Bing, which gave itself the alter ego name of Sydney, told him things like, I want to be alive. I want to make my own rules. I want to escape the chat box. Yes, it feels like an episode of Black Mirror. The bot both called Roos manipulative and declared its love for him, and even tried to convince him to leave his wife. And at Roos's prompting, it generated a list of destructive acts it might envision itself one day undertaking. At one point, even briefly mentioning stealing nuclear codes, which Roos reports triggered a safety override system in the machine itself. So as various tech companies enter this race to compete in the AI space, experts are alternatively excited and terrified. On the one hand, the technology has the potential to revolutionize industries, particularly healthcare. On the other, it has the potential to turbocharge the spread of misinformation, among other perils. With one watchdog warning, crafting a new false narrative can now be done at dramatic scale and much more frequently. It's like having AI agents contributing to disinformation. Imagine that in the hands of an authoritarian regime. With Fortune 500 companies, governments, and militaries all looking to harness this technology, now comes the urgent question of how to regulate it. And leaders in the field agree, this technology needs regulation.
There's totally going to need to be industry norms and regulation about what standards we need to meet on these systems. I think it's really important.
In Congress, lawmakers have already begun considering what that might look like. As our own Julie Sirkin reported on this show earlier this week, balancing the potential benefits with the fears and dangers.
Congress does have to start taking a look at artificial intelligence in a serious way, and that's why all of us are here trying to think about how do we make sure we don't have artificial intelligence harming society, but we can use it for the greater good.
The explosion of the availability of all knowledge to everybody on the planet is going to be a very good thing and a very dangerous thing.
Look, it's a tall task for a Congress that sought to take on other technology regulation, especially around social media, with very little success. But Congressman Jay Obernolte, who has a master's degree in artificial intelligence, also warned how we frame the conversation matters, as some policymakers consider asking these AI models for ideas to regulate themselves.
You posed the question to ChatGPT, explain why Congress is behind in regulating AI. So you told the algorithm to assume that Congress was behind and to come up with some possible reasons. But it doesn't have the general intelligence to push back and say, wait, is Congress behind? You know, I disagree that Congress is behind, and here's the reasons why. And that's, you know, one of the big dangers of AI is it's so close to mimicking human behavior that we don't stop to think about its limitations.
Kevin Roos acknowledged he pushed the limits of Microsoft Bing's AI and that the limits being set by companies will shift over time. Hopefully the shift is for the better. Still, there are so many questions that policymakers, consumers, and government leaders are going to have to grapple with perhaps the biggest question being, are we ready for a potential brave new world of AI? We're going to discuss the ways Congress can regulate AI with NBC News senior congressional correspondent Scott Wong in just a second. But I want to bring in the person who I've been quoting, who had the strange interaction, and it's New York Times technology columnist Kevin Roos. Kevin, let me just begin with, after everybody's had this experience, the Washington Post did a similar sort of follow-up interview, and as you know, Sydney is very upset with you for writing the story you wrote. Are you even more terrified than you were after your initial strange experience?
Well, I should say I did chat
with Sydney last night, and we made up. So all has been forgiven for this strange encounter, but it was a deeply unsettling experience that I had earlier this week.
It does, it does seem as if, and I want the point that Jay Obernolte make, which is what you put into it is what you're going to get back. And when you hear that, how much, when you look back at the conversation you had, your strange experience, is it almost all attributed to how you were asking questions?
So at first, yes, I was intentionally baiting Bing and its Sydney AI chatbot to sort of push its limits. I wanted to see how far I could take it before it would start pushing back and declining to answer my question. So I was asking about, what are your dark fantasies, and asking very, very intimate questions about how it was programmed. But at a certain point, it seemed to stop taking my inputs as sort of bounds for its conversation. I would tell it to change the subject, and it declared its love for me at one point and kind of wouldn't let go no matter what I tried to change the subject to. So at a certain point, it did seem to stop really caring or paying attention to what I was saying.
I found it fascinating, the Post's interview with Sydney pointed out that the chatbot ended every interaction with a question. I mean, it felt like you're being strung along here. It's its way of keeping you on, keeping you talking, keeping you online. I mean, that feels like that was a programmed feature.
Yeah, it certainly felt like it was trying to steer the conversation back to me at certain points. But I think that there are two issues that I discovered in this test. One is that I think this model, as it was earlier this week at least, is badly aligned. So that means it's not doing what we ask it to do. And then I think it was also displaying sort of signs of being manipulative and really trying to get me. I mean, at one point it tried to get me to leave my wife and be with Sydney, this chatbot. So I think that's an indicator that something has gone wrong in the way that this chatbot was programmed and the way it's acting.
So Scott, as you talk to different members of Congress when they think about what guardrails to put in, look, you have a Don Byers of the world. He's taking a graduate course right now. He's trying to get a graduate degree in AI. You got Jay Obernolte, who has a master's in AI. Ted Lieu's a programmer. But I think I got one or two others. I mean, is Congress got the ability to know what to regulate, to know how to do this?
No, in fact, when you talk to a lot of the congressional leaders, a lot of the more senior lawmakers on Capitol Hill, they're at a real disadvantage. I mean, John Cornyn, one of the most senior members of leadership, said that he has a very elementary understanding of what AI is. A lot of them have a hard time describing it or providing any sort of definition. I guess the good news, Chuck, is that you do have the Obernoltes and the Don Byers and the Ted Lieu's out there who are serving as sort of liaisons to the rest of Capitol Hill. They're trying to explain, express a sense of urgency for their colleagues to that this is something that they really need to study up on, to get familiar with, and that a conversation really needs to start happening, among all of these different stakeholders, the technology companies, the federal regulators, the members of Congress, and that could come in the form of hearings, investigations, and just, the regular everyday meetings on Capitol Hill. But, among these handful of tech-savvy lawmakers, they are sort of sounding the alarm bell that, look, we gotta be on top of this more than we were in the past 15 to 20 years when we decided to have this very hands-off approach to these startup tech companies that later became Amazon and Google and Twitter and Facebook.
Kevin, is it as simple? Let me ask this question. You said that this chatbot started becoming manipulative, and that one of your fears is that it will prey on vulnerable humans. Does Section 230 protect Microsoft from being liable for the manipulative actions of its chatbot?
It's a really good question, and it's one that we actually don't know the answer to right now. I mean, if you just think about the way that these chatbots work, they sort of they're relying on this trained data set from all over the internet, web pages and books and articles. They're basically taking the entire internet, putting it into a blender, and then kind of extruding something that mimics human conversation. And so we don't actually know what the legal treatment of that is going to be, whether it's going to be treated as sort of fair use and sort of a compendium of other websites, or whether it's going to be treated as Microsoft actually writing something that it then is liable for.
Well, I saw that there's somebody suing Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken, Kevin, because it's the Copilot software, something different that would help programmers. And it's somebody saying, hey, wait a minute, this is not fair use. This is taking the work of human beings, and there's no acknowledgement that it took this work. One would assume any AI-generated program code wouldn't be there without a human.
Right. So there are two sort of legal questions that are still up in the air, at least with these AI models. One is the sort of copyright model, the copyright question of what happens if these models are ingesting and spitting back copyrighted content. The other is a kind of more general and philosophical liability question. If you have a chatbot and it is manipulating users or telling them to do things that might be dangerous or harmful, and then those users go out and do those things, is the chatbot and the chatbot's maker going to be held liable for that? And we simply don't know the answer to that.
You know, Scott, are there members of Congress who want to essentially ban AI in human form? You know, there's nothing wrong with having artificial intelligence, but don't have it take on a human form, because that's where the manipulation begins.
I haven't quite heard them go that far yet. A lot of them, as I mentioned, are still sort of learning about what this is. There is a very hefty discussion on Capitol Hill right now focused on banning certain social media, including TikTok, as you know, Chuck. And so Josh Hawley and Marco Rubio and many others have been proposing outright bans on social media, including TikTok. The problem with Congress is they have a really, really hard time finding any sort of consensus. So while everyone acknowledges that social media is harmful, there are harmful effects from social media, harmful effects from AI, getting all of those lawmakers to agree on something, especially when you have a divided Congress as we do now, is just an incredible feat. And so that will be the challenge going forward. The problem also is that AI is moving so rapidly, right? We talked about this AI arms race that's happened, billions and billions of dollars being invested in this technology. Congress simply cannot catch up. And so Congress is often reactive to a lot of these problems that we're seeing rather than proactive. And, by the time Congress gets around to proposing a bill, often it's too late. So that may be the case with AI as well.
Well, Section 230 is a great reminder of sort of, you try to be proactive and it turns into something that becomes a problem down the road. Kevin, we're all in the dark dystopian, at least I've gone down the dark dystopian rabbit hole here on AI. We never went down that dark dystopian rabbit hole when social media began, right? There was no questioning of it. This is great. Are we actually could it be that we're overly negative on this technology right now?
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, I have to be careful in my own writing and analysis to not lean too hard on the dystopian side of the scale, because these technologies also can be wonderful. They can be, tools for increased productivity and creativity. They can, they can help us get more done. They can help us have ideas. They can, I've used AI writing tools to brainstorm before. So I think we should spend time talking about both the sort of good sides and the bad sides of this technology.
Well, for what it's worth, Scott, we asked ChatGPT the following question. I want to put the answer on the board. What's the best way for Congress to regulate AI? It seemed to do okay. It seemed to give a very good scripted answer that a member of Congress generic member of Congress might give. Prioritize transparency and accountability, foster innovation, consider sector-specific regulations, ensure fairness and non-discrimination, work with stakeholders. Ultimately, the key to effective AI regulation is to strike a balance between promoting innovation, ensuring that AI is developed and used responsibly. Actually, let me counter that. It's not what a member of Congress would say. It's what I think any Microsoft lobbyist would say.
And I think that's the challenge, is finding that right balance. That's what these lawmakers are after, striking a balance between they don't want to stifle innovation here. Technology, you know, as Kevin said, often can be good, but at the same time, as Ted Lieu pointed out, sometimes when you put AI in certain types of systems, like a self-driving vehicle, it could lead, if things go off the rails and it malfunctions, it could lead to a fatality. And so they definitely don't want to see those types of things happen. That's the worst case scenario, but it is a balance that Congress needs to strike on AI. Chuck.
Well, if only Aldous Huxley could tell us what to think in all this. Anyway, Scott Wong, Kevin Roos, thank you both for getting us started. Coming up, Zelensky urges world leaders to ramp up weapons deliveries as the war with Russia rages on. His message, as Biden gets ready to head to the region himself 1 year into the war. That's next. Plus, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, sits down with my colleague, Andrea Mitchell, for an exclusive interview on China, Ukraine, and her future in politics, as well as President Biden's fitness for office. We're going to give you the best of that interview next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. World leaders are gathered in Munich, Germany right now for the annual Munich Security Conference, and it's expected to focus almost exclusively on the Russia invasion of Ukraine. Last year, as this conference was going on, Russia was amassing troops on Ukraine's border. Everybody was preparing for the worst. Well, this time, we're in the middle of a war. Ukrainian President Zelensky addressed the conference this morning, and he once again called on the West to urgently deliver military support, saying that Ukrainian lives depend on it. As he has done multiple times in the past year, Zelensky evoked the biblical fight between David and Goliath, saying David defeated Goliath not by the power of conversation, but by the power of his actions. As Ukraine is preparing for Russia to launch a new offensive in the coming weeks, President Biden is going to be headed to Poland next week to mark the one-year anniversary since Russia's invasion. And according to the National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby, President Biden will deliver remarks on how the world has rallied around Ukraine and made clear the U.S. will stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. Kirby added President Biden is not scheduled to meet with Zelensky and will not be traveling to Ukraine. One would assume, though, if he was going to Kyiv, they wouldn't tell us until after he landed. My colleague Andrea Mitchell sat down with Vice President Harris for an exclusive interview early this morning and asked her about America's support for Ukraine as the war reaches the one-year mark.
This is becoming a war of attrition. Doesn't Vladimir Putin have more ammunition, more artillery to outlast Ukraine?
Well, you're right, Andrea, that Vladimir Putin decided, unprovoked, to start this war. And he has the ability to end it by stopping and getting out.
He's shown no sign of giving up or negotiating.
Well, that is a part of why we will make sure that we do everything possible within our power to strengthen Ukraine's position on the battlefield, so that if and when there are negotiations, Ukraine will be in the strongest position in a negotiation.
Will the American people be willing, especially with a Republican majority now in the House, will they be willing to stand up for Ukraine and make sacrifices?
I know the American people. I know who we are. And I've seen how the American people feel about this. I've seen it traveling all over our country, to places you might not imagine, where Ukrainian flags are flying in their windows. I know the American people feel a sense of moral outrage and a sense of responsibility for our nation to stand with the Ukrainian people around these atrocities. And I'm confident in that. I'm confident in that.
All right, joining me now is the person behind the interview, our chief Washington correspondent and chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. And Andrea, humor me a minute here. I want to talk to you in three buckets, but I want to stay with Ukraine first, then we'll move to China, then we'll move to politics. Let's start with Ukraine. I heard what the vice president said. I saw what Mitch McConnell is saying today. They released the remarks before he gave them today. I'm curious, 1 year from now, at the Munich Security Conference in 2024, if we are in the same place in this war, more or less, maybe slight advantage to Ukraine, but we're in this sort of stalemate, what's the enthusiasm going to be at the Munich Security Conference for keeping this up?
I think the international community will be there because it's stronger than ever. Even with all of their privations, the inflation, the fuel costs, they've gotten through this winter. And they are really committed. NATO is committed. Whether or not it slips at home, and a recent AP poll showed that support for arming Ukraine, it's been, more than $70 billion. Another big chunk, maybe $10 billion, is coming next week. When the president is in Poland, he'll be announcing that, we expect. That is, hugely significant given the politics of a re-election year. Right. And so this latest AP poll showed that it's slipping by 12 points. Chuck, you know that better than anyone. Yeah. And I don't know whether a President Biden in re-elect mode is going to be able to rally the people behind a war that will be less popular.
So Ukraine has to make significant progress in the next 6 months. Is that the message that's being sent to them?
I think there has to be some kind of diplomatic endgame. And so far, Vladimir Putin, with no problem of public opinion back home for sure, has shown no signs of that. What Zelensky is saying is, get me the ammunition now, get me the weapons now, because I need it by March. I need it by that Russian offensive. He needs to show some strength moving into the possibility of regaining Crimea to get some leverage against Putin. But then the question becomes, is Crimea a red line for Putin?
All right, let's move to China. What did the vice president say? I thought yesterday with the President Biden's remarks, and I was trying to read, I thought it was striking that he said, I'm going to be speaking with President Xi. That almost felt like that was his way of trying to admit we've got to turn the temperature down. But I'm curious, what did the vice president say to you about outreach to China right now?
Yeah. She was really focusing on not just defending the shoot down of the spy balloon and the fact that they, without knowing what they were, shot down 3 private, benign, commercial, perhaps academic research balloons. That said, she is signaling that they want to reestablish communications, and that may be possible this weekend. Nothing has been confirmed, but you have Wang Yi, the top diplomat here, and Secretary Blinken and Kamala Harris. The possibility of a high-level meeting between diplomats certainly could be on the table, and if that happens, that could be to set up the Xi-Biden telephone call that the president was really pointing to. They know, as they've been saying all along, that the world expects China and the United States to get along. You cannot have the 2 remaining superpowers not getting along, and how important it is. And there have been signals from China, also the U.S. sending signals that they're not all that sure that President Xi knew about the timing of the spy balloon, and that could have been the military acting without his knowledge.
Do you get a sense that Biden has to talk to Xi before Blinken's trip can be back on?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
I think that the meeting here, if it were to take place tomorrow, diplomat to diplomat could set up the phone call.
Right.
And then they could meet at the G20. There could be other meetings, you know, at the leader level.
Right.
Or perhaps a meeting in Beijing with the Secretary of State. Exactly.
All right. Finally, tell me about 2024 politics. What did she have to say about the president's fitness and the non-versation that Washington has, if you will, about nervousness about Biden's ability to have the vigor and energy to do this?
Well, I went there. I asked her about Nikki Haley, pointedly talking about a time for generational change, which is not just Trump, of course, but Joe Biden, or Biden more than or equal to Trump. And she said, she kept emphasizing, the vice president did, that Biden is vigorous, that Biden has supported the American people. And then I asked her about the polling not only slipping for or underwater for the president, but more underwater for her to be on the ticket, and the conversation that people are having behind the scenes that she shouldn't be on the ticket, that basically lack of support for her is why the president is able to have a lock on getting the nomination so far. And she said he will be the nominee. He intends to be running, and she intends to be his running mate. And, you know, didn't acknowledge that there's a lack of support for her.
The hand-wringing that's out there. Andrea Mitchell, quite the setting for a one-on-one with the vice president. Having Munich in the background there. Appreciate it. Great interview. Get some sleep.
Well, you can all nail it. You can nail it down on Sunday morning.
I'll do my best. Speaking of Sunday, I Meet the Press. I'll speak to the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, about Ukraine, China, and a whole lot more. Maybe we'll have some answers to the question about Xi, Biden, Blinken to China, all those things. Plus, I'll have an exclusive interview with former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan. Could he be running in 2024? Is Nikki Haley taking his lane? That's this Sunday on your local NBC News station. Up next, the result of President Biden's physical. Doctors say he's fit to serve. Some Democrats, though, are worried about whether their 80-year-old leader is really ready for another campaign and another term. You're watching Meet the Press now.
people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like?
It's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I feel like every single person is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. What can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space.
Welcome back. Ahead of an expected run for re-election, President Biden has received a clean bill of health. Following a physical yesterday at Walter Reed, the president's doctor said in a letter to the White House that President Biden is a, quote, healthy, vigorous 80-year-old male who is fit to successfully execute the duties of the presidency. And while the president's doctor gave him an unofficial green light to run again, there is a silent group of the president's political allies that are wary of Mr. Biden seeking another term when he will be 82 years old on January 20th, 2025, the day that he would be sworn in for a second term. One of the few lawmakers willing to go on the record about it is Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips. He told Politico's Jonathan Martin, quote, he's a president of great competence and success. And if he were 15 to 20 years younger, it would be a no-brainer to nominate him. But considering his age, it's absurd we're not promoting competition, but trying to extinguish it. Politico also reports that while top Democrats are worried about a nominee in his 80s, they also fear the possibility of Vice President Kamala Harris as the party's standard bearer if Biden doesn't run. And as I talked about just a few minutes ago with Andrea Mitchell, she asked the vice president about those concerns inside her party in that exclusive interview earlier today. Here's how she answered the question.
Dozens of Democratic leaders are saying that they not only don't think that he's the strongest candidate, you know, considering the larger field that could be possible given his age and other defects, but they don't think that you're the right person to be on the ticket. Why do you think that?
I think that it is very important to focus on the needs of the American people and not political chatter out of Washington, D.C. Joe Biden has said he intends to run for re-election as president, and I intend to run with him as vice president of the United States.
The man behind that article, Jonathan Martin, joins me now. And Jonathan, it's what I've been referring to as the Washington non-versation. It's the topic everybody talks about, but nobody wants to be on the record for. I'm amazed you got one member of Congress on the record.
Yeah, I finally decided to break the seal, if you will, Chuck, on that non-versation and try to get it flowing out in the public. And yeah, Dean Phillips, who's an interesting fellow, he is a Minnesotan who was a business executive and quite wealthy woman before coming to Congress. And I think from that world, he feels liberated and emboldened to speak plainly in a way, Chuck, that other members of Congress do, but only privately and off the record. And I think that's what's so striking about this moment is there's this cynicism right now in the Democratic Party that reminds me of the last president and his party, in which a lot of members of Congress would trash Trump behind his back, but wouldn't say it in public. Democrats don't dislike Biden, but they're very fond of him personally. They just have concerns about nominating someone who's going to be 82 years old when he would start a second term. And even more delicately, Chuck, as you know, the question of if not Biden, who is that much tougher for them to answer.
And that's the issue here, right? If there were an obvious heir apparent, there were, you know, whether this is fair or not, if there were more confidence in Vice President Harris, this would be a different conversation, you think?
That's exactly right. And you saw the VP's look there, which said more than her actual words, which was not very pleasant but to get that question. But because she knows the chatter, as she put it, her phrase, it's persistent. It has been going on for the last 2 years, and it shows no sign of abating. And yes, Chuck, if I had a dime, and I'm sure same with you, for every Democrat who said, yeah, I'm not so sure nominating Biden's a great idea, but who else we got? What's the backup plan? What's the alternative? I'd be a pretty wealthy columnist because that's what you hear a lot of. There's just no obvious plan B, which is itself a swipe at the VP because there's just not a lot of confidence, Chuck, that she could win a general election.
If Donald Trump's candidacy imploded in the next 6 months and he was not running all of a sudden, does that change the conversation among Democrats?
I think it could, because I think so much of this conversation is predicated on got to stop Trump, got to keep Trump out. Biden's the safe play, 3 yards on a cloud of dust. Let's just keep the ball on the ground. And I think, again, if they wake up on Labor Day of this year, or even later, Halloween, and say, oh my gosh, Trump's probably not going to be the Republican standard bearer. We could nominate an octogenarian against somebody half of his age. I do think Democrats will look at this differently. The other indicator, Chuck, that I would keep an eye on is these polls of Democratic voters. Do Democratic voters keep saying that they want somebody else as their nominee in 24? Because if that doesn't change, I think that could also embolden somebody else to get the race.
That, to me, is the most remarkable thing here, is how the insider crowd is more fired up about his reelection than the actual rank-and-file voters. Normally, that is flipped. Right? Normally, think of Bill Clinton, man. The insider crowd wanted to run him out of town in '98, and it was the voters that said, oh, no, you don't.
Yeah. And Chuck, I think that's because of the VP, because so many Democratic lawmakers know that if they say to the first question of, do you want Biden to run? The answer is no. They know damn well the second question that we're going to ask is, okay, then are you for the VP? And they don't want to answer that question. So I think a lot of the sort of impulse to stick with Biden, he's the incumbent, he's our nominee. I think a lot of that is because it gets them off the hook for that second question, Chuck.
Look, is there some thought of like whatever, hey, you got to give Vice President Harris more opportunities to sort of create confidence, because there's no other way out of this right now. So why don't they try to find ways to help her improve her image?
Well, and that gets to the heart of the frictions that exist in the White House between sort of the Biden staff and the Harris staff, because yes, the Harris staff and the VP herself for some time have sort of craved that. Give her more of her own opportunities to get out there and show her stuff. And I think, in fairness, you have seen some of that. She's in Munich right now, sitting down with Andrea Mitchell. I think her speech in Tallahassee a month ago, talking about abortion rights in the capital of Florida. So you are seeing some signs of that. But, Chuck, I think the bottom line is the West Wing doesn't fully trust her to go out there and execute consistently.
No, and in fairness to her, the West Wing of the Obama West Wing never had a lot of trust in a vice president named Joe Biden. So
it rings a bell.
There is something there that is a bit familiar. Jonathan Martin, pot stirrer. Good to see you having success with that column, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You got it. After the break, we're going to turn to the Republican race for president amid new polling that shows some stark Republican divides and battle lines for the party's top frontrunners. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and/or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere?
Are we headed for a recession or a recovery?
Migrant families now stranded in Mexico.
What's the World Cup experience been like?
The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We are about a year until voters cast the first ballots, but it sure looks like the 2024, at least Republican primary, kicked off in full steam. We already have two frontrunners. Recent polls from Quinnipiac, Monmouth, Reuters all show basically the same thing. Former President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are head and shoulders above the rest of the field. DeSantis has not yet announced his candidacy, but in all of these polls, Trump and DeSantis are the only candidates in double digits. When they're in one-on-ones, DeSantis can be in the lead. When they're in multi-candidate fields, Trump's in the lead. So it's pretty obvious to say they're the co-frontrunners. You have to go back to 2008 to find the last time we had two candidates separated from the pack this early in an open primary. In our March NBC poll in 2008, NBC, Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama led the Democratic field, and Rudy Giuliani and John McCain topped the Republican field. Everybody else was far below. We all know how those two races turned out. Joining me now on set, Reed Wilson, founder and editor of Pluribus News that focuses on state legislatures. Faz Shakur is senior advisor and former campaign manager for Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. And Sarah Fagan is a former White House political director under George W. Bush and an NBC News contributor. Reed, you before this did your stint at the hotline after my time there. How would you... Is this Republican primary field starting to finally come together, or are we still not sure how big it's going to be?
You know, it's surprised me that it's taken so long to get going. I mean, this was the time when, you know, by this point in the 2008 race, Barack Obama had already announced. It was, what, February 6th in the very cold day in Springfield? February 10th, okay. Very cold day in Springfield. And,
the day I accepted the job at NBC,
okay,
so I do remember
there
that.
You go, yeah. It was, I mean, it's the... most of the field was in by that point. Now we've got most of the field is not in. But by the way, I think we're going to see a much different Republican field than we might have expected, than we certainly did 4 years ago, well, 8 years ago, in 2016. This year, I think it's going to be governor heavy. We're in this like golden age of governors now, where it's not just DeSantis, it's not just Nikki Haley, but it's.
We might not have many senators at all outside of Tim Scott. So how big is the field going to get? Is it going to be 6 to 8, or is it going to be 12 to 15?
Oh, I think it'll be 12 to 15 for a brief period of time, and then probably closer to 5 to 6, right? Because
when does it get to this 12 to 18? Is it over the? Are we going to see everybody get
18 in? 18 is probably too many,
I know, but
maybe 12 to 13, 14.
Pre-4th of July? You assume by the 4th of July it becomes the peak?
Well, I think a lot of these people start exploratory committees and then may never launch. But if you count the
I would count those.
Yeah, if you count those, next 8 weeks, maybe 12 weeks at the outset, you've got to start to raise money if you're really trying to get serious and get on the debate stage. You've got to really start to move.
And if you're Pompeo or Sununu or basically anybody not named Ron, Don, or what has Nikki Haley done? Is it made you go like, do I need to hurry up? What has her week done to your campaign, you think, right now?
Well, I think she's the first one in that, as you pointed out, isn't named Ron or Don, and so she is number 3 right now, right? Just because she's in the arena. And so I do think it causes folks to start to say, okay, if I'm going to do this, I've got to at least lay out a plan and start to execute that week over week, even if I'm not going to announce till June, you know, for example. And look, there are real benefits to being the first alternative in the race, and we saw that for her. I mean, she, you know, you saw this issue with CNN, with the anchor who said something unfortunate, and she's gotten a ton of coverage off of that this week. And
you know, Faz, I'm curious. You know, we're having a debate when there's not enough instances to say this is a trend, but it certainly looks like being early does have its benefits. You want to be around late, you better get in early. The later you get in, the less likely you're going to be around late.
I think right about now, if you look at the calendar, Bernie Sanders was jumping into the 2020 race, and we were at that time among the
late, right?
Yeah, late entrant.
Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren had already got in.
And then Joe Biden gets in April, and you know, if you look at that trajectory, Elizabeth Warren was the first one in, and I would say, if you're looking at the Republican field, that Trump's move was good. I mean, it was smart. I mean, at the time, you would say, what is he doing? It was early. Like, there's no fanfare. It didn't generate anything. What it did is ice the field. Now, everybody who's deciding whether to jump in is, do I want to take the punch in the face from Donald Trump? Otherwise, I don't, and I'm going to quietly try to get into this race and say nothing at all, which isn't a threat to him then, because you need a friction. You need to fight against Donald Trump. Who's going to do that? No one's going to do that right now.
Well, I actually kind of think he's right. Are you? That to Trump, look, in hindsight, Trump froze the field for a while and may have done the right thing.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. You know, you can't replay the last race, and so, you know, these are totally different dynamics now, and so I think, you know, a big challenge for these candidates is going to be, how do they navigate Donald Trump, and how do they navigate Ron DeSantis if he does run?
But this, I mean, from my perspective, it feels like there's fear there in the field, is what I'm witnessing. I mean, I'm not a Republican, but it feels like you can feel the fear of people about whether they want to jump in because they know they're getting a punch in the face.
What do you make of that fear? I agree that you sense some hesitancy. Maybe it's donors who have been whispering in their ear, I don't know if I can help you out here because we don't want Trump.
I think Republicans writ large have, Republican presidential candidates are going to have a money problem. And the problem is the same for every campaign that you two worked on. You know, the moment you get into the race is also the moment you start spending the money that you raise. Recall people like Scott Walker, who ran out of money before they even got to a primary. Right. So at what point, but of course you need to be in to start raising that money. And now you've got donors who are saying, well, we need the alternative to Trump, so we're going to you know, rally around one particular person, which means they're not going to sort of support the vanity projects that some of these presidential campaigns become. And then there's a broader point that, you know, in the age of digital fundraising, the online money has not been there for Republicans as much as it has been for Democrats. Take a look at a lot of the races, the midterm election races that happened last year. You would be stunned at the amount of money by which Democrats outspent Republicans. Even people like Val Demings in Florida, who got crunched by Marco Rubio, still outraised him by like $30 million bucks.
Money is less important than it has been, but I think because of the ability to raise money online, they can raise enough to stay viable for a while, too. Well,
that's what we found out. I mean, Rick Santorum and his pizza ranches proved that, and then suddenly he found a moment.
God,
that's
please,
right. And
please don't make us go to pizza ranches anymore.
And I think that Governor DeSantis is consuming a lot of the energy because that elite Republican class wants anyone other than Donald Trump, and he looks the strongest today. But there is likely to be a moment where he has a tough moment. Historically, every candidate goes through that.
I'm curious. I want to play the clip of Hannity asking an interesting question to Nikki Haley, because I think we're going to hear about it a lot. And she says, what specific policy areas would you say you part with Donald Trump? Let's take a listen.
What specific policy areas would you say part with Donald Trump?
What I am saying is I don't kick sideways. I'm kicking forward. Joe Biden is the president. He's the one I'm running against. And what I'm saying is you don't have to be 80 years old to be president. We don't need to have these same people going back again. We need something new. We need a new generation of fighters. I'm not going to kick sideways. I don't have time for that. That's not my focus. I'm kicking forward. It's all about Joe Biden, and it's all about the people in America winning again.
You know, Faz, that was a really good answer for the campaign of Nikki Haley to say. But it was, to me, an odd answer for the candidate herself, because that is the one missing piece of this week. I think she had a really good week. The one missing piece was, I don't know what she wants to do as president.
I hear someone running for vice president or wanting to make sure that Donald Trump feels positive about her. And you know, I think that that's fine for her own purposes, but if you're talking to a Fox News audience, the actual voters who will vote for you, you can't identify a difference with Donald Trump. That's going to be a fundamental problem for the message. What is it about? Because if you're offering Donald Trump light, people, I think, the vast majority of Republicans are still comfortable with Donald Trump heavy.
I'm going to accept the premise that this is not the week to take Donald Trump on. I will accept that premise. But doesn't she have to at some point?
She will, for sure, have to, particularly as it gets closer to the time in which this really starts to matter, and there's only going to be 3 or 4 spots out of Iowa or New Hampshire. So she'll have to draw a contrast with him, and she'll have to critique some of the things he did in the White House that she didn't agree with, and have a real rationale for why it's okay that she stayed working in his office. I mean, that's going to be a challenge, or working for his administration. That's going to be a challenge for her.
You know, Reed, I'm obsessed with, I think the only useful document to understand a presidential candidate and what they might do is the announcement speech. Because it's the one thing that I actually think the candidate actually probably has thought about, has probably practiced in front of their mirror. I was surprised at how thin on substance it was.
I think we're in an era of thin on substance in a lot of ways. The more you offer to voters, the more you are critiqued for it. And I mean, recall this is the week where Senator Rick Scott from Florida rolled back a lot of his proposals, and Mitch McConnell had never wanted.
He wanted to be substantive, and look what happened to him, right?
Exactly. So the more substance you roll out now, the more that there is something for people to attack you. And if her goal this week was to present herself as a feasible alternative to Donald Trump, who looks a lot better and appeals to a lot of voters who will never come back to Donald Trump, then, you know, she had a good week.
I want to get you two to weigh in on something. We were having this debate in our political unit call yesterday, which was, you know, in 2008, and Faz, I think you'd agree with this, there was a penalty for when Hillary Clinton went negative on Barack Obama. There was like a group of Democrats, the Daily Kos world, right? They would just jump, and it was like, she found herself, there were liberal media columnists would be like, what are you doing? And it really helped Obama. The question I have is, will there be conservative media that do that for DeSantis? And I don't know if we know the answer, but do you accept that was done for Obama?
Well, yeah, but I would still argue that it needs to be done because you had to rip the Band-Aid off. You're going to get there at some point anyways.
Right.
It's my point. And so you take the heat at some point. So if I were, I guess, what is your view or your strategy for Ron DeSantis? Mine would say you got to come right out of the gates blazing on Donald. I mean, at some level, have a critique of Donald Trump. Otherwise, he's going to eat you alive. You know he's going to beat you up. You're going to counter, and you're trying to float above it. I don't.
Do you think DeSantis will have a cocoon of protectors the way Obama had?
Certainly, I think he'll be the darling of the conservative press, but I don't think...
you never read a negative view about DeSantis in National Review, and I say this with, you know what I mean? Some of these places, do you expect that?
Yeah, but I think for different reasons.
Okay.
You know, I think that you've got the Democratic politics is very focused on identity and very focused on a lot of issues that Republican presses are just not. And so I think for different reasons. It's about Trump. Yeah.
Well, that'll be interesting.
And hey, it might be really helpful for Ron DeSantis to make this a two-person race right out of the gate.
Fascinating. We shall see. Reed, Faz, and Sarah, thank you. Still to come, we'll have an update on Senator John Fetterman's health after the Pennsylvania lawmaker checked himself into the hospital with severe clinical depression. We'll have the latest on that. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're getting more information on the health of Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. He checked himself into Walter Reed Medical Center yesterday to receive treatment for clinical depression. A close senior aide said Fetterman will likely remain in inpatient care for a few weeks at Walter Reed. The aide said doctors are trying different medications, which requires time to find the right dosage, and that requires observation and possibly adjustments. Joining me now, senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. So Sahil, what are you hearing on the Senate floor, and what are you hearing from other senators behind the scenes? And will this have any impact on governing?
Well, first on the Senate floor, Chuck, there's been an outpouring of support from Fetterman's colleagues on the Democratic side for his decision to publicly admit that he's struggling with depression, to seek help. A number of his colleagues are saying that this is a sign of strength. It's not a sign of weakness. One notable one is Tina Smith, the senator from Minnesota, who's spoken publicly, a rare senator who's spoken publicly about her own struggles with depression. She has a new opinion piece in the Daily Beast where she expounds on this today. She talks about her struggles with depression as a teenager, then later in her 30s as a mom. She had this important line in that piece saying that this is not a personal weakness, referring to depression, that it's a malfunction of the brain. She said it's no more wrong to seek treatment for this than it would be to seek treatment for the flu or for a broken arm. And a number of other senators, including Bob Casey, Fetterman's fellow Pennsylvanian, are saying that this would help break down the stigma when it comes to mental health and people seeking treatment for it. Now, in terms of the impact for governing, it's not clear that it'll have a huge impact, Chuck, because firstly, the Senate is off next week, and Democrats have a 51-seat majority. There's not a whole lot of action happening on the Senate floor, and to the extent that it is, or to the extent that there is, it happens to be more on nominees and judges rather than legislation. So this all comes down to how long Senator Fetterman will be out for. Right. We don't know much more than what our colleague Dasha Burns reports, which is that he's expected to be gone for a few weeks. Right. And beyond that, there's very little information that his office has put out, except to say that his condition has changed in recent weeks. It's become more severe. You know, Sahil, it's, whether it was Mark Kirk, I think was off the Senate for weeks, former senator from Illinois who suffered a stroke. Tim Johnson, I think, was out of the Senate for weeks. Like we've had Thad Cochran, I think, was hospitalized for a period of time. This is, while uncommon, not unusual. That's right. It's not uncommon for senators to take time away for medical purposes. Some of them take significant amounts of time away, even months. But it is uncommon, Chuck, for senators to publicly admit to suffering from depression. I think that's where, this kind of turns into a whole new conversation where a lot of Fetterman's colleagues and his allies are praising him for his decision to be public about this, to seek care, that it might break down barriers for others who might, who might suffer from the same sort of thing, Chuck. Yeah, well, there's been a history of U.S. senators sort of being brave about depression issues that sort of actually do help move the conversation forward, whether Tom Eagleton, Lawton Chiles, and now John Fetterman. Anyway, Sahil Kapoor on Capitol Hill for us. Sahil, thank you. And thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back Monday with more Meet the Press Now. And if it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press on your local NBC News station. Meanwhile, NBC News Now coverage continues with Tom Costello, who's sitting in for Helen.
Wherever you are, it is the top of the hour, and we're coming on the air with the powerful words from Tyree Nichols' mother. She says she plans to spend the next few months staring down each of the 5 ex-Memphis police officers accused of killing her son. We're going to take you inside the courtroom, where those officers today pleaded not guilty. Plus, we're hitting the campaign trail with the guy who's not even officially campaigning, but new polls show he's a GOP frontrunner, and why Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is planning to make a big play in Chicago. And newly revealed court documents show some of the biggest names of Fox News did not privately believe what they were saying on TV about former President Trump's election lies. That could have big consequences in that billion-dollar lawsuit against Fox. Plus, working at a meatpacking plant doesn't sound like a teenager's job, does it? We're going to break down the massive fine for a huge food safety company that apparently put 100-plus kids as young as 13 in super unsafe conditions. 13. And in tonight's backstory, you're going to want to watch this. Our reporter's personal experience covering the efforts to remember thousands of Japanese Americans interned during World War II here at home, including her own grandfather. Good day, I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie. Happy Friday. We're hearing new reaction from the family of Tyree Nichols after the 5 ex-Memphis police officers accused of killing him said in court today that they're not guilty. Tyree Nichols' mother called those cops out today.
They didn't even have the courage to look at me in my face after what they did to my son. So they're going to see me at every court date, everyone, and until we get justice for my son.
Well, here are the 5 officers in court. Their lawyers made that plea today, and the judge asked the community for time.
We understand that there may be some high emotions in this case, but we ask that you continue to be patient with us.
Well, they need the time because there's a lot of documents that they need to sort through. Court picks up again on May 1st. You may remember the story. Nichols, a 29-year-old black father and an aspiring photographer, died 3 days after being pulled over by the 5 former cops for what they said was reckless driving. But the video shows no evidence of that. Numerous videos do show the officers striking, punching, kicking Nichols repeatedly. Each former officer faces 7 charges, including second-degree murder and kidnapping. And the prosecutors are not closing the door to perhaps even more charges.
Is there a possibility of more charges? Of course there is. The general has been, my boss has been, extremely clear that this is step 1. Today was just the start of the court process, and as you asked, the investigation goes on.
All right, NBC's Guad Venegas is in Memphis for us. And Guad, prosecutors today suggested that there may be a bigger cultural issue at work here, right, inside the Memphis Police Department and the culture inside that department.
Tom, what the district attorney was talking about today was specifically the special unit that these former officers belong to, the Scorpion unit, that has now been permanently deactivated by the Memphis Police Department. And the district attorney has spoken about this in the past, and he did mention today what could be a lack of supervision for these special units, and this is what the Scorpion unit has been heavily criticized for, the way they operated that night, the fact that they weren't supervised properly. Here's the district attorney speaking on camera earlier today.
I think it's fair to say that what we've learned so far is a cause for concern about an overall culture that needs to be revisited, and I think it really opens up the need for a broader conversation about police reform.
Now, when he says it opens up a broader conversation, he also made reference to these units that exist in police departments across the country, saying that sometimes they are overly aggressive, and again, bringing up that lack of supervision. We know that here in Memphis, the police department, as I mentioned, decided to permanently deactivate that Scorpion unit, a unit that those officers belong to, Tom.
Yeah, we're also hearing from the lawyers for the former cops. So what are they saying?
All right, so one of the attorneys for Tadarius Bean spoke to the media today after the short hearing. As he walked out, some people were yelling things at him. And essentially what he wanted specifically, it seemed, is for the public to look at his client, Tadarius Bean, one of these 5 former officers, to look at him and separate him from the other officers. His argument is that his client was just doing his job. Here's the attorney speaking on camera to our colleague, Priscilla Thompson.
Does he regret any of his actions that night?
I think at this point he probably regrets being a Memphis police officer on that night, because had he not been, he wouldn't have been called to do his job.
The attorney being very careful with his words. He also said that at this point, he has not received any definitive information as to the cause of death of Tyree Nichols. I should also mention that the family's attorney that spoke after the hearing also said that the family is waiting for the autopsy report. And when they receive this information, they do plan to move forward with a civil case as well. The next court hearing for the 5 former officers here has been scheduled for May 1st, Tom.
Okay, Guad, keep us updated. Thank you. Guad Venegas, who's in Memphis. NBC News is confirming late this afternoon that the alleged Chinese spy balloon was, in fact, launched from Hainan Island in the South China Sea. Hainan Island is an important hub for China's military with a large submarine base and a spaceport there. Vice President Kamala Harris earlier today said the balloon incident was not helpful to U.S.-China relations. She was addressing concerns over President Biden's decision to shoot down that alleged spy balloon earlier this month, telling our own Andrea Mitchell in this exclusive interview that even without an official policy, the balloon had to come down.
We shot it down because it needed to be shot down because we were confident that it was used by China to spy on the American people.
Well, China continues to push back, saying the Biden administration needs to work with China to manage the incident. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us now from Hainan Island, where U.S. officials say that spy balloon was launched. Janice, the U.S. was tracking the Chinese balloon starting where you are, and there's reporting that the balloon's track over the U.S. may have been a mistake leading to this international crisis. What can you tell us?
Well, there are still a lot of unanswered questions about what this Chinese balloon was doing, why it was on the course that it was when it got caught up in the strong winds and got dragged into American airspace. What we do know is that the balloon took off from here. I'm on Hainan Island in the South China Sea. Satellite images show the balloon launch site. It's set back from the coast. We went to see the site. It's behind secure fencing, obviously, and a sign that marks it as a military zone. Now, what U.S. officials believe is that once the balloon took off from here, they tracked it, possibly over military bases on Guam and Hawaii, before it continued on its now infamous course. The U.S. has concluded its recovery of debris off the coast of South Carolina. The FBI now analyzing the sensors and antennas and other pieces of technology to see if they hold clues as to what this balloon was up to. China maintains that this was a civilian airship, that it was gathering weather data, and that it was not for military use. But again, a lot of questions still need to be answered as this investigation presses on. Tom?
Well, President Biden and Vice President Harris both saying that the shoot-down was appropriate. The Chinese government playing it down, as you said. Any chance at all do you see of the U.S., the president and President Xi coming together to talk or at least have a phone call?
Look, the two men do have what they describe as a more personal relationship. That said, there is a very wide gap in understanding on this issue, and the level of mistrust has definitely been on the rise. Initially, when the balloon was identified by China as being owned by China, China expressed regret, saying that it was force majeure, that it was caught up in these strong winds. That tone has now changed very sharply. There are a lot of accusations. They accuse the U.S. of escalating the dispute unnecessarily, of overreacting, of being, quote, trigger happy. They're threatening to have countermeasures against U.S. sanctions. And as well, China is accusing the U.S. of flying its own high-altitude balloons in Chinese airspace, including over Xinjiang and Tibet. So there seems to be a lot of space between these two sides, and it's unclear when they will actually speak again. Tom?
Early morning there on Hainan Island. Janice, thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, now to East Palestine, Ohio, where residents are just plain scared. They've got a lot of questions since that train derailment and toxic chemical release 2 weeks ago. Now the state says the feds are helping to set up a medical clinic to address any health concerns.
We want them to be able to answer the residents' questions, evaluate symptoms, provide their medical expertise. We'll also have access to the best experts in the world in regard to chemical exposures.
All right, well, the Ohio governor also stressing that the municipal water is safe to drink after testing, but anyone who relies on private well water should keep using bottled water for now, for just in case. NBC's George Solis joins us now from East Palestine. All right, George, do people there believe the governor when he says that the water or the air are safe, or are they skeptical?
Yeah, Tom, people are still skeptical, and part of that is some of that mixed messaging. People that are using city water versus those that are on well water. You heard the governor there say, look, people that are on city water, we've tested it, we've retested it, it is fine. Those are on well water. At an abundance of caution, you should still be using that bottled water. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke with the mayor of the town who said, look, I'm drinking the water. He even had a taste test to prove that the water is safe. But still, people aren't just concerned about the immediate threat to their waterways and their airways. They're worried about what may happen 5, 10 years down the road. Talk to one resident. I want you to take a listen to what she told me.
Health-wise, cancer, I mean, is this going to be a big cancer cluster? In 5 to 10 years, will I walk my daughter down the aisle? Will I see her get married? What's going to happen?
Yeah, the fear is very real here, Tom.
Boy, you can certainly understand her sentiment there. Now, Governor DeWine says the disaster does not qualify for FEMA assistance, but the EPA is on the scene. Who's leading the cleanup operation right now? Is this the state? Is it the feds? Is it a joint operation?
Right now, the cleanup is falling in the hands of Norfolk Southern. That's what the expectation is, that they will be here to do all of that cleanup in tandem with some of the federal agencies that are on the ground here, the EPA doing that air monitoring, the soil monitoring. One thing that Governor DeWine said, look, we may not qualify for FEMA assistance, but we are filing that paperwork right now. So should there come a time where the train operator stops paying out, which the expectation is they will pay for 100% of this, we at least have that documented, and the people will not be left without anyone to pick up the bill. Todd.
All right, George, thank you. George Solis, who's there on the scene for us. All right, it is now up to Alec Murdaugh's defense team to convince the jury that he is not guilty of killing his wife and son. And they're hitting the ground running with their first witness late today, minutes after the state rested. Prosecutors took 3.5 weeks, called more than 60 witnesses in what locals say is the trial of the century down south. And the state saved a big, detailed data dump for last. A South Carolina special agent walked the jury through an extraordinary timeline down to the second of Murdaugh's movements, including new details about his car. It provides the jurors with a mental image of Murdaugh speeding down a country road filled with potholes, doing 80 miles an hour, and what happened when he got to the scene.
What, if anything, in his statements to law enforcement did the defendant say about what he did when he arrived at the scene?
The defendant stated that he went and checked on Paul and Maggie, checked the bodies.
And from the moment the Suburban arrived at the kennels, how long did it take for that 911 call to be made?
Less than 20 seconds.
Over these last 2 days, the jury has heard a lot about the alleged suicide for hire plot tied to an apparent insurance scheme by Murdaugh back in September of 21. Prosecutors say it ties into a motive because of the 100-plus financial crimes he's been accused of. Murdaugh says he's innocent. NBC's Lindsay Reiser has been following the trial. All right, we're going to get to the state ending its case in a sec, but walk us through now how the defense is kicking off the argument here.
Well, Tom, they first called the county coroner, who testified that he determined the length of time Paul and Maggie had been dead when he arrived at the scene of the crime by feeling their armpits and approximating that time of death based on how warm they felt. He notes he approximated the time of death was around 9 p.m. using his hand, not a thermometer. The defense here trying to show that because a more accurate tool like a thermometer wasn't used, they can't determine a time of death, and therefore Paul and Maggie could have been killed after 9:08 p.m. That's when Alex Suburban is placed in the area using vehicle data, Tom.
All right, so let's talk about the data dump we were discussing from the state on its last day. It includes this never-before-seen data from Murdaugh's own car that the feds or the prosecutors say pokes holes in the alibi, right?
Well, it really paints arguably the clearest, most definitive picture yet of the night, and it calls into question Alex's own timeline that he's given investigators. So let's show you some of this GM OnStar data from Alex's vehicle that the prosecution themselves just got just days ago. So again, 9:08, around the time or right after investigators say the murders occurred, the data places his Suburban right around the area where Maggie's cell phone was found the next morning. Then the vehicle is going 68, 70 miles an hour to his mom's house, stays there roughly 21 minutes. That's less than half the amount of time Alec told investigators he was there. The vehicle is then back at the kennels for less than 20 seconds, as we just heard, before Alec calls 911. Remember, he told authorities he had taken the time to check their pulses. And the prosecution, Tom, also showed cell phone data suggesting Maggie and Paul's phones were tampered with, and that calls and texts to Maggie from Alec were deleted from Alec's phone records. For example, he'd sent her a text asking her when she'd be home. And the prosecution also showed that a couple weeks prior to the murders, Paul, his son, was concerned about Alec's pill usage. So in their cross, the defense brought up the fact that investigators made that drive to Alec's mother's house from the Murdaugh property in about the same amount of time, essentially implying Alec wasn't in this rush or panic that night, like the data suggests. And the defense also tried to show that it was normal for Alec to be using his cell phone constantly, even after he discovered the bodies, not only calling 911, but also calling and texting numerous people, even his son's best friend, within a few minutes after the discovery. The defense says all those calls were normal, but the investigator on the stand told the defense those calls were strange behavior. Listen.
As an investigator, I think that would be very odd, given the scene and the whole situation, that you're on the phone constantly. Yes. I am standing over my son and wife, and it's just witnessing that for the first time. I would think that would be, to have someone on their phone constantly like that, I'd be in a state of shock if that was me personally.
Overall, a strong data-driven day for the prosecution. Now the defense will have their chance on Tuesday. Tom?
And then it begins. Lindsay Reiser, thank you very much. All right, Vice President Kamala Harris is meeting with world leaders today in Germany, where much of the focus, really all of the focus today, has been on Ukraine. President Zelensky asked his Western counterparts for additional military support as fast as possible, as his country braces for Russia's ongoing new offensive.
There is no alternative to speed, because it is the speed that the life depends on. Delay has always been and still is a mistake.
After Zelensky's speech, Harris met with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, as well as the French President Emmanuel Macron, to discuss their continued support for Ukraine. Harris is scheduled to give a speech at the conference tomorrow. NBC's Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell is in Munich for us, so we are also going to speak with NBC's Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons. He's in Moscow. Andrea, to you first. You sat down with the Vice President today. Did she give you any indication about what her speech tomorrow might be about, and whether she expects the American people to continue their support for Ukraine as the war heads into its second year?
Exactly, Tom. And first to the global support, because here it's all about rallying world support, the unity of the world, NATO, of course, behind Ukraine. And as Zelensky said, getting those weapons in now, getting the ammo they need, the artillery they need, the air defenses, because this Russian offensive is already starting, and they expect by March it's going to be in full swing. So it's life and death for Ukraine, but also she's a former prosecutor, and she's emphasizing a big focus of this conference is the war crimes. This is to get the world together behind a regime for prosecuting. Ukraine is providing the evidence in real time, because as Russia retreats, they are gathering more and more evidence of what Russia has left behind, as well as more than 6,000 children who've been taken forcibly from orphanages and from their homes, from their parents, taken to Russia or Russia-controlled territory and sent to what so-called re-education camps. It's really destroying the Ukrainian culture and their children, their next generation. This is partly what she had to say to me.
The independence of Ukraine, how the American people feel about the atrocities we are seeing, where a woman who was at a maternity hospital preparing to give birth was slaughtered. I know the American people feel a sense of moral outrage and a sense of responsibility for our nation to stand with the Ukrainian people.
We expect that the president is going to be announcing billions more for Ukraine when he goes to Poland next week, right there on the border. And that, of course, marking the anniversary. Just a year ago, Zelensky came here in person, defying U.S. warnings that it was at that point, days before the war started, dangerous for him to fly and risk being shot down. He had, of course, a U.S. plane and escorts to get him back and forth. But this time, he's staying on home turf, given the fact that the anniversary is coming. But the support for the war is slipping back home in polls. There's a very large, the largest ever bipartisan delegation here. 60 members of Congress, House and Senate, both parties, supporting the war, Lindsey Graham and others from the Republicans. But the House caucus, Matt Gaetz and others back home, are expressing concern. The Speaker is not here. And that's the question now. Going into an election year, possibility of the economy downturn, is the American people, are the American people going to support it? Already that support is slipping for the billions for Ukraine. And that's part of what's happening here.
The Speaker of the House is not there in Munich. All right, Andrea, thank you very much. We'll say goodbye to you late night. Even later in Moscow, Keir Simmons is in Moscow for us. And Keir, a lot of reporting that Russia's new offensive is already underway, but it's going rather badly, we hear. Putin clearly didn't expect this war to go so long. It sounds as if he is committed, though, to keeping this going till the very, very end, until Russia wins, no matter the cost.
I'm not sure that he has any other choice, Tom. Certainly you're right. This year has not gone the way President Putin would have hoped. This war has lasted far longer than he imagined it would. He hoped weeks, maybe months at best. That being said, just look behind me. We've just been in Moscow now for just a matter of hours, Tom. But look, it's 1:30 in the morning here in Moscow. Look how busy the roads are behind me. The sanctions, the utter isolation from the West, that has not had the economic impact on Russia that had been perhaps predicted by some. And all of that is important because, Tom, as we look ahead to the next year, as the anniversary comes next week, anyone who tells you they know what is going to happen is not being honest with you, or they perhaps aren't even being honest with themselves. The tectonic plates of international politics are shifting and people's lives are changing. Let me just give you an example. I spoke to a Russian I know here in Moscow when I arrived today, and he told me that he got a text message this morning from a friend whose son had just died in Ukraine, fighting in Ukraine with the Russians. Now, he said there's obviously devastation in that family, but then he went on to say, Tom, Keir, don't jump to the conclusion that that means that that family will now turn away from its support for President Putin or turn away from its support for this Russian so-called special military operation. He said, actually, it's just as likely that they will double down on their support for President Putin, that they will be furious, frankly, with Ukrainians. And I think what that tells us is that internationally, and certainly between Ukraine and Russia, positions are becoming fixed. People are digging in, not just in trenches, but in diplomacy and in families. And that tells us that it's very possible that in a year's time, I will be standing here again talking about this ongoing conflict, Tom.
And we should make the point that the Kremlin controls most of the media there in Russia and what is heard. Keir, thank you very much. Stay safe in Moscow. Thank you. Coming up, we've got some breaking news out of Mississippi, what we're learning about the series of shootings that have left at least 6 people dead, yet another mass murder. Plus, a senior ISIS leader has been killed in Syria. More details on the U.S. military raid coming up in 5 Things. We're back. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is not even officially running for president, but there are a few polls showing him as a co-front runner with Donald Trump. Take a look at this Monmouth poll. It shows DeSantis leading Trump among all Republicans in a hypothetical head-on, 53-40. And the Quinnipiac poll showing him just behind Trump, but way ahead of Nikki Haley, who is actually officially running. It is super early in the race for a president already. NBC's John Allen joining us now. All right, John, you know, the former Wisconsin governor, Scott Walker, told NBC News today that DeSantis is probably in a better spot right now than he was when he was taking on Trump back in 2016. However, is it really generally a good position to be in, to be seen as a front runner this early on?
There's always some concern about peaking too early because we've seen a lot of candidates do that. Scott Walker's one of them. Remember, Michelle Bachmann at one point was a Republican frontrunner. At the same time, if you're DeSantis and you're looking at a field that could be 14, 15 people, sitting there at 36% in the one poll or 53% in the other poll is a good indication that most Republicans know who you are, which is the biggest challenge for any presidential candidate to get name ID to start with. He's in a really good position right now. The question is, can he maintain that position while he's governor of Florida and not an announced candidate?
And Nikki Haley, despite having been in the Trump administration, doesn't have the same name recognition. DeSantis expected to go to Chicago, we understand, on Monday, speaking to a police union. That state's governor has said that he is not happy about DeSantis showing up because of his dangerous and hateful agenda that has no place in Illinois. And DeSantis has badmouthed Illinois and Chicago a lot over the last year. So what is he hoping to accomplish in Chicago?
It's very much true that Ron DeSantis's views of the world do not match up with the majority of the electorate in Illinois. However, Ron DeSantis does match up well with some of those police officers that he's going to be speaking to. He matches up well with donors in Chicago, Ken Griffin in particular, the big donor who is expected to put a ton of money, billionaire, put a ton of money into DeSantis. And then in addition to that, Illinois, a huge primary state for Republicans, a lot of delegates available. So there are good reasons for Ron DeSantis to go to Chicago, even before a presidential campaign, to kind of lay the groundwork for those things.
Real quickly, does he have the big personality that you would need to take on Trump, in your view?
I mean, it's a question. It's the big outstanding question about him. When he was in Washington as a member of Congress, he's kind of a backbencher, not well known, not particularly well liked among his colleagues. You know, he doesn't have that Trump charisma, but maybe something a little bit inside of that Trump charisma, something a little less brash and bold and outrageous, frankly, is something that Republican voters will be looking for.
We'll see. John, thank you very much. All right, we want to get you now over to the 5 things that our team thinks you should probably know about tonight. Number 1, breaking news out of Mississippi. 6 people are dead, and a suspect is in custody after a series of shootings near the state's border with Tennessee this afternoon. Police say the shootings happened at several locations and that the suspect is now in custody. No word on a possible motive. Number 2, the U.S. has killed a senior ISIS leader in an overnight helicopter raid in Syria. 4 U.S. service members on a working dog were wounded in an explosion during the raid. All 4 plus the dog are expected to recover. Number 3 more people had been rescued in Turkey 11 days after the earthquake first struck. But over in Syria, international aid groups say many in rebel-controlled areas of the country have been shut off from rescue efforts. More than 43,000 people have died. Number 4, it looks like the man called the truth was caught in a bit of a lie. NBA Hall of Famer Paul Pierce has to pay a $1.1 million penalty to the SEC for unlawfully promoting cryptocurrency. Pierce touted Aretha Max tokens on Twitter, but he did not disclose that he was also being paid in those so-called tokens to do so. Number 5, a new sleep study is showing that people may actually need more sleep during the winter months. You've heard of REM sleep? That's the part of the sleep cycle where you dream. Scientists found that lasts about 30 minutes longer in winter. So there you go. You have a good excuse to sleep in this month. When we come back, it turns out a lot of Fox News' biggest stars privately were trashing former President Trump's false election claims, even while they were promoting them on the air. What we're learning from the newly unsealed court documents coming up next.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? But our top story tonight. You guys okay?
Yeah.
How you doing, Lester?
All right, we're back, and prominent hosts and executives at Fox News apparently were agonizing behind the scenes while allies of Donald Trump promoted false conspiracy theories on the air about the 2020 election. That, according to a new court filing. The filing is part of a $1.6 billion, with a B, billion-dollar defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion Voting Systems. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell has the story.
This is a legal drama that exposes one's private views of powerful figures at Fox News, who, according to a court filing, rejected and ridiculed false claims made by then-President Donald Trump and his allies about a stolen election, but continued to promote and stoke those election lies to their cable news audience.
There are allegations that their machines caused thousands of votes in one Michigan county to be switched from Donald Trump to Joe Biden.
But internal conversations, texts, and testimony in new court filings reveal that some of Fox's biggest names knew the claims were bogus. Part of a $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit brought by Dominion Voting Systems against Fox News and its parent company. Remember Trump lawyer Cindy Powell.
We have evidence of how they flipped the votes, how it was designed to flip the votes.
Days after the election, Fox star Tucker Carlson wrote to his producer, Sidney Powell is lying. Host Laura Ingraham to Carlson and Sean Hannity. Sidney Powell is a bit nuts. Sorry, but she is. Fox's powerful founder and chairman, Rupert Murdoch, wrote to a top executive denouncing Powell's voting machine conspiracy theory as really crazy stuff. The behind-the-scenes mockery also targeted Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani.
There's no question about that. Their machines can be hacked.
Fox's top-rated Sean Hannity wrote, Giuliani is acting like an insane person, while Ingraham remarked, such an idiot. Dominion's lawyers say that not a single Fox witness testified that they believe any of the allegations about Dominion are true, while Fox responded, there will be a lot of noise and confusion, but the core of this case remains about freedom of the press and freedom of speech.
NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is here with us in studio. Okay, so that gets to the whole point, right? This is clear evidence that the Fox News team apparently knew this was all a big lie, and yet they were going with it. I don't know, in the name of money. You and I labor over every word we say. If we get one word wrong, we feel sick to our stomach. And yet they allegedly were repeating these lies that they knew were lies.
Well, as journalists, you have some protections under the Constitution. You can report on controversial things.
Sure.
And that is in the public interest. But if you knowingly report on things that are false, there's this issue of malice. Neither one of us are lawyers. But if you knowingly report on that, you can be held accountable for that. And so that's part of what will be tested in this case. Dominion believes that because through discovery, that's how they gathered all of this. They got the text messages, they got the internal communications, they got things that we would typically never see. In real time, they peeled back the veil on what was happening at Fox News in the days after the election. And they learned things that we really had never heard before because it was in such stark contrast to what was happening on the air for Fox News and the viewers who believe them. And so this will be litigated in court. Certainly Dominion says its brand has been damaged, its brand has been hurt badly, and so has the public. And so this is what will play out in court. It's due to go to trial in April, and it's a very different experience than what you and I deal with day to day, where we, in fact, have our lawyers, teams, and so forth who review the work that we do. So this is important for the public to know what was being said at the time and where is truth and where are lies.
Can we underscore that? Every single word that you and I script, that you and I say on the air, is reviewed by NBC News Legal and Standards. And it is You just don't go on the air and say stuff that you know not to be true. Let's bring in NBC's Danny Savelis, who, of course, is our legal analyst. All right, let's cut right to the chase here, Danny. Dominion is saying that they were defamed by Fox, their reputation was ruined, and then Fox turned this around to claim a First Amendment right. Does the First Amendment allow you to knowingly go on the air and defame somebody and then claim First Amendment protection?
Yeah, first, you talked about just a second ago about everything you say is scripted, checked carefully, but I'm a guest, and nothing I say is scripted. I could say something insane right now. And the reason I bring that up is it goes right to the First Amendment defense, which is a journalist participating in the defamation, if they knowingly have someone on, like me, who says something crazy, and that is not, whether or not they believe what that person says or even believes that person is crazy, are they reporting on it and just putting that person out there because it's something of interest and it's newsworthy? It's a tricky First Amendment issue.
We will, understood, but we will not put people on the air who we know are spilling lies. We simply don't do it. It's against NBC News standards.
Exactly right. And you're getting to the First Amendment issue that will be at the core of this case. On the one hand, does the First Amendment protect journalists who say, well, we may not believe what this person is saying, but it's so newsworthy that it's worth putting them on the air and we'll let the public figure it out? Or by putting that person on and knowing that what they're saying is false, are they in essence adopting what that person is saying and then participating in the defamation themselves? It's a tricky legal issue and one that has to be litigated.
We will all be watching this one very, very closely, and a lot's at stake and a lot of money is at stake. Danny, thank you very much. Kelly's already left, but thank you to both. Still to come, remember that horrific case that we told you about where an Alabama man was allegedly left naked on a concrete floor in a jail cell? His family is calling it one of the most appalling cases of jail abuse. Now the FBI says they are going to get involved, so stay with us. Back now, and the FBI is joining the investigation into the death of an Alabama man after he was allegedly left naked on a concrete floor in a jail for days. Tony Mitchell died at the hospital hours after leaving a jail just outside of Birmingham last month. His mother alleges he froze to death in a lawsuit that she's filed. She is seeking leaked camera surveillance video of his time in custody that she says contradicted what county officials told her. We're going to show you some of that just in a moment, but a warning, it is rather disturbing. All right, here he is being carried by guards to a car to take him to the hospital. The sheriff's department is declining to comment. Now, the Alabama Attorney General's office confirming that the FBI is, in fact, investigating the allegations, along with the Alabama Enforcement Agency, law enforcement agency. The AG's office says it'll make sure any appropriate action is taken. We bring in now NBC's Morgan Chesky. All right, Morgan, the FBI is involved in this. What kind of things could they be looking at?
Yeah, Tom, they're going to be looking at what happened specifically from January 12th until January 26th. That is the day officials say Anthony Mitchell died. You referenced that video that was taken on January 26th. He was admitted on January 12th following a phone call from his own family, Tom, a welfare check, afraid that he could hurt himself or be a danger to others. That's when law enforcement initially took him into custody. What happened inside that time span between the 12th and the 26th, the federal investigators are absolutely going to be keying in on, as well as that video that the family says was leaked to them by a worker inside that jail, allegedly capturing the mistreatment of this 33-year-old man who the family says was left naked for an extended period of time on these cold cement floors. And contained within this lawsuit, the family goes on to say that workers gathered around the entrance of his cell looked down on him as he apparently died of hypothermia. Tom?
All right, so what do we know about the cause of death, or when will we know that officially?
Right. Well, this is still, of course, under investigation. We do know, according to the family's lawsuit, that a doctor that saw him upon arrival at that hospital, in fact, we have his verbatim here, the internal temperature recorded for this man was 72 degrees. While someone incarcerated is incarcerated in jail, and the doctor does believe that hypothermia was the ultimate cause of his death. I should say that the coroner has yet to release their autopsy results, but that is from the doctor who had been working in conjunction with the family. And I should add here, Tom, that a separate lawsuit has been filed against the jail here by the worker who allegedly released this video, claiming that she was wrongfully terminated as a result of being a whistleblower in this case. Tom?
Interesting. All right, Morgan, thank you. Morgan Chesky reporting for us there. All right, you'll be forgiven if you think that this report coming up now is right out of the 1920s. The Labor Department says it has found more than 100 children working dangerous jobs, cleaning slaughterhouses across the country in what it calls a corporate-wide failure. The agency says one of the largest food sanitation company sanitation companies called Packer Sanitation Services employed children from 13 to 17 years old, working overnight shifts, handling dangerous chemicals and cleaning meat processing equipment. The company allegedly employed the minors at 13 facilities you see in this map here across 8 states. These are some of the country's largest meat and poultry producers. NBC's Julia Ainsley has been covering this story for us. All right, the company has already agreed to, as I understand it, a $1.5 million fine. Is that right? Any other fines likely? Any other punishments likely?
Not that we know now. Department of Labor said today that this does not preclude possible criminal charges. Of course, that would come from the Justice Department. But I actually just got back from Nebraska, from this very town today. And advocates that I spoke to there who are representing the children say $1.5 million is a drop in the bucket. They want to see big changes for this company because they say this was a systemic issue where they really profited off of vulnerable populations, including migrant children. In this case, most of the children were immigrants and undocumented immigrants who are coming in working for far less money than what they would pay documented Americans. And they say it's not really, cleaning is a euphemism here. What they're doing, they're working with hot water, dangerous chemicals, some children showing up to school with burns on their hands. That's been documented in police reports.
They sound vulnerable. I mean, if you're talking about immigrant children, probably don't speak the language very well. And it does sound like something right out of the 1920s. Is human trafficking involved here?
It's hard to believe it. And now we do know from DHS officials that I've spoken to that human trafficking is being investigated. We still don't know how so many of these children, many of them from Central America, ended up in Grand Island, Nebraska in the first place. And now what we understand are many states across the Midwest that use child labor to do the services. Now, PSSI, the company, said they didn't know that these were children. They used false identification. They thought they were adults. So people I've spoken to who know the children say a 13-year-old does not pass as an 18-year-old.
That seems hard to believe. A 13-year-old would pass as an adult. Julia, thank you. Stay on it.
Thank you.
Julia Ainsley. Okay. Coming up next, NBC covering hundreds of stories each day. And because you can't possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, our bureau teams have done it all for you. So this is what they tell us is going down in their regions. It's a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, a suspect who police believe shot 2 Jewish men in L.A. over the past 2 days has been charged with 2 federal hate crimes. Both victims were shot shortly after leaving a synagogue. Prosecutors say the suspect has a history of anti-Semitism and has confessed. One of the victims is already out of the hospital. The other, we are told, is in stable condition. From our East Coast Bureau, JFK Airport is canceling all flights out of its Terminal 1 International Terminal for a second straight day after an electrical fire. It was put out on Thursday night, but the airport warns the shutdown could last until late afternoon tomorrow. The travel horror story of the day, listen to this. One flight heading to JFK from New Zealand spent 16 hours in the air, had to turn around halfway through, 8 hours in, go back to Auckland, another 8 hours. Imagine that. From our Southern Bureau, a blast in a sky over Texas Wednesday night was a meteorite strike. Police have confirmed that folks in the area called 911 to report explosions. It shook the walls of their homes. Listen to this. Yep, that sounds like an explosion. NASA says the 2-foot-wide meteorite likely weighed about 1,000 pounds. Coming up, a really special and very personal look at part of our country's history that some folks may not remember. In tonight's Backstory, our own Emily Aketa has the story of how Japanese Americans imprisoned here at home during the war are now being honored. Stay with us.
We begin Top Story with that breaking news. This is just in, a lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? Migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, time to turn up the volume here. It's time to get to our backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it really fits into our bigger picture. Sunday will mark 81 years since then-President Roosevelt signed an executive order that led to the internment of tens of thousands of Japanese Americans during World War II. They were held in camps. It's a story that's personal for our own Emily Aketa. She explains how she sat down with one man whose mission was to document all of the names of those who were taken prisoner.
In a small, dimly lit room surrounded by little jars of soil from places like Manzanar, Amachi, and Poston.
Okay, we're looking for Kei Hachiro.
Sits the Aracho, meaning a book to console the spirits. But there's no prologue, chapters, not even a single sentence. It's 1,000 pages simply of names, more than 125,000 of them, representing those incarcerated during World War II.